other side. Oh, actually, no, we need something like that to happen.
Welcome to Johannesburg, the city of gold, in the high-octane metropolis where ambition and motorsport runs in the blood. Rich in history from motoring to culture. Today, Johannesburg comes to the arena for one final showdown. The engine scream, the pressure spikes, and every corner counts. Strap in. This is the final round of the South African Endurance Series for 2025. Welcome to Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit, an absolutely legendary track with all-time record of a 1 minute 40.9 set by Charles Visser at an average speed of 161 kilometers an hour last year. 16 turns around this 4.52 kilometer circuit, 10 lefts, 6 rights, and a whole lot of straights that bring the pace on the way through. Let's take a look at the circuit as we go off the start line and past the main pit building in towards turn 1. The kink is going to be interesting. Side-by-side moments before hard on the anchors into Crowthorne. Spec 3 wide as they charge up towards the Yuxke sweep into the left-hander for Barbecue. Down the old pit straight, staring at Sunset. A long right-hand bend to go and meet them. Before hard on the brakes into Clubhouse. Short little straight in through the S's. First S, second S. Make sure you get it right, otherwise you're visiting the dirt. Up towards Lea Copper, double apex that you got to try and get right. Down the mine shaft you go, a little kink to the left, flat out all the way. Hard on the anchors for Crocodile where it opens up. And now you charge through to Cheetah, into Ingwe, our final corner, and across the line here at the Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit and International Convention Centre, home to round 4 of the South African Endurance Series.
Hello and welcome to the Southern African Endurance Series. Right, so this is the reason why we are all here today. The time has finally come for the 9 hours of Kyalami and we are so excited to get started. This is our finale, so tonight we crown our 2025 champion. I wonder who it's going to be. I mean, things are very, very tight. We've got a lovely full grid, which I can't hear what you've got to say to them now on the grid. It's been an amazing day so far, Chloe. I mean, like, I've been everywhere. I've been in our fan zone. There's just so much going on up there. There's such a buzz. Girl, I got sprayed. I've been driving go-karts and jumping on trampolines and just having fun with kids, helping them get autographs with drivers. And yeah, I've had the best day. If you're still on your couch, you can still get here. There's still 9 hours to go, okay? What have you been up to? What is happening out there? Tell us.
Well, a lot's been happening, I think, but I mean, when you talk about the young kids, I think one thing that stands out for me, it's exactly a year since I started with the series, so it's also, it's my work anniversary, so I'm also buzzing. I feel like a young kid here on track, but we've also seen the likes of Charles Arranges. We do know that he's already a champion, but he's of course been here to support the other teammates at Stradale, which has been really cool. Ora Puri as well, in terms of MRSSA, he's now a champion, which is absolutely fantastic. So there are champions that of course are among us, and we're still waiting to see, of course, in terms of the 9 hour, will Inter Africa be able to make sure that, of course, they defend their championship and do it back to back. It's never been done before, so we're looking forward to that. We'll go back to Stephen Koenig and Temba Kumalo as we are about to get ready for grid walk.
Great to hear from Nadine and Chloe on the grid. One of the highlight experiences of the weekend is a grid walk where the fans get to get up close and personal with our drivers, our cars, our teams. I love the grid walk. Unfortunately, won't be able to attend it today because I'm here with my buddy Steve, but the tension is palpable. And there's this beautiful contrast of the teams in the zone, focused, getting ready to race. And then there's all spectators just like having the time of their lives, like they're having a party. But this race has been spoken about throughout the season. From the start of the year, all that's in people's mouths is the Kyalami 9. Who's coming? Who's going to participate? How's it going to go? Talks of last year's 9-hour where Into Africa came out victorious. And as our pit lane presenters highlighted there, championships to be decided.
Yeah, this is in for an absolutely incredible one. And we cannot forget there's the 1 hour dash that's going to be running simultaneously in this 9 hours of Kyalami. And that is going to be a fight of note and seeing who will be able to go through. I mean, Andrew Horn at the moment has been trying to fight it out against Damien Hammond to hold that 1 hour championship for 2025. It's going to be a tough time between them as there is quite a bit of competition. They're going to be racing simultaneously as our 9 hours of Kyalami competitors are going to be racing, so they can get a little bit mixed up into the fights as well. So many of the drivers are going to have to consider their options of the pit stop, because come the end of the hour, 1 or 2 laps after, those 1 hour dash cars are going to come into the pits, and pit lane is going to get tremendously busy. And Kyalami is notorious for the entrance of pit lane being a sharp hairpin that you have to slow down so much and slow down to 50 kilometers an hour. So that changes your strategy of when you're going to get into the box, when you're not going to get into the box. And in the immortal words of Prince and Gareth Burley, who have been part of this 9 hours of Kyalami in the past, and for Prince, who summed it up perfectly last year, and he's absolutely missing out on this. He said, you can't wait to see how the story unfolds, because it's about to write history into the books of many, many of our teams and drivers.
We just saw our fans flocking onto the grid, and very good point there, Steve, that we do have the 1 hour dash that will be taking place as we join Chloe down on the grid.
Well, we're really pleased to have you alongside us here at the grid walk. As the spectators as well, they are buzzing. We've got a Ferrari fan on my right, that being Jordan and Chris. Talk to us. You're here for the Southern African Endurance Series. Which car is your favorite?
I would say probably the Mercedes behind me. This thing's ridiculous. Beautiful. It's unbelievable. I should probably take the hat off and it's ridiculous. It's so pretty.
It definitely is. What has been your highlight so far at Kyalami?
It's just been great hearing the cars, seeing them. It's always amazing to get a perspective of the speed live and see sort of the G-forces they encounter through the corners, how they navigate sort of the track conditions.
Yeah.
It's been phenomenal to see live.
Definitely has been. All the best. Enjoy, you guys. All right, we go over now to, of course, Into Africa. EXO joining us now. I mean, you guys are hoping to defend your championship, but you've had a fantastic, of course, Saturday morning. Talk to us about really making history this weekend.
You know, it's going to be, and we wish it's going to be a weekend that will bring us a lot of pride, because a lot of firsts are going to happen today. We'll be the first team, South African team, and team of color to defend this championship. We will equal people like Jody Scheckter and other people for winning this twice. So yes, we are quite excited about this. Yeah, quite excited.
Talk to us about Maverick. I mean, she is a fan favorite as well. We saw you guys at the night practice, also just making sure that the aerodynamics is quite well balanced after hitting, of course, the drive plane.
Yeah, Maverick has been a beautiful car to bring to South Africa. You know, in Evo 2, it's well balanced. It's got aero. You know, we are hoping that this car will make history this weekend by helping us defend this championship, and we're quite excited. She's quite good.
Who's starting?
I don't know yet.
He doesn't know who's starting, but we'll be finding out in just a bit. Of course, Maharaj, talk to us about your expectations. Raj, I remember. What are you looking forward to at Kyalami? The last time you were here, we had, of course, a different series, but we've seen the Lotus as well, which has been really great to, of course, the ad on the grid.
Look, I think from what we're seeing with what SAES is doing, it's really making a difference in motorsport, and it's so good to see that one of our promoters of color is making such a huge difference to motorsport in South Africa. And hopefully we as a Super V class will be joining SAES again once again next year for the 2026 season, but we'll have to see how it goes. We're waiting for feedback from the management team at SAES. But awesome racing, and I want to wish Mr. X everything of the best, and I hope he brings this title home and defends it as a black driver.
Thank you, Raj. We'll see you later. That is, of course, Raj in terms of managing the Super Vs. We've got, of course, a new driver. I'm going to try and squeeze in Marius. I know you and I hang on to your drivers. Exactly, I'm bringing up the boy band. I have to. We'll start with you. You've got these youngsters alongside you who've got, of course, so much zeal and excitement to assist you in this 9 hour. Who's starting and what are your expectations?
I'm starting the race, and the rest of the crowd just have to follow to see who's the third and second driver. I'm very honored to have these good guys with me, and I just want to say thank you to Canal Walk for our main sponsor this weekend, and I hope we make them proud.
One thing I want to find out from you guys, one thing about this Porsche is everybody loves how it sounds. How is it driving it?
It's amazing. The actual grip through the corners is ridiculous. We do lack a bit of straight line speed, but we make it up in the corners. So.
Leighton, we spoke earlier on in terms of your expectations. 9 hours, here it is. The weather is changing up a little bit. What's your strength?
This car is very consistent. We've set the car up for consistency particularly. So, just obviously banging in those laps, keeping them as close as possible to each other. Obviously, managing traffic is going to be another thing, especially when it becomes a little bit darker into sunsets and stuff like that. It's going to be quite tricky to manage traffic, and I think that's what's going to make the difference.
All right, so what's the boy band celebration?
Brandy and Coke.
Oh my goodness, Marius Jackson. Brandy and a Coke, he says that is a celebration. Well, when we continue, of course, coming down in terms, let's find Antonio Marks. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Like and you.
I haven't seen you the whole weekend.
I know, you've been hiding. Why?
Me hide? That's absolutely outrageous.
All of you been hiding.
No. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
I'm good, thanks. Sure. No, it's going to be fun.
Talk to us about the performance of the car. We saw in terms of yesterday, it was a bit slippery, but of course, as the weather cleared up today, we've got a bit more grip.
Yeah, we had a good wet setup, so I wasn't particularly worried. But yeah, it's always nicer to race in the dry. Car seems hooked up. I'm happy with my lap times, so race is always a bit different though.
What has been your highlight in 2025 quickly?
I think just having this car reliable for us has been the biggest win. This time last year we were battling. We didn't finish many races last year, so this year's been good.
All the best later on.
Thank you.
That is, of course, when we continue going down the grid, we see, of course, Casey here. He started off at Swartkops, interestingly enough, his first race. Casey, how are you doing?
Good, you?
How are you feeling? Second race with us, of course. You did well, Swartkops. Brilliant overtakes that we witnessed. Are you planning to do a bit of that at Kyalami?
With this qualifying, obviously, but not as well, obviously, starting sixth. But it really is a nice track to drive here. They don't have the straight line speed that the GT3s have, which is a bit rough. But hopefully I can make up some nice passes, make the race interesting like I did last time as well. I'm just hoping for a really good race and to finish this one.
All the best.
Thank you so much.
That is, of course, Casey. What? Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
How you doing?
Good. Well, you better. You're doing better than I am.
Listen, I wish you were on the track as well, but it's good to have you alongside us. I mean, you're a champion. Congratulations on that. Yes, it would have been great to be on track. But round up the year for yourself, Charles.
Chloe, yeah. Look, it's been a weird year of racing, not racing, and. But yeah, it's good to be on the grid at least here, supporting my team. The guys did phenomenally well in the GT Cup today. So proud of everyone. And Bradley has kindly taken my seat for the weekend. So yeah, I've like you can see, I've had quite a big jaw restructure.
Yeah.
So not out the woods yet, but at least I can be here today.
And we're so happy to have you alongside us. I mean, when you talk about your teammates in terms of Brad, JJ, Stradali has really been doing well. I mean, bringing JJ for the first time in terms of the track. Yep. Talk to us about that. This, of course, being Charles Arangi's.
Yeah, look, I mean, this was always coming since JJ and myself were on a reality TV show together, and we pushed each other quite a lot. We became very, very good friends out of it. And I'm happy to be able to bring new people into this wonderful sport of ours. So, I mean, the boy's hooked. He won his class for the year, so I'm so proud of him. Yeah. Now it's onwards and upwards for next year. I think there's a lot of fun things coming for 2026, especially with endurance for myself, JJ, and maybe someone else.
New cars, maybe?
Always new cars, Chloe, come on.
All right, Charlotte Ranges, looking forward to that one. Heinz joining us now, one of the sponsors from ATS. I mean, you make sure that we're always sorted. You give our drivers tires as well, and also our drip, our race coats and the race suits. Talk to us about Kyalami. What a year it has been in 2025.
No, it's been an unbelievable journey as always. You know, the sport's getting stronger and stronger. And yeah, my guys have been here doing tyre service. When it rains like yesterday, it's a nightmare for them. I think they're ready in about 200 or 300 tyres. And the event hasn't even started yet, so it's been great. You know, Dunlop's here fully involved. Every single car here is on a Dunlop tyre. And yeah, and they're performing well, and we're exceptionally happy with that. And us as an ATS group, we're just loving it. So we absolutely have a great time here, and we are happy that all the competitors are here for the last event of the year, and I think there's big things in the pipeline for next year. So with new classes coming, and yeah, it's going to be great.
Do you have more tyres? Because I think it is going to rain a little bit later.
4 o'clock is a prediction, yeah.
4 p.m.?
Yes.
So you're sorted.
Yes, thank you.
That is, of course, Heinz saying that they do have more tyres. They are sorted and they are ready, of course, to make sure that they service the drivers when it starts raining. Michael, great to have you alongside us. What are your expectations in this race? And I mean, one of the youngsters as well, driving alongside such an exciting grid.
No, I mean, expectations-wise, we had a good qualifying compared to the GT3 field, obviously in a lower powered Shelby. We're hoping the rain keeps away. This car's very tricky in the rain compared to those cars with the electronic assist, but you know, hoping to at least maintain this position, get into a good rhythm, and then yeah, manage the fuel. Hope we can get to the end on one stint, and yeah, it'll be a good race.
Rate Kyalami out of 10?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10, I like that. So we absolutely like that. All right, cool. Dad, son, duo, I'm going to come between you guys and try and break the boy band a little bit. Dad, how is Kyalami so far?
Oh, it's brilliant. I mean, it's a dream come true for our boys, especially the grid walk, so we're very happy to be here.
What are you liking about the grid walk?
I just like the cars.
Which one's your favorite?
The Lamborghini at the front.
Oh, Maverick, yeah?
Yeah.
Did you go say hi?
No, not yet.
Okay, I think you should go say hi. She looks absolutely fantastic. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of the weekend, yeah?
Pardon?
Enjoy the rest of the day.
Oh, thank you.
Super. That is, of course, some of the spectators that we have here at Kyalami who, of course, are quite excited. And I think that's the beautiful thing about the grid walk. Son Moodley joining us now. How are you doing, son?
Very good, very good, very good.
We've missed your SWAT Corps.
I just won a race and I had the dates wrong, so I apologize for that.
Apology accepted. One thing though, son, we had, of course, your son who was here alongside us yesterday, but had to leave to another wedding.
He's going to be back. I think he's going to be back because he got the bite yesterday. Yeah.
And then what are you hoping to achieve? And really, you're driving a different car, not your normal sunny car.
It's a change in game. Let's see. We just need to finish the race. We're running the hour, so I'm sure we're going to do quite well, yeah.
Are you planning to finish this one?
We didn't practice enough. There's so much of rain here yesterday, so I'm planning to finish it, yeah.
All right, all the best, son.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, son Moodley there. Well, when you continue to come down, of course, the grid, we've got Mario Rossi, and you look into the livery, it looks absolutely fantastic. One thing that you're going to see at night when it starts to light up, the LED lights look absolutely fantastic. Mario, talk to us about this new livery. It looks great.
So we decided to change it up a bit, mainly because a lot of people confused it with the BMW on the tracks and that there.
Yeah.
But we decided to go for a neutral dark color. We've got the Alpha logos on the front. We decided to add a bit of color in the back rear end over there just to be different. But yeah, we're excited and we are to enjoy ourselves.
What do you love the most about Kyalami, and maybe what is the biggest challenge that we might not see from the outside?
At Kyalami? I think it's a tough one. So Kyalami's always been the highlight of everything, and being on a place like this that's such high class in there is you sort of get intimidated a bit, and you try and do the best you can. You come out every year and yeah, you do the best you can, and you always push yourself to extend, do more and more and more, but at the end of the day it's a unique place.
Thank you, all the best, yeah?
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Super. Mario Rossi, who is hoping, of course, to do well. Bruno Campus, how you doing?
Fine, and you?
I am great. Race weekend, the last one for the year. Wrap it up for us in your humble opinion.
Yeah, we're great to be in Kyalami, the 9 hours, with a new car, new team. Let's see what we can do. It's a brand new car. We tested yesterday, was good. Still small things, but we on a fight.
You're hoping, what's the strategy? Who's starting if you had to let us in?
Now I'm starting, and then will be Mauro, and then will be Manuel.
I'm glad you don't hold secrets. All the best, yeah?
No secrets. Just driving.
Just driving, Bruno Campus. Ari, man, when we talk about a driver that can drive any car, you have to put Ari Nevling there, because we put you in an Audi R8, you do well. We put you in a McLaren, you do well. We put you in a Porsche, you can do it all. And I think you also drove a Ferrari at some point this year with, of course, into Africa. But how has the year been for you, and really, how do you manage to handle the different machinery in terms of when you have to adapt to a new car?
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe the years of experience does help a bit, but I suppose you just look at the job and you just try and do the best that you possibly can, you know?
We were talking to Gianni, and I was just impressed on, of course, how you did yesterday in terms of the record that you set as well, and how you're doing in the car. Talk to us about how you've settled in this team.
Yeah, I've settled in really nicely, and I actually had no idea. I was just pushing. The car was feeling good, I was feeling good, and afterwards they were really excited. They said that was the quickest the GT4 has gone here, so I'm very proud of that. And hopefully for today we can just take that pace and just have a nice, clean, solid race, you know.
And then weather expectations, because it's looking to change a little bit.
Yeah, it's a bit all over. I don't know. For sure there's going to be rain at some point. We just have to be ready to not stay out too long and to lose too much time on the slicks in the rain.
All right, all the best, Ari.
Thank you very much.
That is, of course, Ari Nevling. We go down now to Pesty Racing. Adam Pedorius joining us now. Adam, talk to us, game plan, your expectations. I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, I can't complain. We're having a nice, we're going to have fun today.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes, eh? Yeah, so it's a long race today, you know.
If you had to wrap up the year for yourself, Aram, what would you say is the key highlight?
Yeah, I think we've had a nice season, eh? You know, we've had some good races. It's been a nice season. You know, I can't really actually give you a highlight. The whole season's been good fun, eh?
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is going to be the ultimate race for the season. So, hopefully this is going to be a highlight.
An index of performance is right up.
There we go. So it's an important race for us. Yeah, that's the scary,
It definitely is. The championship is, of course, standing by, and we're about to ready to, of course, say lights out, and away we go. We're about to, of course, kick off the 9 hours of Kyalami. Let's head over to Stephen Koenig and Temba Kumalo.
Thanks. Thanks, Chloe.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Cool.
Thank you to Chloe for our grid walk there and catching up with the drivers. Excitement is palpable as our fans and majority of the team members make their way off the grid. Moments away, Steve, about 25 minutes before we get going with the 9 hours of Kyalami. Who was looking confident to you there on the grid?
Well, Timber, I've got to say all the drivers have been looking rather confident. Each have got their own game plan, each of them looking to get the run, and with a multitude of drivers looking to really go for it. Andrew Horn looking for a victory in the 1 hour dash is going to be pushing that a little bit harder. And we do have our beautiful Alpha that's going to be out on track, Alpha Julia, that the whole team seem to have gotten that car rather prepped up and ready to go with absolute confidence. Into Africa, more than happy to get themselves a victory here, looking to make history yet again in the world of motorsport and bringing in the youngsters. But we cannot forget some of the dark horses in this race as well, especially in the 1 hour dashes. Won the championships being fourth as our 1 hour dash, and we have got Damien Hammond in that AMG GT3 as he starts to slot his way through. Bradley Liebenberg is in the 1 hour dash as well. So we have got two Mercedes AMG GT3s out on the circuit. Last time we had that, and that goes back when there was the likes of Andrew Colbert and Sun Mudley who were owning those cars originally. Mo Mia goes and joins up behind KC. Now, KC did have a problem at Swartkorpse, was unable to finish. He's looking to also be the joker in the card for the 1 hour dash to slingshot his way to the front. He was fighting out for quite some time, and he's going to be seeing if he can do it once again. I don't think anyone is worrying about a problem, but I think everyone is now starting to take a look at the sky. They're starting to take a look at the racing at hand. What do they need to do to make it work? Because the words are ringing through the head. This is your last shot. For the 1 hour dash, this is your last hour for the 2025 racing. For your 9 hours of Kyalami, it is 9 hours of your last racing for 2025. As we got a beautiful shot there, Anthony Marks in his Shelby Can-Am is a 1 hour dash. You can see how his eyes set and focused to launch his way through.
one of the few Shelby Can-Ams that actually started racing here in the SAE for the 1 hour dashes, such as the likes with Mike Verrier and Anthony Marks were racing together. They were the first to push the Shelbys through in current times, and now they're looking to go and draw out the battle. And we had that shot with G&H Transport in the Audi R8 that's looking to go and have a bit of fun out there, and it's going to be a great one. Big smile on the face coming in for absolutely wonderful stuff. Just could see he was having a bit of a conversation there, Mo Mia. And a bit of history, every track on the car is a track that he's raced at. Mo Mia just giving a few pointers, and you could see every so often glance to the sky, because if you put Kyalami and a 9-hour race in the same paragraph as one another, expect to have conditions go and change at a huge amount. You're going to have swings of huge wind, sunshine, rain, but we've got to remember we're going to also be racing into the dark as well. It's one of 2 races in the country that are on the national calendar for South African motorsport that goes from the day into the dark, and that's where it's going to be a nightmare situation for them planning. For others, it's a whole lot of fun.
Whole lot of fun. You can see the nerves of some of the drivers. They're worried about weather. The rain has terrorized our drivers throughout this weekend. Yesterday was quite hectic indeed, and it is starting to get a bit darker here at Kyalami. I'm having a look out the commentary window, and clouds starting to form. We heard on the grid walk that we are expecting rain at 4 p.m. as we jump with one of our amazing iCam on-board cameras. Steve, we've got a man in form, Damian Hammond, who has already sealed 1 championship today. He is ahead of Andrew Horn in the 1 hour national challenge points. He's going for the double today.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting time for that. He's got to fight out against Andrew Horn for the 1 hour dash. But we also have got to talk about, well, a couple of drivers that haven't had the easiest of weekends. The Francos being one of them, going and losing out some time. They're hoping to get themselves going and fighting their way through into the world of action. But now it is coming down to this, the last few moments as the grid starts to clear. Drivers getting themselves poised and ready to go out. And if I looked at that helmet, I think it was Axel Jeffries that's in the car to get off the line. We take a look at the G&H Transport. One of the Janakaros getting themselves ready to head out and just waving to the team, and also looking across to his right-hand side. We'll see the likes of Wayne Roach. He's racing in the 1 hour dash to really try and get a little bit more of a number. Going back to Swartkorps, it was all on the line for Andrew Horn and Damian Hammond to fight it out. KC, who is the youngster looking to prove himself, and second time in the Shelby Can-Am, first time ever taking a Shelby Can-Am, a former national championship car, going and returning to the circuit with a champion to have a bit of fun. Marius Jackson out there in the Porsche with a youngster lineup of Joseph Ellerine, and going and having Leighton Ferree behind the wheel with him. He's going to be starting the race to keep it a little bit safer before he hands over to the lot more faster and youthful drivers that will be in behind the wheel a little bit later on.
Going over our starters, just to clarify for our viewers who will be participating in the 1 hour dash. You have car 11, Sun Mudley, Romano Sartori in the Blue Sands Di Matteo Racing Space Frame, Australian-born, South African-made Ford Mustang on the 27, JP Stander, driver number 28, Damian Hammond, National 1 hour challenge points leader in the 57, Casey Smith, 68, Brad Liebenberg, who starts on the front row of the grid in the Stradale Mercedes with the number 86 on his car, Wayne Roach on the 95, Anthony Marks we caught up with on the grid on the 110, Wayne Hoffman on the 143, Andrew Horn on the 311, who is another title contender, Francis Carruthers and Motion Mia, as we are moments away from getting started with the 9 hours of Kyalami, the season finale. We have David Franco doing a sighting lap there on the grid. Steve, I didn't have a look at the screen there. Was he late to get out to the grid?
He's going to be starting from pit lane and is trying to generate some heat into the car. But that being said, that is a car that yesterday went and cracked its sump and landed up with oil coming out of it. They went all the way to Pretoria to go and get the engine fully rebuilt, redone, chucked it back in. So this is actually its first time being run in as a new motor. And instead of going to a practice day, you're going 4,000 RPM, changing gear, being careful with it, they're dumping it straight into the 9 hours of Kyalami. And there it is. A car that was technically dead yesterday returns to go and fight it out for the championship. They're going to be starting it from pit lane. I think they're going to be from pit lane. I don't suspect they'll be back on the grid. And this is just trying to generate some heat into the car, try and generate heat into the tires. Ultimately, they're going to land up stopping. But I do want to point out, remember I spoke about the pedals being independent? Check on the steering there. There we go. Modern technology. Wires move. Old technology, wires didn't move. So just a little fun fact into this as well. And a beautiful onboard shots with our cars. You'll also notice the endurance tank at the back. They can take in 100 litres. They can also take into 120 litres into our GT3 cars. Also a bit of cooling, a bit of hosing just to try and capture some of the air and throw it back in the car, try and cool the car down or transfer hot air out of it. It's just many different ways in the world of endurance racing. You got to think outside the box. You, instead of thinking what you need to do, how to get into first, you start thinking laterally. You start trying to figure out what do you need to do to move forward, how are you going to work on the pit stops. And this is where it's not about driver skill, but it's now down to team. It comes to team managers to work their way forward as well. Because when it comes to the first pit stop, when 1 hour is done, you're going to have a couple of cars going and stopping. As we do see the graphic supply world pulling into the pits, they're going to be starting from pit lane after having some work done to their car. The Blue Sands Romano Sartori, who's in the 1 hour, will be also starting from pit lane.
We are about to go racing shortly, excitement building, and that's an incredibly ambitious effort from the GSW team to get that car ready overnight. I imagine they've had a long evening and they're about to go into an even longer evening participating in the 9 hours of Kyalami. You can see we do have some cars starting from pit lane there. The Blue Sands Demeter Racing Mustang has been in fine form today, being driven earlier by Julian Familiares in the SAGT Super Trophy, lapping in 145s, which is incredibly fast speed here at Kyalami. Julian Familiares is out. Romano Sartori now in the car, who will be taking part in the SAE 1 hour dash. Looking forward to see Axel Jeffries back in the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini Hurricane Evo 2. We missed Axel at Swartkorps last time out, the 4 hours of Swartkorps. He had some international commitments, but he's back in the car. He will be representing Inter Africa Racing alongside Olile Letlaka and Stuart Jeffries. In qualifying yesterday, Axel Jeffries came through with a 42.6. He was the fastest driver of the trio in qualifying yesterday, lapping 0.3 ahead of Stuart White. And the defending champions looking to go back-to-back, the defending 2024 national champions and the defending champions of the 9 hours of Kyalami. Steve, just curious, are there any moments from last year's 9 hours of Kyalami that you believe will bring some relevance into what we're looking forward to viewing today?
I would have to go within the first hour. We got to see the 1 hour dash drivers actually give a bit of a hassle to going back. It was the Norma Nova of the Rico Bala Racing at Just for Sleep going and getting into a bit of a tussle and having Inter Africa around there, landed up with Inter Africa with a wheel sensor issue that was going and fouling up a lot of their time. And that landed up coming into play towards the final hour of the race. In terms of the 1 hour dash, Andrew Horn didn't quite have the legs on the rest of the field. He battled and also landed up with the car giving up the ghost before he could even go for the championship win. And that landed up with Mike Verrier going and taking it. Now, Mike Verrier is not here, but there's 3 other Shelby Can-Ams that are looking to try and charge their way to the front. One of the returning drivers of the Shelby Can-Ams is Anthony Marks, who has got all to play for, because every time he's gone a little bit closer to that championship, it's been snatched away from him, and now it's his time to make it work. But he has to clear a couple of drivers before he can get to it. The fight for the 1 hour dash comes down to the likes of Damien Hammond, Andrew Horn, 2 very different cars. One a GT3, one's a sports car, sports prototype that you want to really get behind. The Shelby Can-Ams are going to be out on circuit. They've got V6s that are going to be absolutely herring down the straights. But when it comes to cornering, that's where Andrew Horn's going to have to pull out some of that single-seater experience to try and get ahead of the pack. And we go further down. It's just, there's so many moments in an endurance race. It's so many moments of the 9 hours of Kyalami, and why it's such a special race. It is why people want to be here, and it's double points for the championship. This is a roll of the dice for everyone. And Francis Carruthers out there, and you can see on the side of the car, on the roll bar, it says Brian Johnson. He used to own this car, and if you don't know him, he's a band member of the legendary band AC/DC. And we get to have that car here in South Africa going out, prepared by Harp Motorsports, and we'll be having a ton of fun out there. And Carruthers has been working on that car along with Harp Motorsport to make it be an absolute incredible thing. Plus, we have Team Pesty looking to set their mark as the performance and index champions for 2025. This is what they've been working for. They've been the most consistent on the grid with only 1 DNF this entire season, and they are fighting against one of the biggest and most professional teams here on the grid for the 9 hours of Kyalami, and that is the Into Africa Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. I do want to point out, if they can take the championship, this will be the second year in a row that they hold the crown. How ironic is it that you took a Huracan Evo last year, and now you take the Huracan Evo 2 to get the second one?
That is going to be some bragging rights that anyone in this paddock would be greatly desiring to have. Not many people that can say we got one over into Africa Racing in this paddock. You can see Bruno Campos is ready to go racing. A little bit of a shake of the head there. I wonder what he's chuckling about. You can see a bit of a smile inside of his helmet. I'm sure our drivers are itching to get going racing. There is the beautiful, stunning Alfa Romeo Giulia QV of the Scuderia Rossi team. One of the best looking cars out there on the grid. Sun Mudley is ready to go racing the Bigfoot Express Freight Porsche in the SAE 1 hour dash. You can see, if you look in the background, the clouds are starting to form. The sun shining down on the track is starting to go away from us. And Steve, I can't lie, based on yesterday, I have a bit of trauma based on what the rain did to us. And if I'm stressing here in the commentary booth as we get a great shot, thank you to our directory team. As you can see, the clouds forming over Midrand, Gauteng. Steve, if I'm this nervous about the rain, how bad must the teams be feeling, and the ATS team who have had a long weekend so far with tyre changes?
Don't be a Prince Indueni and call the rain before it comes. So that's rather look at the positive. I'm not looking at the sky. I'm looking at the top. But yes, as a team, as drivers, you are taking a look. You're trying to figure out what is going to be the big plan, how you're going to move forward in this. I have to point out, this is where having a weather app on your phone, a weather radar on your phone does come in handy. But if you want to look at the bigger teams like what Inter Africa uses, they've actually got a weather radar in the pits to identify where the rain may possibly come from. For those that are sitting out on the grandstands and are here live at the circuit, those that are still on their way here to Kyalami, cast your eyes towards Leeuwkop, the top of the hill. If you see the clouds starting to come there, 9 times out of 10, you're about to get the rain coming to you. If it's coming from the main entrance of Kyalami, it will be avoiding us. And that is just one of the ongoing things that we have noticed as trends here at the 9 hours of Kyalami and Kyalami's history as points. If Leeuwkop gets it, well, we're about to have a change of conditions of note. But as the clock winds down, drivers getting ready to go, and they will soon get the clearance to start their formation lap. 12:45 will be the time they can get going, and this is going to be all eyes to the clock, all eyes towards the front end. Teams having their last minute discussions with one another to see who is going to have enough in the tank to fight it out in this endurance.
Small detail I noted while you're chatting there, Steve, and while we were on board with the GSW car, did you see how sternly Eric Schultz was having a look at that GTR as the GSW team are doing their last minute repairs there in the pit lane?
Well, whenever you're starting to bring out the duct tape, it would get any official a little bit concerned. But that being said, you've got to be rather, good in looking at it. So you've got to make sure that everything is running accordingly and that all rules are followed. So little things like a bonnet pin not fully down can land up shattering the windscreen, causing the drivers to lose vision because now you've got something in the way. You can have a various amount of issues that can be small that eventually lands up big. So it's up to our officials to make sure that everything is accordance, everything's working for the safety of the drivers, teams, and also our spectators that line the stands around the circuit. Beautiful shot of our spectators down the main straight, and they are getting some beautiful shots of our grid lined up, getting ready to go.
It is 12:43, 44, 45, and we are a minute and 15 seconds from getting the 9 hours of Kyalami underway. The race officially starts at 12:50, but our cars will be getting fired up. All remaining team members will be coming off the grid, and we are about to go racing. Championships to be decided. The SAE 1 Hour Dash National Challenge Championship is to be decided. The National Index Championship to be decided. Pesty Racing looking to get victory over and above the Inter Africa Racing team. You can see Maverick, the Hurricane Evo 2 being fired up. Axel Jeffries in the car. As we take a look at the back of the grid, there is our other national championship leader, Pesty Racing, in the backdraft Roadster. Keep an eye out for Harm Pretorius and Baron Pretorius. We've had the grid walk. We are about to fire away. Quite a few cars starting from the pit lane. Keep an eye out for that. GSW fighting through the night to get that car repaired, rebuilding the engine in Pretoria to get themselves into the 9 hour. Steve, who do you think is going to be our surprise package here in the 9 hours today?
Ooh, for the endurance, Inter Africa, if all goes well, is going to lead a huge charge. However, I'm going to put a little bit of a spanner in the works here and think that the MJR Porsche, if that can all pull together, has got two very capable youngsters behind the steering wheel with Marius Jackson, who will be one of the drivers to start the race, protect the car, protect the tires, and then focus on where he needs to go. I think they may have the whole shot if they can get it right in pit stops and momentum over the Inter Africa Hurricane Evo 2. But that being said, Zululia has got the likes of Stuart White and Axel Jeffries, both international competitors that have done incredibly well and looking to find out. I mean, there's Axel Jeffries that's going to be starting. So two very different ideas. One with taking a bronze driver to go and start out. Marius Jackson, more of a gentleman driver. He's in the lines with the likes of Lutaka. And then you've got Axel Jeffries, who is one of the, I would say, platinum drivers out there. He knows how to give it a go, where I can compare him and Stuart White onto the same as Joseph Ellerine and the likes of Leighton Ferree that are going to be fighting out for the 9 hours. For the 1 hour, I'm going to be a little bit biased here. I'm going to go and say Andrew Horn and see him go out, but Damien Hammond is also around, so I'm torn. It's like asking what do you prefer between two chocolates. It's just rough, and I don't know. For the 1 hour, I'm not quite sure if I'm going to go the sports prototype of the Ligia or if I'm going to go the AMG of Samlin.
Well said there, and that's why we love Southern African Endurance Series racing, because it is unpredictable. Anything and everything can happen in this race as we prepare to go racing. Our drivers making their way up through Leo Corp as the formation lap is being completed. You can see the GNH RDR8 coming through there ahead of Sun Mudley. Some of our drivers will be starting from pit lane as we come through the mine shaft into the crocodiles behind our Proton safety car. It's getting darker and darker out there. Lots of action about to be coming our way. Mo Mia in his Porsche, he's excited to be here racing. He's had 2 spins earlier today, hoping that he doesn't go for the hat trick of looking at the Kyalami racetrack in the wrong direction.
Well, this is it. One final corner as they look to go under green flag conditions. Round 6 of the South African Endurance Series on the line. 9 hours of racing. Lights on, lights on, lights off, and away we go. Sending it into turn 1, into turn 2 as the grid starts to fly by. And it is going to be Bradley Liebenberg recently jumping into a Mercedes, hunting down into Africa, leading out the 1 hour. Mo Mia into 4th place is getting his teeth out to chase down Damian Hammond, but it is going to be Axel Jeffries looking in his rearview mirror and seeing the Stradale Mercedes hunt him down at a rate of knots as they now head towards sunset, nose to tail. Each of the drivers jostling for position, trying to figure out what are they going to do. KC getting past the likes of Marius Jackson. Looks to try and open up a little bit of a gap in his Shelby Can-Am. But take a look at Axel Jeffries. He's been told, put the hammer down and go. Clear Bradley Liebenberg, clear the rest of the field. We need some space to work with here. There is no holding back at the moment.
It's Jeffries from Liebenberg, from Hammond, from Mia, as we see Wayne Roach going side by side with one of the Legiers there up through to Leocorp. Casey Enzo Smith is side by side with
Andrew Horn.
Andrew Horn, it looks like there. Andrew Horn with a big slide on the exit of Leocorp. He's not going to want to be making any silly mistakes early on in this race because he is fighting with Damian Hammond for a championship, and currently on lap number 1, Damian Hammond in prime position in terms of the 1 hour dash.
Well, that's it. He's cleared it up at the moment, trying to get away, and it is going to... Well, he's not leading out the 1 hour dash. Bradley Liebenberg is leading out the 1 hour dash at the moment with Damian Hammond in 2nd place. So it's Mercedes 1-2 for the 1 hour dash. Lamborghini in 1st place for our 9 hours of Kyalami. Mo Mia holds on to 3rd place, but now we've got Casey chasing him down in 4th with Andrew Horn trying to tail onto the back of him. Damian Hammond just taking it rather cautiously as we do have Casey trying to get past the likes of Mo Mia as they're heading into 2, but it's Axel Jeffries that is now starting to clear a little bit of room, trying to see exactly where he can go and how far is he willing to push. Andrew Horn getting ahead of Casey at the moment as they continue on. Ligier versus Shelby Can-Am. Mo Mia looking in his mirrors, but then you also got Marius Jackson who's running 2nd in the 9 hours of Kyalami, the SAE Championship, and he's just biding his time at the moment, looking in the mirrors saying, right, I've got to focus on what we need to do. Fuel, tires, save it all. The less amount of time in the pits, the longer we can go, the more chance of taking the victory here. But for the 1 hour, it is going to be a tough one for 3rd place as we got Mo Mia, Andrew Horn, and the likes of KC chasing each other down nose to tail, and the Porsche Cup car is about to get absolutely mobbed by 2 very different prototypes.
I'm getting a sense of deja vu because at Swartkorps we saw a near identical scenario of Andrew Horn and Casey Enzo Smith going at it right behind the Porsche. Last time out it was Roy Aubrey in front of these 2 as they did battle. This time out it's Mo Mia. We saw Mo Mia side by side with Andrew Horn up at Leeuwcorp. Andrew Horn unable to find a way through on the Porsche as Casey Enzo Smith goes up the inside. He got great exit on the exit of the Crocodiles into Cheetah, not able to find a way through. Let's see what they can do in the slipstream as Andrew Horn goes for another maneuver into Ingwe. Mo Mia carries momentum around the outside. We saw Mo Mia spinning in a GT Cup race earlier there today, but he's learned from that mistake as Enzo Smith and Andrew Horn go down the pit straight and into turn 1 side by side.
It is going to be Casey Ensor-Smith, who's got a lot more power, and Andrew Horn is going to have to try and make it up in the cornering. But take a look, Marius Jackson now starting to show his nose in as well, as he wants to join into the battle, because now both our prototypes are now having to look in the mirrors. Mo Mia's got a bit of space to him. He comes on by. Casey continues to keep on the bumper. Marius Jackson dialing it up. And Anthony Marks is also getting involved in... Sorry, that's Bezadenote who's closing up on the back of him. So Bezadenote in the Shelby Can-Am. The 169 wants to join up with a fight. Casey looks for the inside of Mo Mia. Can he put his nose in? He tries. They're so close over the curb to get it done. Mo Mia eventually gives him room, defends against Andrew Horn into the S's and slides his way through, fouls up Andrew Horn, and that's allowed Casey to open up. Marius Jackson had to lift, and now has Bezadenote all over the back of him, looking left, looking right, trying everything to go on by. If you want to talk about fishing for a spot, that's one way to do it.
That was a beautifully set up and beautifully executed overtake by Casey Ensor-Smith. Goes around the outside of Sunset, sets up that inside line on Mo Mia into Clubhouse, gets alongside him, does the block pass. Mo Mia tried to respond into Sunset. Now Andrew Horn is going to be desperate as he tries to go the long way around the Crocodiles. He goes off the circuit. He's not going to get through using that route, unfortunately. Andrew Horn. We've got Porsches versus prototypes. It's all going off at the moment. Casey Ensor-Smith clearing off into the distance as Mo Mia continues to defend from Andrew Horn. Marius Jackson in the MJR Porsche now getting himself involved in the battle, and Mikhail Bezadenote just behind, ready to pick up the pieces should anything go wrong for the drivers ahead of him.
Well, it's going to be Marius Jackson now utilizing the power. The tires are warmed up. He's a little bit more comfortable. He puts the send on the inside into 2, trying to make it all work as they head into 3. Andrew Horn has got the inside line. He protects it, tries to guard himself up through the XK sweep. Got a lot of momentum. Remember, the Ligier through the corners can be undefeatable against the 2 Porsches. However, he doesn't have the horsepower to contend with it at the moment. Marius Jackson, who is in quite a more modern of the Porsches out there, is looking to see what he can do, and is part of the SAE. So he's not in the 1 hour. Well, we're checking ongoing fight for the 1 hour dash. This is, at the moment, 4th place. Mo Mia and Andrew Horn, who are trying to fight their way through. And for Andrew Horn, this is a championship that's slipping out of his reach if he can't clear Mo Mia and get to Casey Ensor-Smith.
We saw a small error there from Mo Mia into Sunset. He went defensive, but I think he went too defensive, ran wide, exiting the first S, and wasn't able to carry the corner speed through the second S. Andrew Horn finally gets through on the widest 911 here at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. It's now the turn of Marius Jackson to try and find his way through on Mo Mia. Mo Mia, unfortunately, finds himself going backwards. The top 3 in the 1 hour dash as it stands is Bradley Liebenberg out front, only 3.7 seconds behind Axel Jeffries, lapping in the 45s. So Brad Liebenberg is flying at the moment. Damien Hammond in P2 ahead of Casey Ensor-Smith, who completes our podium in the 1 hour dash.
And just finding out, Scuderia Rossi down at the bottom goes pulled into the pits. Apparently the bonnet started coming adrift, and they're having to quickly work on that car to try and get it back out. And I mean, this is going to be a tough race indeed to see how each of the drivers are moving up through the order. And that is not quite what you want to be having at the start of an endurance race. But take a look at Mikhail Bezadenote up on the inside of Marius Jackson, trying to get the hammer down. Couldn't quite get it through. Going to go side by side through the XK sweep. He had to back out of it into barbecue. And oh my heavens, what a save. And right there, Cat has just lost 9 of its lives.
Mikhail Bezadenote getting it absolutely sideways on the exit of barbecue with a huge kick of oversteer there. And unfortunate there, tough break there for Scuderia Rossi. I mean, Steve, we're not even 10 minutes into 9 hours, so a tough break for them to be in the pits already. However, far from over here at Kyalami. Battles aplenty, especially in the 1 hour dash class, as we see Marius Jackson continuing to defend from Mikhail Bezadenote. Mikhail Bezadenote needs to find his way through on Jackson so that he can get to work on Mo Mia if he has any hopes of getting himself into that podium battle with Casey, Enzo Smith, and Andrew Horn. While Enzo Smith got ahead of Momia, Andrew Horn has now fallen 4.6 seconds behind the Shelby Can-Am with the 68 of Enzo Smith. So let's see what Andrew Horn can do. Of course, Andrew Horn trying to find himself as champion at the end of this 1 hour dash. He is a long way behind Damian Hammond, though, and Damian Hammond is leading the point. So Andrew Horn with work to do if he hopes to find himself the National Challenge champion. As we go into Ingwe with Bezadinot, can he find his way through on Jackson? Not at the moment. He gets great corner exit onto the pit straight. He is in the slipstream. Can he set up a move up the inside of Crowthorne? He's not quite close enough. That Porsche has more top end. As we have completed our first 10 minutes, we still have 8 hour 50 to go. Long way to go for our 9 hour drivers. 15 minutes left for the 1 hour dash drivers. What a start to the race we've had so far.
It's been nail biting at the moment and starting to slice their way through some traffic at the moment, as the 111 Bruno Campos is going to be trying to keep his way going. Mario Rossi in the 33 as well. They're going to be looking and casting their eyes back to the rest of the field coming through, the faster of the bunch, to try and figure out how they clear without too much of a problem at the moment. But take a look at Mikhail Bezadinot. That is a sin from far back to hook it in ahead of Marius Jackson, who I think has eyes the size of dinner plates right there, seeing a Shelby Can-Am getting thrown up on the inside of him and trying to go past. Remember, they're in 2 different races right now. Yes, they're on track, but this 991 Gen 2 car has to go and last 9 hours of racing, where the likes of Mikhail Bezadinot, well, it's flat out, and by the end of the 1 hour, they can go rebuild the car afterwards. So it is all about getting past this. We do see the Scuderia Rossi Alpha back on circuit and now trying to carry on. Not quite the race they wanted to start out with, but they are going to start climbing through the ranks yet again.
Andrew Horn has done an incredible job to turn over that 4-second deficit to Casey Enzo Smith ahead of him. So Andrew Horn now up into 4th overall on the road. He is 3rd place in the 1 hour dash. We saw these 2 drivers going to war at Swartkops. They've gone to war once again here at Kyalami. This time there's no Porsche in the way getting involved in their battle, so it is a straight head-to-head for the final podium position in the 1 hour dash. Taking a look at the lap times, a 51.459 last time around for Enzo Smith, and Andrew Horn a 50.451. So Andrew Horn currently lapping a second per lap faster. As we get our first look at the Pesty Racing Backdraft Roadster, where Haram and Barent Pretorius are going for that national championship in the national index.
Yeah, performance and index, it's all about consistency, and that means that you have to try and figure out how to let the cars through without losing too much time, keep on the throttle as much as possible, and also try and think about getting it to the end after 9 hours of racing, as we keep an eye on 2 different races going on. Axel Jeffries leads out our Class A. They've got the likes of Marius Jackson chasing it down in Class A, as they will be racing the 9 hours of Kyalami. They've got Ricky Janakaro, who is in the Class B car a little bit further down in 14th. They are racing in that Audi R8, going the long way around. The likes of David Franco getting chased down by of Lorero out there in the Honda. So Volkswagen versus Honda. They are going for the long 9 hours of Kyalami. Leading out currently our 1 hour dash is Bradley Liebenberg with Damian Hammond in 2nd place. Andrew Horn now holds on to 3rd place. If Hammond cannot get into the lead of the 1 hour dash, he needs to hope that Casey goes and forces Andrew Horn further down to make sure that he maximizes the points to go for a victory overall.
One important thing to note is that at the 9 hours of Kyalami, it is double points. Oh, there was an animal that looked like a bunny or a rabbit running across the track there, right in the path of Andrew Horn. Thankfully for the wildlife, they're making sure to get out of the way of Andrew Horn, because Andrew Horn looked like he had zero intentions of coming off the path. Here's a replay. There's a rabbit. Picking a horrible moment to decide to run across the track. All is well though for driver and animal. What's your thoughts on that, Steve?
Is there a place where you can get carrots around here? Because Peter Rabbit shouldn't be around Kyalami. Now, I've read the books of Peter Rabbit, and I've never heard Peter Rabbit goes and visits motor racing, but now we get to see it. But as you said, Andrew Horn kept his foot in it, and this is something he's not afraid of. Going back a couple of years, Andrew Horn got stared down and actually nearly had a collision with a guinea fowl going back towards Vereniken's side of things. So he's used to having things running in front of him, and that's Wayne Roach. Wayne Roach is off circuit. What has gone on with Wayne Roach's Gardo that he is parked off circuit, and this may bring out our safety car after 15 minutes of racing. And that is it. Wayne Roach climbing out of the car. So he's not even going to see the end of the 1 hour dash. He's now just trying to get it all out, park the car, and done and dusted. What on earth happened? This is down past our pit lane and gave up the ghost into turn 2. Oh no. Wayne Roach out of the race, out of the 1 hour. And that is a driver that was so looking forward to seeing the checkered flag, is now just seeing it all fleet away. Oh, and you can see the frustration. You can physically see the frustration. The Samlin Racing team are going to be scratching their heads on that one. But it also closes off turn 2 as an overtaking opportunity for our drivers.
Double waved yellows on the pit straight, and visible disappointment and frustration for Wayne Roach. Wayne Roach loves SAES, he loves endurance racing, and he loves driving that Lamborghini Gallardo, and a tough break for him. Season-ending technical problem there at the end. He did well to get that car off the circuit to try and make the job a bit easier for Kyalami marshals in terms of retrieving that vehicle, and you can see the safety car board is out. So 16 minutes into the 9 hours of Kyalami, we are under safety car conditions. Likely the first safety car of many coming up in the next 9 hours.
Yeah, I hope not. I hope that we see a reasonably clean run, but you can see the disappointment. Still trying to keep that smile on the face, saying, look, it's motorsport, it's one of those things, and he's always one that keeps very positive during the course of racing. He can still with a bit of a smile on his face, but you can also just see a little bit behind the eyes there of that's not how he wants these 2025 season to go. And this has now gone and taken a field that was largely stretched apart, and it's going to bring it all back. Axel Jeffries, Bradley Liebenberg are all going to be right on top of each other once again. Damien Hammond, Andrew Horn, Enzo Smith are going to be fighting it out, and that means our 1 hour dash top 3 are now going to be filtering right behind one another for the restart of the race. Axel Jeffries will be now having to work that little bit harder to get away from the likes of Marius Jackson, as we do have into Africa, surprisingly enough, with the Lollipop Man out looking forward. Is this going to be a pit stop for them early on in the race? No, it can't be.
Fascinating scenes here. And in terms of the championship battle in the 1 hour dash, Andrew Horn will now be able to be staring directly at the rear wing of his championship rival, Damien Hammond. So those two will go and do battle for the championship here in the season finale. And very, very interesting to see there the Lollipop Man of Into Africa Racing standing out in the pit lane. We would not imagine that they would have a scheduled pit stop. As we take a look at the replay of the race start from our helicopter view, you'll see Brad Liebenberg did get the run. He got the slightly better start from Axel Jeffries. However, Axel Jeffries was holding that inside line going into Crowthorne. They went side by side, the Mercedes versus Maverick. Damien Hammond there in third place. Mo Mia got a great start getting himself up to fourth place, but he has slowly been going backwards as we continue to follow Wayne Roach on the side of the track. Samlin Racing's Wayne Roach. He had technical problems in the sprint races at Swartkorps, and unfortunately a terminal issue here for him in the 1 hour dash. One of our safety vehicles there to retrieve that Lamborghini.
His second DNF of the season for Wayne Roach, and that means that he's going to drop out of fourth place and have Mo Mia overtaking him in the points. So a bit of a gut-wrenching blow there, as Wayne Roach has got the double whammy of you're out of the top 3. You had a good run, but this is your second DNF. He missed out round 1 and round 2 of Swartkorps and Aldo Scribanti, and now having a DNF both at Kyalami. I mean, this is it. Kyalami has been the Achilles heel of note to end with a DNF again. I mean, if this doesn't start putting a gremlin in the back of your head, I don't know what will.
I wonder if the Samlin team or Wayne Roach himself are superstitious, because it's been a tough season for them here at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, which is extremely disappointing for them, because as we've seen throughout the day and through all our pit lane interviews with Nadine and Chloe, everyone is excited to race at Kyalami. So to have come here twice in a year and to leave both times without even having seen a checkered flag will be huge disappointment for the Samlin team, as we follow the course car, the safety car, our Proton safety car, going down the hill into the mine shaft. Sun shining up at the top of the hill. Not quite the same situation here on the pit straight in the commentary booth and down into Crowthorne, as the field now bunches up once again. There are some lap cars in between our race leaders out front, but it will still be quite a few more laps behind the safety car, while the Lamborghini Gallardo of Wayne Roach is being removed from the circuit. Our drivers with an opportunity now to catch their breath, save some energy. Still 39 minutes to go in the 1 hour dash and 8:39 to go in the 9 hours of Kyalami.
And as you're going a bit slow here, you're just trying to keep some heat retention into the tires, into the brakes as well, and see where they're going to land out. I mean, this is a tough time, because you just got started, you just got into the rhythm, and now it's all slowed down, and having to re-fire back up is one of the hardest things to do. You now gone from, okay, I'm racing, let's go, and getting that rhythm, to you start looking around and going, maybe I'm not quite comfortable in the seat. You start trying to move around a little bit, try and see if you can shift your bum to get a little bit more comfortable. This is where you start thinking a little bit of your seating position, and that can take you out of the race and can get you caught sleeping. So the main thing that the drivers and teams are going to have to focus on now is keep at the race. For the teams, let's give the relevant information that they need on circuit. Don't tell them about anything different. Don't tell them about the rugby scores. Don't tell them about if there's an ice cream in the pits. Rather give it to them afterwards. Rather focus on, all right, you're leading the race in terms of Axel Jeffries. You're leading the race. Bradley Liebenberg's behind you. Your best time was a 1:44.6, and you've been trying to keep ahead of him. You look to be on similar pace at the moment in terms of lap times. You're not worrying about anyone that is close to you that is in the 1 hour race as well.
It's very interesting you say that, Steve, considering we heard from the Giancarlo brothers at Swartkorps, and all they were talking about was anything but the race.
Yeah.
During the safety cars. They were having a look at the weather, they were looking at the color of birds flying in the sky.
Maybe they can talk about the rabbit.
Maybe they can talk about a rabbit. That would actually be good. We need to get them a live feed. Maybe get a phone put in that car that's connected to YouTube so they can see what we are seeing out here. The field now stacked all together, but you were 100% right in mentioning that it is a difficult scenario for the teams and the drivers to keep the intensity up, to keep the focus up, because it's now been several laps behind the safety car, but we are looking forward to going back racing quite soon. Just having a look at our live timing, the fastest lap of the race so far has come from Axel Jeffries in the Inter Africa Lamborghini with a 1:44.626. Brad Liebenberg, who leads the 1 hour dash for Stradale Motorsport, has done a 45.649. Damien Hammond, who is chasing a title, is on a 48.091. Andrew Horn with a 49.864. Mikael Bezernot in the Shelby Can-Am has come through the 151.963.
As we look like we're going under green flag conditions, the Proton, our safety car, going and turning off the lights, and the pace is dictated by the leader, Axel Jeffries, who's slowing. You can see how much he's slowed it down to bring the concertina, and now starting to bring that speed right back up. Bradley Liebenberg not going to be caught sleeping at the line as they try and launch their way through. Sun Mudley, on the other hand, is long since waiting, and he's holding the rest of the field at bay. Bradley Liebenberg has gone right away. He's hunting to try and get on by, and Sun Mudley just kept the field waiting till they get round the final corner, leaving the Mercedes and the Lamborghini to dart away. Team Stradale with Bradley Liebenberg behind the wheel, now hunting down Axel Jeffries into Africa. They're going and getting the hammer down to open up some distance, and will be fighting out. This is where it's okay. We're fighting for on-track position right now, not in the same classes. But, however, for Bradley Liebenberg, this is the ultimate way to stick it to Axel Jeffries, who he's actually fought out once before, and that was in an Audi R8, where Axel Jeffries got the huge run on Bradley Liebenberg.
Damien Hammond appears to be the worst affected by that incident with Sun Mudley on the restart. I did notice he was side by side with one of the G&H R8, and he was behind Andrew Horn, it looked like, but he has made progress, has got himself back into that third position, but he has lost heaps of time to Bradley Liebenberg. Let's not forget that Bradley Liebenberg is our leader in the 1 hour dash, and Damien Hammond is trying to compete for victory as we go down into the Crocodiles. Axel Jeffries on the first lap of the restart, now starting to get back into his rhythm, starting to get back in his flow. Bradley Liebenberg using him as a reference, but an insane gap these two have pulled in 1 lap of racing.
And it just talking, Damien Hammond actually got caught up behind the likes of Carruthers, who is also in the 1 hour dash, but it was a lapped car, and absolutely gone and hurt himself big time there, trying to get on through. Sun Mudley, who was dictating the pace, who was third in the queue, held back everyone. You could even see Ricky Chinakaro busy going, guys, can we go racing? Can we go now? He needed push. And he jumped out of the queue as soon as he got around the final corner and tried accelerating past everyone, but he wasn't allowed to overtake till he crosses the start-finish line, and now having to also fight his way through. Romano Sartori also on a great drive. He's in 8th place at the moment, and that's a car that, well, Julian Familiaris has shown can take the fight to the sharp end. Oh, and we talk about it.
Second commentator's curse moment of the day. That is down at the Crocodiles. Unlucky moment there, Steve. Just heaping praise on Romano Sartori, and he finds himself stranded
in the jaws of the crocodile. That's the jaws of the crocodile.
So here's our replay. We're gonna have a look and see what happens to Romano Sartori. Is it a spin for him?
Just lost the rear. Oh, and he's beached it as well.
So very likely that we will have another safety car just after we've come out of one. Blue Sands Racing appeared to be out of the race. Romano Sartori, I just saw that car move, so he has got the engine running at least.
Right. That sand is so deep. I don't think they're going to get it out without towing it, and he will be restarting, but that's our second safety car. Oh, from being in the top 10, I can't believe it.
Tough break for Sartori. In that first safety car restart, we did have a shuffle within the top 10. Casey Enzo-Smith, who was running 5th on the road behind Damien Hammond and Andrew Horn, somehow finds himself
Jeffries down, is in the pit.
Down in 10th place. So Axel Jeffries, as you can see, Bradley Liebenberg is now our overall race leader. Jeffries in the pit with the Into Africa racing team. So Stephen is just having a look for us at the commentary window. He will be letting us know shortly what has gone on there with Into Africa. So that's a fuel stop for Into Africa Racing. Interesting tactic there from them, putting only 28 minutes into the race, but we will join Chloe now down in pit lane.
We are down in pit lane with Ari Neveling now from Stradale, and we do know that Bradley Liebenberg is currently leading. Talk to us about the stint that he's had. I mean, we're halfway into the hour dash.
Yeah, he's doing a brilliant job. From the team's point of view, we're very proud of him. He's got quite a comfortable lead from the guy in second, but then with the safety car, everything closed down. But his pace seems really good, and with the Inter Africa car stopping now, I think he actually took the overall lead for the race at the moment.
Yeah, 100%. And the other thing that we've seen, I mean, this is the second safety car. Firstly, it was Wayne Roach from Samlin, and then secondly, we just saw, of course, the RC Mustang come into the pit as well. It seems to be quite tricky conditions. What have you heard in terms of listening a little bit to also what Harry is saying to Brad?
To be honest, I haven't heard much, but I think at this point you have the gentleman drivers in the car, and maybe they just try a little bit too hard, something simple like that. And then, of course, it is hot, so maybe they get just a little bit overheated inside the car.
Yeah. And then lastly, your expectation in terms of Brad and really with the last 30 minutes that are remaining?
We really want him to win, so everything is looking good now. We just hope everything stays this way, and a nice clean race for him and a good solid win.
Ready for your stint?
Yes, very excited. I have to help the boys a little bit here to pack up, and then I have to head on that side, so very excited for that.
Super, that is Ari Nevling. We'll see you a little bit later. Let's quickly head over to IRC in terms of course, Romano Satori and Julian Familiaris. We do know that that car just went out, unfortunately. It is currently in the pit lane, being wheeled back into the garage, as we can tell. It seems currently, I don't know if you guys can see, Romano looking just a little bit, of course, frazzled a little bit, but looking into, of course, what Franco can do, this team will be able to put it back. And if you zoom in and look into, of course, just a little bit low, there's a whole lot of gravel, a lot of stones that you can see into this car. So they are going to try to take it apart to make sure that, of course, they go back into racing. Hopefully they will be able to finish this one and be fixed in time. Also looking to the fact that last night, it was taken apart because they were trying to fix, of course, the clutch. So looking forward to seeing if this team will be able to put it back. But let's go back now into commentary, and we'll try, of course, get you more updates that are going down here in pit lane.
Thank you to Chloe for those updates. And while we were catching up in pit lane, the safety car has come in and we are back under green flag racing conditions. Brad Liebenberg leads ahead of Damien Hammond. And it looks like Axel Jeffries has already got himself back into P3 there on the road, but he may be a lap down as he came through on Casey Angel-Smith. Steve, what's your thoughts on those updates from pit lane?
It's a bit of an interesting take, but it was a short stop, so it was just enough to put a bit of fuel into the tank to go an extra little bit. So they are planning to avoid the 1 hour pit stop. They want to get out of that hour, try and go a little bit longer into the stint. So Axel Jeffries is going in for quite a long stint now and hoping that it's all going to play out in his hands. At the moment, though, Damien Hammond is giving him the long way around, trying to figure out how to get by. And that's allowing Casey Angel-Smith to get a little bit closer for the second and third in the 1 hour dash. Damien Hammond's just having a huge amount of fun fighting out there against Axel Jeffries, who wants to retake the lead of the race and is so far up into second place. But this is going to be an interesting call on their part to do a short stop now instead of suffering about it later. So they're going to try and run maybe to the hour to get themselves sorted, or just beyond the hour to try and get themselves running. So Axel Jeffries, I do think, is in for a double stint at the moment. He had his short stop. He's in for the first hour, so he's in for a double stint at the moment. I don't suspect they're going to replace the driver as on the next pit stop. They're going to just be fuel tires back out again.
And we saw tough break there for Blue Sands Racing. Romano Sartori back in the box. Blue Sands down, but not out at this stage of the race, as they've had a difficult weekend of technical problems with that car.
Yeah, not an easy time at all. And Romano Sartori, who landed up into the gravel. That gravel is so thick. It's meant to slow down speeding cars. You mentioned earlier that's 285 kilometers an hour on motorbike that you land up going into. For the cars, you doing roughly the same speed. As we see Carruthers getting absolutely mobbed at the moment. He's trying to figure out where to go. And quite a variety of our drivers just trying to suss out where everything is on circuit. Mo Mir fighting out with Sun Woodley, two drivers that know each other rather well, and they sit in the pits with one another, constantly having a chat. Carruthers all the way out from Cape Town. He's having an absolute brawl against Anthony Marks in the Shelby Can-Am. Ricky Giancarlo trying to also get a little bit of momentum underneath him. to move up through the order. It's always a tough time when you're in these battles, trying to figure out who you can stay ahead of, who you're planning to focus on your battles with, and how not to lose time. For the 1 hour dashes, they've got 26 minutes to go for the spots. For our main endurance race, they have got many hours to deal with. Anthony Marks constantly hunting down Carruthers at the moment, seeing where he can go. For the likes of Giancarlo in the Audi R8 GT4, he doesn't have to worry too much, so he doesn't have to worry about going onto the attack. He can rather just get into his rhythm, keep behind, focus on getting past on the straight to the Porsches, and move their way up through the order. At the moment, Carruthers is on track position, but is not class position. David Franco, who is out there in the 69 car, the Graphic Supply World, is going to be the next target on their sights, which has just gone down the hill as they're making their way towards Crocodile. So at the moment, they're gaining at a rate of knots to move up in the endurance race itself.
True that, as we see this train here of Giancarlo closing up on the back wheel of Wayne Hoffman there. The 5-on-1 car is going in for the long haul. Carruthers just ahead of them. Let's see. Oh, Wayne Hoffman up the inside at Ingwe. That was a late move there. He just went for the dive bomb. Carruthers now will next be passed by Giancarlo in the GNH Transport Audi R8 GT4. Sun Mudley into turn 1. Sun Mudley was up close.
Anthony Marks is slowing down. He went past and then he slowed down heavily into turn 2 there. So he went off the back of Carruthers by quite a mile. I wonder if he missed shift.
Interesting observation there, Steve. I did not pick that up as I have having a look at timing, but we are going to keep an eye on Anthony Marks, who rides in front of us as we were momentarily on board there with Giancarlo in the ICAM car. Seems like all is okay for now for Anthony Marks. Hopefully no technical issues there for him, as Hoffman is now through on Carruthers. Giancarlo also lost some time there as well.
No, it was a big loss heading through the kink into turn 2. But that being said, we're going to get a little bit of information down from pit lane. So let's head over to our presenters. Well, getting all the info in pit lane.
We are down at pit lane with Alex now from Samlin. As we can see, Wayne Roach is still in the car. The team is trying, of course, to fix it. Alex, just break it down to us as to what has happened and, of course, what is the team trying to fix right now?
So it seems like we blew a fuse that runs the fuel pump. So the team's just checking if it's an easy fix. We're going to send Wayne right back out.
And then when you look into, of course, Damon's race seems to be going really well. Of course, having wrapped it out in the previous round, how has it been having, of course, Damon really, of course, lead the pack for Samlin?
Damien has been growing in his confidence in that Merc, and like you said yourself, he's been leading the pack and he's been doing so very well. I mean, his leadership skills have increased this year dramatically, and we look forward to seeing what he's going to do in the 2026 season.
100%. And then lastly, I mean, when you look into this team in terms of the mechanics and the engineers, they always, of course, have that brotherhood and really working really hard in terms of, well, of course, also in terms of the long road trips as well. Talk to us about the brotherhood in this team.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, there's no other way, if you work so closely to your teammate under the leadership of Sydney, of course, these guys are like brothers. So where he goes, they follow. And I think the core is everyone respects each other, and everyone we have a really good working dynamic that I haven't seen in any other team yet. Yeah. So it's an absolute blessing to be able to be a part of this team and to have this brotherhood, to know that we've got each other's backs, and if something like this happens, everyone immediately jumps in to get them back out and get defend the title or whatever we're trying to achieve that day.
Have you had any word to Wayne, because we saw earlier on after he went off, he seemed just a little bit frustrated?
No, of course. I mean, this is a high-intensity sport, so I'd understand he would be frustrated. But I mean, look at the team. Just look at them. He knows he's going to come into the pits, and they're going to do their absolute best to get him back out again. So, we're all performance-driven. We all want to do good. So, of course, there's going to be frustration. But I mean, he knows he's got a team backing him, and they're going to do everything in their power to get him back out.
All right, so there's still hope from Sam Lin that Wayne Roach will be back on track. So let's quickly head over, of course, back to commentary and on track to find out how things are still going. Few more minutes left, of course, in terms of the hour dash, but the 9 hours of Kyalami still continues. And we'll head over as well, of course, to RSC Mustang in terms of Franco Di Matteo, Romano, and Julian Fimidaris to find out exactly what is happening on their side. And, of course, if they've got any updates in terms of fixing their car.
Thank you to Chloe and Alex from Samlin Racing for those insights live there from pit lane. Anthony Marks finds his way through on Wayne Hoffman. So there's two things I want to chat to you about, Steve. Number one, the GNH transport car has fallen off the back of this train, which I think is quite interesting because Giancarlo was right up the back wheel there of Hoffman for many, many laps as Hoffman responds on Anthony Marks going into turn 2. So these guys are really, really enjoying their battle here in the 1 hour dash.
Well, also to take a look at this, Wayne Hoffman, who's fighting tooth and nail at the moment with Anthony Marks, and right behind him, having Carruthers, are all in the 1 hour dash, where our GT4, on the other hand, has got a lot more time to deal with, because once the 1 hour dash is gone, they got 8 more hours to deal with. And Ricky is just going to be focusing on just keeping the car together. He's got the likes of Peter van Heerden coming at him. Sorry, that's JP Sander going and chasing him down, looking to try and clear past. He's part of the 1 hour dash in his leisure. However, it is going to be a monumental task for them if they continued to stay in the fight with the likes of Hoffman, Marks, and Carruthers. So I think they took the option of, listen, come off the throttle, save fuel, let's protect the car and give the tires a little bit more time to breathe as they're focusing on, because the weather, we're suspecting roughly about 4 o'clock, we might see something coming through, we might not. But for our 1 hour dash, it's absolutely senders. Anthony Marks utilizing a bit of power to weight ratio, getting past the Porsche 911 ahead of him, and now just looking to try and take that Shelby Can-Am forward up through the order. Carruthers hoping to stay on the back of him as well, as he can hear in the distance a bit of thunder shouting through as he closes on Wayne Hoffman.
You can see on screen here at Ingwe, as we follow Hoffman and Carruthers through, that it's getting dark. It's quite dark there at the last corner, and
don't say anything so it doesn't hear you.
Sorry, Steve, I love the rain. You keep cutting me off when I mention the rain, but I'm going to manage it. But as you said, Giancarlo is saving the car there. We have to remember, these guys in the 1 hour dash, they're going flat out. They're battling for position. So he's going to have to take out more energy from the Audi R8 to overtake those vehicles. And he might as well save the car a little bit there, because in 18 minutes, these cars disappear. They all go into pit lane, and he then has clear track from that position there. Anthony Marks, after making his way through on Hoffman, now showing better pace. He is clearing off from that group. Hoffman with a 158.199 last time round, which is his fastest lap of the race at this stage. Hoffman and Carruthers continue to do battle. Those two drivers are battling for position in the 1 hour dash. Now, I'm just having a look at something here, Stephen. We saw Anthony Marks ahead of those two. He's 8th on the road. Enzo Smith and Mudley in between them. So those two drivers are actually a lap down. Hoffman and Carruthers are a lap down on Marks. So that's why you see Anthony Marks just clearing away from those two once they get ahead. But this has been a very enjoyable battle we've seen as we have another car in the pits.
That was the 88. They came in a little bit earlier. And I don't think they actually got to see the start of the race. The Toyota Altezza heading out onto the circuit, and will be trying to pick up the pieces of their race. It's been a bit of a nightmare. Early on in practice, they landed up going and damaging the rear of the car. They're now looking to try and see if they can pick up some of the movement in this race and see it through to the end. The Toyota Altezza all season has been fighting and trying to claw its way back. Sophia Motorsport has been trying to nurse that car through, but there we go, the IRC Mustang back on the circuit. Romano Satori going and closing down, and in his mouth, you don't get to see it too often, that is a water drinking tube. There's a button on the steering wheel that goes and pushes water through the tube into your mouth, and usually it's plugged in through the helmet aimed at your mouth. Well, he's got it just wired in, and you can see actually drinking a bit of water, sucking it through as well. So not often we get to see that a little bit, and it's absolutely wonderful that we get to enjoy it.
That was quite funny to see there in the moment. We are going down to join Chloe in pit lane for an interview.
Marco from Sphere Motorsport joins us now, as we've just seen, of course, their car go out. Talk to us, what were you guys fixing? But firstly, it's great to see you guys back on track.
Yeah, well, that's the important thing. At least it's a 9-hour race. So we've lost some time, but we had a problem. We picked up a problem. The valve on the oil pump got stuck. So we had an oil pressure problem, but we've put a new valve in, and at least we got the car out. So it's not ideal, not a great start to the race, but like I said, it's 9 hours and still a long way to go.
And what has the conversation been in terms of strategy? Because we're seeing, of course, wind pickup number one here down on track, as well as, of course, the clouds changing a little bit to, of course, a bit of grey. So that means a bit of rain will be coming soon. So what has been the conversation amongst the teammates?
Well, unfortunately, I've drawn the short stick because it looks like it's going to rain later on. So I'll be out third in the car. So the strategy has been, I think out of the 3 drivers, I've probably got the most experience around here. So that was sort of our strategy going into the race. But it's going to be interesting. I think we are going to get some different types of conditions, which will be fun.
It definitely will be fun. And the other thing that is lovely about Sphere Motorsport is about how holistic it is, seeing the young kids as well here. Talk to us about really the family affair that you've seen here at Kyalami.
Well, that's it. It's great. I mean, I've even got my daughter here, and she hasn't watched me race. It's probably, I think this is the second race ever she's been at, so she's absolutely loving it. The atmosphere is great. It's great to see the fan park. So there's lots for everything to do, but we focus on the racing for now.
All right, I'll try to get Sophia a little bit later. I know she's somewhere. I'm trying to see her, but I don't see her. So we'll try and get a little bit later. But thank you and all the best for, of course, as the track goes on. Hopefully you guys will be able to finish, yeah?
Great. Thanks very much, Chloe.
That is, of course, Marco, hoping that, of course, the car will do well. We'll continue, of course, to try and get you a bit more updates, but it's really calm here in the pit lane currently. We're seeing, of course, a few teams just watching on the race, seeing what's going on track, and just trying to decide as to what will they do in terms of strategy. But let's go back to commentary with Stephen Koenig and Timba Kumalo.
Great. Live in pit lane, Axel Jeffries closing up on the back wheel of Brad Liebenberg. This is for the overall lead of the race. Brad Liebenberg leads the 9 hours of Kyalami as it stands, and he leads the 1 hour dash. Axel Jeffries, after that pit stop for fuel about 10 to 15 minutes ago, now right on the back wheel of the Stradale Motorsport Mercedes-Benz. Brad Liebenberg has upped the ante. He has now got his best lap down into the 44.9s, matching essentially similar pace to Axel Jeffries. However, Liebenberg has a best lap of a 44.9, whereas Jeffries is lapping consistently in the 44.4s. The best time of 44.408 for Jeffries, and last time round he came through on a 44.479. Battle for the lead out front.
Well, that's it. And also for our 1 hour dash, Andrew Horn behind Damien Hammond. If this stays as is, Damien Hammond would take the victory and the 2025 championship win for our 1 hour dash category. Unless Damien Hammond drops out of the top 3 and Andrew Horn finishes either in first or second place, Damien Hammond will have to fall into 5th for him to lose the championship. And I think all's looking rather assured. Bradley Liebenberg has just gone and thrown the cats amongst pigeons, and that is unfortunately a Shelby Can-Am parked off. And that is Poseidon-Oat, our 5th place car, heading into Leeuwkop, stopped on the inside, and I've got a funny feeling that's going to be a safety car, our 3rd one. And wow, that is going to change things on its head with 11 minutes left of our 1 hour dash.
That is a horrible place for a car to be stranded on the circuit at the top, going up to Leeuwkop. There are yellow flags waving up at the top. Meanwhile, Axel Jeffries clips the curb. He clips the curb at Cheetah. He was trying to find his way through up the inside of Brad Liebenberg. Brad Liebenberg has only got 11 minutes of racing left, but he is a racer, and he closes the door, shuts it in front of Axel Jeffries' face. That would have been a stressful moment for Into Africa, because you can damage cars with small little moments like that of clipping that inside curb at Cheetah.
Yeah, Cheetah can take a big bite out of your car, and it's one of those kitty cats you don't want to walk up. In the famous words of many of zookeepers, oh no, that is Casey in the dirt. I was about to finish, but that is a Shelby Can-Am. Absolutely smashed to pieces. Casey has destroyed the rear end of the car, and that is out of the second S. That he's gone and lost it and smashed the rear end of the car. And, oh, what?
He's hit the wall there.
Yep, and what's the timing of this? A safety car coming out for one of the Shelby Can-Ams. And unfortunately, Casey, losing the rear, stepped out and wiped the end of his. And for the very first time, we've actually seen that car involved in an accident. That is Mike Verrier's old car. It's kept out of the wall. It's caught fire once on its brakes, but this is its first time that it's ever gone and smacked the wall in its lifetime. And how's that for ironic? Both Shelby Can-Ams in the same shot. So quick
Here's
look at the
a
replay. So, oh, he just lost it through just below. Oh, that was a hard impact, nose first. So a proper loss of control and just skid over into the wall. And you can see that front suspension is a bit second-hand. I mean, these cars can take a hell of a knock. And unfortunately, that's coming off at a rate of knots. And also, that is the 37 car coming in. That's Larero coming in for a bit of a stop, and the team pushing the car back. So what has happened to the 37 that they now take a ginger push back into the pits and looking at the car? The Combined Racing, who have been fighting out for the championship, they've been really fighting against the odds, now just pushing the car back, and it doesn't look like there's a lot of movement in the pits there. Axel Jeffries coming into pits as well.
So we're going to keep an eye on this pit stop for the Into Africa team. Stephen forecast that on the second pit stop they would not do a driver change, it would be fuel and tires. Into Africa Racing maximizing the safety cars in terms of getting their pit stops done as the race has been temporarily neutralized. But 9 hours of Kyalami, we are not even an hour in, and this race has changed into a war of attrition. So Stephen just confirming for me that we have a driver change Into Africa. Stuart White jumping into Maverick. The Rambo Lambo Axel Jeffries has completed his stint for now. Tires coming off of the Into Africa car. Take us through this pit stop, Steve.
So a quick 30-second stop. All 4 tire changes going on. New fresh set of boots coming onto the car. I'm just trying to see, is that slicks they've put on? Yes, it is. They've got a new fresh set of slicks on, changed the drivers from Axel Jeffries to Stuart White. Obviously decided with the third safety car, they're not going to push him any further. Axel Jeffries trying to pull those belts nice and tight and get Stuart White plugged in. They'll put the FIA harness back on, and that's the netting to prevent the driver's head and arms flailing about inside the cockpit. And they will quickly drop that car down onto its tires and are ready to go. The fun fact is, you will see it's actually like a pull string. So they'll put the compressor into the back. They'll jack the whole car up, and they've got a string that's on the outside. But literally, you rip it like a lawnmower or a Beyblade. Yes, that's it. Rip it like a Beyblade and then send it onto its tires. And you're A for a wait, but there is going to be some massive cleanup there. Also, Marius Jackson into the pits. They jacking the car up. I wonder if they're switching out the drivers as well, if there is a change up between them. Now, the Porsche is going to be a bit of an interesting one to deal with, as it does look like Marius Jackson is out the car. And who on earth did they put in? Is it going to be Leighton Ferree to go and fight out with Stuart White? That would be a good fight between the two, as they were relatively the same pace between them. So this is the question. Is Joseph Ellerine in the car, or is it Leighton Ferree? That might be Leighton Ferree if I'm looking. I could just see the overalls. If you see the BMW on the overall, then you know what it is. But that might be Leighton Free, who's in the car. We'll get confirmation on it as hands up. They move out of the way, and it's going to be a fire up. And the name's not changing on the windscreen either. That can also be an indication of who's in the car as they back out. So we'll find out when the transponders go. Casey having something to drink. Our marshals actually going and giving him something to drink out there and get him rehydrated after quite an incident. And yes, that's Leighton Free.
Leighton Free in the car. So there's one thing which I'm busy mulling over in my head. I'm pretty sure we were under safety car conditions at the moment when Casey Angel Smith
Yes, he did.
crashed. So that's a fascinating one there.
Carrying too much pace and was trying to catch up to the train. That's all I can think. He was trying to catch up to the train, turned in, lost the rear, and it just bit and went nose forward. So he was aiming straight at the wall, so something must have snapped underneath him. He is a little bit bruised as he keeps looking to his right thumb and just getting it checked out. There's bits of fiberglass being picked up and put back. A bit of a rough sight to see, and I know there's going to be Mike Verrier down in Cape Town who's going in shedding a little bit of a tear after that hefty impact. But at least Casey is all okay, an absolute champ of note. And you could see how quickly he got out the car to go and get to the marshals, get into a safe area. Also, just to let everyone know that, hey, listen, I'm good. Don't worry about me.
A huge relief for all of us to see that Casey Angel Smith came out of that crash uninjured. The combined racing car is going back in the box. Here's a replay for us. This is a replay of the Casey Angel Smith crash, I believe.
Yes, it is. You'll see the dust kick up below. There we go. Nose first, hard impact into the wall. And interesting enough, at the point of impact, he actually moves his hands away from the steering to his belt. He doesn't want to hold the steering, otherwise it can actually land up hurting his wrist. He saw, listen, life's going to be a little bit hard here. Brace yourself, took the impact, and thankfully the chassis soaked up all that energy and all that force, and he was able to get out of the car quite swiftly.
Mikhail Bezerno's car being recovered, taken back to the pits. We only have 3 minutes left in the 1 hour dash. And I just want to confirm that I'm not mistaken there.
So Combined Racing has got a clutch problem.
Clutch problem, tough there. For Combined Racing, just having a look at some live timing there with Stephen Koenig here in commentary. So here we are with Combined Racing now doing a refuel. Clutch problems as well for them. So multiple issues being dealt with by the team now at the moment. Oh, excuse me, that is not the car 37. That is the car 111, the Caritas Racing GTI, as they have now taken advantage of the safety car to come in the pits, refuel. Oh, they've overfilled that. It seems like, there's fuel leaking out there. The 69 car is back in pit lane. Steve, fascinating moment where we've lost quite a few cars in such a short period of time from the track action, turning into a war of attrition quite early on.
Yeah, and this is the one thing we've come to expect from the 9 hours of Kyalami, especially as we get towards the latter of our 1 hour dash with less than 2 minutes, 2 minutes to go. And we're going to see our 1 hour. They will get the MSA flag coming out. It's just a stationary flag for the MSA to signal the end of the 1 hour dash. Doesn't mean that they have to get off the power because they are still within a race of themselves. So at the moment, Bradley Liebenberg leads that out. Damien Hammond is in second place. Andrew Horn is lying in third. So Damien Hammond would take the victory in the 1 hour dash for 2025 in the championship, unless he falls out of the running. Interesting enough, taking a look, Mo Mia is having a good time out there. He's holding fourth place as it stands. Now, we did see that it was looking to be Leighton Free in the car. The transponder showing that's Zolile in the car. And it's actually not Zolile from what we saw. That was actually the likes of Leighton Free with a BMW written on his helmet and on his overalls. as he's been piloting overseas in Europe, doing a phenomenal job out there. Looking at our Class C, the Francos going and hoping to keep their bit of momentum. Ramona Satori back out on circuit. They're looking to see it through to the end. It's just turning into a race of note up and down through the field. But for our 1 hour dash, they might be finishing this under safety car while they're recovering, as we've got our marshals frantically picking up the pieces and now just trying to, there's no other way of saying it, drag that Shelby Can-Am back up and going. And oh man, that is just absolutely heartbreaking for Casey, who was on a stellar drive, really moving his way up through the order. And as I said, lost it under safety car, smashed the front suspension, hit the rear, and that is a car needing a rebuild for 2026.
Very, very true. Sad way to end the season. And it's never nice going into December with a broken race car or race motorcycle. So difficult in there for Casey Enzo Smith. 25 seconds left in the 1 hour dash. I'm really hoping that Chloe can get a word with him down in pit lane to maybe find out what happened to him there at the S's. Great to see the marshals as well doing some running repairs on the barriers there to ensure the highest safety conditions for our drivers. So in this whole safety car section, we have had a change up in the order as we have hit the 1 hour mark. I can hear an alarm going off somewhere to signify that the 1 hour dash is complete. So congratulations to Damian Hammond, who finishes second behind Bradley Liebenberg and ahead of Andrew Horn. He is the 2025 SAE 1 hour dash National Challenge champion.
Yeah, the national championship, and really well done to Damien Hammond, and the Samlin Racing are going to be happy with that after fighting all season long with Andrew Horn, who will take second place. He's had the honors of being right up at the top for our 1 hour dash. But that being said, Leighton Free now behind the wheel of the Into Africa. Sorry, not Leighton Free. That is Stuart White, who was in. Was it?
You're getting.
Yes, no, it was actually Zolile who was. No, it was White that got into the car. I'm dead sure of it. We'll double check when we go on board. But our timing saying was Into Africa, Zolile Lektaka, who was going in and is now circulating. We've got the likes of Leighton Faree, who is going to be sending his way up through in the Porsche, hoping it to work out in his favor. So interesting to see how the race has developed. I do want to point out David Franco in the 69 car, holding on to third place as it stands.
Great effort from the GSW team. Oh, as you get a more detailed look of the damage on that Shelby Can-Am of Casey Enzo Smith. He'll be heartbroken there standing on the side of the track. You can see parts still strewn all over the grass and the gravel trap there as they tow that car onto the recovery vehicle. Casey Enzo Smith grabbing his helmet there from the back of the car. But as Steve was saying there, David Franco, truly an impressive effort from that team, considering what they went through yesterday. Yesterday was not an easy day for them.
Well, they cracked the sump, dropped oil, went and had to replace the engine. That also means the replacement of the gearbox. Try and get it all sorted out. This is its run in a race at full throttle, and still managed to get themselves up into third place. They are ahead of the likes of Ricky Giannocaro, who's in an Audi GT4. Has plenty more power underneath it, but consistency has paid off, and now looking to keep themselves going. However, the 1 hour dash cars are pulling into the pits, and they will be signaling the end of their race, and that means that it's going to be down to the remaining drivers for the 8 hours in this race. And at the moment, it's going to be a tough race indeed up front, as we're starting to see a change in strategies from the likes of our Class A drivers, where it's going to be Into Africa and MJR looking to stay in for the fight. And also then you've got the likes of the 69 David Franco in Class C, They're going to be fighting against Ricky Giannacara in Class B as it stands. So still lots and lots of time on the board for each of the drivers, each of the teams, as we look to continue the racing for round 6 of the South African Endurance Series Championship, the final round here at Kyalami, as we say farewell to Bradley Liebenberg and our fellow 1 hour endurance drivers. What a season it's been for them, and an absolute congratulations has to go to Damien Hammond, who would take the championship, if I've done my math all correctly, ahead of Andrew Horn as they peel off into the pits. They say farewell and look towards 8 hours of racing coming forward, and it's going to be an outright battle of note. Index of performance, class and overall championship on the line for the next 8 hours between all our competitors.
As it stands, Leighton Fourie is our overall race leader ahead of the Inter-Africa car, where we are still waiting for confirmation of the driver there, but we believe, according to our timing, that it is Xolile Letlaka in the Inter-Africa Rambo Lambo, aka Maverick, as we see our 1 hour dash winner Bradley Liebenberg being congratulated there by Charles Ranjis, which is great to see Charles Ranjis being sorely missed out on track today, but great to see him out there supporting his team members. Chloe coming up there, she's going to be, I'm sure, grabbing a word with Brad Liebenberg shortly, where we can hear the thoughts live and direct from our race winner as he just gets himself some refreshments. He'll be very, very happy. For sure, in my opinion, the best looking car that we've had out on track today. I mean, just look at that. Chloe's taking it in. Let's join Chloe live with our race winner, Brad Liebenberg, live in pit lane.
Joining us, of course, now is Bradley Liebenberg. Well, first time in the Merc, but clearly, class is permanent in any car.
Yeah, I mean, look, I always knew that top 2 was on the cards there for that race. But yeah, a little personal goal. I wanted to cross the line first. I know Inter-Africa stopped once or twice, but I try to keep, I think Axel was still in the car there. I try to keep it behind at the end. So, I only have an hour of racing. They've got another 8 to go. So for me, it was a race for that hour. So yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good fun.
Talk to us about how it was on cockpit, because down here in pit lane, it is quite warm. So what were some of the experiences that you had on track?
Look, it is hot in there. Luckily, this car has AC in it. So, yeah, I had that pumping half the race. So, yeah, I mean, it was a bit chaotic towards the end there. I think, there was 2 incidents at the end there going up towards West Bank. But, yeah, it looks like both drivers are okay, which is good. Yeah, a bit bittersweet to end on a safety car. But nonetheless, cross the line first. And that was my goal. So, yeah, look forward to the celebrations.
We've seen you in an Audi. We've seen you in a Merc. Which car do you like more?
Look, it's difficult to say. Each has, their pros and cons. I think, the Merc around here is quite nice. It's quite a stable platform. So, yeah, you can be quite aggressive with the Audi is a little bit more refined. It struggles to drive the curbs a bit. Yeah, where the Merc, you could just rail all the curbs. Yeah. But, yeah, who knows? Maybe I must chat to Scholl and Harry and see. Maybe next race we drive in the Porsche and see how that goes. But, yeah, good day. Wish all the rest of the drivers good luck for the rest of the day. Hopefully the weather stays dry. There's a few clouds around, especially going up to the top of the hill. There's quite some dark clouds, but yeah, good luck to everyone and good luck to you guys. It's a long 8 hours to go.
So what's your quick celebration dance? Because I know you've got a dance or a song that you normally do, Brad.
Look, I did my racing on the track. I don't want to embarrass myself on camera, so nah, it's all okay. But yeah. We'll see later after a few beers how we feel, and but yeah, it was a good day and I enjoyed it. And yeah, as I say, good luck to everybody else.
That is, of course, Bradley Liebenberg, who is the winner of the 1 hour dash. A little bit shy to give us a dance or two, but let's give him a beer or two, then maybe he will give us something. We'll try, of course, also go down the pit lane. Actually, let's try and find second place, right? Second place, that being Damon Hammond. And then, of course, in third, we had Andrew Horn. Currently, we're seeing Mo Mia as well, who's done with his 1 hour dash, which is absolutely fantastic. He's done really well this weekend. We'll wait for him to get out of the car so that we can, of course, try and get a conversation with him. One thing, Steven Koenig and Temba Kumalo, is that Samlin Racing, it is really, really down all the way pit lane. So we're going to have to, of course, try and run a little bit. Let's see what we can quickly do. All right, cool. I see Sam Hammond. Let's try and quickly get him. Woo. without me tripping, and Damon. Okay, fantastic. We'll get dad and son. All right, Sam, Damien, let's quickly, of course, find out, of course, talk to us how that was. A big congratulations, of course, to you as well. How was it out on track?
No, it was quite nice on track. It's a bit hot from this morning, but no, I must say we enjoyed it.
And I mean, Sam, come, we do have to have, of course, the good father-son duo here. And of course, seeing this Merc finally out on track. Sam, seeing Damien do so well, having wrapped it out in the previous round, how has it been having him lead the pack and doing well for Samlin?
We're very proud of him. Swapping cars in the middle of the season is never easy. And having to get used to this has been quite a challenge. But we're very proud of what he's done and the whole team for adjusting.
True. Damon, having swapped cars, which one do you prefer?
Oh, definitely the Merc. Definitely the Merc.
Based on what?
No, it's two completely different cars. You can't really compare them.
Yeah.
But my favorite is definitely the Merc.
I think also in terms of understanding, you really have done. I think also too many manual books. So this one doesn't have a lot of pages, I assume.
No, this one's got even more manual books. So we went from one with a bit less to a lot more. Yeah. But now we're starting to understand her a little bit better every single outing. So we'll get there.
Sam, if we had to bring you in, what has been the highlights in your opinion in terms of 2025 for Samlin Racing?
I think the spirit of our team for a start, the hard work and commitment, the fantastic sponsors, Liquid Moly, Fast Fuels, all the people that's been with us through this, and then just the consistency that the team has been able to deliver.
You were responsible for our line dance last time around. What dance are we doing with Damien? Where's the celebration and what's the plan?
We saw the footage and we think it's better not to dance anymore.
Do you agree with that?
I definitely agree with
You
that.
didn't even try last time.
No, I know my strengths and weaknesses.
Congratulations, Damien, and of course, Sam. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's go back to commentary.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We know our strengths and weaknesses is definitely one way to say not going to happen. No way to it. But that being said, we did see the 143 getting a black flag. That's Wayne Hoffman, who was still continuing behind safety car despite the 1 hour dash done. He was, come on, let me go again. I want to have a bit of fun and continue on the race. But we are starting to see the breakaway coming in. Leighton Fourie looking to try and clear away from the likes of Zolile Lataka, who's behind the wheel of that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 in the Into Africa. The Toyota Alteza still circulating at the moment and is trying to see it through to the end. But an interesting time. 3 safety cars in the first hour. 1 black flag that was issued for a driver that wasn't getting out of the race, despite, well, getting told, hey, listen, you're done. Your 1 hour's done. But your thoughts thus far within the first hour, now complete into the second hour, Temper Kamaling?
It's been fascinating, honestly. A war of attrition. Unfortunately, I did say in the beginning, likely the first safety car of many, and you said, I hope not. So that prediction has unfortunately come true. My one standout moment is just still a little bit confused by the crash for Casey Enzo-Smith, but I'm sure we will eventually find out what that is. Another thought from me is you're not going to find a better personification of the mentality of a racing driver than Brad Liebenberg saying, I know I'm not racing this guy, but I still wanted to cross the line ahead of him before I go over a track. Like, racing drivers are a special breed and competitive to no end, honestly. So I found that moment quite funny.
Reiterating the statement of, I'm not counting classes, I'm counting cars, and you're 1, I'm 2, let's change that one.
Exactly. Exactly. Outside of that, excited to see Leighton Fourie. This is my first time ever watching him racing in anger, so curious to see what he can deliver in terms of the lap times, how he will be going in terms of competitiveness.
So with that being said, we're talking about competitors. We've got Chloe down in pit lane with one of our competitors.
We are joined down here. With Casey, which is quite unfortunate. I mean, we've seen what happened to the Shelby. From your perspective and really being on track, what went wrong?
So in the beginning, the car felt really, really good. I made up a lot of positions on the start, which I really am happy about. Sadly, going into just like a couple of laps before the first safety car, I lost third gear. So I was going from first to second into fourth, and then from fourth into second into first. So that was a bit rough. So that's why I started falling down a lot. And then when the first safety car came in, I came in for a refuel because for safety to see if I can make the end. And then the safety car came, everything was fine, the car felt good, and the race kept on going. Yeah. I started pushing again, trying to get consistently fast lap times. And then going like 3 or 4 laps for the incidents, I felt the rear of the car was starting to get a little bit loose, like the tire was overheated. Yeah. And then going into the S's, I turned for the left S, and I turned for the right S, and as I got to the ABS for the right S, everything felt fine, and then the car just snapped on me. And then it was just too late, I wasn't able to save it.
I'm really sorry to hear that, but I mean, if you had to just wrap it up, your experience before that, and of course having joined us at SWAT Corps, that was great to have you alongside us, of course having that car for the first time, and giving the big boys a run for their money as well.
It really is an amazing experience, driving these endurance races and everything. Next year I'm planning on doing all the endurances, all the long ones, all the full ones. Yeah. And I really can't wait, especially on this track. This track is amazing to drive in this car. The top speed is amazing, the downforce is really good. And hopefully next year I can like fight for a little bit of a top 3 championship, hopefully.
Yeah. We definitely are hopeful of that. So where to from now? Who are you backing? Who are you supporting? Top one, eh?
Yeah.
Which car maybe?
Yeesh, I don't know.
None?
Nah.
Casey?
Yeah.
This is tough, eh?
Yeah.
Goodness gracious, none! No. That is crazy, but nonetheless, that's okay. Hopefully we'll see you in the next round, of course, next year. But we're wishing you all the best. Thank you so much for joining us, and we're looking forward to 2026, and take care.
Thank you so much.
That is, of course, Casey, who, of course, was driving the Shelby that we saw that was owned by Mike Verrier, which was quite unfortunate. He has gone out, but he is quite positive that he will be joining us in 2026 from the beginning, and that's exactly what you want to see. Youngsters who are, of course, passionate about endurance racing, who want to continue. I mean, when you listen to the guys in the commentary, they just allude to the fact that it is about, of course, the former legends also handing over to the upcoming legends, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. Stars that are born, which is absolutely incredible. When we talk about, of course, what's happening here down in pit lane, well, we've seen, of course, celebrations, jubilations in terms of Samlin Racing, and as well you have to look into, of course, Stradali, who are quite pleased in terms of Brad Liebenberg, who has done absolutely well. And you also look into the fact that Charles Arangis was here to support Brad, and of course he's also a champion. Joining us now is Mo Mia, who unfortunately we didn't get to talk to him.
Hey Chloe, how you doing?
I'm fantastic, how are you?
Oh, fabulous, thank you.
Sounds like you're running out of breath.
You know, we're getting a bit old for this, eh? It's taken toll. But you know, also, you know, in our defense, we did 3 GT Cup races. Mm-hmm. We had 10 minutes to turn around the cars and get back on the grid, right? Mm-hmm. So there's just one after the other, right? But anyway, good fun, awesome.
Good endurance test.
Yeah, it's okay. You know, any day on the racetrack without having oars to row, because Johannesburg has been kind to us today, is a fun day, right? And Kyalami is such an awesome track.
Round up the weekend, Mo, because yesterday we had, of course, a very wet track. Today it is absolutely dry, scorching hot if anything. Talk to us about having to handle the different conditions.
Look, very tricky. You know, I think the pro drivers, they understand how to switch on quicker than I think well, for me, for sure. So, you know, Thursday afternoon was dry, Friday morning was wet, so you're changing your whole mindset. Yeah. And then Friday afternoon was dry, so your mindset has to change again. And your mindset means braking, markers, etc. You gotta, and then this morning when we went out for warm up and the first race, we went out with wets again, and then it became dry. So you know, it's just that juggle, right? Yeah. But also, it's good to race under different conditions. You know, it improves our skill, racecraft.
100%. And then just to wrap it up in terms of the Porsches, the gentleman drivers that we've seen here, the likes of Roy Aubrey, Nicky Dix, Andre van Vuren, who've been absolutely brilliant this weekend. Talk to us about really how it's been in 2025.
Look, it's been an awesome year. You know, we've had, I think, on average, about 12 Cup cars on the track from the year 2000 all the way till 2022. Charles R, Marius has got an R as well. I mean, those are dream cars at the end of the day. 992s, 996, 997s. Yeah, the guy, and Nikki and I in the GT Cup, we had some close racing there, and there's a lot of respect. Even with Wayne, who's driving the black Lambo, we can race side by side going through the corners because it's gentleman drivers, right? We don't have a grandfather who's going to pay for our car bills or inheriting some trust fund. So we're just going to make sure that we keep it safe and tidy.
100%. We'll bring in Iman, who's your daughter, which has really been great to have her, of course, alongside us. She joined us at SWAT Corps, and unfortunately, Dad couldn't finish because of course, mechanical issues. But here he is this time around.
Yeah,
he did really well.
Yeah, he did super well, and it's been so awesome to be here. The weather was a bit iffy, but I'm glad it turned around, and the clear skies made today really good.
What has been your highlight?
Watching my dad, especially because of the disappointment at the previous race, to actually have like a full weekend come together has been amazing.
All right, so where are you guys celebrating?
Botswana.
Botswana?
We got some dignitaries here today from Botswana, and the mayor from Botswana as well. So we're going there, son Mudley and myself, to have a look at a street race potentially. We're going to drive up and down some streets there, so it'll be fun. So our racing is not done for the weekend, except it's going to be a lot more relaxed. And they're looking to have a street race next year. I think SAE will be nice. I think they get involved. But before I forget, thanks EXO for awesome season. Thanks Cindy. Thank you to yourself and everybody at SAE. Thank you so much for a fabulous stuff. Look forward to seeing you guys next year.
Definitely, we'll see you guys in 2026. Let's go back to commentary.
Well, with that being excited, Mo Mia actually made his commentary debut at SWAT Corps the last time out. Now getting to enjoy the racing as we carry on an hour and 20 minutes into this 9 hours of Kyalami. Leighton Fourie leading out the field in the Porsche as he keeps ahead of Zolile Lataka in the Inter Africa Lamborghini. David Franco holding on to third place with Ricky Giannicaro, who we see out on circuit at the moment in the Audi R8 GT4, trying to keep the consistency up on his pace. Last lap time was a 58.6, which is closer to his best lap time of 58.3. So he's trying to aim as a consistent time, get a little bit closer, and then we'll be handing over to the rest of the drivers. He's hoping to really make it work out in his favor. Horan Pretorius going and changing out and gets Bonnet into the car now, as we do have a driver change for Team Pesty, who are out onto the circuit to continue their reign. They're looking for the performance in index, but as we keep an eye on this Audi R8 GT4, the G&H Transport, we go back a little bit. SWAT Corps round 1 landed up catching fire. They got the repairs done to it, and it's so far been absolutely fun to see out on circuit. Last time out at SWAT Corps, however, did land up with an overheating issue and had to work through quite a bit. This time out here at Kyalami, it is all new parts in the car. No worries about anything going adrift at the moment, and they're going to be working on pure consistency pace to bring that back up into the top 3 fighting order. And at the moment is hoping to lead out ahead of all the Class Bs as Van Heerden is down the order. There is the likes of Ricky Giannicaro pulling into the pits to get himself sorted. The question is he going to stay in the car, or are they going to hand over to the next set of drivers to continue on with the next 7 hours and 37 minutes of this 8 hours of Kyalami?
Enjoying Zolile Lataka going through the crocodiles. We will be keeping an eye out on that pit stop for the G&H car into Cheetah. Good to see the sun is shining as he comes out of Ingwe onto the pit straight. Fans enjoying the action here at Kyalami. Leighton Fourie continues to extend his lead out front over the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini. The gap now up to 8.7 seconds. Last time around, Leighton Fourie came through with a 46.7. His fastest so far of the stint has been a 46.5. Franco running up in P3. I'm still amazed what the GSW team has gone through and what a show they are putting on at the moment.
Oh, they've going and just trying to keep that consistency, as well as the Scuderia Rossi team as well, hoping to get this Alpha across the line, have been pushing harder and harder. We go back to Kalani where they were actually struggling with the mountings on the rear diff going and giving issues. They're having to remake custom ones a little bit stronger to go out racing, which when I had a chat to the team and said, well, how are you feeling for the Kyalami? They said, well, we designed something specially to handle the longer running of the races, to handle Kyalami that puts serious load onto the rear and the front suspension, mainly going onto the left-hand side, loading up that left-hand rear with a lot of it. Remember, this is a rear-wheel driven car. We've got our corners that mainly put pressure onto the left-hand side. So they are ensuring that every part is rigid, it's able to get to the end, and also not going to push the car too hard. They've dialed it in. They've got a set lap time amongst the drivers that they've agreed to, and now just hoping to see it through to the end without too much of a fight.
If I'm not mistaken, Steve, the only Italian car on track as well?
Well, other than Lamborghini.
Other than the Lamborghini, of course.
Lamborghini is Italian.
Very
but yeah, that's it. It is one of 2 Italian cars out on circuit, and it's the only Alpha that has been racing in quite a fair amount of time here in the South African Endurance Series, and has really turned heads every time it's got onto the track, and also been one of the fan favorites compared to like the Lamborghini that we have on track. The Hurricane Evo 2, at the moment, the only one in South Africa going around, and it's first time really in a 9 hours of racing here at Kyalami. This is actually the first time that Kyalami in a 9 hours type of race is having a Hurricane Evo 2 go around and really saying, well, you can do all this information that they getting to do now. And this is one thing we do want to touch on, goes back to Lamborghini and says, look, this is how we done, this is the information of how the car handled over the duration, because this counts as a little bit of high altitude testing for Lamborghini as well. So this is going and helping out across borders. But as we talk about that, Dunlop is going to be getting information from the teams of how the tires are holding up, and going and giving it all the way back to Europe, back towards Asia's side as well, and getting a bit of feedback of what they can do to adjust the recipe to make it just that little bit better.
Very, very good point there, Steve. And we did hear Xolile saying on the grid that the Inter-Africa team take great pride in bringing this car into the country, making history with it as they seek to defend their 9 hours of Kyalami champion status. We have a driver change in the GNH pit, and Blunden steps into the 511 Audi R8 for GNH Transport. Ricardo Giannacaro jumps out of the car as we catch up with Dave Franco as he goes into sunset. And not long from now we will, well, it's only 2:15. We've been at this for a while, Steve. I was about to say the sun will be setting soon, but we are still a couple of hours away from that. Xolile Letlaka has upped the pace, and he is now reducing that gap to Leighton Fourie ahead of him. A couple of laps ago, that gap was at 8.7 seconds. It's now down to 7.6. 41 laps completed for our 2 race leaders. Fourie with a 47.080 last time around, so that's 0.6 that Letlaka took out of him, and I'm very much looking forward to having an on-track battle for the lead of this 9 hours of Kyalami as we follow Franco out of Leeuwkop, down the hill into the gut-wrenching mineshaft, one of the scariest corners, probably I would say the second scariest corner behind Potter's, down in East London, a corner that requires huge bravery from both 4- and 2-wheeled athletes that visit Kyalami. Steve was telling me earlier about how the GSW team, after that oil sump problem yesterday, had to transport that engine all the way to Pretoria here from Midrand. They've worked through the night as we catch up with our race leader, Leighton Fourie, in the MJR Porsche 911. He lost a bit of time there coming through on Dave Franco. He's now deep into the lappers, and just out that camera shot you can see Letlaka Maverick is now starting to hunt down the race leader ahead of him. We're going to watch Letlaka come across the strip and keep an eye on that gap, which has been reducing another half a second for Inter-Africa and down to 7.1. If the Inter-Africa car keeps catching the MJR race leader at this rate, it's only a matter of maybe 10 laps or so before we can see an on-track battle for the race lead?
Well, that's it. And I've also been looking at the points for the likes of Axel Jeffries, who so far, if he can get a double points here, he might actually be able to move himself up to possibly 4th in the Drivers' Championship, possibly with a bit of luck to get into 3rd place in the Drivers' Championship for the Class A. And that will leapfrog ahead of Nick Adcock, who is not here today. Leighton Free, though, however, is going and having a bit of fun out in the Porsche, the MJR, going and fighting out. Remember, any victory here is double points. Anyone that finishes is double points to the championship. That can go and take a win. At the moment, just by finishing the likes of the race is going to be a big, big push for many. For the likes of the Graphic Supply World, they, by finishing this race, will clinch the C-Class Championship and ensure that they can keep moving forward. However, they needed to get out on the circuit. They need to see it through to the very end. They can't go halfway and score half points. They have to see it through right to the end to ensure that they lock in that Class C championship. For the likes of Leclerc and the Inter-Africa team, they want to ensure a solid win here to possibly have all 3 of their drivers taking up the podium in the Drivers' Championship for our Class A and championship here in the South African Endurance Series, and to move the Just for Sleep Rico Barlow Racing down a notch into 4th place.
That would be a huge achievement for that team, especially considering that Axel himself has not been able to attend the full season due to his overseas commitments. Our running order as it stands with an hour and a half completed, 7.5 to go. Leighton Fourie leads ahead of Xolile Letlaka. David Franco in the GSW car runs in P3. The Scuderia Rossi car, driven by Rossi, at the moment lies in P4 ahead of GNH in P5 with Anne Blunden driving there. Pesti Racing in P6. Baron Pretorius currently in the car. His dad Haram started out the race for Pesti Racing in the backdraft roadster ahead of Bruno Campos in the Corridas Racing car. Herrera now in P8 for Combined Racing on the 37. We did see Combined Racing in the pits with some clutch problems earlier. Good to see that they've been able to get that car back out on track. And one of Steve's favorite cars, without a doubt, the Toyota Altezza, being driven by Peter van Heerden at the moment, currently finds itself running in 8th position, keeping an eye on that gap out front as our 2 race leaders are about to complete another lap. Leighton Fourie into Ingwe uses all the track, going and putting those right wheels on that curb, uses all the track on the exit as well. We saw Damien Hammond favouring that line quite a bit earlier in the sprint races. So Leighton Fourie across the line, and his pace continues to drop. He's now back in the 148, so 48.2 for Leclerc as well. The gap now down to 6.2 seconds for our race leaders. I'm counting down the laps until we can see these 2 battling for position on track. Our 2 race leaders on the lead lap. 44 laps completed for the pair of them. Steve, your thoughts on Pesti Racing's car as they try and win that Performance Index Championship today?
Well, they've been keeping rather consistent, and looking at the time-wise, I mean, Byron Pretorius is doing a 2:11.3. Fastest lap time that was set by him at the moment was a 2:11.0. So his timings have been quite consistent. If he can stick within the low 2:11s, he will be okay for it. And same as Haram with his lap times. But the main thing they need to do with that car is ensure that it gets across the line. They can't have it fall down. They can't have it run into any mechanical problems. So it's drive it safe. Don't overdrive the car. Don't push it through the rev range as well. Rather see it through. We do have a change up for position as Anthony Blunden in the GNH Transport Audi R8 gets ahead of Mario Rossi out there in the 33 car as he was piloting the likes of the Alfa Romeo. Going to be keeping an eye on that. Now, Anthony Blunden taking over the car from Ricky Giancarlo, who had a stellar run, kept it clean, didn't worry about anyone driving through. The first hour is always a difficult one, and you've got to either take 2 approaches. You put your fastest drivers in to clear the traffic as quick as possible, or you more of your bronze driver that will protect the car and ensure that, hey, listen, if someone's getting close, rather give them a little bit of a gap just to clear on by. And that is what GNH did for the start of their race to ensure that they can get some points for Class B at the moment. But they're also in contention because not only have we got the Drivers' Championship for 2025, remember, Performance and Index is also for this race as well. So for the likes of the GNA Transport, they also vying for that Performance of Index just to get a bit of a run through and be quite happy with it. The likes of Gianni and Ricardo looking to get a victory here in Class B to usurp the likes of Sphere Motorsport, who currently leads out the Class B Championship. So for Sphere Motorsport, who's running down in 9th position, they're going to be losing out a lot of time, and possibly, if this all goes away in GNH Transport, might just lose the championship as they're only 17 points ahead.
All to play for here at the 9 Hours of Kyalami. And just looking on screen, you can see Leighton Freeze leaning on that Porsche quite hard. He knows that that gap is coming down behind him. You can see him using all the track. He's going from side to side, running beyond the track, you know, onto the curbs without going completely off. As you see how much that gap has reduced. It was 8 seconds about 10 minutes ago. It's now 5.6, and Leighton Free coming under increasing pressure. And the one key thing for Leclerc now is that he will be able to see that Porsche 911 ahead of him as the two GT3 cars out front go hammer and tongs at it. We have a driver change for car 33 Scuderia Rossi out and Francel into the car.
That's it. Now Funzel's got to get to grips with track conditions as it starts to cool down here in Midrand, and drivers now starting to feel the pressure of keeping it going. Also, shadows starting to cast amongst the circuit as well. Means brake markers are starting to be a little bit more of a tricky factor to deal with. Interesting to see how the drivers are going to cope with it. But as we get closer and closer, sunset is roughly about 6 o'clock. And we will see drivers starting to battle with that. That's in 2 hours' time. We will see the sun start to come down, and it's all going to come down to muscle memory, especially through sunset into Clubhouse. You're coming in at one heck of a speed, including having a variety of machinery around you that may be quicker, or you're the quicker car catching up. That you just have to be on the ball. You have to be a bit more awake. But with 24 minutes to go to end off our second hour of this race, it all comes down to just pace yourself. Focus on what you need to do, how you're going to step up the climb. For Scuderia Rossi team, they currently lying third in the Class B Championship. Double points here on the cards today, which may actually benefit them to move into second, and possibly, if they can get it right, fight for first place as well. So our entire Class B is still up for grabs. If Sophia Motorsport can be that consistent car to finish the race, and the likes of GNH Transport and the Scuderia Rossi team run into trouble for whatever rhyme or reason, can't finish the second half of their race, it means that Sophia Motorsport will take the victory.
Which would be a huge achievement for them using that Toyota Altezza.
Considering not too long ago it went off and had half its bumper hanging off in practice. The team have been frantically working on the car, and it's now coming down to this, Lady Luck. They've completely haven't quite got the car underneath them to fight against the competition. You're fighting against an Audi R8 GT4. More power, built by Audi. It's not built in a garage. That is a factory out as it comes, ready to go race car. It didn't start its life as a road-going car, which the Sophia Motorsport Toyota has started its life before it became a turbocharged V8 monster that they have on circuit. For the likes of the Alfa Romeo, beautifully done, and has got pretty much all the bells and whistles it needs to keep on going, is currently out there just keeping the consistency. So if I was in the Sophia Motorsport team, I'd be trying to see if Murphy was available, maybe give him a call and see if we can stop the two cars so they don't complete the second half of the race. Otherwise they land up losing the championship if they can't get ahead. And with 10 laps down onto the likes of Lorero, they're on a little bit of a hurting run at the moment.
And worth remembering as well that that car didn't even make the start of the race. They came out around 30-40 minutes into the race because they had a breakdown in morning warm-up, which means that that team has spent the entire morning all the way up until the afternoon here after 2 o'clock getting that car prepared. So if they manage to hold on to that championship, it would truly be a fantastic achievement as we rejoin our race leaders coming down the pit straight, keeping an eye on that gap. Once again, it's now under 5 seconds. However, the rate that the Inter-Africa car has been catching up to the Marius Jones car had slowed down quite a bit, but now down to 4.1 seconds, and Letlaka is pushing. That much is clear for us to see as Baron Pretorius makes way for the Rambo Lambo, as he's just done his fastest lap of the race. Baron Pretorius, as Steve alluded to earlier, or not alluded to, he mentioned directly, the pace has been very, very good from Pesty Racing. The consistency has been very good, which is extremely important for them for that performance index championship bid. Dave Franco still running third overall. He's leading out the Class C's, and GNH lead out Class B with Ant Blunden in the 511. Let's have a look at that pace for Ant Blunden. He has done a best time of 158.333 in the stint, lapping in the 203. So GNH just managing the situation with that car. Only 1 lap ahead of Pesty Racing, which shows what a fantastic job Pesty is doing in that backdraft Roadster. 45 laps completed for Dave Franco in the GSW, and our 2 race leaders now 48 laps completed, about to hit the 50 lap mark and still pushing the limits. As we get a look at this fierce motorsport Toyota Altezza on screen, which is about to have the paint on the side blown off by the Lamborghini.
Shingos, yeah, the pace difference between the two is there, but you can also see Zolile was waiting, biding his time, didn't want to go on the attack through Cheetah, as it's rather risky for both cars. He's going to rather wait out for Ingwe, dive on the inside. He knows he's got the grunt, he knows he's got the grip to make it work. Now, I am taking a look at the moment. Graphic Supply World is doing a good job to hold on to their Class C victory. Combined Racing, who's down there in the 37 car, and they are keeping themselves out on circuit, not wanting to lose out the opportunity to fight it out for that first place. However, Corridus Racing, Bruno Campos, likes Sandero Alves, will not be able to fight for the championship from third place. They just too far down in the points, but can be the linchpin that goes and separates the likes of Graphic Supply World and Combined Racing by removing points from them. So think of it this way. Let me give you a little bit of thoughts here. Graphic Supply World falls down third place. They get double points, but they will land up losing the championship to the likes of Combined Racing, if Combined Racing is able to finish in first and put the likes of Corridus in between them. So here's where you start to try and figure out where everyone's going to be. You start as a team. Start identifying who's threats, who's not, where you can gain some time, where you can lose some time, and which are the teams you need to stay ahead of. Who are the cars that, come hell or high water, you need to keep ahead of that car. If it's going to be running on its ragged edge, if it's going to be really pushing the engine and the tires and the suspension, even the drivers to the limit, you're going to have to roll that dice if they get ahead of you. Because this is the type of racing we had. Endurance racing, when you get past that first hour, the excitement of go, go, go is down, and you start now becoming a little bit more critically minded of the racing. You start thinking back of what you need to get from A to B to C and carry on. The threat of a weather change looming in the distance. The threat of a safety car possibly coming out. Or in the case of Leighton Free, not quite having the pace to pull away from the likes of Solile, whose last lap time was 146.3, which matches actually slightly faster than Leighton Free, who unfortunately his car just doesn't have the legs on that Lamborghini. All he can hope at the moment is to try and defend as much as he can, but at the same time, protect the fuel, protect the tires, try and run that a little bit longer, try and get rid of the undercut that Into Africa took earlier in the race within the first hour by putting fuel in Axel Jeffrey's car and letting him go out for that little bit longer.
Very evenly matched contest out front, and we did see that at that moment with the Sphere Motorsport car, the Inter Africa car lost 1.3 seconds to Leighton Fourie. So Letlaka has been closing up that gap at an average of about, I'd say, between 0.4 to 0.8 per lap, and then in one lap 1.4 second goes again, and then he has to start again. So he's slowly chipping away at it, but Leighton Fourie at the moment doing a great job. Oh, big moment for the GNH car coming out of the Crocodiles, and Blunden completely sideways. He did extremely well to not spin that car. Our Class B leader having a hairy moment there. We saw Romano Sartori ending up in that gravel trap in the Crocodiles earlier on, and that would have been, looks like cloud of smoke there. I think that was a
lockup. No. There is something going on.
That looked like the combined racing car. Smoke coming out of the back of the 37 right in front of our race leaders, hoping that they don't have any serious or terminal problems at the moment there, as we see the MJR car making its way through on those back markers through Sunset. But that was interesting there, Steve.
I'm wondering if it's maybe a bodywork rub, as we do see a pass coming in. No, that is on the power. That's as he feeds on the power, getting a little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the car. And a bit of an interesting one. We do see the GSW clear on by, the Combined Racing just not having a fun time trying to keep themselves going. Combined Racing, ironically enough, didn't start out in the VW. They started out in a Honda. So this is a new car for them, and they are finding every darn gremlin on the way through, especially into the last race of the season. New car, you're hoping it's going to work out in your favor. It's just not having an easy time to see it through.
That's a fascinating one, because if I'm not mistaken, they had a new engine as well for their previous car at Swartkorps, which they were betting in that engine at that race. So fascinating to see them in the GTI, and they've still got a very long way to go. So if that car is smoking already, that surely will be a concern for the team.
Now, it's always the factors that you start to think about and try and work out what's going to be the main strategy of how to get that car across the line. You start talking to the driver and start working out, hey, listen, can you feel any strain on the car? And when I talk about strain, the rev's just not running cleanly up. It's something, as a driver, you'll start to go, it's taking a little bit longer to get to about 6,000 RPM. Yeah, I've got to be a little bit more cautious. Or is the car a bit stiffer? Is getting into gear a little bit harder? What's going on at that point? As we do see a stop, and it looks like it's going to be...
That's Franco.
Yeah, he's climbing out of the car, lengthening the belts, and will be going and changing drivers by the looks of it. But I wonder if they spotted there might have been an issue with the car, and that's the reason they're going for a bit of a driver change, or is it just going to be for fuel and tires?
Looks like a driver change there. I think David Franco jumping out the car to be replaced by his dad, Roberto Franco, at the 1 hour 46 minute mark. Out front, that gap has gone up again. It was 4.1 seconds a moment ago, back to 5 seconds. So is there any chance that the Inter Africa team is not trying to catch the MJR car at this stage of the race and just keeping them within touching distance where they can see them? And one thing to remember is that Stuart White is yet to get in this car, and we know that when he jumps into the Lambo, he will be flying.
Well, in turn, Joseph Villarina is yet to climb into the Porsche as well. So I've got a funny feeling that they've just pacing themselves now. They're monitoring the fuel situation, not wanting to make an extra pit stop unnecessarily as they do come on by. We do see the Sphere Motorsport and the Graphic Supply World car in the pits currently getting worked on. But I think they took that early gamble, that quick splash and dash in the early start of the race within the first hour. Now they're just trying to figure out how can they go a little bit longer in this race. Roberto Franco climbing into the Super Polo, and that was a good driver change, just trying to help out with the belts and Not an easy thing to do when you are going and trying to help your father or your mates into the car, getting him all sorted. You trying to see past your visor, looking in beyond and just trying to tilt your head and help out everyone. A little bit of a difficult situation. It's one of those that you really want to try and just take the helmet off, but you can't. There's no room to do so. And, well, it makes it a little bit of a fun time in a very tight cockpit.
Very true, and this looks quite a relaxed pit stop. They don't look like they're in
not at
massive hurry. I remember when Axel Jeffries
putting water in to help with hydration, and best way to do it. So, bit of an interesting run there, but as you said, just so relaxed.
When Axel Jeffries was jumping out to put Letlaka in the car, he was like fretting. You could see he was like trying to do everything as quickly as possible, but the GSW team taking it at their own pace, father and son combo. But looking forward to see what Roberto Franco can deliver in terms of lap times. We'll look at a reference, a best lap of 58.2 from David. He did a 202.9 on his last time lap, so we'll be keeping an eye on Roberto to see how he's going there. Corridos Racing also in the pits, and a driver change happening there.
Yeah, putting Barbosa into the car and see him through to the end. So an interesting driver change through. And what I'm noticing is not really any double stints happening for a lot of the drivers. They're all going more of a single stint run in this, and seeing how they go. It's an interesting situation as it stands. Each of the cars can take vary from 100 litres to 120 litres. Depending on your car, the GT3s can take up to 120 litres of fuel. But it's just pacing out the drivers. They're not wanting to wear them out too early in the beginning, not wanting to go and sacrifice time towards the end, where it's completely different to last year. Last year, we saw many of the teams going and opting to keep the drivers in 2.5 hours in the cars to push that a little bit more, to carry that bit of momentum, but then paid for it at the end of the race, where just everyone was so worn out and couldn't figure out whether they need to go now. This is more quick stops, get everyone in, get the eye in, and keep going, as we see Anthony Blunden going and taking the third place spot, and the G&H Transport up into third. Bit of a fuel stop for Severe Motorsport, the 88. After everything this car has been through, it is wanting to see it through to the end. I mean, it has been a troubling time, but honestly, you got to give it up to the team. They haven't quit no matter what, and everything has been thrown at them. You can also see the Mozambique ASN sign, that ATCM, as representatives from Mozambique going and supporting this car, being part of the car, part of the team, and wanting to see it across the finish line.
Massive respect to Severe Motorsport for fighting through the hard times and persevering to the end. We are 8 minutes from completing 7 hours. I think just to add my own 2 cents there on the point you're making about none of the teams really opting for the double stints. We've been in this commentary booth since 8 in the morning, so we don't have the best insights on what conditions are like out there. It looks like the wind has picked up. I'm looking at the Dunlop flags hanging on the pit straight, and it seems the wind's picked up a bit, but we have heard multiple times now from the pit lane interviews the heat.
Yeah, that's honestly where you have to start considering. And, well, for some of the more fancier cars, like the Lamborghini out there, has got an AC that you can turn up and get yourself nice and comfortable with. The Audi R8 has exactly the same. But for the rest, the GT4, yes, it does. Unfortunately, if you're in the Teodel Tesa, it's going to get rather warm, as that turbo does have a little bit of cooling through the cockpit itself, and you're going to be increasing your body temperature by roughly about 10 degrees by the end of an hour. And that excludes you going and dealing with your no-mix overalls. That's fireproof. That also traps a lot of heat inside as well. So you start to lose a lot of water. You start to get that little bit of dehydration kicking in. This is where you have the radio comms, where as you're going along, every so often you will have your pit boss say, right, drink. drink water, hit the button, drink water. We'll be telling you, go and keep drinking water, keep going, pushing yourself out a little bit more. That little reminder as you so sucked into a rhythm and push forward. But interesting enough, that Lataka 7 seconds back from Leighton Fourie as they constantly trying to figure it out. But that being said, we've got Chloe down in pit lane to have a chat to our drivers and teams.
Well, Koenig, it's not the drivers, but it is, of course, the children of the drivers. We've got, of course, the Aranji's daughters and JJ Dales' daughter here as well. We'll start with you, Zaya. How has Kyalami been so far?
Great.
How was Papa?
Fast.
He was fast? All right. And then we didn't see Dad race today, but what did you like about being at Kyalami?
Good.
And then on your side?
Kyalami was good.
You know what I want from the both of you? Because Dad is your champion, can we do a quick dance for Dad? Let's see, what are we doing? Yes, let's do it. There's your camera. What are we doing? Show me.
No.
You don't want to show me? Okay, cool. Let's talk about then, what do you like about racing?
Daddy.
And you?
I like to see my dad race and win.
What has been your highlight in 2025?
I'm just cheering for my dad.
Cheering for your dad. What do you want to say, Zaya?
I like
camera over there.
I like games.
You like games?
Yes.
All right, so we like games, we like cars, and they love supporting their dad, which is absolutely fantastic. We've loved, of course, seeing the kids here on track, and they're having a great time. So next time around 2026, feel free to bring your kids. We'll definitely have a great time with them here. Let's head over back to commentary.
That was very adorable there with Chloe down in pit lane with the daughters of Charles Aranjis and JJ Desel. And that's one thing which, for people who haven't never been to a racetrack before, been to a motor racing event, is truly underrated, is how much it is a family affair. Racing is one of these weird things where, although endurance racing is a bit different, but it's one of these weird things where it's a very individual sport when you're in the vehicle, because it's you, the vehicle, the racetrack, and your competitors. And yet, more than most sports, the amount of teamwork that goes into it can never be underrated. And especially with racing car drivers, they lean and rely on their family a lot to get the best out of them, to make sure that mentally they're in the right state to perform. And I've seen before myself personally, Charles Aranjis, when he gets out that car, he just runs to his family. He's happy to be there with his daughters. So very cute to hear from them and Chloe down in pit lane.
No, absolutely wonderful stuff. And you could hear they just want to support that. They're here for the fun, and it's just absolutely incredible. Second generation drivers right there, and future champions, that's for certain. With knowing JJ Desel and knowing the entire Aranjis family, just seeing everyone out there, that's going to be a great one. But they also did talk about they enjoy games. We've got our family fun zone out here where there's a variety to do out at the top, including DJs going and performing, being an absolutely incredible time. But also, we've got to go and talk about that we're running a simultaneous sim race that's got 3 rigs, 3 teams that are going and racing in a 9-hour race during this duration, and seeing where they can go. So a bit of history being made in that response, where it's on-site rigs running the same race as what's currently out on circuit. So they're running on a set of Corsa Competizione at the moment, and they're out in GT3 cars going and showing what they can do, and it's doing driver swaps like what the real racing happens out as well. As we are seeing a little bit of a fight going on between the graphics supply world getting overtaken by the 37 Curl, and that is Lorero, who's not hanging back. He's wanting to clear through and charge his way back up, and this is trying to unlap themselves in the Super Polo. And what I want to point out, we got 3 of the Super Polos out on circuit that are showing what they can do. This is a little car that really had the tough time and has really shown what it can do. That, unfortunately, is a severe motorsport getting some work done to the engine, and they wiping it down. I wonder what they're trying to get rid of, because that is the only reason you're wiping it down like that is for oil. Ooh. A little bit on the throttle, losing a bit of smoke. So something's definitely not quite happy, and it's very on and off, but it's only under acceleration that's coming out of Lorero's car at the moment.
So what I've noted, Steve, if you check, it's normally when he's getting on the gas out of the slower corners. I was watching up at Leeuwkorp, the mine shaft. You wouldn't see that much of the smoke, but it was here at Crowthorne Clubhouse in our Ingwe, where at slow speed, when the combined racing VW gets on the gas hard, that's where we're seeing those big puffs, clouds of smoke.
So absolutely great stuff to see, and each of the drivers, ooh, that's Leighton Free, who's absolutely sending it. I think he's trying to open up the gap to Zolile at the moment. Last lap time was a 47.2, so it was a bit slower, but Zolile's time at 149.11.
And that gap is up to 11.9 seconds.
He's tapped off a lot at the moment, and that tells me they're trying to either keep tyres alive or concentrate on a fuel stop. So he's not pushing as hard as what we've seen him do. I mean, we even go back to when he was racing in the Sports and GT and the GT Cup, that those sort of times he was properly on the money. He was into the 44s, the 45s, and 49. It's a bit yards back for what that car can do.
He has done a lot of laps during the day today throughout all the races, so possibly a bit of fatigue there maybe for him, or he's just backing off of it to recover, save some energy, but that gap has gone up. The bonnet's now closed on this Fiat Motorsport car, but it doesn't seem like they're fixing anything. More seems like they're
talking to the
having a
driver
conversation in terms of what they're going to decide to try and do going forward.
Now they need to get this car back out. I mean, you've gone through the entire season fighting it out. The last thing you want to do is be out like this, and they're going to do everything they can, trying to cool it down, that big industrial fan right by the radiator, trying to force air through the engine, through the radiator, try and cool the engine down, cool the intercooler that's connected to the turbo as well, as each of the drivers just going and keeping an eye. It looks like whatever problem it was, they're now getting themselves sorted to go back out onto circuit. And in-car cam going and showing our camera crew who are working frantically behind the scenes. Gareth with a big smile on his face, one of our camera crew out there. Good to see him going and enjoying the racing at the moment. But I wonder if they got a cooling issue.
I was just about to say that, Steve, possibly overheating car.
Which wouldn't be the very first time they've had this issue with the car. Aldo Scribanti, they had it. SWAT Corps, during practice, they were concerned about overheating, that they actually were lifting quite a bit to try and bring that temperature down. However, it looks like now they're starting to feel that pain as well. And I'm just taking a look. Lille down to a 150. There's tired and tapping off, but there's also properly losing time. That's a second up from where he was, and is losing even more at this point. I wonder if it's just trying to get the minimum amount of laps in and then start trying to put in the likes of Axel Jeffries and Stuart White back into the car to push themselves further up.
True that, because if you look at Leighton Free, his fastest lap of his stint so far is a 46.5, and he did a 47.5 on the previous lap, which is only a second slower, which is what we traditionally used to seeing and expect from our Class A drivers, and he's just come in and put a 47.2 across the line, Leighton Free. But when you have a look at the Inter-Africa car, fastest lap of the stint, 44.4, but up to 50.5 now, so that's 6.1 seconds slower than the PB so far, back to a 49.2. So I would assume that's something driver related, but I'm sure we'll get closer to the answers further into the race.
I think they've gone and told him, hey, listen, you're coming off the gas a little bit much there. Let's just try and try keep your foot in it a little bit longer. Go brake that little bit later. Trust in the ABS, trust in the traction control to keep you going, but rather give it that little bit more of a push as we're losing time. Remember, they're fighting out for the championship here. The last thing they want to land up doing is having the likes of MJR, who are going to get usurping them in terms of pit stops at this point. However, what this has done for Lataka has taken them out of the performance and index running at the moment.
That is a very, very good point.
Because, I mean, they've gone from a 45, 44s into a 50. That performance index is way too far. He's no longer fighting Horam and Byron for that performance of index. Now, the only one that is left fighting for performance and index is Stuart White.
Indeed. That is a very good point. As the Sphere Motorsport car, we are delighted to see in commentary rolls out of pit lane back into the track.
Go, little car, go.
Based on what we're looking at there, Steve, I think you may be right that there's a cooling issue. Do you think that the team just decided, like, let's let the car cool down for a couple of minutes, and then hopefully they've made an adjustment so that they don't have to repeat that?
I don't think they had a choice that the car needs to cool down. I think when everything started getting a little bit on the warmer side, that dash lit up more than a Christmas tree at this point, saying, hey, listen, going and seeing how it goes. But, well, it's time for a driver change, and it's Alvarez who's in the car to try and push himself that little bit more. And Lataka getting into pit lane, so the Lamborghini. Is it going to be a driver change? It is. And we're going to be pulling him out the car. So, obviously, Axel Jeffries going and saying, listen, come in. Stuart White getting into the car, the big tall man himself, going and getting himself sorted. That's where you start moving the pedals forward, move the seat back, take out the booster seat, the whole works that you need to get him in. It's going to be a fuel stop, and watch how quick this tire change is for the team. 30 seconds is what the pit stop fuel and tires is. Up on the jacks, they already started undoing before the jacks have even hit their height. And there we go, clean running. Only 4 men are allowed to touch this car at a time for the tire, so they've got 2. They can't just have 1 wheel gun on each tire. They have to go and do a quick swap round and up and going. They do have the lollipop man, so entirety in pit lane, you're only allowed 8 people. That's fuel, fire, lollipop, your tire, doing your tires, and also someone to help you with your windscreen and such. So a quick change out, and now seeing what you can do. Stuart White has got a lengthy climb to go and catch up to Leighton Fourie, and it's been a very, very long time since both Stuart White and Leighton Fourie have gone and shared the circuit. This is dating back years that these two have crossed swords, and it's going to be rather interesting to see what both can do in anger.
A thing of beauty watching the Inter-Africa team go about their pit stop business, the pit stop crew moving like a well-oiled machine. You can see everyone knows exactly what they need to be doing, when they need to be doing it, and how they need to be doing it. I'm excited to see Stuart White in the car. His first stint here at the 9 hours of Kyalami, 2 hours and 6 minutes into the race, and using our laws or principles of deduction up here in commentary, I would think that this is a response from the Inter-Africa team, because those lap times are continuing to drop more and more for Leclerc. They've responded because the gap was almost at 20 seconds, and they've said, Stuart White, you are a fresh driver. His first racing laps of the day, you go and now put in a serious stint.
Well, at the same time, he's got to keep in mind they are fighting for performance and index, and while he has to push harder, he has to keep within his times. He's a very talented driver, he's a very quick driver, but if you're pushing harder, it's really difficult to maintain your fastest lap time for an hour in the car. So he's got to be well enough aware of that as they continue on. 2 hours and 7 minutes have been completed of our 9 hours of Kyalami, and it's going to be a huge, huge run for each of the drivers to push that little bit more. Teams having to think outside the box as they start to get closer into the race. And here we go. This is Joseph Ellerine climbing into the car. So they're taking Leighton Fourie out. This is a react to what they just saw. So Joseph's climbing into the car, Fourie out, do the pit stop, quick refuel to try and get it all sorted out. You'll also see they've got a little bit of a towel written around it that is covered in water. It's to help prevent fuel spillage. They also have an eco mat to ensure that there is no fuel spillage. But the one thing about the Porsche, you fuel up on the nose, not on the rear. It means when the tank starts to get light, that nose starts to get a very loose underneath you. But when it's full, prepare to have the tail come snapping around.
My first time as well today watching Joseph Ellerin racing in the MJR team, so I'm very excited to see what he's capable of. When he gets out on track, Stuart White will be fully up to speed. If you look at our timing tower there, you saw there was a gap of 137.4 and the Into Africa team has a fastest lap of 144. So via quick maths, you would estimate if Stewie immediately gets back to his top pace that the gap should be around 7-8 seconds. So it's going to be interesting to see when the MJR car comes out the pits what exactly that gap is, because we possibly could be having a battle on track. And as you mentioned earlier, been a while since these two drivers have done battle on track, so looking forward to seeing them do battle. I'd love to see an on-track battle for the lead of Class A. As the pit stop is complete, the Lollipop girl lifts her lollipop and we have the pit stop completed. Stuart White has taken the lead during that pit stop. So Into Africa making time up there on the pit stop on the MJR team, and the onus now on Joseph Ellerin to chase down the Into Africa Lamborghini. And look at that gap, Steve. According to our timing there, 19 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely great stuff. On the charge, trying to move forward and see where they go. Now, last time Joseph Ellerin was actually here at Kyalami and racing out in the endurance race was actually in the Audi GT4, which was also part of the MJR team. So, getting to go hands-on for the Porsche, going to see what they can do to move forward. And last time out, when they were in the Audi GT4, they didn't finish the car. Both Marius Jackson and himself. So trying to bring back a recovery round after round 4, not quite working out in their favor, seeing what they can do in round 6, the final round of our South African Endurance Championship.
Very fascinating indeed. The Caritas car is back in the pit lane at the moment, as we watch Joseph Ellerin going down the hill into the mine shaft. Meanwhile, on the pit straight, our new race leader in Class A. This looks like the Caritas car in pit lane. That driver not looking too happy there. Oh, that's Combined Racing. We did see Combined Racing having problems with that car, smoking early in the race. It didn't seem to be slowing them down, but there is, of course, that concern that there's still a long way left to go in this race. Only 2 hour 10 completed, which means we've got 650 to go. And as we watch that pit stop for Combined Racing, I'm very excited and happy to welcome into the commentary booth our pit lane reporter, Nadine Wilken. I know she's going to come with the tea, with the scoop. She's going to let us know what's been going on out there in the pits. Welcome, Nadine.
Thanks for having me, Temba. Nadine in the house. Listen, it's hot out there. I'm so grateful to be in the best seats in the house here with you for a bit while Steve goes and supports the shave-a-thon. Well, the spray-a-thon.
Sprayathon. I think he did mention he's going to shave today, but we'll see what Steve comes out with. Nadine, any interesting tidbits, things you've been able to see here around the pits? I know you've been doing a lot of different things out there, so I'm sure there's something that you've seen or heard through the grapevine.
I got a bit of information about yesterday. You know, obviously yesterday was quite an interesting day. We had the Francos who unfortunately had that oil leak. Just to take the attention off them a bit, did you know that Francis Carruthers ran out of petrol yesterday on track?
No, I didn't. I only heard about Mo Mia running out of fuel.
2 of them then. I mean, how do you run out of fuel when you've been sitting in the pits doing nothing for 2.5 hours?
I think that's the problem, sitting and doing nothing for 2.5 hours.
Yeah, expert dosing.
Yeah. I mean, we saw ourselves when we were going up and down the pits doing a bit of our research that everyone looked bored. I mean,
gloomy like the weather.
Gloomy like the weather. It was a very long delay while the oil was being cleaned up. But yeah, that's interesting. I wasn't aware that Carruthers had run out of fuel there.
Yeah, and then as for today, I mean, we've got a great turnout for spectators. People are really enjoying it out there. It is hot. We've even had a couple youngsters come into the office and say, they're struggling with a bit of heat stroke. So please, guys, just stay hydrated out there. But yeah, just to give you some insight, up in the fan zone, things are pumping. The parents are loving shifting their kids off into the fan zone, onto the jumping castles and into the go-karting and stuff, while the parents have a lacquer beer at our beer tent. We also had Morgan Beatbox come and break down a couple beats for us, which was really cool. I don't know if they were able to show you guys some of that on the stream, but yeah, he really blew us away. And we've just completed the Sports and GT and the GT Cup final podium for 2025.
Nice.
So yeah, hoping that all those competitors will be back with us in 2026. So that's what I've been up to. As for the 9 hour, I'm here now and I'm watching.
Nice. So just to catch you up a little bit on what you may have missed. So the 1 hour dash, and this is for the viewers at home as well who maybe didn't join us from the start of the 9 hours. The 1 hour dash was a war of attrition. There was one moment where we lost, I think, 3 cars in the space of like 2 minutes.
No ways.
Yeah.
Who did we lose?
Michael Bezadino's car stopped right at the top of Leeuwkop, on the top of the hill. And then about a lap later, Casey Enzel-Smith crashed at the S's.
No.
So there was literally one shot where you could see at the top of the hill is the one car stopped and then the other one in the gravel trap. So it was quite a big crash for Casey because he went off on the second S and he carried a lot of speed and just flew into the wall front first. So the combined racing team then immediately had a problem with that afterwards as well. Wayne Hoffman got black flagged because the 1 hour dash ended and he was still circulating behind the safety car. So it was quite hectic at that stage of the race. But we are going to catch up with Chloe live down in pit lane.
I know. You can say that again. We are done, of course, in pit lane with the Sphere Motorsport. Peter just comes, of course, to join us now. Talk to us about your pit stop. How was, of course, your time on track as well?
Chloe, yeah, it was. We had a good time on track. I think, as per the usual, Sphere Motorsport always, struggles a little bit. So we definitely have a couple of struggles again here today. So we have a bit of oil pressure issues. But yeah, everything out on track seems okay. We reckon the car will last the distance. So yeah, Sergio's out at the moment. We're just trying to get it to the end. For us, it's all again about finishing. We have to finish. And if we can get to the end of the line, we might just win the championship in Class B.
And that will be absolutely fantastic. But what I want to find out from you is what keeps you guys going amidst all the challenges that happen on track when you see the car come back? Because regardless of those challenges, the team still stays upbeat.
I think it's just the camaraderie. We spoke not so long ago and we said the brothership within the Sphere Motorsport group is just, it's amazing. We stand together, we go through the struggles and all the triumphs together. So yeah, it really brings us together and it makes us want to come back. And every year, next year, we'll be back again.
And you told me that next year you might have a new car.
That is quite correct.
Still not telling me what car it is.
Can I say VET?
VET?
Maybe COR in front?
COR in front. Stephen Koenig, where are you in? Is that what you're getting? Really? Oh, okay. Congratulations.
Yeah.
He's been holding on this information for the longest time. How is that transition going to be?
I can't wait. But it's going to be left-hand drive. We're going to do the same power plant, so we'll still do 500-600 horsepower, but left-hand drive, but sequential box, so it'll be a whole new learning curve. But yeah, I can't wait for that.
What has been the highlight for you besides the brotherhood in terms of the different rounds that we've done in 2025? I mean, we've gone to different tracks, experienced different weathers as well.
Look, for me, it was experiencing all the tracks in SA. I've done very little circuit racing, so it's brand new for me being at Kyalami. Kyalami was also new for me. Aldo Scribanti was my hometown. Unfortunately, we couldn't race there. So Arcos was good. So yeah, just learning all the tracks. It was a really good year for me. I think next year we can just come back stronger and really go for it.
In a new car, I don't see why not.
And we'll be in Class A.
Ooh, clock it. Let's go back then to commentary. We'll, of course, continue, bring the conversations from pit lane and great news coming from Sphere Motorsport. We're really looking forward to 2026 already, yeah?
Cool. Cheers, Chloe.
Cheers, back to commentary.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Chloe Grace and Peter van Heerden. Exciting news there for Sphere Motorsport. They're getting a new car. I unfortunately didn't hear what car they're getting because Chloe started screaming. But so super cool to see a team going from Class C up to Class A going into next year.
yeah, that's exciting for us. Definitely need to get a bigger grid there on Class A. What was interesting for me is they need to finish in either first or second to win overall for their Class B championship today. So currently they're sitting third, so they need to get moving.
Yeah, they're holding on. It's been a struggle with that Toyota Altezza. So thanks to Stephen Koenig, who's just updating us there, that the Sphere Motorsport team will be upgrading to an Audi R8 next year into Class A. So that is really, really cool and exciting news for them. And as Nadine was just explaining to us there, they are in contention for that Class B championship, but they do have to get a move on and make their way up the field, because Rachard van Zyl in the Alfa Romeo currently occupies that P2, and GNH Transport continues to lead with Ant Blunden in the Audi R8 leading Class B. Looking at the lap times, as Nadine has a look at the points for us there, I think she may have something to add there. I've been waiting for Stuart White to get in the car. He just got in about 10 minutes ago. So we've just recently had a driver change for both MJR and Into Africa. Joseph Ellerin just jumped in the car. Stuart White just jumped in. So Axel Jeffrey started the first stint for Into Africa. Then Olile jumped in. He was slowly catching Leighton Fourie, and then all of a sudden his lap times just fell off a cliff, where he went from 144s to 149s and 150s. So it looked like Into Africa then said, okay, now it's time to respond. Stuart's fit, he's not raced yet today, so I think we're going to see quite a long stint here from Stuart. And one of my favorite things about watching Stuart White drive is that when when you jump on the onboard camera, he looks like an Uber driver. He looks so relaxed. But then his lap times are insanely fast and insanely consistent.
Look, Kulile's had one heck of a morning, right? I mean, he managed to bag 2 first places in the Sports and GT, and then second, I think he was second in the third. No, he spun out in the second race and came fourth, yeah. But yeah, I mean, he managed to grab a podium for Sports and GT, first place overall for the year. So I think that man deserves a beer. Well, I don't think he's at the beer yet, because I'm sure he'll do one more stint, but he deserves a bit of a rest for sure.
He's had a long morning and afternoon. You know, he spent many hours in the car already. And one thing for our viewers at home to remember, that those sprint races, even though it's only 8 laps, the physical effort you put in is much higher than, for example, you'd say in a stint in the endurance race. And it's not to say he spends more energy there, but you are spending the energy much quicker, which tends to tire you out. And especially when you think of a day in the car, out the car, in the car, out the car, in the car, out the car.
And the races are also back-to-back, right? So you have a couple minutes to rest, reset, and then you're back in the car and doing it again. And what I did see on the timing is, I think he had about a 10-second lead in race 3 that he took first place.
Yeah, he was flying. He was flying. So Stuart White at the moment lapping in the low 145s. As we discussed earlier, he is the only driver in the Into Africa team who's still really in that competitive position in terms of the performance index. Joseph Ellerin, just to have a look, he is lapping in the 150s, so not quite able to match the pace that we saw from Leighton Fourie in the Porsche earlier.
I'm sure he's just warming up. Anyways, getting back quickly to GNH and Sphere Motorsport. So Sphere Motorsport's currently leading Class B with 107 points, and GNH is just behind them with 90. So if GNH also gets first place and Sphere takes second place, Sphere Motorsport will still take overall first. So GNH... Oh, you know what? Chloe's actually got something for us in the pits. Let's send us down to Chloe.
We are currently down at GNH, and as we know, Ant Blunden is currently leading in his class, which is absolutely fantastic. I mean, talk to us about how the cars have been performing this weekend, because you've had quite the plethora of cars out. Also this Boost, this Nissan that was out this weekend.
The cars have performed fantastic this weekend. We've got Audi Motorsports graciously sent us a head technician. He's been looking after us this weekend. Lucas has done a fantastic job. He made sure the GT3 ran right, he made the GT4 run right. Currently we can't complain, the cars are running perfectly. Our team and our crew have put a good car together. We did experience last week in testing a bit of overheating, but the guys worked all week and got it sorted out. Audi have stepped up to the plate. Yeah, my crew, I mean, Adam, Vane, and everybody has done fantastic. And, you know, it shows. We're third overall on circuits and first in class. And now we've got Arnold, our superstar, jumping in. So, yeah, looking good going forward.
What has the conversation been with your twin in terms of course, the expectations, that what you can achieve this weekend?
Well, we are at a disadvantage. You know, we're in a GD4 opposed to the two top teams in GD3s. But Ricky and I had a discussion and we said, you know, let's bring in Adi. Ant is fantastic. He's doing a good job. So we're using Ricky and myself to steady the ship. And then, you know, mid-race, we're going to use Arnold to try close up. And Ricky agreed. He said, yeah, let's put Adi in the car. And Ricky did a phenomenal job now for the first stint. And Ant's followed it up. So now we try catch up a little bit now.
So how's the pressure? And really talk to us about the waiting game, because now you're seeing everyone ahead of you do so well. And now you have to also match the times that they've been putting on.
All the pressure's on. The pressure is seriously on. You know, fortunate for me this morning, I had 3 races in the sports and GT. So I'm kind of just on edge now, waiting to get in the car and try and better my other 2 teammates. Yeah, pressure's there. We just got to, you know, I think if we just keep it together and we just do a solid lap time, you know, we got to finish. That's the main thing. We got to finish. That's the most thing that we're worried about at the moment is finishing.
And I mean, the other thing that we've seen from GNH is the overtakes on track earlier on in the morning, which were pretty fun to see. Talk to us about those.
Oh no, we had fun. Yeah, you know, I can't lie. We had so much fun in the sports and GT races this morning, and yeah, Damien Hammond kept me honest for a bit. Yeah. And then yeah, Exo in race 1, he was on another level. But race 3, 3 cars into turn 3 didn't end well for me. So. But we've had fun. This has been such a good event this weekend. Yeah. We loved every minute of it. SAES is top class.
It definitely is. And then lastly, what has Dad said? Because we saw the old man as well. He was part, of course, your plans for this weekend.
Yeah, so Dad, newly acquired. No, my dad's had fun. Yeah. You know, he's 71. He loves motorsport. He loves being here. He loves watching us do well. He loves supporting the team and he loves supporting the series. So he's happy. He's happy. As long as we're running, he's happy.
And then lastly, Gianni, I want to find out from you. I mean, where do you think you're going to get more time here on track where, you know, you can especially looking into the curbs, you don't have to turn too much and just get a bit more time and reduce that lap time?
Well, definitely up in Europe, I've got a problem. Mine shaft is pretty sorted. So I would imagine me personally, myself, UCorp is a big one for me. Yeah, I kind of feather the throttle where I should be straight on the throttle. But yeah, it's a mind thing, you know. And Arnold is my coach, and he's gone through everything, and it's just going in one ear, out the other. It's, you know, one thing to say something, but to execute it on tracks, it's a bit of a problem for me.
I've got no doubt. I think you're going to do well. Come, Charles. Come. Charles is also here.
Then we've got Ohio.
How are you doing, Ohio?
Oh, fantastic. What a great day.
It's really fantastic. And I mean, seeing, of course, GNH as well. Thank you. Doing really well this weekend. How has that been, just watching them?
Well, it's great. I mean, we always root for each other end of the day. And, yeah, to see Johnny and the boys doing well. He did great today in the R8, and now, will you believe it? He's in an R8. So it looks like Audi is doing him good.
Did you know that Audi brought him a technician from Germany?
Yes, I do. I brought the technician.
Ah, there we go.
Well, to be fair, Stradale run the R8 GD3, GNH run the R8 GD4. So, yeah, you know, he's shared amongst the pits here, so it's been good.
Love along the pits. And Charles, I mean, you're a champion. Wrap up 2025. I mean, congratulations on, of course, your championship.
Yeah, look, I don't know even what championship I won, Chloe. But I'm here. We're enjoying ourselves.
Yes.
And yeah, I mean, in the day, we here to enjoy motorsports. We here to root for each other. We here to yeah, just be friendly with each other, you know. And yeah, all the best to the GNH Warriors today. Yeah, we're rooting for you guys, and yeah, you'll maybe see some Stradale boys working on the car now.
No, there's a good. In fairness, Shoal and I, we go back long time. We're best of mates. There's a good synergy between the teams.
I can tell.
Yeah, there is. You know, he will grind me, I'll grind him. It's a daily conversation, to be quite honest with you. From 7 o'clock in the morning, I know this man's coffee order.
Really?
Yes.
What coffee order is that?
Oh, no. He always has a large cappuccino, 1 brown. Every morning. And then if there's 2 ordered,
Is it right?
Gets better. If there's 2 ordered, you always hear, oh no, pass it back, which means Bernali is behind him and ordered the same coffee.
We absolutely love to hear that. I want to find out, you love challenges.
Yes.
Who's quicker between the two of you?
I am.
Sorry?
I am.
Do you agree?
Yes, Shani, just say yes.
Yeah. At the moment he is. At the moment he is. I have got a beautiful R8 GT3 right now.
Yes.
So I am looking for Shoal next year. I really am looking for Shoal next year. But yeah, next year there's possibilities that even myself and Shoal and we will race my R8, you know. Yeah, so, but I must say a big thank you to my dad, GNH. He's the one who got me the car. I'm very, very stoked to love my car. Shoal and Uncle Harry for supplying the car, supplying everything related to the car. So yeah, I'm very stoked.
You also want to say thank you to your dad?
Obviously, I mean, without our dads, we won't be here. So yeah, I think, you know, for the time we have them, we'll just enjoy every moment with them, doing what we love, doing what they love, and do it together as family. End of the day, that's what we are, family, and yeah, we enjoy it.
All right, so we're going to wrap it up here in pit lane. Do you know how we're going to do it? No. So what his cap says. All right, so in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, bye.
Oh, yeah, they're absolutely terrible. Back to commentary.
I'm a bit jealous. She's having so much fun in the pits.
Well, that's it. I mean, and getting to have a chat to all the drivers and finding out some of the info, and I liked it. Who's quicker? Well, I am. Didn't even have to take 3 seconds to think about it. It was just straight out, I'm quicker.
Well, I mean, listen, sitting on 400 and something points for the year for GT Cup, I think he's definitely one of the quickest we have.
Well, that's
I mean,
true.
behind him, who do we have with 300 and something points?
Nicky Dix.
Nicky Dix.
But the comparison is a cannon and a knife at that point. But I've got to say, it's wonderful to have Shoal here coming out of a recent operation, bringing the family, coming and enjoying with the entire Stradale team and supporting their friends out there in the GNH and so many more as we do carry on taking a look. Now, I did have a chat to some of the sim racers that are running a 9-hour in conjunction with our 9-hour, which is the very first that we are having a virtual 9-hour that is on-site, racing at the same time of the Kyalami race that we've got for round 6, the 9 hours of Kyalami.
Now, from what I understand, the reason we've now brought the Sims in today to race the 9 hours is to give opportunity to youngsters who would like to consider motorsports as a career option. So it's a nice way to introduce them into, you know, a car sort of racing environment to see if it's something that they can do. So how is it down there? How's it going?
Well, when you're 1.8 seconds slightly adrift of Stuart White, and it's your only 3rd time climbing in behind these machines, I would say pretty well. And considering it's not their stuff from home, this is jumping into a rental, and you are 1.8 seconds and getting faster to Stuart White with a 144.4 set by Stuart White in real conditions, and a virtual sitting at a 146 going into a 145. I think they're pretty going well at the moment, and we are seeing future champions building up. And I did, however, see a couple of the teams walking around and peering in, just seeing the drivers there, scouting competition. And these are all youngsters under the age of 25 going and driving the absolute hearts out.
And let me tell you, I've done some of those simulators, right? And it is not easy. It is really not easy. Okay, for you, different story, obviously, because you missed the simulator himself. But, I mean, when we did that Jacaranda Day at the beginning of the year, it was quite tough.
Well, that's it. I mean,
you have to have some serious control.
They are not getting the same G-forces that the drivers are feeling out on circuit. They're having to feel everything through their hands and utilizing the gear that they got at the moment. They're using a play seat as their base. They're using the Mazda R5s with the CRP light pedals and elastomers, the brake cell upgrade on it. They're showing on a pretty good show, and this is working in conjunction with Black Ribbon Simulations and the South African Endurance Series to give a little bit more opportunity to those as they fight their way through. So always exciting, but also like exciting times on the track. Barton Pretorius doing a 2:10.6 on that last lap, and that is his personal quickest. Now, we did talk a little bit about performance and index. He's still within the ranges, and at the moment, the likes of Stuart White is also on a good run for his performance and index. However, the likes of Mr. Lataka himself dropped off from a 45 to a 50 and blew himself completely out of performance and index for the year. And that leaves Stuart White the only fighter left in it, unless there's something that goes on for Team Pesty.
Well, I mean, listen, one thing we've definitely learned is this is a marathon, it's not a sprint, so anything can happen. The rain guards also haven't opened up the clouds yet, so that might change things up a bit later. I see it is looking a little gloomy out there. At least the sun's settled a bit, so let's see what they bring.
I'm going to put the fan and blow it the other way. I don't want any rain here. And to make it history, as it would be the very...
It would be history.
It would be the first Kyalami race with a 9-hour endurance that had no rain since the opening of Kyalami many, many years ago. Sure. So that would be a bit of history. But take a look at Joseph Ellerine getting closer and closer to the wall out of Ingwe. This is a little bit of a worry. He's pushing that car harder and harder, trying to close the gap to Stuart White. However, that wall is getting far too close, and I would be starting to feel a bit uncomfortable. And I wonder if the team are going to radio back and say, dial it back, or did they just get feedback from him saying, let me do it. I know I can close that distance as they continue on the charge. And this is going to be a bit of an interesting run for them as they try and take the MJR Porsche to get a little bit closer. They don't quite have the power to close up the distance to the Inter-Africa team. But what will it be for an upset if we would have a different winner for the 9 hours of Kyalami compared to last year?
It could upset today's race for sure for Inter-Africa. But, I mean, I don't know what we've spoken about this far with regards to the overall championship for the year. So I don't want to blow any whistles here. Has it been mentioned?
No. We're still trying
Anyways, then let's quickly talk. We're talking Charles and the Giancarlo, I think it was Gianni. He was talking to Chloe, right?
Yes.
So anyways, so I can never tell the difference between the twins as long as I've known them. But anyways, they mentioned about their dads earlier, and I actually just wanted to talk about your dad real quick because I had the pleasure of giving him an award on Wednesday at the Northern Region Awards for MSA. And I don't know, your dad has been in motorsport since, what was it, 1979? I mean, he's been involved with building Formula One cars, and he's been involved with Formula One here at Kyalami and all sorts of things. Tell us a bit about this, Stephen.
Oh, AJ's been involved since about 12 years old. Grandfather, his dad, used to do motorsport, and was actually fortunate enough at Kyalami way back in the Grand Prix days, was a safety car driver and a medical car driver at the time. So
sounds like someone else I know.
Well, he gets to have a bit of fun. Also driven some variety of machinery like a Chevron B19 around here. But that being said, that's a little bit of the past, and we're going to see some of the future getting put together out on circuit. And we're going to have the national champions getting brought out from the SAES as well. So a bit of exciting time all over. I'm quite proud of my dad and quite proud of my brother.
Yeah.
But at the same time, can't take away the limelight from the drivers out on circuit going and putting on.
I just didn't want to put it out there. So I was trying to change the subject, and you went straight back to it. So that was a complete fail.
No, we got.
Should we say it? Should we just say it?
Well, I mean, at the moment, it's looking pretty tight for Class B and Class C, but however, Class A seems to be a bit done and dusted if it stays the way it is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, little birdie told me earlier that all they had to do was sort of make it past the start line. But let's wait to see what happens on the finish line then.
Well, talking about a car that needs to get past the start line, Combined Racing.
In the pits again.
And this is not looking good for them. A car that has been battling a brand new Super Polo, now getting reversed back into the pits to get sorted out. And they are fighting for the championship.
Just want to say thanks for having me on commentary for 5 minutes. Just to let you guys each cool off from your 9 hours, well, more like 13 hours of today's races. Thanks for keeping us entertained. I'm going to give it back over to Temba, and I'm going to go play with Chloe in the pits again.
Well, you can take a biscuit on the way through. And a big shout out to Nadine Wilkin going and joining in. And first time making her debut on commentary after, 2 years? You've been doing this in your first commentary time. I mean, how's that, Temba? The first of the run only took 2 years to get the commentary of it. Quite proud. So making history here, even on the team, and many will be quite happy to see it as Nadine will be going and moving on to prize giving. I've got to say, rather excited about it, but looking at on track, that is Stuart White about to put a lap on Joseph Ellerine and able to open up a little bit more space between the two as they fight on Timber. It's getting a little bit breezy out there. I had a bit of a walk down, got a bit of goosebumps, thought about the jacket, then realised the action is still quite to heat up as we see the G&H Transport Audi R8 in. Anthony Blunden climbing out of the car. He still hasn't quite changed the overalls. Wearing a Porsche overalls, climbs out of an Audi, and originally owned a McLaren earlier this year.
I think anyone part of the G&H team shouldn't wear specific brand, a specific manufacturer's leathers, because they are in everything. It's a BM, and then it's a Audi, and then it's a Merc, and then it's this, and then it's that. Then it's a Porsche, you know. But solid stint there from Ant Blunden, keeping good consistency there, no errors, though he did have that one big moment we saw at the Crocodiles about 30 minutes ago. A refuel happening as well for the G&H team. You can see the heat, the steam coming off of the brakes. Those look like they are being cooled. So the Audi R8 representing there the red hot action out on track.
Actually, to explain what that cable is right there, that's actually for grounding when refueling. So think about this. You are busy refueling and a spark comes out. These cars develop a lot of static energy that's around. Last thing you want to do is have that fire off and catch the fumes. Then you're going to be, using the fire extinguisher. And as this GT4 has had last time, and SWAT Corps in round one, getting a blast of that fire extinguisher through the engine bay and a massive cleanup needed afterwards. They don't want to have that happen. So, by rules, they have to have the car grounded. Easiest way to do it, there's bolts in the ground. You go and take your, almost like a jumper lead, clipped onto the bolt in the ground, you put it on the rim, that grounds the whole car, and now it's safer to refuel and keep you going. If you don't have anything to ground the car, you're not allowed to race. That is mandatory by the rules. So the best thing is get those crocodile clamps that you have in the back of the car, click one in the ground, click one on the rim, and keep on going.
Thanks for explaining that, Steve. It was my first time ever seeing that, because that looked like an air gun posed to me. So
no, for an Audi, it goes in the back. There's a big trumpet that sits there, and then you got your Beyblade pull cord to drop you down onto the anchors. Except with a GT4, you have to take 4 lug nuts off the car before you can pull the tire off. Where on a GT3, it's just 1 center nut. So imagine being the poor person that has to individually pull those lug nuts off and try and put it somewhere either in your hands or in your pocket, and especially after the core temperature of the brakes can go up to about 100, 120 degrees easily.
Fun times. As we take a look at a pit stop for Pesty Racing and a driver change. Baron Pretorius out, Aaron Pretorius back in the car.
Yeah, and this is going to be a quick one. You can see how frantically they're working to get the car sorted out. And our officials just keeping a very close eye. Nadine Wilkin also quick to come down and keep an eye on how the pit stops are going. Harim climbing into the car, getting themselves sorted out. Now, I do want to bring up about something interesting with the team. Now, you will see all the cars are utilizing normal ground to ground from shore, ship-to-shore radios that are there. Normal radios that you would spot in ambulances for that. But for Harim and Barend, it's a little bit different. They've figured out, the whole Pretorius team figured out there's a clever way to get around this rule. Instead of a very clunky, heavy radio that is in the car, the same ship-to-shore that you can use within range of a cell phone tower is a cell phone. So they have got unlimited minutes on a cell phone that's inside the car. All that they do is plug the headset straight into the cell phone, carry on racing.
That is ingenious.
You know what? You cut it down. That spare phone that's been sitting in your drawer, taking up space, you just make sure that it's got lots of minutes attached to it. Go racing. It counts as ship to shore.
That is super clever. And you get the added benefit of being able to play around with Candy Crush if you feel like it.
Ooh. Ooh. Wouldn't like to do that, but I know one person that's not doing that. Stuart White setting a 144.3 on that last lap. He's not playing Candy Crush, he's playing Lap Time Crush.
Stuart White on it, and he's the Inter Africa car's previous quickest lap was a 44.408, so he is gunning for that performance index, and quite an impressive stint from Stuart, because if we take it back to when you had that driver change within 2 laps of each other, where Xolile Leclerc came out of the Lamborghini, Stuart White jumped in, and Leighton Ferree jumped out of the Porsche, and Joseph Ellerin jumped in. That gap was around about 40 seconds, was 44 seconds I think when they came out the box, and he's converted that from 44 seconds into putting the MJR car, the Morris Jackson Racing Porsche 911, into a lap down, which is truly impressive. So we have something pretty cool coming up for you shortly here in the commentary booth.
Well,
handing over to you, Steve.
Well, we got a very important guest to come and have a chat to us, and was a driver early on in the year, now a team manager, got to go and pull a car to pieces. We're going to have Franco Di Matteo coming to chat to us. And Franco, wonderful to have you out, and what a day it's been for you. Let's go back yesterday, a IRC Mustang in 3 different pieces, pulling it apart to get it going. I mean, it's been a bit of an interesting... Let's start there. What on earth happened that you had to pull this magnificent beast apart, and where most of us got to learn, hang on, the gearbox is in the boot?
Look, this is a special car, you know, very well designed from the guys in Australia. The car is built in 4 or 5 pieces, so very cleverly. Because what happens is, if you do have an accident, you just remove that part, 4 bolts, take it off, put a new piece in. So it's very easy. But with us, to remove the gearbox was a bit of a nightmare. What happened was the clutches. We put a new set of clutches in it because my one driver keeps his foot on the clutch. So we burnt the clutch out. So yeah, we put a new set of clutches in, and it didn't work. So yesterday we actually pulled it out, and with all the rain we couldn't go and test it. So we came here and we found out that was a bit of a problem, you know. So we had to pull the whole car apart, and everybody that walked past there said, is this car ever going to be put together again, you know? So yeah, look, it took about 5 to 6 hours, 5 guys working on it, and we replaced the clutches and everything, set it up my way, and this morning it was perfect.
Oh, absolutely. And talking about that, we got Chloe is down in the pits with a little bit of information. We'll come back with Franco Di Matteo.
Barend Pretorius joins us now from, of course, Team Pasty rather. Barend, how was your stint out there?
Oh, rather than a bad stint. We took it fairly easy. I think we're mainly focusing on index this weekend, so we just want to actually finish well. So
we've decided on a safe pace, and we're just taking it as it comes. Not really pushing hard at this stage. We just want to finish at this stage. So we're thinking of the championship more than anything else. So wasn't a bad stint. Was fun. Always fun being in a car, especially around here. So it was a good stint. My dad's out now, and then I'll most probably get back in, and we'll just alter like that. I'm not too sure what our plans are going forward.
That's interesting because I wanted to find out what your plans are. But talk to us about when we're looking into your stint, right? Where did you find a lot of joy on track?
Most probably coming down the mine shaft because it's flat, so that's always fun. But in general around here, that's always fun. The entire track is fun, so there's not really a favourite part here. I think the whole track is just awesome to race on. Would have been nice if we had a bit more competitors this weekend, but it's still an awesome race.
It really is. And then when we look into, of course, the clouds, you're asking me, what are the other teams saying? Is it going to rain anytime soon? When we look at the clouds, it looks like it might just rain. Maybe not now, but in 2 hours' time. I know you say you don't know what the plan is right now, but are we drilling more holes in the car?
If the rain comes, I would definitely get in the car because I always enjoy the rain. So if it does rain, I would be a bit happier because I really enjoy the rain. But if it doesn't, it doesn't. So we'll see how it goes. You can never judge the weather, especially around here. It's not an hour now if it doesn't rain, so I'm sure we can expect rain sometime through the race, maybe in the next hour. But I don't think we'll have a lot of rain. It might be a thunderstorm, which will be a substantial amount. But I don't think we'll have rain throughout the night. Hopefully we don't, because going around here in the dark and especially when it's wet, it does get really tricky. So I don't know. I think the rain would make the race a lot more interesting, but we play it as it goes, because weather you can't judge.
Well, I felt a little bit of a drop in my forehead, so maybe the rain is about to come down, but Byron, it's coming on your forehead too, hold on. But talk to us, 2025, what has been your highlights?
I think it's just been an awesome season in general. I think the highlight for us was Cape Town. We came from really far behind and we managed to get a win there, and we were really, really far behind. So I think the highlight this year was definitely Cape Town. I would have to say it was Cape Town, especially in the weather we raced in. I think it was next level weather to be racing in for so long. Generally we don't have rain throughout the race. I mean, Cape Town was rain from the start to the finish. And it was really cold weather. So I think Cape Town was really the best event for us this year.
All right, that's how we wrap it up for now with Byron Pretorius. And then we'll, of course, go back to commentary. Stephen Koenig, Temba Kumalo, over to you guys.
Oh, absolutely wonderful to go and have a chat to the likes of Byron Pretorius. But Franco, this is a race you know all too well. For many that don't know your racing history, nearly 40 years, if I remember correctly, in the sport. You've been in a variety of endurance races, included right here in Kyalami, in an assortment of vehicles. Take us through what's the mentality needed when approaching an event like this to be in a endurance race around Kyalami.
Look, with the 9 hour at Kyalami, it's not a 4 hour, 3 hour, whatever on other circuits, it's a 9 hour. And the biggest thing that the guys don't realize is fitness. Okay, besides preparing your car and all that, but the guys don't go to gym. They don't have the stamina of running for a few hours in the car. People don't realize how daunting it is to race a car at that sort of speeds and not be fit. I promise you, all right, let's go back a little bit on my history. When the international guys came to South Africa, I was one of the guys that was invited by SRO to be a pit lane manager and drive the pace car and all that. So I learned a lot, and having an Italian guy running one of the Lamborghinis, and we were looking at the data and that, and he says to me, that guy's going to have a crash. You look at where he brakes and then overdrives it and then misses the brake marker and things like that. And all it was fitness. And the guys don't realize the fitter you are, the better you're going to drive, mentally and physically at the end of the day. So it's one of the fantastic races. I mean, it's 9 hours. There's nowhere in the world that it races 9 hours. It's an 8 hour or 6 hour, never 9 hours. it's actually a special race. But the guys just think we'll come and race. No, this is one of those races that you got to have it mentally and physically, and of course your cars could be reliable to do the 9 hours.
And it's also one of the factors of people think bringing more and more horsepower, bringing in the bigger cars, that means that you can win the race. You've had experience in some of the fastest machinery here in South Africa, but you've also been in machinery that's a lot closer to our Class Ds and Class C cars out on circuit.
Yeah, look, our RC car is actually a sprint car. So we like to take it through the paces to see how can we improve on it. And what we realize on the car, and as we proved it today, if we run a 10-lapper, okay, the car is very good. It'll last 10 laps, keep the pace, run a 45, 44, whatever it is, but do 9 hours or 4 hours or 3 hours, the car dips off. So the setup, the shocks is all important in the car. The tire setup, the tire temperatures. So there's lots that go into a car. Now guys look at the cars and say, you know what, we'll buy one off the shelf and away we go. Forget about it. It takes a lot of dedication, a lot of work on it. So I've driven lots of cars, sprint cars my V8 supercar, manual, and it does the sort of speeds, but it's set up to do that sort of speeds and sort of thing. Then I've raced LMP cars. The car's made to do 24 hours and things like that, and it's much easier to drive, air cons on the car, so it all comes together. The ladies' car, they've spent a lot of time preparing the car, and they do a lot of practice, and that's why they're actually running in front at the moment.
And let's talk a bit about some of your endurance history, dating back to the early eras of the South African Endurance Series, going in a Leisure, which actually Andrew Horn has managed to procure as well. So you've been in situations racing on very tough circuits all around South Africa, and your team selection, when it comes down to picking who you're working with, like we've got at the moment Stuart White, and we've got Axel Jeffries and Zolile working together. You've got Joseph Ellerine, Leighton Fourie, and the likes of Marius Jackson, each in their own respective car, while racing in the Porsche. What does it take? What are the key elements you look for as a driver to go and call in and say, hey, listen, let's go and drive a 9-hour endurance like what we got here today?
Look, to just get a guy off the street and come and race, forget about it. So I looked at when this car came in, this IRC car of us came in, and that's Romano's car. He's the owner of the car. I actually got Julian to come and race with me. I've brought him through the ranks of V8 supercars, won the championship there, so I brought him through and I said, come race with us. Give me feedback on the car. It's easy to drive the car and understand what the car is doing, but I need a neutral guy so that I know Romano can drive it and I can drive it. And what I like about Julian is that he can give me the feedback of anything that goes wrong with the car, or I need to improve. Hey, Jules, what is the car doing? No, it's understeering, oversteering. He can give me that feedback. I can prepare the car. I can set it up and make the car neutral to all of us. But you need the right team behind us. Guys that can change tires, guys can throw petrol in quick enough, fast enough. And the guys that can understand what's happening with the car. If you come in and you've got a punch and the guy's going to run around the car, no, you need to have everything ready in the pits and a good team. And we've got a new team at the moment that we, helping for next year. And they've done very well. All the guys were new in our team, but they've actually come a long way. And it doesn't help you driving fast and your team's mechanics and that are too slow, or they don't know what they're doing. Then you might as well sit at home.
Oh, that's very true. And you're a man of many hats, from club champion, regional champion, national champion. You've gone and represented South Africa as time's gone on by, but you've been from mechanic, driver, and team manager. How does your history of going and working through the stuff now pull into being a team manager, where you have to tell someone out on circuit that is getting frustrated or is getting tunnel visioned to, hey, listen, calm down, focus on the race, keep going. We've seen you a few times just putting your arm out saying, come on, go, go, go to Romano, trying to encourage him to go that little bit more.
Yeah, look, I don't come to race to come second or third. I come to race to win. And I think I take it over a little bit. For me, it's a passion. For me, if I come and do it, I do it right. Otherwise, I don't do it. And if somebody takes time to get into the car, and I just can't handle it, so I just rather walk away and give it to somebody else to do. But that's what I say. Everybody needs to understand each other. What's happening? How fast do we go? What's the tactics? Pace car coming in? Do we come in? Don't we come in? So we've got a new guy that's taken over that I'm teaching to understand. Pace car comes in, let's go in. Let's come in or not at the end of the day. It takes dedication at the end of the day. I mean, we won a lot of championships all over the world and as well, but it's dedicated. Or you do it right, or you just do it for fun and go and do it somewhere else, But if you come and you're going to spend that sort of money and dedicating and hours after the car, setting it up and that, and you come to the track and you're not going to perform, then rather stay at home.
And you brought up new team coming in, training up the new guys. For anyone that's sitting out in the grandstands or even at home in the virtual grandstands that are wanting to get into the world of motorsport, either a driver, a mechanic, a team manager, what is the advice that you can pass on to them other than, well, just grit your teeth, go and walk up to a racetrack and introduce yourself to someone? What would be the other fundamentals that you can pass on during your time in motorsport?
Look, the biggest mistake that people make is the guys come and race and daddy throws them into a fast car and they get so scared or they just can't get it together that they never come back again. So my suggestion is start off with the little cars, regional racing, club racing, and do the steps, come up in the thing. I mean, when I started in a little Alpha, at Kyalami, the old, very first Kyalami circuit. So that's how I started off. And I slowly worked my way up. It took me 10 years in V8 supercars to actually win a race. And when I won the race, it was actually, I had the target on my back. Then everybody was chasing me. But it took me 10 years to get to the front. So people just come and think, oh, well, I'll just buy the best car and go race. It doesn't work that way. Get yourself through the clubs, go and go visit clubs, come talk to us, we'll explain to you how to go about it. I've had lots of guys come in to ask me, how do I do it? What I need to buy a very fast car. I said, no, buy a little Golf or something like that and just go through the paces. Go, get to the front with that car, then you take the next step, And that's what I would say. But if anybody in the grandstands, and I mean, I've spoken to a few guys in the pits today as well, where they can say, where did this car come from? How do we get about it? And I explain to them how to go about it. So, if anybody wants to know, I mean, just Google me and I'll probably help you out somewhere along the line.
And if you are interested in getting your hands a little bit dirty, trying to understand the core workings of a car, which I highly recommend. The one thing about being a driver, and I think you agree with me, is nowadays, if something goes wrong, you just kind of put your hands in the pocket and, now what? You're learning the fundamentals of, changing a spark plug. Is a good thing.
This car that we've got now is actually a learning curve for me as well, because I'm used to driving with people don't even know what a carburetor is, and that's how
the 40s Weber
100%. And now this new technology comes through. I've had to learn very, very fast. I mean, the gear doesn't change. Why doesn't it change? Because it has got no air pressure, but the computer tells you that there's no air pressure. So the technology runs, and we've got to keep up with the times at the end of the day. But it's actually exciting for me as well. I'm actually learning that after 40 years of racing, I'm actually learning the technology in it at the moment.
And you coming from space frame V8s, going and driving in national V8 racing for some time, taking a look at the next generation of what the cars can be and what you've seen over the years. Do you think that in the world of space frames that we moving forward in development of these cars, it used to be one whole thing, it's now, as you brought up, it's a bunch of Lego. If it falls apart, just replace that entire front end.
100%. I mean, if you take the Australian V8 supercars, they built the same way as this IRC car at the moment. I mean, the guy actually bumps the car, and a section later, or 2 hours later, the car's back on the circuit. It's all bolt on and bolt off. So, and I mean, these Lambos Lambos and Ferraris and that, they're built the same way, but it's more complicated than our car. They've just made our car much easier to work on at the end of the day. So, but yeah, I think the space frames are actually the way it's going to go all over the world.
Gone the days of a normal monocoque, and that's where you go. I've got to ask, what happened to Romano? We saw him parked out into the dirt at the Crocodile. Formerly, at one point, was called the Bowl. He just spun off and landed in. What actually went on with the car? Because they weren't looking at the back of the car. You guys were looking at the front right.
Yeah, a stone hit the brake pipe and actually loosened it. Okay, so it just came loose, and the fluid, I mean, you got no more brake pressure. So we came in, we've just tightened the thing, bled it quickly, and away he went out. It took me not even 10 minutes, and he was back on the road. But that's the sort of things that actually happen. You know, some stone or whatever hit the caliper and the pipe, and it just loosened it, and the brake fluid was just running slowly out of it. So yeah, things that happen, strange things happen, you know.
That's actually the first time I've actually heard about it. In your time of racing, when have you ever heard just a small stone going and loosening like that?
I've never heard about it, but that you can actually see the mark on it. Well, or it's a stone or a piece of something that actually hit that pipe. So yeah, it happens.
Shingos, okay, well, it's not often that you get to find out. And honestly, it's been incredible. I know that you're looking forward to the racing. What is in line for 2026 for Franco Di Matteo and for the team?
We don't know yet. Okay, there's lots of things on the cards for me at the moment. I've been off this year, not too good because I've actually had our eye up. So I've been taking it easy, and like I said, I've become the manager. But now next year, I actually really want to get back into it. I've got to get fit. First thing I've got to do is get fit, and we don't know yet. There might be some changes done in our IRC car, but we'll see at the end of the day. I can't say too much, but let's see what happens. Yeah.
Well, going to have to keep an eye on the show, the social media. Big thank you to Franco for joining us. But let's go down to Chloe in the pits and find out what's happening out there.
Well, I have to say, Stephen Koenig and Themba Khumalo, I'm enjoying a conversation with Franco Di Matteo there. But we are in pit lane with Leighton, of course, now from MJR, breaking up the boy band once again. We've seen Marius Jackson join us for the second time. What's going on with the Porsche?
Yeah, I mean, it's been smooth sailing for us for the first 3 hours, 4 hours. We just had a slight minor issue with the rim. So basically the pin locks have just snapped off, but we found a solution for it. Stradales helped us quite a bit now with the extra rim, so it's a little bit of good sportsmanship, so thank you to them. So yeah, they're going to sort us out a little bit. We shouldn't really have a problem with it. If it gets worse, then I'm sure we have time to sort it out. Stewie and them are obviously flying, so we're trying to keep up with them as much as we can. As we say that, rain's starting to come, so that also squares things up for us a little bit more. So maybe I'll get into the stint, the next one, and then see what I can do in the wet.
I mean, you were telling me in terms of the vibration that you experienced at your first stint. So you've been experiencing this for a while now.
Yeah, I mean, I had to manage it a little bit in my stint. It wasn't too bad. Joe said he had about the same. It wasn't getting any worse. It's just there now, obviously, because of the pin locks breaking. But yeah, we'll manage it as we need to and correctly as we need to. But so far, it seems like we can still push 90%.
And with the rain coming down now, with the technology you have with the Porsche, you're not complaining too much because traction is not going to be an issue for you.
No, I mean, Porsche is amazing to drive in the wet. So yeah, I'm not complaining if it rains a little bit. I'm going for either weather. So whether it's dry or whether it's wet, I'm keen for either.
Definitely keen for either. We're about to get my, of course, race jacket just to make sure that I'm all geared up. But let's head back to Coventry.
Thank you.
in pouring rain on one side and sunlight in the other. But joining me back on the mic after we just said farewell to Franco, who was getting hounded by the Familiaris family. He went and snuck away from them and, well, got to join us here. We got to hear some fantastic words. We are taking a look. There's a little bit of drizzle coming down Timber. It's going to be another year where, well, water lands on the Kyalami yet again. 64 years old of a circuit, plus now it is another year where rain is starting to fall in the endurance race here at Kyalami.
The inevitable has arrived.
There we go.
Well, I've definitely been waiting for this moment since the race started. You've been dreading it since the race started. But thankfully, it's not coming down like a typical Joburg thunderstorm or shower where it goes from 0 to 100 in about 2 minutes and then everything gets soaked and then it stops raining. So a bit of drizzle out on track for now. Axel Jeffries just keeping an eye on the lap time. So he was on a 48.0 before the rain started falling. He's done 46.7 in the drizzle, which is only 2.7 seconds off the fastest lap for that car in this race. So clearly the track is still hot. The heat from the sun earlier is still remaining in the circuit. So we are still a long way from that crossover point in terms of grip, unless we do get a shower. But I've just had a look outside the commentary window. There's not a thick grouping of clouds. As you can still see on screen, I mean, check there. At barbecue, you can see the drizzle falling, but still visibly clearly dry at sunset. You can see at the top of your screen still some blue skies. So I think for now we are getting away with it.
Yeah, it's going to be something to keep an eye out for, and also just having a chat to a couple of everyone out in the grandstand. So, and also sitting in the virtual grandstand, we had Sudia going and saying it's amazing that Kyalami, 64 years, still going on and is still putting on a great performance. And a shout out from Cape Town, from Double X on the virtual grandstands, but also to those out in the grandstands. I was having a look out to the spectators, and they're so positive. They've been enjoying the racing, enjoying the sights and sounds, enjoying the fan zone that we've got. There's a variety that have got spray painted there. I've got to say, I'm quite jealous on that one. And they've got all sorts of colorations. I mean, we saw Nadine adding a little bit of red. And for her line of work to get a little bit of a Cancerthon spray, I'm quite impressed. Someone managed to go with a spray can and sort her out. But also our sim racers out there, 1.4 seconds off Stuart White's 1:44 time now. So that is in relation. They're running a 9-hour race at the same time as our race, which is for the first time in history for the South African Endurance Series, having on-site 9-hour endurance rigs running in accordance to the actual race. We've got 3 rigs out there, 3 teams that are going at it, plus an extra one for a member of public to see if they're the quickest. And so far, top of the board for them is a 1:46.2. That is putting in the great times. And the car choices are interesting for the 3 teams out there because they made their car choices on what's here today. 2 Mercedes, 1 Audi R8. That is the car choices they made to go out and race around for 9 hours.
Nice, you read my mind there because I was just about to ask you what cars were being in use. But good to see the sun shining once again. Just want to ask if you can clarify for me, Steve, because when Franco joined you, Stuart White was in the car, and for a brief moment our timing was showing Axel Jeffries. So is that still Stuart in the Inter Africa racing car?
It looks like it's still Stuart White that is in the car, and Marius Jackson unfortunately has been in the pits, one climbing in, and then he had to go after a lap, pull back in. We heard the problem for that. Then we've got Arnold Neveling going and driving for the G&H Transport, which is both friend but foe against the Stradali team, and getting to wear both hats at this point out there in the Audi R8, going and trying to close up the distance in Class B. They have got Van Zyl in the 33 trying to close them out at the moment. So many drivers are trying to push that a little bit more. We are getting reports from some of our spectators out there that there is a bit of rain. There's a little bit more of a harder drizzle at Clubhouse. It's starting to build up, which ties in with Kyalami naturally. If you start to see a bit of clouds coming over the likes of Leerkop, you are going to get it a little bit later on. So if you look at the top of the mountain, well, rain goes only down ways, and if you're at the bottom, you're going to get it. So the drivers are having to adjust, and they will be radioing back to the team saying, okay, listen, I'm getting a few spots on my windscreen, let's start considering what we have to do. Suddenly, those wet weather tyres are being shifted further along the line. Taking a look at our sim racing rigs out there, and that was one of our spectator rigs, utilising a play seat in a Logitech G29, out on Assetto Corsa Competizione, and going and trying to put in the times. The spectators looking for their top run the order. Black Ribbon Simulations teaming up with the likes of the South African Endurance Series to bring racing to the public, and also to some new prospecting drivers that are coming through. Now, these are young drivers that aren't very experienced in racing. They're not doing on-track circuit racing. These are learning, and they on the other side using Mazda R5s, which are direct drive wheels, gives them a little bit more sense of real speed, and what's happening out there does require a little bit more of effort to get the cars going, and we'll be racing in a 9-hour enduro as we're going on. So far they've been in for 3 hours and 13 minutes, same as our drivers currently been out for 3 hours and 13 minutes here for round 6, our final round of the South African Endurance Series. And if you're just joining us out on Prime Media on the app or out on YouTube, it's wonderful to have you guys out here in the virtual grandstand. To those that are on the grandstands listening to us, you absolute legends, keep it up, and keep up with all smiles. I went and smelt a Boerewors roll earlier, and oh man, that will make you hungry. And that has actually been bright out on the edges of the circuit. Everyone's just enjoying themselves, really going that extra mile, and I'm sure you've been seeing a couple of the smiling faces around Temba.
Fantastic way to enter the festive season here at Kyalami Grand Prix Circuit at our Southern African Endurance Series season finale. I think one thing which I'm really impressed by and a big fan of is that sim racing setup that they have there, because one thing, you know, when you spend a lot of time at racetracks, which we've both done, is that when a fan or a person of the public comes through, the first thing they often feel is that there's this desire and a dream inside that I would love to try this. But then the problem is that there almost seems to be this gulf between being a spectator and actually being someone who's participating in the racing. And I think the sim racing initiative is a perfect bridge between the two, so that, you know, it's amazing what they've been able to do with sim racing technology, and I'm sure you can tell us a bit more about that because you are an expert in that field. But the realism that they are able to create from it is simply incredible as we have a look at the fans. I mean, we've been around Kyalami ourselves, and that looks exactly like how the racetrack does, as we've been viewing it for the last 3 hours and 15 minutes. So that's simply brilliant, and I think especially awesome for the youngsters to have the chance to experience that.
Well, it's a laser scan circuit on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Ooh, getting it wrong through crocodiles and landing up in the same grass that the likes of Ramona Sartori was in a little bit earlier. Now venturing up towards Cheetah, it's going to be the Kinker right-hander. This is all laser scanned, and the drivers are having to really compensate with whatever's going on. They're able to set those very similar lap times as well. They get to duke it out. This is a G29. This is more of your entry-level steering wheel and pedal setup. The sim rig itself, there's a variety. You can get the play seats, you can get foldable ones, you can get T-slot aluminium, which are highly modular as well. So there's a lot that you can do. And Assetto Corsa Competizione is one of the few sims that are on the market right now that has a laser scan of our current Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, which is absolutely incredible to really see going and driving on it. The undulations, the rise and falls that you get to experience, the camber that's into it. Also, when the conditions start to change, when rain starts to be included, when the grip levels start to fall out, that all comes into play. So the circuit itself is highly detailed, and this is a sim that's nearly 6 years old, if I remember correctly, and there's many more coming through the ranks that we will be seeing in the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. It's one of the very few African circuits that are not modded. They come with the actual sim itself, and that's got to say something. If you look at all the circuits up through Africa, just not only South Africa but through Africa, and you go, hang on, I'm gonna go and take the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit as that go too. Well, there's a reason why everyone gets to have a bit of fun. I went and looked at also, there was a lot of teams going in, peering in to see young prospects of motorsport as well, and got to have a chat to a lot of the sim racers wanting to get into the world of motorsport a bit more in various different capacities. I thought it was going to be just drivers, but I actually found one that's one of the sim racers that is in the competition turned around and said, look, I'd like to be a data analyst to go and see how it's all working. Last thing I thought to hear from a 19-year-old is I want to be a data analyst for not for sim racing, for racing as it stands. And you've got to take your hats off to. That's the next generation coming through. As we see once again, a nice, not really quick pit stop there. Actually pulled the car into the pits and taking things a little bit on the easier side. They did refill for the water. I wonder what is going on. Or did they just pull the car in to get more people working on the car? As it's down on the ground, it was up on jacks. And this is one of our Super Cup cars. This is the Franco car, the Graphic Supply World, getting a little bit of work done onto it. Driver is going to be climbing back into the vehicle and getting themselves sorted out. Very clever, because when you're in the pit lane, you're only allowed 8 people. When you're in the pits, you're allowed a lot more, but they are moving the steering left to right. So I wonder if they picking up something is not quite kosher and they're getting the team to just take a look at it. So no, they're actually just rolling the car out. So bringing it in, getting more people to get hands-on with it works far better than to sort out any issue, but this is definitely not a routine pit stop for them.
Problems there for GSW, and I'm guessing based on what we're seeing that there must be something specific wrong with the car that they are either looking to investigate, as we see an oil catch tray going out there at the back.
That's for fuel.
Opening up the boot.
That's for fuel. They're going to be refueling, so they put the grounding cable. They go and take that water-covered towel to help soak up if any fuel is there. They're putting it over the tire, and that is so any fuel that does spill doesn't land onto a hot rim, hot brake, and hot pedals. Hot rim, hot tire, and just eventually landing up into a bit of a problem. They also, you'll see the tube that's going off into a canister. That's actually for overflow. Because if you think about this, you are pushing fuel in quite quickly. So what are you pushing with it? Air. Air fills the tank, you now will push the fuel out. So what you'll end up doing is getting another way to push the air back out so you can keep fuel going. Easiest way to think about it. Go and take a Coke bottle. Go into a pool or a bath and quickly turn it upside down with the cap off, push it down. You'll see how much air it actually takes and takes up the volume that there's less liquid inside. So a nice little trick at home to see how the fuel tank expansion works. You now want to try and get rid of that air, so by putting a small hole in the top that or another cap that you can unscrew, it will allow the air to escape and you'll get the fluid in a lot quicker. It's something that you get to see either having a separate pipe on the left or the right of the car, or you will have 2 pipes going in. One will be an intake and one's an outtake. So one's pushing fuel in, the other one's taking the air out of it and cycles through. So these are the different fundamentals in motorsport. So remember the Coke bottle trick, folks. If you want to go and undo the cap, turn it round, push it in through a bath, you'll see how much air it actually captures before it starts taking any fluid. And if you want to swap it around, put a cap on the top of it, undo the cap, it'll allow the air to come out and fluid will go in a lot quicker from the bottom as it forces the air to come out. And it works same with everything. So a little bit of physics to come into play and get you going for your 2026 school year. The more you know.
Thank you, Stephen Koenig. I think a lot of students would have appreciated your presence before year-end exams started, as we have a look at David Franco getting back in the GSW GTI. I definitely think, based on what we've seen, Barent and Hiram Pretorius are winning out in the father-son pit stop battles in terms of pit stop times, because both David and Roberto have been quite casual in the execution of their pit stops, really taking their time with it, making sure everything gets done properly. Where you saw Barent jumping out of his car, Dad jumping in, not quite as fast as Barent, but getting himself back in there. We also saw the Sphere Motorsport car in the background coming into the pit, so hoping that everything is okay on that side, because they did mention earlier to Chloe that they were struggling with the oil pressure problem, if we remember earlier from that scene where the car was sitting in the pit with the industrial fan blowing on the radiator. But good to see the Sphere Motorsport car still in it. They are determined to win this Class B championship today.
No, that's it. They want to keep going around. They want to push that a little bit harder. However, it is going to be a long run. Plenty of time left in this race. 5 hours and 37 minutes for our drivers to cycle the way through. 3 hours and 22 minutes completed of racing thus far. And you did you did mention that it's a bit of a slower pit stop. You get yourself going, but in turn, if you're not getting as much fuel in as quickly, or there's a bit of a slow going with the tires, there isn't necessarily that big rush. And the last thing you want to do is get yourself in, and sometimes the belts are not quite right, or in the case of when we saw the driver changeover, actually putting some cushioning into the seat. Because what a lot of people aren't aware of, in our more modern machinery, like what we got for the likes of Marius Jackson, those seats are foam filled. So you take your seat insert. As you climb out, you're putting your insert in when you're getting into the car. That is one way of doing it. Expansion foam helps you out, gets you more comfortable with the cars. They can also move the pedals. Now, in the case of the Super Polos, unfortunately, they can't really move the pedals by a little lever. They generally are fixed in place. So the last thing you want to do is go and put a pillow that's slightly wrong, and you start to feel it. Think about trying to drive with your seat bolt upright, and then you take that nice little cushion you had home that was meant to be sitting in the gap in your back between the seat, the lumbar, but you run it a little bit too low, or you run it too high, and now try and drive a long time without shifting around. Because remember, once the seatbelts are nice and tight, you ain't moving. So whatever is there as a big ball that is not the softest thing in the world suddenly starts to dig into you, start to feel rather uncomfortable. So I'd rather take a slightly slower pit stop to get myself comfortable than knowing that I've got an hour or so in the car, then go and start stressing about half an hour through going, oof, jingos, my right shoulder is quite not feeling there. And you start to think about that more than your brake marker that is, well, a couple of meters ahead of you.
Very, very true. And you will often find in all different disciplines of motorsport that mistakes tend to happen within teams when rushing occurs. While you were explaining that to us, I heard Maverick in the pit lane. So Inter Africa has taken a pit stop, but given how brief the sound was, I'm fairly confident that was a splash and dash for the Inter Africa team. Stuart White still in the car, so no driver change for them. And we did expect this to see Stuart White in a very, very long stint, considering that he has not been out racing today. Axel Jeffries started the race for them. Mr. Litlaka, who had been racing in the SAGT Super Trophy races earlier today. So this is his fourth race of the day. So he's now getting that opportunity to have a bit of a rest. 107 laps completed for the Inter Africa team, now with a 5-lap lead over Marius Jackson and his Marius Jackson Racing Porsche 911.
Now, the MJR team have been doing an absolutely sterling job. Despite having one of the pins going and snapping, they were able to get some work in. One thing they did bring up is support from rivals to come and help them. And this is the one thing about endurance racing, and that's been pushed by the SAS, is yes, you have got tough competition. Yes, you are fighting out for a driver championship. It's not a team championship, it's a driver championship. But you're still going to have that little bit of time to walk up or walk down the pits and say, hey, listen, do you need a hand? Are you okay? Can we help out with something? We noticed you got a bit of a problem. And that's happened all weekend long. Doesn't matter what class you're in, what series you're in. We had some of the guys racing cars going to the bikes and saying, hey, listen, do you need a hand? And vice versa. I remember going and taking a look at Mick Landy, actually walking up and having a chat to our Alpha team saying, hey, guys, all looking good. Car going okay. If you need anything, shout. That's MRSSA. That's two-wheeled action talking to cars, which, well, for most people is completely unheard of. Why on earth is the motorcycle riders talking to the car guys, and the car guys going, why on earth are you talking to the motorcycle riders? It's oil and water. Well, here in the South African Endurance Series, a little bit different. But there we go. Take a look. One is intake, the other one is out. And that is the lines I was talking about earlier. You can see the air bubbling to the surface. And now that air, instead of going back through the inlet where the fuel's coming out, that's going through a separate pipe itself and allows for that. It also makes refueling a lot quicker. And let's go back to the day we used the jiggle pipe. For anyone that knows about that, it was just basically a little ball bearing that would go up and down and create a vacuum. Unfortunately, when air started going back, it would force that ball bearing back up to where it's meant to be, which blocks the whole system. You've got to lift it up a little bit and then try and put it back in, and you would go. And it would take you a very long, for a 100-litre tank to refill with a jigger pipe, you're looking at nearly 5 minutes to sort of get 50 litres going. But it does look, unfortunately for the Scuderia Rossi team, after a refuel, they are up on the jacks. They're not allowed to refuel in the pits. They have to move the car out. A little bit worrying that they've got that car back on the jacks. And they were going pretty well, actually.
They were still running in second position, so they have quite a substantial lead over Sphere Motorsport, because we are aware that if Sphere Motorsport can get themselves up into that second position in Class B, that would essentially guarantee them the Class B championship. So it's over a 20-lap gap between those two cars, so they do have a bit of time, a little bit of breathing room to try and work out whatever the issue is with that car. But they've been having a good run so far, minimal issues on the Alfa Romeo, as we see wheels being removed there. So curious to find out, when we do get the opportunity, what problem they are suffering with at the moment, because they've come a long way, but still a long way left to go in this race.
Yeah, that's it. And having to really take those lug nuts off and try and see. This is actually, they changing wheels in the same time. So whatever's gone on, they're cooling the car down with leaf blowers, might I add. That is not fancy tech. That is straight out from the workshop. Take the leaf blowers, put it in, blows over the radiators, try and help cool things down. But interesting that they swapping tires as well. But this also gives them the capability to have more people working on the car all at the same time. And it really does show how a little bit tedious it is to change wheels on this car, where it's one by one by one. And it shows how racing has evolved. You look at a GT3 car, or even our prototypes, it's a center nut. It's one that you have to worry about. You put an air gun on it, you drill it, gets pushed on, pushed off, done. That's it. You're all tight and ready to go. Where your more modern machine, your normal cars is like this. This is a car that was originally driving on the roads here in South Africa that has been converted to a race car. I also do take a look that there is treaded tires lurking towards the front of their pit. They are expecting, in case the weather changes. Those are wheels that, if something has to happen, they have a lot more early access to it. Earlier in the year, you wouldn't have seen those tires lurking around the pit. They would be sitting right at the back, or sitting in the service van at the back.
Speaking of the weather, some good news. I don't have access to your advanced weather services, but just having a look on Google, the forecast for rain is low. There is still a 40 to 50% chance forecast in the next 2 hours, according to the Google weather report. But more positively, from 7 p.m. there's no rain forecast, so there's a 0% prediction for 0 mils of rain. So fingers crossed that we can keep it that way, because I know you've been trying to keep the rain away from us throughout the day today. We would spice up affairs a little bit. I would love to see more pit stops and to see teams just given a bit of a curveball to see how they react to that situation. But as we do know, these SAES teams are prepared for all eventualities and outcomes. So work continues on the Scuderia Rossi car. They have had a driver change, and I think, as you said there, Steve, it seems like they were just trying to take a more cautious, measured pit stop without too much rush, cool the car down a little bit, and they are back out on track
Well, that's it. You've got a little bit of breathing room to work with. You can give yourself that little bit more of a run. Arnold Neveling up in the GT4 has set his personal best of a 157. Hiram Pretorius up into 4th place. And now we've got Willem Vonk that's behind the wheel of the Alpha, trying to get a little bit close up. And Mr. Vonk himself has actually driven quite a bit of time in Alphas, going back into historic racing. So looking to have a bit of fun out there. Fun little fact about that Alpha Giulia, because Franco Di Matteo landed up driving one at one stage of the game in endurance racing in the early lives of the South African Endurance Series. So that's a little bit of throwback to history. It was bright red at the time. And if I believe correctly, there was a bit of Trevor Tuck that was involved in that as well. But it's good to see Vonk now taking to the circuit, lap 90 as our leaders on 111. Stuart White 5 laps ahead of Marius Jackson and MJR Porsche, trying to keep up the momentum at this point. Still sun shining here at Kyalami. It's all looking great, but that being said, sunset is starting to tick closer and closer and closer. And, well, to be frank, would you rather have the sunset, which is smack bang in your eyes, or would you rather have a cloudy day with a possibility of rain as you're heading through sunset into Clubhouse? Bit of a 50-50 situation. Both are a bit of a gamble, and both require you to be on your toes, get ready to push it, and have huge amount of trust in the mechanics of your vehicle.
I think most drivers, the large majority of the grid, would agree that they would prefer sunset. And for our viewers at home who are wondering why is turn 6 here at Kyalami called sunset, it's because the corner's blind, firstly. As you go through sunset, there's a big wall on the inside, and it's a very fast sweeping 90 degree. It's a 90-degree ride, but not a sharp angled 90-degree ride. It's got quite an open angle. So as you come through, there's a wall on the inside, and as the wall clears, as you exit the corner, the sun sets directly in your eyes. We'll continue that story. We are joining Chloe down in pit lane for an interview.
We are down in pit lane, of course, into Africa Garage with Gerald joining us now. Gerald, man, what a weekend it has been, and I mean, lots of ups and downs, but mainly a positive one, of course, as history is about to be made for Inter Africa. How are you guys feeling down here?
Look, I told you at the previous race I'm always superstitious, so for me to answer that question is the wrong person. But you know, so far the race has been good to us. We had a good race weekend. EXO finished first overall in the sports and GT. So far the whole race weekend has been good to us, but you know how a 9-hour can be. We've had the cruelty 2 years ago, so yeah, for now we're holding thumbs. We're just going to push forward and see where we come out. At this stage we're still leading, but you never know what happens.
Do you know what I want to ask you? On the mechanics' helmets, I see Luigi. We'll try and see if we can get that image for you. What's the story behind Luigi on the helmet?
No, obviously with the cars actors, they were like playing around in the workshop and trying to get some names for each other. Yeah. And with Dylan and Shampoo being as fast as they are with the pit stops, they thought, okay, no, this will be the perfect name. And so I leave them. I mean, it's part of it, and I like when the guys are having fun. And because if it stops being fun for you, I think that's the day when you need to stop.
All right, so while I go get the helmet, you tell our viewers how, of course, your drivers have been doing so far.
So Axel started a stint in the beginning of the race. It went really well. We had some hiccups here and there in the first hour. And then when EXO got in the car, we had for a left front puncher. At least that we could have picked up earlier on the live data. So yeah, it's been a good race. Stewie is in for a double stint now. He just got fuel and tires, so now we're going to push. We'll see what the rain is going to do. We feel there's a cold breeze in the air, so we're not sure what's going to happen, but we definitely think we might get some rain later on.
All right, so you're going to hold my mic for me. We said that we're going to try and show you Luigi. This is it when you look into, of course, the helmet, which looks really, really cool. And I mean, talking about Inter Africa, having fun, you have to love this. And it's the little details, Gerald, that make a big difference.
No, absolutely. I think that also picks up the morale in the team. And you know, just the team as a whole and the brothership we have between each other. It's amazing. Like I love my guys to bits, and they always push as hard as they can, and I respect them for that.
We didn't celebrate at Swartkorps. I'm going to come back when the race is done to find out what the celebrations are.
Absolutely.
Let's go back
It's
to
definitely not going to be water.
Not water this time around. Back to Stephen and Timber.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gerald.
I remember back in Cars 1 where that character actually lurks around. It's in Cars. And it was, hey, Mustache, the nut runner the tires go on the car. Suddenly, he does the fastest pit stop of all the NASCAR, and literally holds the nut runner and goes, pit stop. blows it, and suddenly you just check the grill that was used as a moustache drop off the one forklift, and that's absolutely incredible to see that little bit of added detail that they've put, and it's only on the helmets of the guys changing the tires, the nut runners, the actual bit of fun coming in. I mean, that's just, I got to enjoy it. Add that little bit of fun. It just makes it a little bit more interesting. The kids must have loved it as well.
That's brilliant. And something else I noticed, I think since I've joined commentary at Kyalami, that is by far the most relaxed I've ever seen Gerald in pit lane.
Oh, now you said it. Now you said it. Yeah, no, Gerald during a race is usually one of the most straightforward, this is how the race is going. As you heard, he's always wondering about a what-if scenario. He's been on the receiving of a what-if scenario, and his role as a pit manager is extremely important, where he has to plan those pit stops, work out who needs to get in and out, what do they have to do. You heard them say that we got Stuart White in for a double, but we keeping an eye on the weather. We felt that there's a little bit of a cool breeze. They could see a little bit on the radars because they actually got a weather radar. For anyone that doesn't know, Zolile has got access to the weather system that airplanes use, and so they can see where the cloud covers are coming in, what's the chances of rain and that, and they take a very in-depth look of what the strategy is. They want to win. It's not by outright, hey, we've got the fastest car there. They're wanting to prove a point that it's a dominating run, that they can get that car through, and no matter what is thrown at them, they've got the right lineup in both the pits for the team and the drivers in the car.
I mentioned shortly before that interview that according to my Google weather forecast, there's minimal chance of rain, and Gerald just said he's expecting rain at some point. So that is something to keep an eye out. But attention to detail, a critical factor in endurance racing, especially in a 9-hour. So we are going to go join Chloe once again down in pit lane.
Recha joins us now. I mean, when we spoke earlier on in the grid, we spoke about how, of course, the Alpha will look great at night because, of course, of those LED lights rather. Talk to us, how was your stint? You're telling me that, yes, I don't know what sweat is in Afrikaans, but you're sweating so much.
Unsesi. It was very nice, but we're not trying to do maximum lap times. It's endurance, so we're doing about 10 seconds a lap slower than a car can do. But other than that, the car's doing well. We're getting excellent tyre life out of the car, way more than we expected, so we can do fewer pit stops. Nice. So that's endurance, that is ideal.
It definitely is, and maybe indulge us as well as to where were you finding joy on track, and really, maybe is it the S's? Which part of the track were you enjoying the most?
Mineshaft and the S's, my most favourite, and the last kink also enjoyed a lot, yes.
And then just to also, of course, for the viewer, perhaps what do you think we miss? What might we miss that might be challenging for you guys as drivers?
I would say extreme heat, and I think concentration for 2 hours is quite something, because if you lose focus, you're off. So I would say, and those two combined together is rather tough.
And then how have you guys been handling the weather changes? Because one moment it's humid, the next it's raining.
A challenge, because it started drizzling. We said, listen guys, if it's not big or no. Then we chatting over the radio to see which is the best. But the weather is very unpredictable. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I think we might still see some rain, as we normally do with a 9-hour. But let's see it. We can't. We'll have to play by ear and see. which way we're going to go.
Well, if it rains, then at least you don't have to worry about getting dry, right?
Yes. Says, at least it's a lot cold inside of the car. But our car is excellent in the rain also. It's a weapon in the rain, so we wouldn't mind a bit of rain.
So you're going to do the rain dance now?
Yes.
All right.
All of us.
All of you?
Yes.
Okay, we'll try and get that footage for you guys. How they do the rain dance first. Let's head back to Stephen and Timber.
Thank you to Chloe and Rechard Franzel driving in the car 33 for Scuderia Rossi. He's just come off from a stint, and quite a few nuggets of information there that we can chew on a little bit here in the commentary booth. And the first one that I want to talk to you about is there's a small paradox in what he just said there about the pace and the tires, because conventional racing theory is you go as fast as possible for as long as possible. But when you really unpack it and think about it deeply, we remember that the goal is to do the entire race in the quickest time possible. And as Rachad just explained there, they're extending the tire life by doing slower lap times, which gives them a quicker net total time in the race.
Well, endurance racing is all about who spends less time in the pits. And as we got 16 minutes left of our next, heading on to the next hour with 5 hours left in a 9-hour race, the less time that you spend through the pits, remember, if you go in the pits 6 times in a race versus someone that's got 3 times, you've already lost out. If you look at the lap times that they're running, sitting with about a 209, 210 as their lap times. In a pit, you're losing 72 seconds when you're doing tires and fuel, and that is on a good time with a GD3 and a very fast pit stop. 72 seconds, entrance to exit. Now, try and do that 6 times, work out how much time you're losing versus just cycling the laps around. Another fundamental factor that comes in, saving a bit of tire life now, means that you can push harder towards the end, especially when it starts to cool down and conditions get a little bit better. You're able to push that a little bit harder, the conditions work in your favor. If you stress out the tires now, means towards the end of your stint, well, you're not leaving much life in it. And for a lot of the smaller teams, like what we have with Scuderia Rossi, you're not having just one driver with one set of tires. No. You're sharing with all your friends with tires. So the moment that you lock up the brakes and get a flat spot, when you hand over the car to your mates, you best have a chocolate milkshake ready and waiting after they've just gone and had all the fillings shaken out of their teeth. And this is one factor that comes in. And it's why when we spoke to Franco, he said, don't jump into the fastest cars, rather work on the slowest cars, rather work out the consistency, work out the pace, and work out the fundamentals of what you need to do. In endurance racing, that's exactly that. Just try, work out the fundamentals as you push forward in your racing. That's what they're doing. That's the logic that they're doing. With a car that, well, is just trucking along. It hasn't had a problem. It hasn't gone into any big issues. They've gone and cycled their way through. They're in the top 5. They do need to get ahead of Horam and Baron Victorias, but you could also see the pit stops were a little bit slower in terms of changing tyres. Well, Horam and Baron are going that extra mile with their set of tyres. They're pushing that a little bit harder. The moment that they have to stop, jack the car up and replace the tyres, then we might see that change a little bit later on.
Well said there, Steve. Well said. Another one was him mentioning the extreme heat and concentration. At the speeds that these guys are doing out on track, it only takes being half a second late on the brakes, half a second late on a turn-in, 0.2 of a second too early applying the throttle, and you find yourself beached or worse.
Well, that's it, and we got to see it where drivers are pushing that extra little bit and land up with a bit of a problem. Remember, half a second in the world of motorsport is 2 weeks. That's it. Half a second is 2 weeks. Half a second is 10 meters. You blink, you're already a meter in. So that moment that, think about when you're driving on the highway, you start to feel tired. You have that big yawn, you close your eyes. 1, 2, 3. By the time you count to 3, these drivers are already sitting from turn 1 to turn 4. That's the moment. That moment you think, oh, I can just close my eyes a little bit. You're already at turn 4. It's already too late. So you have to keep that focus going on. And it's one thing you're going to spot with a lot of the professional drivers is they only blink very quickly down the main straight. The rest of the time, eyes are open. They're not blinking. They are trying to keep going. Now, it does put a bit of strain on your average Joes. Try and do a staring contest against your TV and see what happens. And you're going to land up on losing factor there. So if you want to know how much strain is being put on the eyes, just for a lap. And let's take likes of Stuart White. You're allowed 10 seconds to have your eyes permanently closed. The rest of that time, you need to be looking at your screen, whether it's on the app now on Prime Media or out on YouTube or even out there in the grandstands. Invite to try it out. Keep your eyes open for 1 minute 20 seconds. Let's see who can get the closest to that. And that will be the telling sign of what these drivers are going through, how much it actually starts to hurt. And keeping that focus as well is not an easy thing when you start to do it. You look at your normal day job. After an hour, you're like, oh man, geez, I want to go home now. These drivers are going through the paces. They are running a marathon at this point while trying to go and focus on what they need to do. And a little bit of work being done to the Sophia Motorsport car. Once again, they had a bit of looks like a cooling issue there, as that's a lot of steam coming out of the engine bay as they're getting themselves sorted out. Things are a little bit warm, and the team still fighting to keep that car going. The Toyota Altezza, that has been a fan favorite. It hasn't been the fastest of the cars, but every person I have spoken to has been cheering this car on throughout the season, and no more than go back to SWAT Corps, where people ran to the pit wall, ran to the walls across SWAT Corps, going and cheering as it limps around with the flat and the suspension ready to give up the ghost, cheering to see this little car see it through to the end, no matter what. And I've got to say, for our drivers from across the borders, it's wonderful to have them, but you always land up in a series where you got the fastest car, which everyone loves, you got the coolest car, which everyone loves, but you always get that little noddy car that you want to see come across the line. And this is one of it. It's, yes, the team have been frantic working on the car, but this has been the most trying of all the cars that have been out there, except for the likes of our VW Polo, our Super Polos, that have also been in a bit of battle. It's been between the two, between Corridus and Sophia. It's been the fight of those two little cars that everyone's been cheering on to see it through to the end.
The underdog is often the fan favorite. I noticed that steam or smoke coming out that car when we had the dual cam on screen, where you were seeing us and seeing the Into Africa car coming through on the Sphere Motorsport car. And this is a high pressure moment in the race because Sphere Motorsport are holding that narrow 17-point lead over G&H Transport in the Class B Championship. So it is essential for them to finish this race. And as it happens, Arnie Neveling comes with another personal best in the Audi R8 GT4, a 156.6. So the pressure high now on Sphere Motorsport at this stage of the race. They need to get that car running and back out on track. Over 5 hours to go, still a long way for them, so they have their work cut out in this moment.
So to score points, the first set of points, remember I said this is a double point race, okay? The first half they need to complete, 4 hours and 30 minutes. Take a look at the time, 10 minutes we hit 4 hours. So in 40 minutes, they're going to have to try and get this car to score the first set of points to try and keep them in. If they can't get this car going, that's it. They have come this far, and they will score a DNF if they can't get the car back out. This is how crucial it is for the race. You have to get through the half, which is 4.5 hours to score your first set of points.
Steve, we did see the Sphere Motorsport car start the race late. Does that have any bearing or impact on that 4 hour 30-minute mark?
No, they were still able to get out on the green. So they did start a little bit late, but they did present their car. They had to drive it around, pull back into the pits, but they did present the car. It was there. So that does help out. Unfortunately, that's not helping out right now when you have to pretty much disassemble the nose, and that is the front scoop that they're taking off. You can see the radiator, intercooler, all mixed in. Remember, what's sitting in this Toyota is not what your normal road car will have. This is a turbocharged V8 that's underneath the hood. This is a 4-liter engine that is ready to go out racing. Ironically enough, it's the same engine that you find in the Pesties Backdraft Roadster that they've got. The only difference that's really to it is the big turbocharger connected to it, the asthma pump, to keep that engine breathing and going and breathing down the necks of the drivers. However, when you're starting to jack the car up and you're starting to pull the nose off and everyone's getting their gloves on, that's not necessarily the best. But please note, they haven't taken the driver out the car as yet. The moment the driver steps out the car, you're changing drivers. So, leave the driver in, means that that's going to be the driver that maintains that race. That's the fundamental that you've got to take a look at. It's still going to be our current driver in the car, Mario Dacuna, who will be heading out. So, Dacuna waits for his opportunity to head out on the circuit, now relies on the team. And this is one of the most frustrating situations for you as a driver. You start looking at your mechanics going, please just make it work. I mean, Timber, you've been in the cases where you had to sit there in your riding gear, rely on the team to get their hands in, get it all sorted out, and hope that they can get you back out on circuit.
What Mario Dacuna will be thinking now is just to remain calm and trust his team. I would say trust between driver, mechanic, team principal is a key component in terms of achieving racing success, because if the team doesn't trust their driver, there's always something a little bit missing in terms of the driver's performance, because the driver feels that. The driver can feel if his team is fully behind him, if they have full confidence and belief in him, his ability, his decision making, his approach. As Mario's still sitting in the car, they were just undoing the FIA safety net over there as the G&H transport car comes into the pit, and that'll be for another pit stop. It seems the car moving quite slowly though.
No, it's meant to be at 50 kilometers an hour to get into the pits, but you may be right. I just saw the brake lights come on and he's towards the end.
Yeah, he was going quite slowly there, far beneath the pit lane speed limits, but we will be keeping an eye out for that one.
Maybe Peter Rabbit visited again.
Peter Rabbit is...
Which we saw in the first hour. We did see a rabbit cross the circuit, maybe visiting the pits.
Peter Rabbit and his family certainly seems to be fans of endurance racing. They've turned up for the 9 hours of Kyalami. So back to the Sphere of the Motorsport team, we were just saying there, the driver also needs to trust in his team, because I've been in that position before where your team is not make sure, as South Africans do enjoy saying, and it becomes very, very tricky in that situation just to get the best out of yourself. And the heart rate, there we go, Steve. That R8 has pulled up in pit lane.
Door not closing. Come on, door.
Door not closing.
A little bit of assistance, and
we're off.
Yep, that's it. So a quick fire up, and thankfully they are pitted towards the back. So I've got wondering if there was a little bit of a funny that happened. They got the team just to quickly try and help out. If there was maybe a stall out on it, or just needed a stop, reset, get going once again. But last thing you want to do is stop on the track and be the person that brings out a safety car, especially for resetting the system. So they're able to get that car up and going, and it looked like a very quick fire up and back out onto the circuit. The team coming out with all four ready to push that car to the pit box if necessary.
Good point there. The team seeming to have a minor issue there at that moment, because as you say, stopping out on track would be a bit of a disaster for the G&H team. They currently hold a comfortable lead in Class B. The pace has been good from Arnie Neveling. He's the only driver in the last hour, I'd say, outside of Inter Africa that has been setting PB times, but he has now stopped 4 a full-blown pit stop, and it is a driver change going on there.
Yeah, driver change on Nieveling out, handing over to the Janakaro family, and they're trying to get themselves going. But we do have a problem out on circuit with the Porsche, our second place car, and that is not what you want to see. Is steering at a near 90, now trying to roll the car back. So what on earth has gone on with the likes of the 82 car?
That looks like it's in pit lane there, Steve.
Yes, no, but he just came off the jacks, but you don't turn a steering beyond 90, heading 180 degrees in a Porsche in a pit stop. Something has gone on with the Porsche that is running in second place. The 82, which is up the road from our GNH, has got a little bit of an issue going on. They might have just rolled that car back after it just dropped for his pit stop, and this might be even more going on with the MJR, as we do see a tire change and refuel for the Audi R8. We do see our 111 in the back there going and getting sorted out. But man, oh man, pit stops all over. Looks like it's turning into a bit of an interesting time, and pit lane becoming a lot busier.
We approach halfway distance. We can hear a car beneath us.
That was the Porsche heading out onto the circuit. So whatever it was that they had to forcibly turn the steering nearly 180 degrees, they managed to figure out what's going on. It would have been interesting to see what was actually happening around that car at the time, because they dropped it off the jacks, looked like it was ready to go, then all of a sudden, not. I wonder.
Interesting times in our 9 hours of Kyalami. And also something going on here for GNH. This was an abnormally long stop with the team stopping. Is that car being rolled back into the pit?
Yes, it is.
It seems that way. So we now have our 2 championship contenders in Class B, both sitting in pit lanes, Fiat Motorsport and GNH Transport. We saw Arnie Nieveling stopping at the bottom of pit lane after coming off the track, having conversation with the team about something. There's come in, done a pit stop, they've done a refuel. And did you notice, Steve, there seemed to be like a bit of indecision about whether they were taking the tires off, because they had a new tire ready, but the car wasn't jacked up. And it seems like GNH Transport now with a more serious problem than we were anticipating when the car first came into the pits. The MJR car is thankfully back out on track. They have had a driver change as well. Marius Jackson out of the car. Leighton Ferry back into the car. Leighton Ferry, easy to identify with that BMW branding on his helmet. So we are going to keep our eyes here on the GNH car. They have done a driver change. The car is being jacked up, so definitely something that the team needs to work on there.
Yeah, oh, that's it. And team just doing a bit of frantic looks going into it. But the MJR Porsche back out on circuit, 11 laps down on our first place car, Stuart White, into Africa leading out. And this is going to be an interesting run, because Pesty Racing is 4 laps off the likes of GNH's Audi R8. So are they starting to figure out the next bit of strategy to this? Changing the left wheel, but only looks to be they're concerned about that one at the moment. So I wonder. No, they are changing all 4 wheels around. Okay, so they're doing a full tire change on the car, getting as many hands on as possible. Remember, if you're in pit lane, only 8 people are allowed in pit lane. Where now, inside box, you can have as many hands as you can to get to work on the car and get them sorted out. And a beautiful shot inside the Audi R8. You can actually see a couple of things in there. On the right-hand side, where you see the yellow, that's actually what they call a Garmin catalyst, which is used as a driving aid, which you can purchase for on track, or if you going out and doing track days, you can also pair it with the Garmin camera. And that allows you to record at the same time and gives a bit of a data overlay, and has an AI component which tells you where you can make up time. I would be a little bit disconcerted when I have old Sarah saying, brake now. And my brain is telling me, should have braked away back there at that moment. But there is an AI coach that's built into it. They have it on the right-hand side. That also, you don't have to use it for just a driving aid. it also has maps and it can point out deltas, whether you're up or down on your delta by a large visualized 7-inch screen. You can see green if you're up on your delta, red if you're down on your delta.
Very, very convenient that, especially for endurance racing where pacing is important, as we heard from Scuderia Rossi mentioning earlier that they are intentionally lapping 10 seconds perhaps slower, as we see the G&H car seemingly being prepared to go back on track. They've made the tire changes, the car has been dropped down on the jack, but I'm a bit fascinated by the fact that the team, it seems like there's an issue, but then they also don't seem in a hurry or panicked. But also at this specific moment, you can see the team members looking at each other. There appears to be a bit of confusion. They're looking down at the rear right end of the car. So an interesting moment for the G&H Transport team, and I'm blown away by how close Pesty Racing is in the Backdraft Roadster. They've been having a sensational race as the Audi R8 GT4 is being jacked up once again. And Steve, when we think about when this car entered pit lane, quite a few minutes have passed now.
Yeah, no, it's been a long time, even for the entirety of a lap. A 2-minute 13.1 for Hiram Pretorius on the last lap, managed to retake a lap away from G&H. And if we go back to Zwartkorps, where we saw the G&H running into cooling issues and battled to see it through to the end, where Pesty Racing came third. They, just by pure consistency, keep that car going, they were able to take third overall in the race. However, 44 seconds off the back of Pesty Racing is Class B, the Alfa Romeo. Scuderia Rossi getting a little bit closer. Fonk is 44.2 seconds off Hiram and Byron Pretorius. That means that if you see that Backdraft Roadster come hauling past you, expect to see an Alfa Giulia following suit.
100% agreed there, as we take another look at Leighton Fourie, who's just got into the car, immediately back on pace. So that is reassuring to know for the MJR team that that car seems to be functioning just fine at the moment. He came through on a 46.9 last time around, which is only 0.4 slower than the car's best lap out of 117. Leighton, seemingly the fastest driver today in that MJR car, really leaning on it. I love how much track usage he's been displaying. He uses all the track, young Leighton. He goes from the outside all the way to the inside. As we take a look at the Pesty Racing car, that's water leaking there on the side, as they are doing a refuel stop. Another driver change for the Pretorius family. We did catch up with Barent earlier with Chloe, where she asked, what's your guys' plan? And he said, I don't really know what the plan is. We'll swap dad, myself. So it's a couple of stints each of them have done. I think they're going on 3 stints. I think this is Barent's 3rd stint in the car after
4 hours and 5 minutes of racing. Now they're busy checking the oil levels. You can see pulling the dipstick down, just making sure everything is a-okay. If they need refuel and top up, they can. But also, I think Chloe asked the wrong person. Why did you go and ask the drivers when Francois Pretorius is sitting there? And that man is more than happy to work out where exactly things need to be. His mind ticks over on every little thought and action that needs to be done. And it also comes up with clever little ways. He's actually the reason they came up using a cell phone as a radio. And, well, you will see him sitting in the pits. He's got his earphones. He puts his phone off to one side, just listens in. It works more like a normal phone call instead of a push of a button.
That is a brilliant point. Francois Pretorius. So, Chloe, if she's hearing us, you now know what to do. Leighton Fourie on his 118th lap has just come through with a new PB for the MJR car, 146.2. So it's very clear that he is not taking it easy at this stage of the race. He's pushing at what looks like 100% on screen, judging from the body language of that car. You can start to see the reflections on the track from the sunlight, and he is currently 12 laps down on the Inter Africa car of Stuart White. So let's catch up with Chloe once again in pit lane.
Joining us down now in pit lane, we do know that, of course, we are done with the MRSSA, but we still have our two youngsters who are absolute superstar. On my right, Aura Piri, who is, of course, bragging rights. He is, of course, the champion rookie, of course, in the 600, which is absolutely fantastic. Aura, how has the year been? And a big congratulations.
Thank you so much. The year's been amazing. It's been great racing all around. It's been very nice to race with the cars and have broadcasting. I want to thank the SAES series for having us and taking us in. But yeah, great racing overall. Great, yeah.
It definitely has. I think seeing you guys battle it out, it has been great. But beyond battling it out, I think the brotherhood and the friendship that you guys share on track has been fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. We'd luckily be very close. So off the track, we can be close friends.
Yeah.
On the track's a different story.
Yeah.
Always trying to win. Big congratulations to him for winning the championship. But next year I will.
Next year's your turn. What has been your highlight in 2025?
Probably winning in Kyalami both times.
Yeah.
So that was a really good feeling, beating him for the first time.
And the interesting thing about Troy Tonking is the fact that he practices quite a lot. Actually, both of them with Aura. Talk to us about, when we're not here, the practice sessions and really making sure that you get every tiny detail right.
Yeah, it's normally like 2 to 3 times a week that I'm practicing on the bike, having to get the setup right.
Yeah.
It's a lot of behind the scenes work, especially trying to get everything right, the bike, my fitness going, especially.
It definitely has. And then Aura, on your side, I mean, we mentioned that it is your rookie, your first time in the 600, and then you were pure class in it. What were some of the challenges perhaps? Because you made it look so easy on track.
It was pretty challenging. I wasn't expecting for me to be up to pace that quickly. But Swarkops was a challenge. Obviously, it was very hard, that battle, because it was a battle between all of us in the 600, me, Troy, Tay, Diego. It was a very big battle. PE, I was unlucky for Ryan. Unfortunately, his bike burnt down. I feel very bad. But otherwise, it's been a very great year. It's been a very great racing year for racing. And yeah, thank you guys.
And the other thing about these two riders is the fact that they also go international to also, of course, try and show their talent there. We'll start with, of course, you, Aura, as the champion. How has that been? Also, your wild card. I'm told you're leaving next week.
Yeah, and I'm going to Thailand next week for a wild card in like an Asia little cup. So then I've been invited for a wild card. If I do well enough, I will be going to race there free of charge next year. I went for trials also in Spain back in October, but unfortunately didn't get picked. I crashed, so messing up my chances, but otherwise I'm happy I went.
We definitely are happy. And then on your side, Troy, I know you're back from an international trip. Talk to us about that. Where were you? How did it go?
I was in Spain, just south of Valencia, and I'm going on Monday again. So I'm very excited, but it was an incredible experience.
Tell us about how it really is in terms of the competition overseas.
Oh, then so much faster than us. But the thing is, you need a lot of experience there to be really fast. So it's going to take a lot of time of practicing there, getting used to the tracks, the bikes, the conditions to be fast.
And then on your side, what were some of the challenges that you picked up?
The challenge was the amount of experience those riders overseas have, because they spend so much more time on the bike, because they're so much more serious about it. So they get, like, even after school, they'll go to the track and they'll ride. I don't have that privilege, unfortunately, but otherwise it's a very different level overseas.
And then lastly, Troy, I think Aura needs to tell us, how is he celebrating this championship, right?
How? Or are you celebrating this championship?
I don't know myself. That's a good question. That's a very good question. But I'm going to find out myself. But yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. Wishing you all the best. We'll bring in Marius as well while he's at it. Marius Jackson, come through. He is, of course, driving the Porsche that we've seen from MJR. And I know it's been quite the tricky one. We had a little bit of a laugh saying that you're not, into Africa, they're not going to be the A-class only that finishes. You are going to finish this race. But there's been a few challenges. Talk to us about what parts you broke.
Well, so on my stint I had now, my engineer called me in and said, listen, they're picking up some problem in the left rear tire. I must come and pit. And I confirmed with him over the radio, but I don't feel anything. But eventually, obviously, they know better than me. I'm just the driver. When they pitted, they removed the wheel, and where the wheel goes over the hub, there's like studs to line it up, because the guys put the wheels quite quick on. and 4 of them have broken off already. So there was only one stud that was holding the wheel in place with the nut also. So yeah, they quickly repaired that, and then they pushed the car out and sent the next driver out, and yeah, let's see. And yes, it's always good to have a laugh in the pit lane with your competitors. We're not enemies, we're competing against each other, but also still everybody is friends, and yeah, we like to give a shout out to them and say, listen, we're still in the game, and but mustn't forget about us.
And I mean, Marius, the interesting thing, we just spoke to 2 youngsters. You also have 2 young drivers in your team. Talk to us about really how that integration has been.
Yes, yeah, because it's very difficult for the youngsters in South Africa to come into motorsport and obviously be part of this series. So there is teams that's giving out the opportunity for young drivers like myself to come and see us, where we want to look where's talent, who's got the best talent, and they mustn't sit at home and think, listen, yeah, we don't have it or something. You know, come to the teams, be part of the teams, come and see us, speak to us. You know, start somewhere small in the pits, see how it is, and then take it from there. Because yeah, everything starts in the pits, and you know, if you look at the best drivers, let's take Max Verstappen. He was a young boy and he was in the pits, and today he's a driver. So become actively involved with the series, and yeah, you will be seen somewhere here with one of the team owners like myself.
I like that. And the other impressive thing about your team is normally we call them the lollipop men. You've got a lollipop woman who's doing a fantastic job. Talk to us about the integration as well of giving ladies a chance in the team.
Yes, definitely. So obviously, Cheyenne is obviously our lollipop girl. She's also the team manager. And yeah, we believe also to give women a chance in motorsport. Times have changed. It's not just for men, where it was always men back in the day. We believe women can also do exactly the same job a man can do. Sometimes they can do it better. And me as a team owner is taking obviously all the advice, because sometimes my opinion is not the best, and then the team members and also the women, they've got a different opinion in what to do with pit stops, a better strategy. It's also one of the things where we had a discussion this week. She actually came up with a better strategy what we had. So yeah, for us, we support women in the sport, and yeah, they always welcome me at the track, and would like to see more women drivers in the series. That will be an excellent thing to have him here.
It definitely would. So Nadine, we've got a challenge here from Marius. We need to find a way to up our skills, but let's go back to Stephen Koenig and Tim Kumalo.
Thank you to Chloe and Marius Jackson in pit lane as we take another look at Leighton Fourie. Great to hear Marius Jackson being a proponent, because we do know in South African motorsports that MSA does advocate and push for women in motorsport. So great to see Marius Jackson taking the initiative himself to be the change that he wants to see in South African motorsport.
That's it. It's been a push throughout all the ASNs in the world, and getting to chat to various, like Mozambique, same thing. They've been pushing for more equality in motorsport, from gender equality to just having different ages, different races, different backgrounds, all getting involved in it, which is always great, because when it comes to racing, the fundamentals are there. It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, what you do, you have the chance to go and fight it out. I mean, we've even got a couple of our officials joining us here. Nicole, very good one, is going and getting back into the world of racing. She is actually wheelchair bound and is going to be jumping into a VW Polo, getting built up for her. So it doesn't matter if you got a disability, if you're a lady, if you're a youngster, or if you're a bit on the older side. There's always a chance to get into the world of motorsport in different ways and different backgrounds. And it takes the first step. Take a walk in the pits. Go and have a chat to the drivers. Go have a chat to the mechanics. Go be a part of all the action and see how things go. No, I know you're busy showing me the dark clouds there, and I am going to now start using my age and say that I've got dementia and I can't look up. All right, so don't point out what is on the horizon for us here, because we're enjoying the sunlight here at Kyalami. Timber Kamalu going and pulling out his inner Prince Indueni on the circuit here, and showing off. Yes, that's the shot I love to see. Nice clear skies over Leeuwkop. It's chef's kiss, as we know. But I do want to bring up a bit of a change here, because Scuderia Rossi has just taken third place of the entire thing. However, we've just started seeing the big drop coming in from the G&H Transport Audi R8 GT4. And if this is the case, well, Scuderia Rossi might actually be aiming for first place in their championship for Class B.
All action here at Kyalami. A change for the overall lead in Class B.
Oh, Leighton Fourie getting or flirting with the grass out through Cheetah, and you can see how close he's getting to everything. I'm sorry to jump in there, but there is absolutely no fear when he goes through the corners. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I think Marius Jackson is not even going and looking at the screen at that point. He's just hearing, car's going fine, I'm fine. Okay, that's it, because I would be a nervous wreck right now seeing that.
Fourie has been leaning on that car all race long. Like, the thing that really standing out to me and impressing me is that even if we had no telemetry, no audio, if you just had visuals, you could tell when Fourie's in the car. Because that Porsche GT3 911 Gen 2 is cutting shapes when Fourie is in the car. He's flirting with track limits. And really impressive that he has been keeping it on the black stuff. He's also improved the PB time for that team down to a 45.755. And on that, for a small portion of the race, he was actually the quickest driver on track, lapping even faster than Stuart White. So Leighton Fourie clearly enjoying himself out there in the 911, cutting shapes, as we're going to see him come through. On screen, though, is our Class B leader, Werner Vonk, lapping 10 seconds slower than the car can lap, he said, but the Scuderia Rossi team clearly know what they're doing, as we see Leighton Fourie once again flirting with track limit.
Oh, that's it. If you're going to use all the circuit, you paid for it, why not use it? And is doing exactly that. Bit more timid this time around, as he knew he was catching up to the Alpha, so he lifted off that little bit earlier, going to give it for the straight. Fonk trying to keep the racing line, and Fourie having to go around the outside. The Alpha naturally understeering, and Fourie going, well, I'm not hanging around right now, I'm going to go. He's getting hounded down. Yes, 11 laps down, nearly 12 behind the Inter Africa, but Stuart White is in the rearview mirror, and I think Fourie just cast an eye up and said, no, I'm not letting this happen. I'm going to keep my foot firmly on the throttle as they go. But there is our Graphic Supply World making their way around the circuit, trying to get a little bit further up in the order. They would be taking the championship class honors if they finish where they are right now. So they are trying to go and move forward for Class C, and all it takes is a victory here today to lock in and secure their class win. However, it doesn't get rid of the fundamental factors that Campos and Loureiro are still out on circuit. They're still going around. Corridus and Combined are still there and still are a viable threat if, for whatever happens, Graphic Supply World falls behind them.
Very true. Still circulating out there. So the two cars that have been in the pits now for a very long time is our two of our Class B cars. G&H has been sitting on 108 laps for some time now, and the Corridus car only 6 laps behind now, which will soon be 5 laps behind. So Corridus about to go up into P6 overall. The other car is the Sphere Motorsport Toyota Altezza, which has been stuck on 69 laps for some time as well now. So that is something to keep an eye on, because with each passing minute, that first place for the G&H transport team is slowly getting further and further away. Scuderia Rossi really now putting themselves in the driver's seat. But as Steve mentioned moments ago, you cannot hesitate or get comfortable for a moment. And as Inter Africa Racing team manager Gerald said earlier in his interview, I'm superstitious, so I'm looking out for anything.
I got a question. Did Sophia Motorsport go out in any time in the last 4 hours and 30 minutes?
Since that moment where we discussed it at 3:50, hour 3:50 into the race, they've not been out.
So it means
and
it
it's
won't be
8 minutes.
So it means that their first set of points is pretty much in jeopardy. They wouldn't have made the halfway mark if something has gone on with that car, which means if they don't get it out in the next little while, they will land up using the double points as a drop round and lose the championship. The ones that will be aiming for it is Scuderia Rossi.
A make or break moment here for the Sphere Motorsport team, trying to get themselves that national challenge title in Class B and running out of time, as Steve mentioned. Steve, can you please just explain again for anyone who is just joining us how those rules work out, including the double points of the 9 hours, and what Sphere Motorsport needs to do to keep themselves in contention for this championship?
So for a general race, you have to complete 75% of the race. That's the main thing. Now, when it comes to the double points, that is, you get a maximum amount of points given for the first half of the race. You get a second of that maximum points for the second half of the race. That gets given to any race that is beyond 3 hours, 3.5 hours. So a 9-hour race is for double points, which is 75 plus 75. That is a lot of points on the table to go for. Unfortunately, if you're not able to get that car out, you're going to lose well over 100 points, and that can mean any competitor can usurp you in the championship. With that being said, one person that's not going to be usurping any of the competitors, let's go down to Chloe in the pits.
We are down in pit lane. Inter Africa is where we're at. We've got Sia Chabalala on my right, who races, of course, for Inter Africa in terms of the bikes. How has the year been for you? I mean, you made the move, you joined Inter Africa, ups and downs, but what has been the highlight?
To be honest, the highlight was joining the team and showing my true potential in Cape Town, because I really had a good pace there and I had a good time. I had a good lead beginning of the year and I was planning on maintaining it as much as I can, but unfortunately that Cape Town crash put me in an injury that hindered my championship contender. So besides that, I had a good year. I'm very grateful to be part of this team, and I'm still grateful to be part of the SAS series. So let's just push for more next year. I think next year I definitely have to take the championship, because we had it this year. If it wasn't for the injury, I think we'd still have it.
I mean, today was a bit of a tough day for you. Yes, there were highs, but then there was also lows, especially after you went off track, but you went back on, and then you had a brilliant start at that restart. I was like, ooh, it's like nothing happened, no confidence. That took a knock. Talk to us about that.
So with that one, I'm very sorry for one of the guys that I took out, which is Troy. It was a very tricky corner. I lost the front, and then he was passing me on the outside, and I loaded at the front because I couldn't let go of the brakes. I was going to hit him. And then I tucked the front and then went along the gravel trap with him. But restarting, I just tried to get the bike started. As soon as I did that, I was just trying to keep it steady, because I already saw that I crashed the bike, and I'm not sure if the bike is still okay or not. It was just a matter of me finishing the race more than anything. So
all right, and then we've got a tall guy next to us. He makes me feel short.
He makes me feel even worse.
I know. My good sir, I'm looking up to you. How are you finding the race so far?
I think it's beautiful. It's quite an extraordinary experience that we hear behind the scenes. I think the team puts in a lot of work that you don't see in the forefront. So I think it's very lovely and a very grateful moment.
Who are you backing from Inter Africa?
Lamborghini.
Are you doing Rambo Lambo or Maverick?
Maverick.
You like Maverick?
I love Maverick, I'm a good fan. It's just lovely.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And then on your side, who are you backing? How has Kyalami been?
To be honest, I'm just here for the experience. It's my first time here. I've been in the UK for the past 4 years, so I'm just having a great time seeing all these cool cars and seeing the behind the scenes and everything. So I'm not really backing anyone right now. I can't say which side I'm on, but I'm just enjoying the experience right now.
If you had to rate Kyalami out of 10, what you rating it?
I'm giving it a 10. 100% I'm giving it a 10. More than a 10. More than a 10.
More than 10. What were you saying?
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
10 out of 10.
Missing nothing.
Missing nothing.
Wow. It's too small. The scale is way too small. We need to make it out of 100, out of 1,000 or something, because that 10 is too small.
All right, well, you heard it from the gents. The scale is too small. Maybe it needs to be his length at some point. But let's head back to commentary. Thank you, guys.
1,000 championship. Also great to catch up with some of those spectators over there who were enjoying the experience to the maximum here in Kyalami. 9 hours of Kyalami. I'm joined in the commentary booth by a very, very talented youngster. Not our first time speaking to him in the commentary booth. We just saw him on screen, and now you'll get to hear from him again. So welcome to your 2025 MRSSA 600 SBK champion, Oratile Piri. How are you doing, champion?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
Good. First things first, why were you harassing Jordan King so badly today?
I was trying to get past so that I could tow him, because when I was ahead of him, I was catching Dave Varinga. So then I wanted to tow him, but then he kept passing me down the straight. So then I felt it would be hard for me to just tap behind and ask him to follow. But yeah, it was fun on it. It was fun though, battling with him.
Have you been able to watch it back yet?
Yeah, no, I was watching it back. It was so much fun. It's funny watching it.
It was very entertaining. I was waiting for you to complete that move on the outside of barbecue onto the back straight, because I saw you trying it and I was like, this guy, I'm not sure if he's going to pull this off.
Yeah.
And actually, I could tell what you're doing, because I was saying to Steve that I think I said it. I don't know if I said it, but I was definitely thinking it, that if I were Jordan, I actually would have just followed you.
Yeah,
so
you
like,
did say that.
At the end of the back straight, actually on the pit straight before Crowthorne, I actually would have just rolled off and then follow you through the lap, so that he could tow you there, and then once you get to Dave, then overtake you.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But we saw Chloe chatting to you, 2025 champion. How many championships have you won now? We're losing count. I'm losing count.
I'm losing count as well. I'm not sure.
Did you expect at round 1, after race number 1 at Swartkops, that you'd be lifting the championship at the end of the year?
Not really, actually. It was because how close the battle was and how lucky I won that race because of Ryan's breakdown. I felt like it was actually going to be a much closer championship, like throughout the year to just be us fighting for points, me, Troy, Ryan, whoever was racing.
No, that's a good point. I mean, I've had the privilege to witness it all, and I also didn't think you would be in championship winning contention, but after PE, I was like, hey, these guys have a problem on their hands. After PE, I knew like, hey, these guys are going to have to work hard to try and take this thing from this guy. So we did hear you mention that you've got some overseas plans. You've had some other overseas plans already this year. So tell us a bit more about what's waiting for you in the future.
So I'm going to Thailand next week. Going for a wildcard race. It's like an Asia Talent Cup type thing. They're like pre-Moto 3 spec bikes. So I'm going there. I'm wildcarding. They say if I finish well, so basically if I get like a top 5, then they're gonna give me a free ride next year. But if they don't, then they'll cut me a good deal to race for them next year.
Nice. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's awesome. So for those who don't know at home, if you are a fan of the two-wheeled side, there's Moto3 bikes where you'll see in the MotoGP Championship. Rushay Mudley is one of our South Africans that represent us in Moto3. And the pre-Moto3 bikes are a step below that.
Yeah.
So similar sized bikes, but just a little bit less power, a little bit less electronics.
Yeah.
So that bike is slower than the bike you won the championship on here at SAES and MRSSA. Do you feel prepared to ride the pre-Moto3 bike when you get to Thailand?
I think I'm prepared. I'm not going with any high expectations or any expectations. I'm just going there with an open mind to try and just do my best, because it's my last race of the year. I'm just going to go out and have fun.
Are you going to be racing at the Chang International Circuit?
Chang.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nervous because, that's a very, very big track. Yeah, but I'm nervous, but I'm ready to. I'm excited too. I'm ready to have fun.
I think personally, from your experience at Red Bull Rookies Cup trials, you're actually gonna find it easier riding that type of bike on a longer circuit.
Okay.
Compared to a tighter technical one, because
those bikes are better for like carrying more corner speed, being flowy.
Exactly, and I think that suits your riding style.
Yeah.
So when you get there, it's gonna be, imagine riding a chair.
Yeah. Oh no, that would. It's just
Exactly. It's gonna be like riding your 400. It's gonna be quite similar.
Yeah.
So, what has been the most challenging part of your season in terms of winning the MRSSA 600 championship here at SAES?
The most challenging would have probably been the last time we were here at Kyalami, because that one was a really, really tough battle, trying to catch up with Troy. It was fun though, battling with Troy, but otherwise that was probably the most challenging part. Also, my fall at Cape Town, that didn't really help, so then it also put a little bit more pressure on me to try and make up points.
So we've been talking about rain a lot today in the car race here on the 9 hours. So the one question I have to ask you is, are you going to chill out next time in a wet race?
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm definitely going to take it just a little bit easier, yeah.
For those of you who weren't able to join us in Cape Town, Ora was leading the MRSSA Superbike race, but he was way ahead of the thousands, way ahead of the 600s. He was way ahead of everybody. And I was sitting in the commentary booth and I was thinking, this guy needs to slow down because I've seen him race before and I know what comes next.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he did have a high side, but still, you did finish the race, right?
Yeah, no, I finished.
With a broken handlebar.
Yeah, it was hanging on the side.
Yeah. So Ora Piri is a determined guy. And Ora, let us know as well because you've come through different categories of racing. You know, you started at short circuit, from pocket bikes all the way up now to being the 600 champion here at the Southern African Endurance Series. What has been the biggest change for you from the racing experiences you've had before joining the series and now being part of the series alongside MRSSA?
So the biggest change for me was from going from the 150s, and then my first long circuit race was at Pakis on the R3. That was the biggest jump for me. It's like, wow, long circuit is fast, like very fast. The bikes behave differently. The bikes are much faster. It's very competitive. So that was probably the biggest jump, because going from such a tight and technical circuit to such a fast, flowy circuit, it was very big. It was a very big difference.
And being part of this series, which is everything here happens at a higher level, compared to what you used to before. So has that changed anything in terms of like how you prepare for a race day or how you approach the weekend?
It has changed a lot more. I have started, it gives me a little bit more nerves. There's so much more eyes on me. There's broadcasting. So yeah, there's a lot more that has changed, like having to focus a lot more on my racecraft, because it's a longer lap over a longer race distance. So yeah.
Perfect. And then talk to us a bit about your parents, because I know your parents well. I know your mom would take on John Wick and win if it had to do with protecting you. So just tell us a bit about your parents, what it's like growing up with young parents that are invested in your racing, and an opportunity for you to shout them out.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely amazing. My parents are amazing people. I couldn't have asked for any other parents. Like, they are the best you can get. They're so phenomenal. They've helped me. They're very supportive. They're very loving, unconditionally. They've done so much for me. They've sacrificed so much for me, and I'm very thankful.
Who's the stricter one?
That's actually a tough one.
It is a tough one.
Yeah, that's a tough
That's why
one.
I asked it.
Probably my... no, I don't know.
Don't
They're
answer.
pretty...
Plead the fifth. That's okay. So now that you've won the 600 championship, can we still cross our fingers and hope to see you here with us at SAS next year? You don't have to confirm if the plans aren't being decided, but are there any plans to start riding thousands perhaps? Or is the focus now, because you are still very young, still a teenager, is the focus just going to be on perfecting your game on the 600 and then those overseas exploits like you mentioned to us earlier?
Yeah, I'm still going to be racing 600s next year. I'm not completely sure about what I'm going to be, when I'm going to start riding on 1,000, but I'm still riding 600s because it's still good practice since I'm still on the smaller bikes overseas as well. So it doesn't really make so much sense for me to jump onto 1,000 when I'm still riding like a pre-Moto 3 bike. So yeah.
You didn't hear it from me, but I've heard the streets say there's like a nice Ducati sitting somewhere that I'm pretty sure you would have a lot of fun on.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but like I said, you didn't hear that from me. So, yeah, Ora, just tell us, we've covered everything, but anything else on your mind that you can tell us about 2025? Any moment, whether good, bad, interesting, weird, that stood out to you this year? And maybe let us know also some of the lessons you've learned going into 2026.
One lesson that I've learned is that you can't really predict anything when it comes to racing. Like, it is so unpredictable. Like, I would have never expected my own crash in Cape Town. Like, it was, I was literally, the lap that I crashed, I was thinking, damn, this is gonna look good on 1,000. Me beating 1,000, and then I tip it in, and then I high-sided. But otherwise, it's been a great year of racing. I've had a lot of fun this year. Thanks to SAES for taking MRSSA in as well, getting us out there, exposing us. It's been amazing.
Thank you, Orapiri. Thank you for entertaining us. Thank you for putting on a show. And you're a champion, and you deserve it. You've really exceeded expectations this season. I mean, the craziest thing is that Cape Town was not even the only time you're leading a race with 600s and 1,000s in it, you know, which I think is very, very impressive. So shout out to you, my little brother, and all the best in Thailand. I think you have good luck and support from everyone here at SAES. You are a champion going to represent us internationally. And last time I spoke to you in the commentary booth, you told us that you're going all the way to the top. So I look forward to watching you take the next step on that journey.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ora. Good job, boy. So great to hear there from Oratile Piri, our 2025 MRSSA SBK 600 champion, a young man with lots of talent and very, very big plans for the future. Stephen, we've spent a bit of time on 2 wheels, back to 4 wheels, as we have a look at the Corridas car in pit lane with what seems like a scheduled routine pit stop.
Yeah, it's a scheduled pit stop they're doing right now. Just a little bit of a top up on the water as well to get them sorted out. But we're good to see that the G&H Transport back out on circuit. But it's been such a long time. 7 laps off the 69 car, the Graphic Supply World. And that means they are well away from catching up so far to 3rd place overall and 1st in class. Scuderia Rossi currently with Fonk behind the wheel of that car, pushing it a little bit harder. He's 2 laps ahead of Team Pesty Racing. Graphic Supply World is 3 laps back from them. And then John Caro in the G&H trying to get their climb back up. 7 laps. I mean, there is a lot of room to try and close up. It's 4 hours and 40 minutes. In 10 minutes' time, we've reached the halfway mark for round 6, our final round of the South African Endurance Series here at Kyalami, Midrand, South Africa. And if you're joining us, whether you're out on the virtual grandstands, on Prime Media, or on YouTube, it's absolutely wonderful to have you guys here and keeping up. Now, I've been finding out all the different stories as well from our spectators, watching in from afar, going in, supporting each of the different drivers. Lots of support pouring in for the likes of Leighton Free, others going for Inter Africa. It's good to see a bit of an interesting of those from Europe going and cheering in the driver that has gone and fought it out in the ADAC series. It's been in the BMWs, and Leighton Free and the MJR going and saying, come on guys, you can do it. And then you got the Africa side supporting Inter Africa to go for the win. It's always wonderful to see each of the fans that are out there. But talking about that, we have got a fan down in the pits. We've got Chloe having a chat and getting all the info.
We're down at G&H with Ricky, and you guys have been working on this Audi yet again, Ricky. Talk to us about the issues.
These issues always seem to be persistent. It carries on every time Johnny gets in the car. We're not going to like kind of point fingers, but every time Johnny gets behind the wheel, we seem to have an issue. We lost a fan about 6 laps ago. Well, more than 6 laps now. Our German engineer, he's a magician from Audi Sport in Germany. He came through and he picked it up. So the guys have worked really hard now. We've put a new belt. Johnny's out now. Fingers crossed. You know, we always tend to have 1 or 2 issues come the 9 hour, but we always tend to like kind of bring it home. So we're very reliant now on Johnny and the team. The guys have worked amazing and pulled tricks. Bunny's out of the hat, so there's magic tricks going down like crazy. Yeah. But yeah, we're hoping to bring the car to the end of the day, and yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, we just want to bring the Audi home. It is the last race of the year, and if you can hear in the background, he's going now. We're counting the laps on our hands now, yeah. But yeah, I'm sure Johnny and the rest of the team, we're going to bring these cars home, and we're just hoping for a good, strong finish to the end of the season, and hopefully no more problems.
Talk to us about the impact Lucas has had. You're, of course, the German mechanic engineer that comes from Germany, and really what input, besides, of course, detecting the issues that he has currently?
Well, it comes with a wealth of knowledge. I mean, you know, the minute he puts a laptop on or he sees anything, we know straight away, you know, you can detect the problem. Instead of trying to troubleshoot going from pillar to post, you know, he can shoot straight and we know how to address it straight away. His knowledge is vast. His experience is second to none, and you know, we're very grateful for Audi this weekend. You know, not just him, but our whole team. You know, I think our guys learn so much from him. So we've got a Polish on the one hand, we've got a German on the other. They tend to work quite well, actually, and yeah. But I mean, it's not just him. You know, it's a big thanks to everybody today. I mean, we just got help from Marius Jackson, and also Inter Africa. You know, those guys, the camaraderie between them are insane. And, you know, we're all here to finish, and we're looking for a strong finish. And with guys like that around us, I mean, we can only get from one strength to the next. And yeah, we're looking for a strong finish. And thank you to everybody that supported us and helped us. And let's bring this car home.
That's what we want to see. And the other thing, I mean, you talk about learning. The interesting thing, which we might look at as a small factor, is those fans to cool down the cars. At Swartkoffs, we had the bigger fans. This time around, y'all are fancy. They're a bit tiny.
Yeah, I think it's just easier because they're handheld, you know, and then there's not everybody running around with these big, massive fans trying to cool the cars down. And it's a little trick that we actually learned from Inter Africa. You know, they've had it, and so has Marius and MJR. So when we saw it, you know, jump on the bandwagon, let's copy them. Why not? You know, I mean, they are the top teams, so we might as well copy them. And it works. It's a good learning curve. It is a good learning curve, and you know, I mean, we ordered a whole bunch of them.
Really? How many?
Take a lot. Delivered. Vast amounts. Spare batteries galore. But yeah, you know, I mean, it's actually been very beneficial to our team. And, you know, like I said, once again, you know, with Lucas, with Adam, with everybody, with all the help, it's just a learning curve. And we get better and better at every event. And we're hoping to, you know, hopefully 2026 run with the bigger teams and be on the same sort of level. And, you know, like without them, racing is impossible. So, you know, big thanks once again to Inter Africa and MJR for getting us back out here today.
What has been the biggest highlight for you, Ricky, in 2025?
Look, the 9 hours always been a big highlight in our lives. I think 2025 was, I don't know, the 6 hour at Kyalami was amazing. We managed to get the car on the podium. The 4 hour at Swartkoffs was also great. And, you know, my highlight has probably been the 6 hour. That was one of the best events we've done, you know, and I'm hoping today will turn out better because I'm hoping today we are actually in the top 3 overall. We've missed it. We missed it by millimeters at Swartkoffs. And yeah, we're just hoping to finally get on that step, that overall podium. You know, you can win your class, but there's nothing like being in the top 3 and sharing the step with top teams. And yeah, I think that would be a highlight for us. But right now, the 6 hours is our biggest highlight.
Do you know what mine is?
No, please tell me.
Rocket, but I don't see Rocket. I saw Rocket once with you, and you don't bring her back.
So Rocket will make an appearance. Rocket will make an appearance. I had even Gerald from Inter Africa was saying to me, he says, "Where's the Lambo?" I reckon next year Rocket will be definitely partaking in the Sports and GT. The Audi is a bulletproof car. It gives us a lot of uphill, but it's our go-to car. So next year I'd like to take the fight to Kolele. Johnny won in race 2 today, so I'd like to challenge my brother. I think Rocket with is it Maverick? No, is it Maverick? Rambo Lambo. Yeah. I'd like to do that next year, and I think Rocket was a highlight of my year as well, because a pink Lambo racing. Next year we'll have pink helmets, pink race suits. I don't think the team will be pretty impressed to be in pink overalls, but I think that's something to look forward to 2026, and we're going to come out strong in 26, and hopefully we can be classified as one of the top teams.
I think you're in the right direction, Ricky. I'll let you go back to your twin. I'm sure you're wondering to hear from him right now.
Very much so. But listen, no news is good news, and we've counted him going down the straight again now. So, fingers crossed, we'll bring it home.
Well, fingers crossed from G&H. Let's go back to Stephen Koenig and Temba Kumalo. Thank you.
From Chloe and Mr. Giancarlo, big plans they've got for next year. Pink Power on the way in 2026?
Well, we've seen that, Rocket, as it's called, the Pink Lambo, was able to take the fight to a lot of the front runners and gave them a bit of a fright. So for G&H to say, hey, listen, we're coming back with a little bit more involved to fight it out. We got an Audi R8. We got Dad sitting in the Nissan GTR. Why not bring the Lambo? Have the entire family out on circuit for our Sports and GT is always a great one. But also the thought of going and bringing something a little bit different, so bringing another GT3 into the fray for the South African Endurance Series. Always interesting to see those type of cars coming in, much like we've currently got on circuit the Hurricane GT3 Evo 2 that's of Inter Africa out in first place. Leighton Ferree in the Porsche 911 Gen 2 car, going and having a bit of fun. That's also a GT3 that has been powering its way through, and I can't wait to see a little bit more of those cars making an appearance, being out on the circuit and getting them out of the garages. What I am a little bit sad about is, well, the Audi had a simple problem that landed up with the biggest of issues later on, a fan belt coming adrift. I mean, if you think about it, a part that costs maybe 120 Rand goes and puts you down the order and has you frantically looking around, and now with the car a little less happy as well. So it does explain a lot of parts. When the fan belt comes adrift, nothing is moving, including the water pump. And those engines tend to not like being air-cooled for too long.
Is the cost of that fan belt even a 1/10 of a percentage of that car? The cost of that car and getting it on track?
I would say the fan belt is priceless, because if that goes, it's game over for a lot of engines.
That's a brilliant answer.
That's the only way I can say it. The piece of rubber, other than your tires, that's the thinnest part of the car in terms of rubber, may be the reason why you are going and rebuilding. So that's a bit of an interesting situation to come adrift, and actually is one of the first to go in here, that a fan belt coming apart from the GT4. But it is going to be Leighton Ferree throwing the Porsche around every which way. And I've been looking at his times. They've been rather consistent, same as like our Team Pesty, and also the Scuderia Rossi has been, well, the Rossi car has been a little bit all over the show with its time. Last lap time was a 208.7, best lap time of a 204. Great variation there. However, the Team Pesty has been sitting between 211, 210 at the moment, so they've been quite close in times. But also the likes of the MJR with Leighton Ferree, Joseph Ellerine behind the wheel, Morris Jackson, they've also been relatively keeping within pace of one another. So there's little teams all over that have been going and trying to get themselves sorted out. I am a little bit sad, though, as we see cars being worked on, and this is the Alteza just frantic. The team still underneath, trying to get it up and going. Would love to know, what are they looking at? What is the issues? Because it's right at the front of the engine. It's not at the back. It's right in the front. So that's around the intercooler. It's around the fan belts, around the water pump. It's all out there, and they were wiping things down. So that tells me trying to get rid of maybe a bit of oil spray that's come adrift. So looking, that is... Yeah, that's right at the front of the engine that they're working on. Just between the suspension, there's not too much room there. This is where a mechanic's worst nightmare is if the spanner slips and you catch a chassis or catch a suspension arm. Oh my, you learn to speak all the languages in the country. But also, please take a note, something interesting. Take a look where the filter is actually coming down. Most filters on engines, you will see, is up towards the top of the bonnet. Due to this V8, this enormous engine put into the chassis, takes up so much space, along with this huge turbo, there isn't a lot of room for the air filter. So they land up putting it, oh no, that is the sump. Okay, they've just pulled the bottom end of that motor apart.
Tough times for Sphere Motorsport. And an important piece of housekeeping there, Stephen, is that we have crossed the halfway mark, and that car is still in the pits, which has severe championship implications for that team.
Well, this is it. At the moment, with them out, with the likes of Scuderia Rossi out at the top, it's going to be close in points, but the Alpha might actually get away with it and get the championship win if the likes of the G&H Transport stays where they are, right away from them, does not take over that first place, and the likes of Sophia Motorsport loses out. So this is going to be a close one between them, and considering you look at the drop rounds that they've had thus far, Sophia Motorsport, round 2, did not finish. Go into round 1 for Swartkorps, G&H did not finish. Round 3, the lowest scoring points for the Alpha was Eldo Scribanti in round 2, but they did finish regardless. So they are yet to utilize a drop round. But however, they did miss Kyalami and Swartkorps previously. So they are down on points. They are sitting on 72 points, while the likes of the G&H Transport, the likes of Gianni and Ricardo, sitting on 90 points each, and Sphere Motorsport sitting on 107.
It is tight at the top. Championships still to be decided. We've seen problems for G&H. We've seen problems for Sphere. Scuderia Rossi have been cooking so far in this race. They now hold a 12-lap lead over the G&H Transport team, and it's going to be difficult for the G&H Transport team to overcome that gap with 12 laps to go. Weather report, as you can see on screen, the sun still shining, no black clouds in sight, so we are getting away with it at the moment, which is a great sign for all of our drivers and teams. After yesterday's immense rain, they will all be breathing a huge sigh of relief that they've got into the stage of the race without any weather.
It's going to be interesting, but the one thing we've got to also talk about, and that is you best get your sunnies out, because sunset is getting a bit wild out there for our competitors as they have to deal with it. As the sun starts to set, it comes down to the rhythm, and drivers are going to have to carry on figuring out their little bit of momentum in this. So we're talking about the weather, but let's talk about the main big factor, the big burning star in the sky that suddenly makes things a little bit more on the interesting side and require you to really, well, concentrate on using muscle memory as it stands. But it's going to be an interesting one, Timber. I know that you're going to go and take a look at the pits there and stretch your legs, and in turn we're going to get Nadine Wilkin to come in and have a chat to us, who has been walking around pits, getting a bit of a feel, and also enjoying some of the celebrations of awards being handed out. And Nadine, welcome to the commentary box yet again. You are making multiple appearances in your debut commentary, might I add?
What can I say? I get around.
There we go. There we go. Let's talk about some of the awards that we've had here today, because we've checked a couple of tops coming out. 2025 champion, and namely on certain riders of with a Peary surname, but also just on everyone having a fun time going out for that first, second and third. Can you give us a bit of an idea of how was it at prize giving and who has been so far grabbing those awards?
So prize giving's been great. Yeah, you mentioned Oratiwa Peary. He managed to take first place for the year. I mean, that little champ has been leading the championship from, I think, February, from the very beginning of this year. I remember doing an interview with him and old Troy Tonking in the beginning of the year in our pre-race show. And Troy was second and Ora was first. And Drew's Bob, today I gave trophies out in that order as well again. So I'm very proud of the young lads. Yeah, some of the other MRSSA guys that took awards were Mick Landy took second place in the bots category with Christu Readers in third, and then old Alan Hulsher took first place. So yeah, that was pretty cool to give the gents the awards. For Masters, we had Robert Ferreira and then Ryan Footer in first place. Then for Open Superbikes, we had Henny Miller and third, and then Jean-Andre Fourie in second, and Simpiwe in first place. Shame Simpiwe had quite a little crowd gathered there. Everyone was cheering him on. Really cool stuff. And then yeah, the last one I just did was the 1 hour dash. Brad Liebenberg took first place. Second place was Damien Hammond, and then Andrew Horn in third. And I must say thanks guys. I'm now all sticky for the last 4 hours of the race because all three of them attacked me with their champagne bottles. Well deserved. I suppose they've been waiting to do that all year. So I'm not a happy chappy at the moment. I had to go have a little bath in the bathroom there just to remove some of the stickiness. Oh, thank you very much. I'll definitely take some of those.
Got a little bit of wet wipes to help you. It says sensitive, so it's also fine. But I mean, the celebrations, end of the year, final race, it must have just been...
It was such a vibe out there, let me tell you.
Oh, you're lucky fish. It's just that whole thing of, it's done, that sense of, on to the next.
I mean, unfortunately, you know, for the overall championship results and prize giving, that'll only be happening in Feb. So the drivers and the competitors and stuff will have to wait till Feb to see those final results. Well, I mean, they know the results, but to get their trophies. And we're going to tie that in with our conference to discuss our plans for next year.
That's always a wonderful thing, trying out to get the feel and talk to the different drivers and teams, get an understanding of where this whole series is driving forward. Where can the improvements been made? Where can we look towards next? And honestly, the calendar has been put together. It's been sent off to Motorsport South Africa. So keep an eye out on our social media to go and see where is round one for 2026 going to be. But we have to always end it right back here at Kyalami. I mean, it's a legendary circuit and a legendary race of the 9 hours of Kyalami. From being out there with the crowd, being with the drivers, what has been so far the takeaway moments for you as a personality that's getting to talk to everyone, getting to get a feel from the youngest to the oldest being around there?
I just love the whole vibe, you know, the camaraderie and the whole atmosphere. There's no, yes, it's a competition, but it's not like that kind of competition, if you know what I mean. All the guys get involved, they help each other. It's a big family sport. Little Jacks are here right up to old grandpa. Everyone's supporting them in the pits, and yeah, they've got their spanners out and helping each team, and it's just really been great. And let me tell you, there has been so many spectators here today. Everywhere has been packed. The three VIP, I mean, we've got 3 VIP areas that have all been packed. The grandstand, I see it's down now a little bit, but yeah, it was also pretty packed earlier. And I just think, yeah, we need to get more people out to the track to come and see what we do and to come and support the motorsport the same way that, you know, they support our other sports in the country.
Exactly, and you also got to see some of the simulators going out, and they've been running their own 9 hours so far. For 5 hours they've been going at it.
How's that going? Like, have we got any results for that? Or
well, I've inquired by our gentleman down at the bottom, seeing what they can do. The fastest time thus far that has been set on the sim, a 1:44.125.
No way.
Which is just as quick as Into Africa, because their time was a 1:44.0. That is insanely close.
I mean, when you compare the age gaps and the experience and stuff, I mean, that's incredible. I see Kolile back in the car.
Yeah, going and getting himself sorted out. Going to go that extra little mile. He's been handing it over to the youngsters, but Let's be honest. You also want to go.
Daddy wants to get back in the car.
That's it. I mean, it's a maverick to keep going, and we'll be pushing. Now, we do have...
Give me an update quickly there on what's happening with Sphere Motorsport. We spoke about it earlier in GNH.
Well, Sphere Motorsport currently had they took the entire bottom end of the engine off.
How?
Well, they've undid it. So something has gone on that they had to pull the sump off the car, and they were still bolting it on. So they are yet to go back out. They didn't make the halfway mark at the moment. Well, if it stays as it is, Scuderia Rossi will be taking over the championship. Double points.
Oh, right.
It's not single, double
We
points.
didn't put that into our calculations earlier. Man, okay.
So this changes entire Class B. The fight at the moment is between GNH and Scuderia Rossi in the Alpha. Whoever gets ahead of one another will take the championship.
Wow.
That's what we're at. Double points to make it, or play it, and see where they go. I mean, this is going to be an interesting one, but I also have got the names of those that are currently in the Sims. So one of the teams has got Luke Hill, Keegan Nathan, Mauro Deleuze, who is in one of the Sims, Team 1. Team 2 is Nathan Watt, Shimon, and Ponazzo. And then we've got Carabo, Ribeiro, and Shine, who's in Team 3. So youngsters having a go at it. I know Nathan Watt from current sim racing world. He's actually a really, really competitive driver, but also gets very competitive, so you can be sure that team is running like clockwork, and he's come guys, and working those cars. But as we see a couple of our drivers heading out onto circuit, our graphic supply world going and keeping a good run. And we do see Joseph Ellerine climbing back into the Porsche after seeing it being thrown around a little bit earlier. But we've got two cars that we're waiting for. You and I have spent multiple years cheering on Graphic Supply World, Corridus, and Sophia Motorsport. Now we're getting to see them, each in their own way, have got their challenges here for the 9 hours of Kyalami, each in their own way, going and fighting against the odds.
Yeah, and let me tell you, Corridus has not had an easy year, hey?
And last year wasn't the greatest.
I don't know why they didn't get rid of that old car sooner, because, I mean, at least this new car, new team, things seem to be looking up for them.
For now.
How can you put that commentator's curse out there?
I'm saying for now because the race isn't over.
Yeah,
and
still about 4 hours to go.
And we've got sunset going on. We've had a certain a commentator to the right hand of us that's been talking to the sky, telling the clouds to come a bit closer, which has been against us. And we have just seen the 111 pull in for a driver change and pit stop as well. So I think you and I need to find a closet, lock a certain Timber Kamalu in it, and you can carry on with your commentating debut. How's that? You and I together.
Listen, honestly, I'm rooting for the rain as well. I won't even lie. I'm
no,
so
I
sticky
feel like
from that champagne. My quick little bath in the bathroom didn't work. I need the rain. I need to go dance in it.
Oh no, I'm the only one. I'm outgunned. I'm outmatched.
What are our viewers saying? Do they want rain or not? Give us some comments on the YouTube channel.
Well, that would be it. And we're also going out on Prime Media, out on the app, which is for the very first time this year we've been out on it. Very first time they've had motorsport incorporated on it, which is just history in the making, and a massive to have them on board with us. Prime Media going and putting in a huge amount of effort, getting to be out on billboards, being out on radio as well. It was quite interesting to sit in traffic and hear about, well, we're going to 9 hours of Kyalami happening. I was quite ecstatic.
Yes, you heard. I also heard it this week.
So I've got to say, really looking forward to it, and 2026 being a little bit more. And I don't know about you, I've actually booked my holiday at Silver Lakes. I mean, seeing the food, seeing the animals.
I'm not waiting for holiday. Can I tell you, on the 7th of December, they're having a concert, Silver Lining concert. I am there. I spoke to Yale earlier, and Mikasa's playing. Early B, I don't know if you guys remember Early B from Formula V. He's going to be performing. So, and what actually happened today, I don't know if you guys were aware of it, but we had high schools performing in a choir performance today. And he was so blown away by one of the performances, he actually asked them to come and play there on the 7th of December.
Ooh,
and this
wow.
festival will be taking place at their hotel.
Now that is incredible. I heard that we had Rand going and doing. That's the Rampart High School going and doing it. I won't lie, a little bit of Rampart High pride. Quentin cheered on.
You know, I speak under correction, but I think that might be the school that is going to be playing on the 7th, but I speak under correction. I'll have to double check and get back to you on that one.
I'll take it as one regardless. Rampart High School. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it was so cool to see all these high school kids getting involved and, I mean, shaking it up with a electric guitar in their hand and a drummer, and it was really nice to see. I'm sorry you guys didn't get to see it, but I was very blessed to be there supporting. Of course, I was jumping up and down, dancing and getting the crowd going and stuff. It was a real good vibe this morning.
No, it's been absolutely incredible. Our fan zone really out there, but we've been keeping an eye on all the action out on circuit and really showing what can be done. But the question that comes in, Nadine, many of the drivers busy thinking of what can they do to move forward. I want to ask a simple one. What is your favorite team that's currently out on circuit that you are rooting for? I'm going to put you against a rock and a hard place here. There we go.
I'm not answering that.
No, you have to. We got a variety of vehicles.
You're going to get me in trouble. It's not happening. I don't have a favorite. They are all my favorites.
Whatever one doesn't spray you with champagne.
I love those ones too. They're just in the naughty corner for a couple minutes.
Okay, so if you could drive any of the cars that are racing in the 9 hours of Kyalami, what will it be?
Does it have to be out of the 9 hours? Because I've got my favorite car.
Okay, do tell. As long as they raced
86 Mercedes-Benz that Bradley Liebenberg drove today. That is my favorite car.
Didn't even take 3 seconds to think about it.
Nope. Can tell you immediately. I love that car. Just her thickness and her speed and just everything about it is just so... I don't know if I'm allowed to say sexy on here, but yeah, that one.
No, well, it is sexy. And then a little bit earlier, we did get to see that you had a little bit of a spray in the hair as well for our cancer that was there. Take us through what was happening. I mean, that is a lovely initiative, and from what I heard, has been rather busy. They were going quite a bit today.
Yeah, just for $50, you could either choose between a shave or a spray. They had multiple colors, and it was an aid of raising money and awareness for cancer. So, yeah, they were calling everyone who might have won the battle of cancer, is currently fighting cancer, or anyone who is a family member or a loved one who's been close to someone with cancer. For me, it's a bit of a personal thing, as we know. I lost my father last year to cancer. So, yeah, I definitely got in there. I got a good spray for Daddy. And, yeah, I think it's a great initiative, and I definitely think we need to put some awareness out there. And, yeah, early detection is key.
That's it. And, you know, that's the one thing we've got to say about our series through the years. It's always been bringing the different charities involved, bringing whether it's family from young and old, and also just bringing some awareness to everyone out there. And using the medium of one of the best sports in the world, motorsport, because, well, it's far more fun than going out to a certain green and trying to hit a ball very far where most of us can pick it up and throw it further than we can hit it.
Anyways, listen, you made me emotional now, so I'm out of this commentary booth. Temba, come do your job.
Nadine welcome, coming and having a chat to us. And absolutely, I can confirm she's covered in a little bit of champagne as well. It's absolutely incredible stuff. Temba, I mean, you were going out taking a look at the stuff and seeing how the entire race has been going on. Your thoughts as far as we head into the final 3 hours and 58 minutes of this race?
It's not raining. That's my first thought.
Stay away with your guys' rain.
Which is a good thing. It seems the more we talk about it, the less likelihood it is of coming. So you should be happy. I mean, look at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit bathed in sunlight. The long shadows starting to form on the circuit. You'll see as we follow the Corridas car and the GNH car onto the pit straight that the pit straight is now covered in shade from our huge pit building complex. Great shot. Thanks to our TV directory team giving us the helicopter shot there, or the drone shot, I should say, above. It's getting darker. We are now at the stage where we have completed more of the race and we have less remaining. 3 hour 50, which I'm just thinking about, if this was the 4 hours of Swartkorps, you'd only be 12 minutes into the race. But here we are 5 hours and 1 minute in, and it's been a sensational performance from Into Africa Racing. Xolile Liklaka is on track, lapping in the 147, which is solid pace for him. Looking very comfortable. Leighton Fourie as well is the fastest driver on track at the moment. So he is still hooning that Porsche around the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, putting on a great show for the spectators, driving to that car to the absolute limit. We still don't have Sphere Motorsport back on track, which truly is a shame. Pesty Racing though, I remember when we were on the grid, I asked you who would be the surprise package, and I feel 5 hours in, the surprise package has been Pesty Racing, because genuinely it's been a sensational performance from them. It seems that they've properly prepared for this event. The drivers have been on it, having a look at their times. Baron Pretorius lapping in the 2:11 still, and their best lap is a 2:10. So in terms of that performance index, they are also looking really, really good. So for Pesty Racing into Africa, so far so good. And of course Scuderia Rossi, who have had a flawless performance up to this point.
Now, so far, just keeping it all together, they're only 3 laps ahead of Pesty Racing. So there's still a lot of time on the cards to be won or lost here at Kyalami. However, it is a 12-lap difference between the likes of Into Africa and MJR at current. So they are constantly trying to push that little bit more, seeing where they can run and how far are they willing to go. This is where you start worrying about the cars. You're starting to feel that little bit of strain, because they've been going flat out. They've been maximizing their revs. They've been pushing harder and harder on the suspension. The tires are starting to take a bit of strain, but most importantly, the drivers and teams are now starting to feel all that time that they spent. They start to get an old saying of pulling amps. You're now trying to keep yourself going. You're going and grabbing a set of sweets from pocket, putting in your mouth, trying to keep the jaw moving, to keep the eyes open. You also feeling all those muscles starting to ache, the lactic acid buildup in the arms and the legs for each of the drivers that have been pushing through their stints, trying to see it through to the end. This is where it comes down to, as Franco Di Matteo said, fitness of each of the drivers, mental endurance and fitness for everyone to ensure that these cars come to line. One mistake can be a trip into the dirt, can get stuck in the dirt, or at worst, you needing a bit of duct tape, a bit of cable ties, and a whole lot of elbow grease to get the car back out on the track.
The reason why fitness is so important in motorsport, especially here at circuit racing and endurance racing, is that if the fitness levels are lacking, the first thing to go out on track for the driver is the concentration. When you get tired because your stamina is running out, the first thing that happens is the concentration starts to wane and the reaction time becomes a bit slow. And we did discuss earlier in the race about how critical being slightly too late or too early in terms of your inputs into the car, how costly that can be for drivers. I mean, even if we look at Xolile Liklaka approaching some of the back markers here, if his concentration is lacking, he may not time those moves correctly, or going into cheetah, he could make a mistake because he's now entering the corner on a different part of the track to what he normally would, because he's overtaking much slower cars. So that fitness component, as Di Matteo explained to us earlier, is very, very important. One other thing I wanted to mention let's have a look at this onboard, and you can see, look at the sun in the background there. So that view that you have of the windshield where you cannot see anything, that's exactly what it looks like for our drivers when they're going through sunset.
Now, it makes things rather challenging, and each of the drivers are going to start to feel it more and more. This is where you want to bring out your sunnies, but at the same time, as you block out the sun with a tinted visor, you give the shadows a little bit more darkness in it. So it's a bit of a gamble if you are running a tinted visor, and there's different ways that drivers work their way through it. You'll see some drivers actually utilize sunglasses underneath their helmet, or they actually open the visor up when they are going through the nighttime. They shut it when they are going just into the sun. Try and help out, as this is Manuel Barbosa going and making his debut run here in the 9 hours of Kyalami and the South African Endurance Series, going and putting in a solid effort at the moment. in the Super Polo. And I've got to say, absolutely incredible to see these little cars go and push harder and harder, and, well, have been the surprise to most teams, a lot more going towards them, because they're a lot easier to run, they're cost effective to go out on the circuit with, and they're rather punchy.
Very, very true. And a great effort, as you mentioned there, from the Corridos Racing team, because just looking at the pace, in Class C, the Francos have the fastest time in that class with a 58.2. Lorero, the combined racing car, is not far behind on a 58.7, so it's only a difference of half a second. And yet, for the Corridos team in the Super Polo, who run second on the road in class, have a best lap time of a 2:10. So 12-second delta there in terms of outright pace, but through consistency and saving times in the pits, as you mentioned before, they find themselves in a strong position.
It's absolutely incredible stuff. So each of the drivers trying to figure out what they can do. Teams are trying to do their final plans and strategies, but we also take a look at what's happening in terms of it, because our G&H Transport GT4 Audi is starting to make a bit of headway and starting to bring in those lap times. At the moment, 3 laps off the 69 car, trying to see whether it can get past the likes of the Francos. However, it is going to be a tough time indeed. They've got to try and cycle the way through. They've got the power, they've got the aero to make it work on the way. However, the question is, can they keep up that consistency and really keep up the pace to close up for 3rd overall? That's what they're aiming for, to be on the podium. They know they can't fight the GT3s, but nothing stops them from taking the final stop, the final spot on the podium, and ensuring that G&H stands there for the photo.
The G&H car has also caught back or taken back 1 lap on their competitors for Class B Honours Funk. They were 12 laps behind, now down to 11 behind. So they just need, look at that, have a look at that on the onboard. Barbosa all the way up to Leocorp, the sun in his eyes, physically having to shade his eyes with his hands because he cannot see. And that, Steve, that's extremely difficult situation there, because you already can't see going up there because it's blind. You're going up a hill, you crest just before you reach your brake marker, and then you add on top of that, just above the crest, above the tree line, there's the sun shining in your eyes. That's insane.
Well, we were talking about it, and now they are in the pits getting some work done. That is the Scuderia Rossi team getting some work done to their car, and looks like they might actually be changing brakes, because that is a bit of work being done onto the caliper.
Scuderia Rossi has 11 laps of lead to play with. Stephen, our tech expert here in the commentary booth. Steve, let's see what you can deduce from what we're seeing on screen.
Just trying to take a look at losing something. It's definitely they're not bleeding the system. So whatever's gone on, they're just trying to get themselves sorted out. I'm not 100% sure what's going on, whether they're changing the brake pads themselves or if they've discovered a little bit of an issue that needs a bit of motivation. There we go. They've got a motivational tool, the hammer, to come out, give it a little knock over. Are they aiming at the back of the brake pads? Oh, that's what I'm wondering. Just to try and get the pins out and then see if they can get the car back out onto the circuit. So, bit of a longer stop for them and the mechanics. Lots and lots of hard work coming into play. This is going to bring the likes of the G&H Transport a lot closer to the sharp end of the field, but will also give the advantage for Team Pesty to move up into 3rd place as well, because they're not too far adrift at the moment. 3 laps off the back of the Sulphur.
Very, very interesting developments with 5 hours and 20 minutes of the race completed out of our total 9. So I'm just doing some quick calculations there. The Giancarlo car is lapping at a 2:01. The Scuderia Rossi team have an 11 lap advantage, so that's a quick calculation of 2 times 11. So that's give or take 22 minutes that the Scuderia Rossi team have to sort that issue out and get that car back on track. So that is something critical to keep an eye out for. And as we have discussed earlier in this race, there's another look for you there, Steve. But as we have discussed in this race,
so that's a caliper off.
the positions for the Rossi team, Scuderia Rossi, GNH Transport, and Sphere Motorsport have severe championship implications, double points on offer. So we could be watching a championship decided here live in the pit lane at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. So the Scuderia Rossi team will be hoping that they can get that car back out on track as soon as possible.
Now it's going to be an interesting play, because whoever finishes ahead, whether it's GNH or Scuderia Rossi, they will be taking the victory at the moment, because unfortunately for Sphere Motorsport, they still stuck in the pits. They're still working on that car. And I'm fingers crossed, I want to see that car getting back out on the circuit. I want to see it finish. It's been a season of note, but jumping on board to our Porsche, this is Joseph Ellerin going and giving it his absolute all, trying to get a little bit closer and closer and run lap times that would be comparison to his teammate Leighton Ferree, to see how they're going to work out. The gap difference, unfortunately, between Inter Africa and MJR is 12 laps. But nothing says that you can't give it your all and keep that hard push, start soaking in the race.
Opportunity still there for the MJR team, but they will need a bit of luck to play into their favor. They need Lady Luck to come into their box. Unfortunately, Murphy did come in there with that left rear wheel issue early in the race, which Marius Jackson did explain to us. And you can see, especially up there at Leeuwkop, how fast the sun is setting now at this stage. It seems like lap after lap, that shadow going down the back straight into mineshaft gets longer and longer, and it's not long now until we will be in darkness. Still a while until we'll be in full darkness, but conditions evolving, the track starting to cool down as more and more of it comes under the cover of the shade. We saw Manuel Barbosa struggling with the sunset, obstructing his vision in selected parts of the track as Joseph Ellerin gets creative with the racing lines exiting Ingwe.
Yep, that is definitely a bit closer, and a bit of a moment coming in for Inter Africa, trying to get past Manuel, who was heading to the center of the circuit. Suddenly, Laterka was, okay, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing? Slow the car right down, just to make sure he doesn't go piling into the back of that VW and just focusing on his drive. It must have been quite a moment, because you're herring up closer to more than about 110 kilometers an hour or so, and suddenly, whoa, hit the brakes, hit the brakes, hit the brakes, as there is one car that is incredibly slow up into Leeuwkop in comparison to what you got. Now, in terms, Manuel Barbosa is going as fast as that car can, but it's a few cylinders short of a Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 that is booting its way around the circuit.
That was a very, very hairy moment, and I think what may have caught Leclerc out up there is that sun in the eyes. It would be more difficult for him to judge going up that hill with the sun shining, especially with that car being white. So that sunlight is going to be reflecting off of that car. Then you add on top of it the speed differential between a Super Polo and a GT3 Evo 2 Huracan, and that would have, I'm sure that would have raised the heart rate for him in the driver's cockpit there.
Yeah, just a little bit of a deep breath moment. But also, talking about all our spectators joining us from here at the circuit, littered around the entire Kyalami. Good to have you guys here, and also out in the virtual grandstands on Prime Media app, and also out on YouTube. One of our virtual spectators that's watching all the way from Bahrain is a driver that knows how to fight against Inter Africa. Charles Visser going and cheering on all the friends out, and is going and racing in the Karting World Championship out in Bahrain. So good luck to him. Have a good one. Show that South Africa is one of the top forms of motorsport exports in terms of drivers, as we get to see some more racing. 3 hours and 34 minutes to go of our 9 hours of Kyalami. Round 6 and our final round of our 2025 calendar here in South Africa for the South African Endurance Series, and just to finish up motorsport here in South Africa.
In Class B, the GNH Transport car has cut down the lead of the Scuderia Rossi team from 11 laps to 4. So GNH Transport hot on the wheels to get themselves back into the lead of the Class B race and put themselves in prime position to go home with that championship perfect timing there for us to catch up with the Scuderia Rossi team. It looks like the driver
Back
is
in the
still
car.
in the cockpit. Yes, back in the car. So hopefully we will be seeing that car back out on track very shortly, and hopefully they can still come out with that race lead still intact for the Rossi team. However, GNA's Transport have had their problems in the earlier stage of this race, but they are now back on the charge as the combined racing car has also entered the pits.
Now it's going to be an interesting time indeed, and seeing how they can go. And really, this is going to be a tough time. This is going to be a hard push, because let me remind you, Class B is going to have the person that takes the championship is whoever finishes first. And that is between an Audi GT4 of the GNA Transport or the Scuderia Rossi Alpha Giulia QV that is getting ready to roll out on circuit. No pressure. You just have to come first to win the championship. As we do see Manuel Barbosa into the pits. They've rolled him inside of the pits and just getting some work done to the car. The team looking around, seeing what they can do. He's taking a moment just to catch a breather, and also, I think, enjoying not having the sun in his eyes.
Sphere Motorsport back in the pit lane. No driver inside the car. Is this possibly a retirement, Steve?
Oh no, please don't tell me so. They're pushing it to the front. I think that is the team rolling it off. Sophia Motorsport might not be seeing it, and oh man, that is a gut punch. Sophia Motorsport, after everything they have gone through, after
Sophia Motorsport unfortunately find themselves out of the race. Look at the exhaust glowing there for the Into Africa racing car. But heartbreak. I'm super bummed to see that. It's a heartbreaking situation for Sophia Motorsport. They have wrung the neck of that Turtle Tez. As we see Letlaka closing his visor before he enters into Sunset. That's to help. That's a tinted visor, so that's to help with his vision as he goes through Sunset Corner, carrying an insane amount of speed into there. And it's a very, very difficult corner to navigate when you cannot see where you're going. So I'm interested to see if he's opening and closing that visor throughout the lap, because that's not the first time through the iCam onboard we have seen him with that visor open and then shutting it before entering a certain corner. But he will not be having to do that for much longer, as we are very near to nighttime and the visual challenges become of a completely different kind from sunset to nighttime. There you go, the visor's open. So from sunset to Leeuwkop, visor down. Exit of Leeuwkop down the hill, visor open. We continue to ride with Letlaka on board as he exits the crocodiles. Our fantastic drone footage through Cheetah crocodile still enjoying the benefits of the sunlight there as we go one more time into Ingwe with Letlaka. Let's have a look at this lap time across the line, as GNA's Transport is now only 2 laps away from hitting the race lead in Class B, and Letlaka very consistently lapping in the 47s. That will make team manager Gerald quite happy with how things stand, as they have now also extended another lap of lead on the MJR team, as Into Africa Racing extends their lead from 12 laps to 13.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm still gut punched about our little Toyota Alteza that could, the underdog that literally limped and fell over at the end at Swartkorps. They were able to get it through, and the retirement now is just absolutely gut punching of note, and I can't see. I'd love to know what exactly let go on that car that they weren't able to get going, because they've found a way every single time. When there was a ball, there was a way. They fought through a lot, and to get a DNF for the final round, especially after you made it this far, is just, I can't imagine the emotions that are running through that team right now. And I think it's a long, quiet drive back after that. That's definitely for the Sophia Motorsport. They only weren't able to score at Aldo Scribanti, and that was variety of engine issues. Kyalami on the 26th of July, they weren't able to make it, so they missed out. And once again, it's another team that wasn't able to get past the Kyalami curse. We saw Wayne Roach not able to score at Kyalami, and yet again, now we get to see Sophia Motorsport. And that means they will be scoring no points for Class B.
Heartbreak Hotel.
But you know what that does bring? Class B needs a victory from either Scuderia Rossi or GNH to take the championship in the final round of the 2025 South African Endurance Series. So if you want to talk about pressure right now, it goes down to 2 teams in the pit that are going to be fighting out for Class B. Class A at the moment, with Stuart White and Lataka looking to have a stellar run, might be wrapping up the championship for them after a easy run at the moment. They've completed the first hour. They've got the points to clear third place in the Drivers' Championship, Nick Adcock. And they're looking to go for those double points. So not only an overall victory, but double points means that Lataka and Stuart White will be clear in the championship, but also they may be bringing up a little bit closer. Axel Jeffries has a possibility to either go into 4th or into 3rd place to make it a 1-2-3 for Inter Africa in the A class. But Class B still wide open to see how it goes. Class C still wide open between each of the drivers. Who's going to be able to fight their way up through the order? Who's going to stand on top is going to be an incredible drive. I mean, it's going to be a tough one for our drivers to see how they're going to go, who's going to be fighting it out, and who's going to stay at the top. I mean, if you think about it now, Temba, you've been in situations like this where it's the last race, it's the finals of the points. Your back's up against the wall, and you get told you have to come first to win the championship. The stress, the emotions, everything running not only through the team's head, but through the driver's head right now, plus added on to the fatigue that they've been racing for 5 hours and 33 minutes. They still got another 3 hours and 26 seconds to go. They still got to get these cars across the line, and you're not quite sure what the future holds.
So depending on the circumstances, Steve, sometimes it's better to be in that position where I have to win. Scuderia Rossi back out on track just in time. It seems this is going to be fascinating. They start their 139th lap exiting pit lane just ahead of GNH at the moment, it seems. So Scuderia Rossi saving it to the death. However, they've still got a long way to go. And of course, there is the pace difference between those cars. The GNH car lapping slightly quicker than the Scuderia Rossi car was lapping earlier. However, this does bring one key factor into the equation, which was that the Rossi team was saying earlier that they were intentionally lapping slower. However, under pressure now from GNH, they may have to pick up the pace a little bit, which will then increase the tire wear, which will then increase the frequency of pit stops. So a very interesting development here for us in our Class B battle for the race and for the title.
We'll take a look currently on track battle, as we do have the Graphic Supply World up into the likes of 4th place ahead of the Scuderia Rossi team. That is an on-track battle. They also got 3rd place of Team Pesty looking to put a lap on both of them. So for the Little Alpha, they've got to push quite hard right now, because there is a position ahead of them. There is 4th within arm's reach, and they need to try and get it done. So up through Learcorp, trying to get the drive, a little bit of understeer coming in, aiming for the second apex as they march their way down the mine shaft they go, having quite a bit of top end. You can see they start to open up the gap to Pesty Racing. They close the distance to the Graphic Supply World, who goes immediately a little bit to the defensive line, middle of the circuit, waiting, biding their time. And it doesn't look like Rossi wants to push that hard. He was waiting out. He's very ginger with the car at the moment and not wanting to be caught out. So it's absolutely great racing. Late on the brakes, trying to give for the pass. But that being said, we got Chloe in the bits, who's going to give us a bit of an understanding of what's happening out there as we keep an eye on the close racing.
We are down at Sphere Motorsport. Normally when a car retires, one is a little bit sad, but this time around, not too much, because of course we got the breaking news that this is the last time that we see that Alteza here, and of course as the team is planning to get a new car. Marcos, firstly, what happened? Talk to us about, of course, the decision to retire the car.
So yeah, unfortunately, I had to come in during my stint. We seem to have lost a bit of oil pressure, and the car seemed to have been losing some power. And we fixed the oil pump, but when we started, we seemed to have lost the engine. So we had engine failure. That's basically what happened.
Oh, but you're not too sad, right?
I'm sad for today, but I think the car's been good to us. Yeah. Sometimes, I mean, we were leading the championship coming into this round in Class B, so we were happy about that. But at least now we get to retire the car and look forward to next year with a brand new beast.
Definitely looking forward to that. And I mean, Peter, you told us about it. So how are you feeling? As in a way, see you guys push it down. It felt a little bit sad because I'm like, okay, this is the last time we get to see it.
Yeah, look, it's bittersweet. I joked and said to the guys, I feel like bringing a box of matches, and maybe it's just the last. The car's tired. I think we have to move on to something better. I think the car's now expired. It's done its dues. So yeah, on to bigger and better things. But yeah, it's bittersweet. We would have loved to finish it, but it wasn't to be.
What was the highlight with the Alteza?
Look, as I said earlier as well, the struggles and how it brought the whole team together has just always been a thing that's been a highlight for me. I mean, through the struggles, we've just persevered and made it work.
And the beautiful thing is that you talk to everybody at the pit lane, they've been saying the same thing. The mechanics at Inter Africa, they're like, one thing this team has is, of course, that gees, right? Keep on going. Sophia, I mean, we just heard from your dad, but we want to hear from you. How has the experience been? How is Kyalami? And how many energy drinks have you had?
It's been very nice, and I've had 3.
Oh my goodness, what's been your highlight?
To take photos with Stuart.
You like Stuart?
Yeah.
Why?
The green Lambo.
You love the car that he drives. And he's pretty fast, right?
Very.
Maybe Dad should go get a few lessons from Stewie.
Please, Dad.
I thought you were going to say no, Sophia. But come in, Marco. So just to wrap it up, I mean, the beautiful thing about being at Kyalami is always, of course, the family. And I guess we've seen it here. And bringing Sophia, being here since 10 a.m. Talk to us about the love that she also has.
Exactly. She hasn't, like I said earlier, this is her second race, but after this race at Swatcop, she said there's no way she's not coming to any races going forward. So the bug is bitten her, I think. And it's great to see. I mean, there's so much things for them to do, cars for them to hear, drivers to meet. And I think the series allows the interaction with the fans. Which is really great to see, and I, like Peter said, our team is a family, but I think the SAS team is also a family, which makes this racing great.
I asked Peter in terms of the highlights in terms of 2025, but if you had to pick a track that you think was great for you guys as a team in 2025, what track, what round would it be?
Well, definitely, it was definitely down in Cape Town. Kyalami, first of all, it's my favorite track in the country. I love driving there. It threw a lot of bad weather at us, as you know, but it was great fun, and our car ran very, very well there, and I think that was the highlight of the year for us.
You know what I think? Maybe your car liked the bumps, because Kyalami was quite bumpy.
Very much so indeed. Kyalami was very bumpy and very wet, which makes it very, very interesting.
Thank you so much, guys. All the best. Did you enjoy it? Experience out of 10?
9.5.
What happened to the other 5?
Yeah, because we didn't finish.
Okay, good answer. Very, very safe answer from Sophia. Well, that's how we wrap it up with Sphere Motorsport. We will catch up with them a little bit later. Let's go back to you, Timber, and of course, Stephen.
Great interview there with Sphere Motorsport. Stephen, finally an explanation for the team. Good to see, though, that they remain in very positive spirits despite a heartbreaking and disappointing end to the season. given what they've gone through with that car in 2025.
It's, you know what, rest in peace, legend, Toyota Altezza. And the first time we got to see it at Aldo Scribanti last year, going and putting on a show, it was always one of the cars I looked at and went, how on earth is this thing built? And it's gone and shaped an Altezza, a Toyota Altezza place in all our hearts. And to hear that it's gone, this was its final race, is quite a moment, and a bit teary-eyed on that, because it's that underdog that's gone for its retirement right now. And well, it didn't just fade into oblivion, it went out with a bang. That's the only way I can describe it. An engine failure. And well, I can't wait to see what they're bringing out next year to come and enjoy the South African Endurance Series and see exactly where they are going to run. But I do want to talk about a on-track battle that is going to start happening, and that is going to be the likes of Scuderia Rossi fighting up against G&H, as they will be going for first place and for first in the B class. Double points if you get the victory here in the 9 hours of Kyalami, the final round of the series. And we do see Pesty Racing getting a bit of work done to the car. Son out, dad in, and it's time to get going. Francois Pretorius going and helping out on the bonnet as well. He's on the right-hand side, keeping an eye on his brother and like, right, come on, let's get this car out. Let's concentrate on what we can do, as it's time for our index of performance and seeing what we can do to stay at the top of the order. Who's going to be able to walk away with the championship? And it is, at the moment, Team Pesty leading out the index of performance, seeing what they can do to get the running on. At the moment, the likes of Stuart White has been the most consistent with his drive. Nataka, unfortunately, the variation a little bit earlier on between the 46ers and the 45s all the way to the 150 that was led astray as he started getting more and more tired throughout. He's back to the 46ers. I think that variation, unfortunately, took the percentage away for him to go fighting out in the performance of the index of performance. And let's see how it's going to work out. Jose Ellerine, currently 12 laps behind the leader, just keeping it consistent in the Porsche, with Pesty Racing lying in third place. Fourth, and taking the lead of our B class, goes to G&H, and they on the roll to go for the victory. If they can hold first place, they will be taking the victory in the B class with the Audi R8. That, let me remind you, it was a car that at the beginning of the year, with the likes of Ant Blunden, unfortunately caught fire. They've managed to fight their way through. Last time out, they landed up with a bit of an overheating issue, and now they're looking to take the class win in B class. I mean, this is really showing the absolute grit, the fight, the push to go back up to the top of the order, and G&H looking to try and get themselves to take the final spot on the overall podium. First thing they need to do is get past this backdraft roadster that at the moment lies 6 laps ahead of them.
Comeback season for G&H Transport. Still a long way to go though. Important for the team and us spectators to not get ahead of ourselves, but it is finally trending in the right direction for Gianni Giannacaro in the Audi R8 GT4. Now up into the lead, waiting for Rossi to cross the stripe. So the gap is 20 seconds, 20.3 seconds. However, the big difference, Steve, and it seemed like the reason why we've had the change in the lead is that the Scuderia Rossi car has a best time of 2:04.5 in this race and came across the strip last time at a 2:10.1. So they're running off the pace, whereas Giannacaro has a best lap of 56.6 but is lapping at 58.4, which is less than 2 seconds off of their best. So the G&H Transport car, which comes up on screen entering the S's, they are able to push a bit closer to their ceiling, which has allowed them to convert that disadvantage into an advantage. An hour ago, they were 12 laps behind the Rossi Alfa Romeo Giulia QV, who led out comfortably, but then those brake problems for the Scuderia team has now relegated them back to second position, and as it stands, G&H Transport would be crowned Class B champions.
It's going to be a hard fight nonetheless, and now you start going and trying to find Lady Luck cruising around in the pits. And also our Class C battle is still on the cards, as each of the drivers, each of the teams trying to push that little bit more. Graphic Supply World currently leads our Class C ahead of Corridors Racing, that is in 7th place, and Combine Racing a little bit further down in 8th, trying to get their way back to the front of the pack. For leading out our Class A, it's Into Africa. Zolile Lataka behind the wheel at the moment, ahead of MJR's Porsche of Joseph Ellerine, who is going and giving his absolute all. Current leader of Class D and going for the index of performance to beat out all the big heavy hitters, all the big power, is currently our Pesty Racing that are focusing to keep themselves within doing 2:10s throughout this race, and that means even into the dark they've got to be trying to keep within a 2:10.5 and below to ensure they're running in this race. And as a car, that's going to make life rather difficult, as we get a little bit of an onboard shot with our G&H Transport, with Gini Janakaro behind the wheel at the moment, pushing a little bit harder and seeing where exactly can he find the time, how far can he go. He's 5 laps off the likes of the backdraft roadster Pesty, and looking to try and put this Audi R8 GT4 onto the final step of the podium. 3 hours and 12 minutes remain. 5 hours and 47 minutes completed for the final round of the South African Endurance Series, round 6. And in South Africa, this is the last official race round for circuit racing, looking to really fight it out. A beautiful drone shot with the sun setting over Leeuwkop as the drivers make their way through. It's an absolutely tremendous run, and each of the teams now looking to give it that final push to get it to the end. I mean, this is always a tough race for our drivers. This is always a tough time for the team, and we'll have to see how it works out. Gini Janakaro comes into pit lane. Is this a pit stop that they wanted to have? I don't think so, as we are keeping a close eye. Everyone's out, so I think this is a pit stop that they had planned at the moment. We do see the likes of Combined Racing as well following suit. They getting themselves into the pits to do the final stops, and this is also where it becomes a little bit tricky and where pressure comes on the Lollipop Man to be as visible as possible to help guide the drivers in, as we did get a shot of the Lollipop Man roll being utilized by our likes of Into Africa as they are waiting for their car to come into the pits in the very near future.
Stephen, does Lady Luck have an Instagram page?
I don't know, I'm going to go find it.
Because I think there's more than a few people here at Kyalami who would like to slide into her DMs, see what she's got in store for them. As we see that G&H Transport pit stop, that looks like Ant Blunden.
That's Ant Blunden climbing in. You would notice that as soon as the Porsche name is diving into an Audi, you know it's Ant Blunden, because he still hasn't gone and decided to change all the outfits. I went and said to him, what has been the most funny? He says, no, I love the Audi. I said, then why are you still wearing Porsche branding all over? He goes, well, I forgot to take it off.
Well, he's definitely going to have to change based on what we were told, because those colors...
Oh!
No ways!
That is a fire coming off out of the refiller, and something just, it took up. Was the car grounded? I think so. And Blunden once again getting hit with a fire extinguisher, and that is all in the cockpit of the car. And definitely now your eyes start to burn a little bit. Your breathing gets a little bit rough out there as well. And what on earth went on to have it all come adrift? So immediately take the blower, try and force some of that powder out of the car. Get a little bit of clearing, trying to clean the window. And you can see the difference from when the fire extinguisher needs to be detonated. You can see how dirty it is, but well done to the pit crew to immediately take that dive, go and detonate it, see how quickly it happened and how quickly they needed to respond to get that fire out. And well done to the team. The question is, accidents happen. What caused it to suddenly spark up and ignite like that?
What are the odds the same problem in the same car happens to the same driver?
No,
Yeah.
last time was a fuel line that came adrift that got them. This time was a refill.
100% right. I mean, in the sense of the car catching fire.
He's hot stuff.
He is hot stuff, is Mr. Ant Blunden. I doubt you'll find that one too funny when he watches this back. But a tough break there for the GNH team. Had just gotten themselves back into the lead, had just gotten themselves into championship winning position, and Scuderia Rossi now into the lead as we're going to take a look at a replay of that incident in the pits.
So, quick refuel. They put the cloth on. That's all looking fine. It ignited prior to that.
That started from the ground up.
Yes, that was as they were heading on towards the car. Was there a slight little bit of a leak that came through and it just went and ignited on the brakes, the brake disc, or just some of the heat radiating off the car? They're able to get it back out and going. Thankfully, it's nothing crucial that went off, but definitely for Ant Blunden, the last thing you want to do is, okay, you're going to start your stint, and we're going to start with the eyes starting to burn right now.
I'm still in shock. I've in my short and young commentary career, I've never seen anything like that live. It feels like my heart skipped a beat because I was especially scared for the driver and the team that you don't ever want to see anybody get hurt in a scenario like that. But what a relief to see Ant Blunden back in the car, back moving, and that could have been far worse. So GNA Transport team still in this race, still in this championship, and still in with a fighting shot of coming out as Class B champions.
Now remember, I spoke about the 8 people that are allowed in pit lane. One is a fire marshal, and that's where you would see where they're refueling. There's always someone with a big fire extinguisher at the ready to go and sort themselves out and sort out if there's any problems. It's one person that you hope has no work and generally doesn't have to work on the car. They wait for any moment and how quick they have to react when something goes on. That being said, with the amount of safety here in these cars, not only have they got internal fire extinguishers that they can use, especially in the Audi R8, a quick push of the button detonates a fire extinguisher, one into the engine bay, one into the cockpit to help protect the driver, put out whatever flames that are around. Secondly, your Nomex overalls that you're wearing, Nomex gloves, Nomex boots, sometimes Nomex socks, Nomex top that's underneath your overalls, Nomex underpants, the full works, plus your balaclava are all completely fireproof, which means you're able to stand the flame just a little bit longer. Let's go and remind about Roman Grosjean, how long he spent in a fire, to only work away with burns on the hands. And we do see Ant Blunden coming into the pits again, so something has gone on with this car that they're not 100% happy with. So let's go down to Chloe in the pit lane.
We are down at GNH with, of course, Ricky to find out what happened as we see Ant pull back up. We do know that you guys also have a drive-through penalty. What went wrong there, Ricky?
So it wouldn't be the 9 hour if we didn't have any drama. Yeah, no, we had an infringement with personnel with the car. We had a bit of a fire.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah.
So yeah, you know, it's a drive-through penalty. We've got to take it on the chin, fuel onto the hot brakes, and yeah. But it seems to be okay.
It seems okay.
We got some battle scars. But yeah, it seems to be okay for now, and yeah, fingers crossed again. I know I keep saying it. Yeah. But yeah, shame. I think Ant might have caught a bit of a scrick there. You know, fire is one of the scariest things in a race car. Yeah. But yeah, Cowboys don't cry. We're going to continue fighting the fight, and hopefully we're going to bring this car home.
I'm still hopeful, Ricky. I think you guys will definitely get it down the finish line. But more than anything, just break it down from your perspective while you're watching, also seeing, of course, the driver change as to what led to the fire.
So basically what it was, you know, we came in, started to fill up, and then because it's, you know, you got a breather on the other side, it flowed through to the other side, and the guys didn't have the water on hand straight away. And then obviously, you know, when they pulled off the fuel rig, the fuel spilled down the side, landed on the side of the car, touched the hot brakes, we caught fire.
All right, now we're glad that it got started real quickly, but more than anything, what has been the conversation with Gianni as well? How was his stint?
Gianni had a good stint, you know, we kept it quite clean, and you know, we started to pick up the pace. Gianni started to run at about a 158, and we were catching the 2 cars in front of us, trying to claw back some time. Which we've probably lost now, but anyway, you know, we were catching him at about 21, 22 seconds a lap. He had a good clean stint, and yeah, I think we've put Ant in because Ant doesn't particularly like to drive too late at night, and it is turning dark, so Ant will go out to an hour now. Myself and Ari, I think, are going to do another hour each, and what have we got? It's 6:45. We've got 3 hours 15. Yeah, it's still long to go. Anything can happen in 3 hours, and this is the 9 hour, and always drama seems to follow us, but yeah, we'll soldier on.
At least you got the fire out the way, so you're good now. So I don't think anything worse can happen from here, Ricky.
Let's touch wood. Touch wood. Nothing's going to happen from here on out. I think we'll have a good clean run from here on out, and yeah, good. You know, kudos to our team. The guys were very fast with the fire extinguisher there, and yeah, you know, I mean, the guys practice and train this stuff. So it was good going. Unfortunately, we had the drive-through penalty, but we'll make it up.
Definitely will make it home. As you can tell, Ricky is positive from GNH. So let's go back, of course, to commentary. Also find out, of course, how Ant Blunden is currently running.
Well, at the moment, Ant Blunden doing rather well, and just going and finding out. I mean, this is just an interesting time for the drivers, and I think Ant Blunden is now fired up to give it all. Yes, got to throw in a dad joke there.
Too soon, Steve, too soon.
But I want to give it up to the pit crew. Not only that they reacted rather quickly to put the fire on, but put the fire out. But let's take a look as into Africa, now into the pits, and looks like we are going for a driver change as well. Quick refuel, going to be jacking the car up and swapping out those tires, putting on a new set of slicks and getting ready to go. Mr. Lataka climbs out the car. He's going to be assisting the driver that's just gone in to get himself sorted out, tightening up the belts. And we'll be going in. Let's take a look at this pit stop, how quickly they get to move. But a beautiful shot of Kyalami. Wow. This is from turn 16 at Ingwe, looking down our main straight, and absolutely incredible stuff. Now, this is what a South African team that goes international does for a fuel stop and a full tire stop. Waiting. They're jacked up, and the team start to go as quick as they can to pull the tires off, put a new set on. Little bit of a hesitation there, trying to get it all sorted out and getting themselves going. You would also note that they've got a strap around the air gun just to ensure that it stays as close to the body as possible to assist with just maneuvering that pipe around. Absolutely very clever idea. Quick pull on the, as you called it, the blade cord, and now able to get going. Nice and gently out of pit lane. No going and spinning the wheels there. You want to just keep yourself out and onto the circuit and quick through the gears. So interesting run. But I want to go back. The GNH Transport, the pit crew. Quick reaction, but also calm. Please note that the person putting fuel in had his glove on fire. Was still watching and just like, oh, okay, that's just a minor inconvenience. Wasn't panicking, wasn't throwing anything around, wasn't ensuring that the fire would spread. Kept cool, calm, collected, despite being on fire. There's not many people I know that can do that. That just the fire was a minor inconvenience.
This is endurance racing at an elite level here in South Africa. You did notice though that the fire marshal was a little bit slow with the reaction. Looked like there were a little bit of troubles there getting that fire extinguisher activated, but quick enough reactions to get that sorted, and all that matters right now is that Ant Blunden is circulating, and that team still has a chance. However, that has cost them 3 laps. They were leading by 20 seconds, but they now find themselves 3 seconds behind their rivals in the Alfa Romeo. Having a look at the pace, London is circulating slowly at the stage. He was in the car was doing 158s as they were reclaiming that lead, but now down to 213s. So if they have a hope of taking victory in this Class B, they are going to need to recover some of that pace back before the end of the remaining 2 hours and 58 minutes, as we have now crossed the 6-hour threshold, 2/3 of the race completed as night time begins to fall.
Yeah, headlights start to come ablaze and drivers now starting to push forward. Our social media has been putting up some of the photos of at night as we do see Axel Jeffries behind the wheel of the Inter Africa Lamborghini, pulling himself tighter in the car. And as you go around, as you get a little bit more settled, as vibration comes in, you'll find that you can pull those belts pretty tight since from where you started, because when you're getting into the car, you're stiff, you're excited, you're ready to go. And you can, as you go around, you can pull them an extra centimeter or two, just a little bit down, a little bit down, a little bit down, and getting yourself all orientated and going. So Axel Jeffries now pushing as hard as they can. They had to do a mandatory night practice last night. All drivers had to do it, and to ensure that they have their eye in for the night, and they had to be right there just in case they're not 100% certain of what the cars will do into the later part of the evening. And that is for a bit of safety to come into play and to ensure that it keeps up with our rules, which is closer to the international rules. Each of the drivers will have to do a mandatory night practice. If you don't, that driver can't race at night. That's it. Which means you take a driver and you've just eliminated them out of the roster.
Safety is an important aspect here at SAES, and it's very, very different as we get the night cam, look into the eyes of Axel Jeffries. It is very important for the drivers to have experience of what those conditions are going to look like. And one small detail I've noticed here, Steve, is that Axel Jeffries, compared to the other two Inter Africa drivers, turns his head a lot more in the corners, almost as if he's like superbike rider style, where you can actually see his whole neck and helmet turning. And Inter Africa's back in the pits. That is a bit surprising, considering Axel Jeffries just went out on track and probably done, what, 2-3 odd laps, and now back in the pits.
I also want to point out that the water pipe that is used for drinking wasn't attached, and they have got the board to bring the car in. So this, they're going to jack it up, put it on the boards. They're going to be pulling this. Are they going to be pulling this car into the pits? They are. They've taken the tires off. They're turning it around. This is on the right front. They've taken the right front off. Last time they had this, it was a wheel sensor failure at Kyalami, and it was into the final hours of the race. And you can see Stuart White going and taking a look at the car. Has history repeated itself here for the 9 hours at Kyalami? Has it happened again to Inter Africa, where all of a sudden they have got a sensor failure? What has gone on with the car as they frantically work to try and identify the problem, get it fixed? But this is history repeating itself, and would be the third year in a row they have had some difficulty like this with the tires. They've even pulled the rear body off. Are they trying to cool the car down? What are they trying to do there on the rear? Okay, that's a quick refill. That's fine. That's doing a little bit of servicing. But the main problem is that right front. Whatever has gone on with that car, whatever has triggered the warning, they are trying to desperately get it back out onto the circuit. They've got 12 laps ahead, but now it is just all about going. And that is a beautiful shot of inside the exhaust and how hot that car has been getting, racing for continuously 6 hours to really push it through. But this is a major turn of events, and what cost them the championship 2 years ago. Remember that into Africa, we had a chat to them, and the first thing that was said is, I'm a little bit of a superstitious person until we cross the finish line. Well, you went and played with the tiger. You went to go see what's happening, and it bit you right there. We thought the car that nothing could go wrong, has just gone and had it. And for MJR, they'll be looking down the pit and going, all right, guys, time to push, time to claw back. As Axel Jeffries, all he can do is sit and wait for his opportunity to get released back out on circuit and wait to go out, looking around the car. This is one of the most, I would say, frustrating, nerve-wracking moments of what's happening, guys. Talk to me. What can I do other than sitting here? You feel so helpless in the car.
A penny for the thoughts of Axel Jeffries inside that helmet. I just wonder what he would be thinking right now. Outwardly, he's a picture of calm as his teammate Stuart comes to have a talk with him there. Some words of encouragement from his teammate. I think Stuart would probably be giving Axel a brief update there on what he can see from his perspective working on the car alongside the team. As we saw from the visuals, all hands on deck for the Inter-Africa mechanics to try and get that car going again. Joseph Ellerin, now's your opportunity. Let's keep an eye on the pace. A 157 last time round for Ellerin. The gap is now 11 laps, and Inter-Africa continues working. Stuart White there holding the flashlight for the team. Time running out for Inter-Africa to retain this race lead with 2 hours and some change remaining.
2 hours and 52 minutes to go, and this is just a, oh man, I'm on my feet. I'm in disbelief right now, and much like the team, all we can do is just rely on the mechanics to do the extra bit of work. I can't quite see what they're working on. I'm not 100% sure what they're working on at this point, but man, oh man, get the expertise out, and everyone trying to just work in such a confined space. Stuart White, who's down on his knees. Here's one of the quicker drivers of the team. He's just going, listen, what can I do? If I need to hold this torch, I will hold this torch, but you guys need to get this car out. We need to see. For the likes of Lataka, who's handed over the car, he is now standing there, hands in the pocket, waiting, and you can be sure is pacing a line, starting to get a groove in that pit as he's walking up and down, and just trying to figure out what on earth has just gone on with the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 that is now gone and swapped around, and it's so hot. You can imagine how incredibly hot that disc, that brake, that entire wheel arch is that you're trying to reach around. And I mean, Stuart White hasn't even got gloves on. He's just trying to avoid whatever's going to burn him at this point, seeing what on earth can they reach into to try and figure it out. I mean, this is, oh my heavens. And laps are just ticking by because Marius Jackson has just come through. He's now 10 laps behind. MJR is making up time, and they're not hanging around. They are wanting to close the distance and take away the win to Inter-Africa to ensure they don't win it 2 years in a row. This may be the whole reason we have an entirely new team taking the win for the 9 hours of Kyalami, which means every single year we have seen a different winner. I mean, oh my heavens.
I think if we're going to be glass half full people, at least in the manner they're working, seems that they have an idea of what the problem is, and we hope for the Inter-Africa team's sake that they've been able to diagnose it, and that at this moment they are just working on repairs. But you also have to think of, Steve, what an awkward position for that problem to be located. If it were in a different part of the car, it would be, I would think in theory, easier for the team to address that and fix it, but sitting behind a burning hot brake caliper is far from ideal.
Well, I mean, last time they had a wheel sensor, it was on the right-hand rear and on the right-hand front, and now it's on the right-hand front again. If you want to talk about not being right-hand friendly, this is it right now. This is where you start getting very superstitious about that side. When you go next to work on the car, you're going to put an extra little bit of effort, particularly on the right-hand side. Now they've pulled the nose off to try and give himself a little bit more room to get underneath and reach around. The team trying to all get involved, and this is where a little bit of an awkward moment, because you want people with the know-how to be there. You need people that can assist you, but you don't want to have too many people crowding around, blocking the amount of space that you've already got so reduced. And I won't lie, when you are a pit team, a whole team trying to work on a car, and you get the cameraman coming to try and film you in, man, you can imagine that you just want to turn around and go, please back off. But they're also trying to do a job. They're trying to see what's going on. It's this back and forth battle of what you can do. And this must be the craziest pit right now, with so much discussions happening on around. And at the moment, Marius Jackson just continues with the MJR, whistling a tune, biding its time. And I can be sure that Axel Jeffries, likes a Stuart White, and Mr. Lataka are starting to hear that Jaws theme song, getting louder and louder in the pit.
The message appears to have been delivered to Marius Jackson, because he was lapping consistently in 57s when Into Africa had that problem. His pace has now dropped into mid 56s. The gap now is 9 laps, and
they're rolling the car. They're rolling the car. It's getting out.
Positive news there for the Into Africa team. Let's see them put that wheel back on. But it appears that the problem has been diagnosed. It has been fixed. A right front tire is being put on, and still with a 9-lap lead. A huge sigh of relief, I imagine, for Axel Jeffries. We, of course, have to wait first to see him get back out on track and be sure that that problem has been properly fixed and that the car is running well. So we will be keeping an eye on the lap times.
Well, getting a bit of reports from our spectators out. They're saying that there was a right front lockup on the into Clubhouse. So that's when it started giving an issue. Clubhouse is where they locked up the front and possibly gone and caused a bit of a problem. So a big shout out to our spectators, and honestly, a massive thank you. And that was to Lenel 5055 out on the YouTube side, going and giving a bit of a report there. This is why we love our spectators that are here at the circuit. They're getting to interact with us live, and we get to find out some of the extra added information that comes in. Now, as you said, the pressure comes in. Did they solve the issue? Is it completely gone away? Has that gremlin been put to bed and chased away from Kyalami? Or may it be something a bit different? I mean, well done to the mechanics to just get right in there, work and sort on the car. This is one of those moments of, oh no, please, not again, coming and shouting through. And hopefully we'll find out a little bit more information from Chloe down in pit lane of what exactly went on with that car.
Into Africa pit crew putting on full display for the world to see why they are such a highly rated team, why they are the reigning Class A champions, and why they are defending their crown as the winners of the 2024 9 Hours of Kyalami. Drama in the pits for GNH, drama in the pits for, seems like almost every team, Steve, except for Pesty Racing.
They do.
I'm having a look through, and definitely not trying to put the commentator's curse on them, but they are the only team at the stage who seem to have had a seamless run through all their pit stops without any major issues. But huge kudos there to the Into Africa team, and Axel Jeffries immediately goes out and puts in a 52.5, which was 4.5 seconds quicker than Marius Jackson last time around. So everyone in that pit can breathe for a moment, but that was intense. Pressure rising for the Into Africa pit crew.
Now, to give you a bit of an idea, our cameras are looking like it's a bit lighter, and that's because there's a change in the aperture, which means they're getting more light brought in, and that gives us this beautiful daytime look. However, it is getting darker here at Kyalami, and significantly darker. The easiest way to spot it out is look at the headlights, how bright they are on circuit, and the cameras work like an eye. So the more that they dilate, the more that they open up to allow light to come in, the brighter things seem. And unfortunately, when you get a torch, it lands up going and blinding you a bit, because now your eye is getting too much light and you have to change it down. So that gives you a bit of an understanding of how the cameras work, and why the headlights seem so bright is because they're trying to allow as much light in to show all the action out on circuit. But it is rather dark here at Kyalami as we get into the final leg of the race. 2 hours and 44 minutes remain. 6 hours and 16 minutes completed. Axel Jeffries with Inter Africa leads out the race with MJR in second. Team Pessi Racing in third. Scudero Rossi holds on to fourth. Graphic Supply World Racing in fifth place with G&H Transport chasing them down. Whoever gets ahead of one another there in Class B will take on the championship. Kodos Racing is still in the mix. Combined Racing is the last of our runners at the moment as they push on here at Kyalami, here in Midrand, and looking to fight their way through. That being said, we got Chloe down in the pits going and finding out some of the information. Nadine in the pits to come and have a chat to us and find out what's gone on. So over to you, Nadine.
All right, so I'm out here in the pits with Stuart White and Inter Africa pits. Stewie, why did Axel have to pull into the pits quickly?
Yeah, so right after we did a pit stop from EXO to Axel, for some reason the right front wheel speed sensor failed, but not sure why. It was right after the pit stop, so it might have just been our wheel came off or something, but it's all cable tied away quite nicely. So yeah, very, very strange what happened, but it's one of those things. Probably won't be a 9 hour if we don't have a little scare at some point, but luckily we have all the parts and stuff ready, so it's just a bit of a mission to get it out and back in. But at least we had a bit of a gap. We've been managing the pace the whole race. I'm not pushing maximum, but pushing enough to at least constantly open a gap, so if something like this happens. So at least we're still comfortably in the lead, but yeah, it's keeping us on our toes.
Once again, you guys blow me away with your strategies. Now I understand why you don't always want to discuss strategy with me. So yeah, you guys still have a four-lap lead, still a good lead, and you guys, are still in the running for the win today.
Yeah, look, we're still on the right side of the leaderboard, so we just need to keep ticking off the laps. Still a long way to go. We know Kyalami, when it gets dark, it gets really dark, and yeah, even if there's not so many cars today, a lot can still happen, so we just need to keep pushing. EXO had probably the stint of his life. I know we say that every time, but he's just constantly getting better and better, so yeah, congratulations to him. And I mean, the engineers and Gerald, everyone has been really on top of it with the strategy, so now it's for myself and Axel to bring it home.
Are you going to take the last stint?
Oh, we'll have to see what happens.
You don't want to tell me your secrets. Well, as I said, always blown away by your guys' strategies, your teamwork, your efforts, and yeah, Kulile blew me away today as well. I mean, he's got a good teacher.
Yeah, look, myself and Axel have been working with him a lot. He's been driving a lot this year. He's also put in the commitments and the money into it, and now he's reaping the rewards of it. I mean, we have a lot of racing now, December and Jan, so I think he's really well prepared for that now. I think if you look in a 12-month period, on average, he's probably about 4 or 5 seconds closer to us. So yeah, he's made big steps, still a lot to learn, but the team has just been growing and growing, and I'm really so happy for him that his dream is really flourishing.
Maybe you want to tell our viewers what races you guys are doing in December and Jan and where they can watch you.
Yeah, so on the 12th of December we're doing the Golf 12 Hour, so it will be on the YouTube channel of Golf 12 Hour, and then in January we're doing the Abu Dhabi 6, and the weekend directly after we're doing Dubai 24 Hours, so that's part of the 24-hour Creventic series, so you can watch it all on their YouTube channels and follow it on their socials. But yeah, it's going to be nice. We are 60-something cars for the 6 hour and 74 cars for the 24 hours, so it's really going to be an exciting time. Really looking forward to it. But yeah, first I have to go rest a bit and re-prep for next year.
Well, we wish you guys all the best. So there you have it. Let's support our fellow South Africans in motorsport as they go abroad to race. Let's go back to commentary.
Super cool to hear there from Stuart White, and thank you to Nadine as well for bringing us that info from Stewie. Stephen Koenig, I have 3 words for you.
I'm going home.
No. Wheel speed sensor.
Again. Oh, I'm starting to think that if you get a Lamborghini, get spares of that dot sensor. But man, oh man, the team really getting into work with it, now managing to open up the gap again. Axel Jeffries putting in the effort to try and make up that time already. Last lap was a 1:45.7. Maurice Jackson was a 1 minute 57.4. So, I mean, that's already a good number of seconds to split it up. And we've now see him coming through a 1:56.5. So 11 seconds difference in terms of pace in one lap. Axel Jeffries is not holding back right now.
Absolutely not. And the pace is truly impressive from him. And I really like what Stuart White mentioned there as well, is how much Kolile has improved he was lapping in that previous stint comfortably in the 45s, and Stewart in his stint was lapping comfortably on 44s. So great to see XO making steps, going from strength to strength throughout the season, and see that his coaches, I mean, there's no higher praise than you can get from your coaches, telling you how well you've done to improve. And also very interesting and fascinating to hear that they've still got lots of racing coming up in the upcoming months, and 24 hours, 6 hours, 12 hours, XO is going to start 2026 on a serious mission.
Well, that's it. Going and pushing that a little bit harder and trying to get going. This is the last race in the South African calendar, and as we heard, in terms of our across the waters, across the pond, or even across the borders, there's still plenty of racing and endurance racing. 6 hours, but I didn't hear a 9 hour that anyone else is doing. So us as South Africans, we still hold that badge over the rest of the world and will continue to do so. The 9 hours of Kyalami, brought to you by the South African Endurance Series, round 6 and our final round of the calendar here at Kyalami Midrand, South Africa. And a massive thank you to all joining in from across the world, joining in here at the circuit and in the virtual grandstands, cheering on, giving your support. I know a lot of interesting support coming for the likes of our Audi that's out on circuit, the GNH. We got a bit of shock and awe that happened in the crowd and in the virtual grandstands for the Inter Africa, as many stood on their feet and many from their own living rooms, bedrooms and so on, going and just standing going, oh no, oh no, oh no, deja vu, let this not happen again, and just getting tense. I've got to say, absolutely great to see just the passion coming into play, and the crowd tells you how the race is going. And right now, the nerves were absolutely shot in 5 seconds flat.
Absolutely shot indeed. Catching up with the Class B battle, the Scuderia Rossi team still leads by 3 laps ahead of GNH and Pesty Racing. I cannot speak highly enough of the performance from Pesty Racing. They run in an overall P3 and they've got a 5 lap buffer over the Scuderia Rossi Alfa Romeo. The Robertsons also up there in the fight, running in a very solid top 5 overall in a car that they did intensive repairs on overnight after a day to forget for them yesterday. And Blunden, after having his Audi R8 GT4 catching fire, continues in 6th place. Corridos Racing is running in P2 overall in the C class, and our last car running in the field is the combined Racing GTI. Steve, the clock is winding down. I still feel like we've got more action waiting for us in store, but what a 9 hours of Kyalami it has been so far in 2025.
That's it. It's been an exciting time thus far. Plenty to go. Anything can happen. Motorsport can be a very, very cruel mistress. Either it can give you a loving embrace that you just feel comfortable, warm and fuzzy on the inside, or it can be walking in through the door and you see the dreaded flip-flop waiting for you. Oh, there we go. Temba knows exactly what I'm talking about when it comes to that.
Don't call it the dreaded flip-flop.
Brilliant. But we've also got to talk about a bit of history being made on time, because while our drivers are fighting out for the last 2 hours and 35 minutes out on circuit, our sim racers down in the rigs have been doing exactly the same. Remember, we're running an IRL 9 hour and an on-site 9 hour that is going on, with 3 teams at the hill going and pushing as well. So interesting to see how that's going. I'm going to try and get a little bit of info, see how our sim racers are coping, and see who's managing to last the amount of time and who's feeling a little bit worn out, like some of our teams and drivers at the moment.
I think there's a teachable moment here for us, Steve. For everyone who was born before 1980, I think explain for our viewers what IRL means.
So IRL stands for in real life, and that's it. But with talking about in real life, let's get in real life with Nadine down in the pits.
Wow. Okay, so I'm in the pits here with Damien Hammond from Samlin Racing. So Damien, how was the day for you all in all?
I must say we had a very good day. It was quite strong. First race went went quite our way with the rain. Second race was just as good. We're just lacking a bit on EXO, but every race we're getting a bit stronger every single time. So yeah, next round bar we'll be there with him.
I spoke to EXO earlier and he said you were doing some incredible defending, to the point that you gave him a little kiss, or did he kiss you?
I think it was a bit of both. I won't lie. No, but I must say it was very, very good. I think we might have touched in the bowl, but nothing too bad. Just a friendly reminder, just to say I'm there.
And tell me, you started the year in a Lambo and now you've been driving around in the Merc. How's it changing over from the Lambo to the Merc?
It's quite a big change, especially going from rear engine to front engine. The whole dynamic changes, the setup of the car changes, the feel. You get a lot more input through the steering with a front engine car than a rear. But I must say we're taking it slow, building it up, and yeah, that's all what we can do.
I haven't seen your guys' VW in a while. Have you guys got rid of that car now?
No, it's still in the shop. It's got a new engine in now, so we just need to run it in. We're just waiting for the new body kit from VW Motorsport. So then that car's getting a whole new look, and then next year it should be good to go and back on grid.
I mean, you're not going to jump back into that car, so who's that car for?
No, unfortunately that is my brother's car. So he enjoys his polos, so he'll be piloting that one.
I actually saw his name on the grid last night, but I didn't see him on the grid today. What happened? Why didn't he show up?
Yeah, so we did enter him. We went testing. Saw that there was a couple of stuff not right. Came back, had a look, and just due to the time and the time what was left, we just couldn't get it all done in time.
Okay, fair. So rather not cause any issues to the car. Awesome. Well, thank you for your time. Also, another thing, his dad told me that if I ever need my pool fixed, he's the guy to phone. So if you need a pool guy, you know who to phone.
Phone my brother.
I had to throw it in there. Thanks, Damien. Right, let's go back to the guys in commentary. Bruno, where's Bruno?
PTI with its nose in the air in the background as well, getting a little bit of work onto it. So Nadine trying to find out, but take a look at how dark the circuit has become. Our camera's trying to get as much light in through those from the headlights, and it is just very, very faint to see the silhouettes out in the circuit. Axel Jeffries going and having a good run. Now, it brings in a very interesting rule that was brought in a little bit of time ago, and that was after a spin at Aldo Scribanti, where two cars nearly landed up, one getting T-boned. So the rule came in that you have to have a light over the number to not only for officials to see what the number of the car is, but also to provide a little bit of light that when they have turned sideways, you can see who's there. You start to follow it. And one of the cars that has taken that little bit more in designing their car is the Scuderia Rossi car that has LED strips on the rear wing, going and running on the wide side. At the back, it's all in blue, and then they've got the green on the actual arms on the wing. So it's good to see that drivers trying something new, and many of the teams taking the initiative. We've seen it on the review mirrors for some of the cars. We've seen it on the roll bars as well, having LED strips. But it's also nice to see at night that little bit of a shine coming through. And we got our photographers that are taking photos right now of these night shots, getting a beautiful shot. Jeff Latham, who actually got a beautiful shot of the Inter Africa with a glowing brake disc heading through Crowthorne, which is just absolutely incredible.
Every time the Inter Africa car comes into view on camera, those front brake discs are glowing red hot, and I absolutely love it. If ever you needed something to show how serious of a weapon this car is and how fast it's circulating this Kyalami circuit, there's no better example there. To give it, I'm going to use a two-wheeled analogy for a second there, but Axel Jeffries, 204 laps into this race, is still consistently lapping in 45s. And I can only tell you of 2 people I've seen go faster than that at Kyalami on motorcycles. 3 actually. The Binder brothers and Stephen Odondal. So serious pace there. This actually reminds me, Steve, I've got to show those videos of those guys hooning it around here. But actual Jeffries in the zone, he looked worried in the pits, but they have recovered and he's back in his flow state, it seems. The team back in their flow state. I think Chloe or Nadine definitely needs to go chat to Gerald once again. And we're going down to the pits with Nadine.
Bruno, my brother from Corridus Racing. You know, I was just in the commentary booth and I was chatting to them and saying how nice it is to see you guys with a new car, new team, and you guys have been more on the track than what you've been in the pits. And I come down to the pits and what do you know? Corridus is in the pits. What's happening?
But it's only for a short time. Now the engine is overheating. I don't know what's wrong. The car is brand new chassis, brand new engine. Something wrong. We don't know. We're checking, but we think maybe in 20 minutes we want to the track again.
Okay, I mean, we've still got a good 3 hours to go, so you guys can still get out there and get back on the track. So I thought the new car was going to be a bit lucky. You see, you should have stuck with the Audi.
Yes, the Audi is getting prepared. We hope next year we can race that machine. It's going to be a Group A car. We still need tools to be ready to drive it and to test it, to see if to 2026 we can be with the car in this track.
Praying, because you've been telling me for the last year and a half about that Audi, so I can't wait to actually see that goal. But anyways, yeah?
Not easy. It's difficult to prepare that car. It's a GT3 car. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of technology. That's why it's taking long.
Yeah. Okay, well, I wish you guys can get out there quickly. And yeah, sorry that you guys are in the pits again.
No.
But also, thank you for your dedication to the series. No matter what, you guys just don't give up. There should be an award for that.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Bruno. Right, let's go back to commentary.
Oh, absolutely phenomenal stuff. Bruno always with a bit of a smile on the face. Even when it all goes wrong, he manages to find some of the positive and getting to show what the Corridus can do. Overheating trouble. Can you believe it? When you think the race has nothing left to throw at you, well, now another car running into the trials and tribulations of the 9 hours of Kyalami. Now I'm getting a little bit of information that's come in. The sim racing is doing well, but with technical gremlins comes into play. One of the rigs has actually ran into a technical gremlin that's getting some work done on it. So not only in terms of your real life cars are prone to something might go drift, it seems like even the sim racers are getting to experience a little bit of a Murphy coming in and giving them a pat on the shoulder as well. So they're trying to sort it out. But our public rig has been rather busy because everyone's looking to try and beat that 144.1 that was set as top of the leaderboards for our sim races. So the public are trying to get involved to be quicker than Stuart White, and also our drivers that are fighting in a 9-hour endurance race here at Kyalami. So on-site simulator race, going and showing what they can do, are now starting to push into the final 2 hours and 25 minutes of this, going through the absolute motions, the highs, the lows, the thrills, the spills, the tears of joy, and a little bit of anger as well. But they will be getting back on circuit and seeing all 3 of those teams cross the line to show what they can do here at Kyalami. History being made in multiple different ways, and we are still once again seeing a Kyalami that puts everyone to the test. Not only from our spectators that brave the conditions, from rain and shine to windy conditions, all the way through to our nighttime chill, that bite that starts to get to you, and so far into Africa is maintaining that 10-lap lead to MJR.
And at this current stage, Axel Jeffries is pulling 10 seconds a lap consistently, lap on the MJR car. Jeffries lapping in the 45s, Jackson lapping in the 55s. Harim Pretorius is doing a fantastic job out there at the moment. He is in the 14s, only 4 or 3.9 seconds off of the car's best time of the day, which would have been set by his younger son, Barent. I can't wait to catch up with PT Racing when we are done here in commentary. A very, very calm, chilled, relaxed, friendly, fun group of guys to be around. And if they can bring this home, we know that they will be absolutely delighted with this outcome. Aston Martin Racing Green, which we won't be seeing much of at this stage of the evening, given how dark it is. And what is a small detail that is blowing me away a little bit, Steve, is that the track is extremely dark, and yet you can see as the drivers go up to Leeuwkorp, we haven't reached peak darkness yet, because there's still lights at the top half of the track from that setting sun. So it's going to get even darker out here for our drivers.
That's just enough to give you a little bit of hope. That's where it is. I mean, you're all the way out from the Pretoria side of things. You don't know when we see the sun in the distance. It's like farewell, come back. It's like a goodbye, and it's still the echo of the day going through. And yeah, the drivers haven't even hit the absolute darkness. That's going to be coming out in about an hour's time, and it becomes so brutal. Headlights, and these lights are extremely bright on the cars. There's actually a rule of how bright your lights are allowed to get, and that is purely because you can't just slap in the brightest of lights that you can purchase, because then it becomes a danger to your competitors. It's that reflection into the rearview mirrors. They go straight back to the eyes. You can't see a darn thing. Even now, it is so difficult when you see all the cars catching up. The lights are shining through your center mirror, your left and your right. You just hold your line and you wait for them to go. You actually start using a little bit more of, instead of looking in the mirrors when they get close to you because you can't see anything, you start using your ears. You're listening for that engine tone to come in a little bit louder and louder, and whether it's on the right hand side or left hand side will give you an idea of where they're actually starting to attack as well. So drivers will be starting to now focus on a little bit of look and listen to continue their way through, but maintain your line. Never move offline now. It's the most dangerous thing to do in the dark, is to suddenly shift away from your race line. In the dark, in the day, it's not advised, but you do see some be rather nice. They move out the way, allow the faster drivers to pass on the racing line. This time around, you hold your space. You keep yourself going, no matter what. You don't want to be the one to land up in trouble and land up going and having a bit of an accident because no one knows what each other are doing. There's no way to communicate to each other. A quick flash of the lights coming in from Axel Jeffries, and that is just to let the cars know, hey, listen, I'm going to go overtake you now, especially for the slower cars. That quick flash of light, it is just enough for you to notice and go, okay, they're coming through. But notice, it's not like when someone gets angry, there's rapid flashing the whole time, as there is actually a rule in the FIA rulebook that stops people from just hit the flashes the whole time. Because if you go and get excessive flashing, you actually get penalized quite badly for it, because it's also, once again, a danger. Because now your eyes are adapting to light, no light, light, no light, low, no light. And at the same time, and while you're flashing, you're also taking away your visibility as well, because the lights are now turning off and on.
We are at the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, and we cannot have people driving like it's the N1 highway.
No.
So that is a good rule that's been included there. And that's a key detail, Stephen. I'm really glad that you mentioned that about the lights and the regulated brightness, because you can imagine one factor that everybody is going to have to deal with in this race is Maverick is lapping everyone multiple times per race. So if, for example, if the Lambo's lights were too bright, that would be a serious issue, because that would be the car being exposed to severe risk hundreds of times, or at least over 100 times in a race. Or maybe I'm being a bit generous with the numbers there, but a very, very key detail. And thanks for sharing that, because very, very interesting as we ride on board with Axel Jeffries. Let's take a look at his lap times once again. Pace has dropped off slightly to the 148, but that would have been while he was overlapping the backdraft roadster through the mineshaft. And very, very clear that Axel had to come off the throttle, go on the brakes, safely navigate the mineshaft behind the backdraft roadster before making his overtake to put another lap on that car through the crocodiles. So We spoke earlier about the pace of the GNH Transport Audi R8 GT4, where they were lapping in the 58s. There was still a bit of light though at that time. We saw that brief fire I should add, in the pits, and Blunden went back out. The pace was far off in the 213s. He's now in the 208s. However, Steve, do you think that's enough with 218 to go and 3 laps down on the Scuderia Rossi car? I think not, but I didn't do amazingly well with maths and the tricks, so quick maths from me there. What do you think?
Believe. That's all I can say. Believe you can close that gap. And we've seen it happen before. Nothing says they can't have it happen again. There's 2 hours and 18 minutes. There's a lot of time left on the cards at the moment for drivers to figure out that little bit more of a push to see where exactly they can get in towards the top running order. And when there's a will, there is a way to try and push that little bit more. But this is also where consistency is starting to come into play. How consistent can you run to that time? I'm amazed with Axel Jeffries out there. Another thing I wanted to bring up about the headlights, if they're too bright. We got white walls here. So if you've got some bright lights, it's going to come right back at you, including the branding of Proton. That background is absolutely amazing, but when the lights hit it, that's a bit of a problem. But take a look at how the lights just turn the track from night to day. And it has just a phenomenal time out there as they keep going. And another thing to point out is look at the G-forces as we on board with Marius Jackson. And the easiest way to say which way he's physically getting moved in the car is look at the windscreen wiper. You'll never unsee the windscreen wiper moving now. In through the corner. Timber's now just watching, and there it goes.
I got a bit of target fixation there. I must be honest, I stopped seeing everything else and I zoned into the wiper as soon as you said that. It kind of gives you that same vibe as when you're playing F1 on the PlayStation with the halo right there in the middle, except you've got a wiper here on the 911 GT3 as he goes through on the GSW car.
Absolutely wonderful stuff. Just pushing it a little bit harder, seeing where he can go. And you can also see a little bit of the dash starting to kick through as they make their way around the track. We'll keep up the phenomenal work. But that being said, I want to actually go find out from our timekeeping of roughly how many laps we should see during the course of this race in the last 2 hours and 16 from our leaders. So Timber, I'll be back in 2 minutes because I'm curious to see if we might get closer to about 250, closer to the 300 mark after 9 hours of racing.
Thanks for that, Steve. Steve going to do some research there for us here live in the commentary booth as we continue to ride on board with Marius Jackson through the Juxgay sweep. He will be then heading into barbecue. We've just jumped off with him there. The darkness continues to get darker here at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. So just to give you an update on the total laps completed in our running order, Axel Jeffries leads, still lapping in the 147s, 211 laps completed for him. Marius Jackson in the MJR Porsche 911 GT3 Gen 2 came through last time around on a 56.2. So Jackson remaining consistently in those 56s, 55s. He has just crossed the 200 lap threshold and is on his 202nd lap with 201 completed. Harm Pretorius lapping with a 213.705 last time round. He has got 176 laps completed and is still maintaining that 5-lap lead over the Scuderia Rossi Alfa Romeo, being driven by Mario Rossi at the moment, who set a 210.357 on the previous lap with 171 laps completed. The 69 car GSW World Racing, David Franco and Roberto Franco have been sharing that car, but as you can see on screen, the name David Robertson showing there for the 69 car, which lies in a current P5 and our Class C leader. So Steve is investigating that and will bring confirmation on that driver in the car. Third driver, so David Franco and Roberto Franco have been sharing the workload, but it's now over to Robertson in the 69 for this nighttime evening stint. Thank you to one of the team members there from GSW giving me confirmation, who is here with us in the commentary booth. Looking at Ant Blunden, who caught fire earlier on today. He is closing up on the back wheel of the 69 car. He came through on a 208.804 last time round and has 169 laps completed. So the key number there is that 3 lap difference between Blunden and Rossi, 3 laps separating them. Manuel Barbosa and the Corridas Racing 111 car, 213.3 for him last time round and 124 laps completed. I did skip over Lorero in the combined racing 37 with a 202.3 and 131 laps completed, and unfortunately Sphere Motorsport on the 88, we lost them with 69 laps completed. Engine failure for the Toyota Altezza. The last time we will see the Toyota Altezza here at the Southern African Endurance Series. We caught up with the team, Peter van Heerden, De Cunha in the pits, as well as Sergio Alves. They are coming back next year with a whole new setup. They are getting an Audi R8 and are joining Class A. So the days of circulating at the back for Sphere Motorsport are certainly over, and greener pastures await them in 2026. Down the pit straight, well over 250 kilometers an hour for Marius Jackson in the Porsche 911 through Crowthorne. As you can see, Jaxke sweep as we go through the right hander. You can't see the entry to barbecue. You go out and then cut back in for that late apex onto the back straight as we go down the back straight into Sunset. 2 hours 11 minutes remaining, 6 hours 48 minutes completed. As we go deeper into the night time, it is 7:36 local time here in Johannesburg. As we look at, I think that's Jackson there that we're running on board with as he continues. Yes, that was Marius Jackson that we were having a look at, who is navigating the darkness down the left S through the second S up the hill. We saw Casey Alroy Smith have a big crash there at the beginning of this race. He was competing in the 1 hour dash. That 1 hour dash, a true war of attrition, as we saw a surprising amount of riders failed to complete that race or have serious issues. At one point we had 2 of the Shelby Can-Ams in the same shot parked up. The crashed car of Smith on the outside of the second S, and Michael Bezerino's car pulling up with a technical problem right at the top of the hill entering Leeuwkop. So that was very interesting to see. Damian Hammond becoming the SAE 1 hour dash national challenge champion. We caught up with him representing for Salmon Racing not long ago. Him and Kolile Litlaka put on an incredible show earlier today in some of the SAGT Super Trophy and GT Cup races. Stephen is back with us, and I'm very much looking forward to see what his rapid Sherlock Holmes work has revealed for us.
Okay, so we should hit roughly about 280 laps by the end of this, getting closer to 300. But I also had to do a little bit of math behind the scenes for the 69 car. So I've been inherited as one of the team members now, trying to work out how long does the current driver, Robertson, need to go to get in towards completing the minimum amount of time in the car. It's 100 minutes per driver to go through, and well, he's got to go until roughly about 8:30 to be safe to keep going. So I've just, I've become part of the team now. My alliance is there. Thank you, Tim Kabali, for having me on commentary. I'm going to go get my overalls and go and assist with being a jackman down at the bottom.
You're going to have to put Prince on the video call and ask
okay.
him to join us, or recruit Nadine to complete her debut, because we need more of her in the commentary booth, without a doubt. As we rejoin Scuderia Rossi one more time for a pit stop here in the 9 hours. That looked like it was installed properly.
Yeah, no, just had to go and sort it out, try and get themselves all ready to go. Now pumping fuel into the tank, getting themselves sorted out, and will be continuing on the hard work here at Kyalami. Driver change, getting themselves sorted, and I can tell you, they absolutely finished. There's not a single person that's left going and feeling like, okay, I'm able to keep going, I'm feeling all good out here, and how far can we really get that final push into the race? Everyone waiting for the clock to run out. We've now hit this point in the race where you're in autopilot mode. And that's the one thing that is both a blessing, that the human body just starts working through the rhythm, gets into autopilot mode, you know, up a gear, down a gear, brake here, accelerate here, keep going. And as a team, you keeping yourself going. But it also becomes a dangerous part, because slip-ups and mistakes, even the smallest of ones, turn into some of the biggest of problems. And for like teams right now, as we had, trying to do the math behind the scenes of how long does each driver need to spend in the car to go that extra little way through the race. And I want to go back to some of the drivers that we got on circuit into Africa. Last time they were here at round 4 hours at Kyalami. They came second behind the Rico Bala Racing Adjust for Sleep team. And they were now into first place. MJR, unfortunately, did not finish. And they weren't able to see it through to the end. For the likes of Hiram and Byron Pretorius, Team Pesty, they continued to go around. And unfortunately, didn't work out in their favor here in round 4 with a classification of a DNF. And then we take a look at our beautiful, beautiful Alpha that is getting a bit of work done to it. Now into the pits, they've refueled, and it looks like they're going to be jacking it up, putting a new set of tyres on the car. Scuderia Rossi hoping to get back out onto the circuit. They did not race last time here at Kyalami for the 4 hours at Kyalami. That is one of the rounds that they missed out, and they currently sit in 4th place overall and first in Class B, with the likes of Robertson behind the wheel, who's planning to go out. Well, the team told him, listen, you've got a long time in the car. You have to get there until about 8:30, as we see our Porsche now in. Marius Jackson going and getting a full stop done and dusted. He will be completing the last of his mandatory minutes. A change of driver as Leighton Faree climbs into the car. Bit of a congratulations to Marius as well, saying, hey, well done out there, you did a good job. Now it's time to hand over to the 2 youngsters, with Leighton Faree getting in behind the wheel of this Porsche, and he will then be followed up by Joseph Illerine a little bit later. A good stop for the team as they're ready with the nut runners up on the jacks. A quick zip on the trigger, and oh, never mind. That wheel nut is not going and working out in their favor, but a new fresh set of slicks going on to give Leighton Faree that extra bit of a push, and now to try and power his way through the dark as we take a look at him getting all strapped up and having Marius Jackson just the final words of good luck, have fun out there, no pressure, let's rather bring it home and keep our way out on the circuit. So far, looking to just keep the momentum moving forward for the MJR team, currently holding 2nd place in class, 2nd place overall, and unfortunately 12 laps down on the Into Africa Lamborghini. But we saw them have a brief moment to go for the chase, as in 5 minutes time we will be going into the last 2 hours of this race. The 9 hours of Kyalami getting closer and closer to the end. Drivers, teams, all looking to get that final push. Crucial points for the championship, trying to move forward into Africa. Stuart White and Zolile Letlaka looking to take the Into Africa name into the history books of winning a back-to-back time here at Kyalami for the 9 hours of Kyalami, but also looking to take the victory for 2025 in Class A and hoping to bring Axel Jeffries up through the Driver Championship as well, possibly 4th place or 3rd on the cards. Marius Jackson looking to go and see his team run its way to the top, bringing 2 youngsters into the car, giving them a little bit more of a push and saying, guys, show me how it's done out there. I want to see this car go and absolutely sing of note. Marius Jackson wants to be able to have a trophy as he sits with the car just pushed out of the garage and having the neighbors really cheer for him as he will be firing that car up during the course of the week with a second place trophy on the car. Axel Jeffries now behind the wheel, pushing harder and harder. And as we go through Leerkop, you can see how much daylight those lights bring out, and he's able to see what's going on. If I remember correctly, for nighttime riding, there's actually motorbikes. Now, I know it was brought into cars as well. We don't get to see it in our GT3s, but there was a follow me light that as you turn in, it starts to follow the apex going through, and it originated on bikes in terms of light technology. I think it was brought up by Honda or Yamaha first, and then it was later integrated into cars. So as you turn in, the headlights slightly adjust so you can actually see the apex. Don't get to see it on these cars, but it is one stage of the game, a good couple of years ago. I think it was about 6 years ago that it was lurking around.
That's fascinating. I've never heard of that technology before. That's a first.
I'll try and find the article.
I'm sure that originated in the FIM World Endurance Championship, where we have South Africans representing over there. And not trying to put the jinx on anyone, but Steve, did you hear what happened to Steven Udendaal and the BMW team earlier this year in their World Endurance Championship?
Not really, and I'm a little bit worried to hear.
You should be worried to hear, because our friend Steven was on the verge of becoming a world champion, and in their final race of the season, 24-hour, their engine packed up with 30 minutes to go. We are going to join Nadine down in pit lane for a live interview.
So this is a familiar face we all know, Fabian Lanz, but except today she's not driving, she's more on the crew side of things, helping out. So Fabs, thanks for coming to support first of all. Nice to have you here. What are you doing with this team?
So obviously I have to be at a racetrack, whether I'm racing or not. Love the sport.
Yeah.
So I've taken on like a stint times, if you want to call it that. So I'm busy monitoring what our drivers are doing versus the ones that we need to catch or stay ahead at this point. We just did a driver change now, so I'm not too sure if we're maybe on the same lap as the Audi, but yeah, so just keeping it there, and I guess keeping the driver calm as well, because they're busy chasing and they need to know what they're doing. We just put other tires on as well, so we'll see what the night stint can bring.
Okay, and just off topic of today's race, are you still as involved as you have been in the past with helping women to grow in motorsports?
Yes, I think it's even more now. I actually just came back from Italy. I attended the FIA Girls on Track Rising Stars as a guest. There were 9 girls from around the world that competed. One of them is the winner. They haven't announced it yet, so we fingers crossed, because we did have a South African, Emma Dowling. She went and represented, so that's really great for us.
And what else have you been up to with your driving career?
So racing the Cobra still, and coaching kids. I was in Bahrain about 2-3 weeks ago for the World Endurance Championship, and that's amazing to see, because obviously that's where I would like to go as well, on another higher level of racing, something nice to progress to. And that was part of the FIA Esports Championship, which I won representing Africa. So it's trying out those different things, similar things, sort of stretching myself a little bit, but it's when you're doing that, you're growing.
Awesome. Well, again, thanks for the support. It's lovely to have you here. And yeah, keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you very
She's
much.
Definitely got the same goal as we do at the SES in mind, trying to help grow the motorsport industry, encourage ladies to get more involved. So yeah, if you're ever looking to get involved, she's your girl.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right, let's go back to the guys in commentary for now.
Thank you to Nadine and Fabian Lantz. Great to see women in motorsport growing in South Africa, and Fabian seems to be a very, very busy young lady.
That's it, and being one of quite a few South Africans in the world of esports that have gone and represented as well, which has been an interesting time. And she was on site in Bahrain doing some sim racing and showing off what you can do for Africa. And we also, a little bit earlier in the year, had 10 South Africans go and take on the Four Nations as well, which is also phenomenal. And history being made here right now with less than 2 hours left in this race, going and racing on site with the official 9 hours of Kyalami in their own 9 hours of Kyalami down below us, Temba Kamala. So history in the world of esports being made this year, and history in the world of motorsport is currently underway as we go into the final stages of the 2025 championship of our South African Endurance Championship. And right onto the back as Axel Jeffrey sees the LED strip over the likes of our Scuderia Alfa Romeo as a quick flash of lights of, hey, listen, I'm just caught up to you through the second S. And here comes the power on the outside. Listen, I'm coming by, and launches it through Leocorp. He'll be able to take the racing line. It takes about, I would say, a blink of an eye to clear the Alfa when you're in a Lamborghini. It's got the same amount of horsepower to, well, I'd say a quarter of the horsepower of what this Lamborghini has. You require a bit more power to get this car, well, sort of on par. So the Alfa Romeo is a few cylinders short to fight it out against the Lamborghini, but Axel Jeffries, who is a talented driver that has gone around the world in GT3 racing, looking to put on yet another phenomenal show and looking to add another piece of silverware to his long, illustrious career in motorsport.
To put it into perspective of how big the speed differential is there, Axel Jeffries last time around came through on a 147 and Rachad van Sale was on a 219. So trust those Lamborghini headlights catch up to you fast. You know that a saying where they say life comes at you fast. Well, the Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 comes even faster than that.
Yeah, that's it. It's an absolutely astounding car out on circuit, and I've got to point out a lot of our spectators out there. Firstly, we have definitely got a fan for Temba Kamala. I think we're all fans of Temba Kamala at this point. So Nicole Brett's going and saying, keep up the hard work. She's supporting you, which is always great to hear. Our man, myth, legend, our fastest commentator. You know that you're the fastest commentator. You're the only commentator that's gone 275 kilometers an hour.
I don't know when you came up with that, but I must be honest, I do like it.
Down the wine shaft?
I think I'm going to have to get a sticker for that with the hashtag 18 on the side.
There we go.
Without you looking, I'm going to post it on the back of your SUV so that you always remember who your partner in crime is.
We're getting a Proton. Okay. gonna be changing up the cars. But another thing that's being brought up by our amazing spectators in the virtual grandstands here live out on the circuit, as we do see Pesty Racing coming into the pits. It's going to be a driver change, Byron getting into the car. But the sights and sounds here at Kyalami, this is one of the few tracks in the world that doesn't have lights everywhere and giving you that artificial daylight that we go to Bahrain. We were just talking about it. There's lights everywhere. That track between day and night is chalk and cheese. You can see how every corner is there. But here in Kyalami, it gets dark. You have the occasional spotlight to see where you're going, but you're able to get going. The most well-lit circuit in South Africa is actually one of our shorter circuits on the calendar, and it's Aldo Scribanti. But here at Kyalami, the sights of seeing these cars out in the dark, seeing those brake discs glow, seeing even our pit lane, it's nice and bright for everyone to work in. But just beyond that, beyond the wall, how dark it is and how you have to rely on the headlights, and it just gives a very atmospheric scene. And it's one thing that's proudly South African. And it gives you that little bit more, and it's quite an amazing moment that you can say it's one of the very few tracks in the world that doesn't have lights everywhere, scattered, to give you that artificial daylight.
Truly, truly atmospheric, and I would add cinematic as well, as we see the Pesty Racing team checking the oil levels on the backdraft V8 Roadster one more time. Baron Pretorius about to come into the car. And it's really cinematic, Steve, a unique vibe and aura. It takes me back to the first time I ever heard of and saw the 9 hour where I was just channel flipping on Supersport. And I was like, hey, racing at Kyalami. And I was like, hey, it's live. And then I tuned in and I was like, it's pitch black. How are these guys driving in these conditions? I imagined it wasn't easy. And now being part of the endurance racing series and seeing the speed, you know, it's absolutely mind-boggling, as this is a very, very cool drone shot. It reminds me of the little cutscene in Drive to Survive whenever it starts, that overhead shot. And I must say, what's added to that cinematic vibe has been the incredible drone work from the incredible camera work from the drone team. Some outstanding shots, and one of my favorite little details that I've noted today is how, because of all the rain that we've had here in Gauteng, the track is glowing, you know, the grass bright green, and you have to give a huge shout out as well to the entire Kyalami team. Have a look at that. South Africa, one of the most beautiful countries in the world, if not the most beautiful. I know many people would make a strong case to say that it is number one. And a huge shout out to the Kyalami team who have helped, along with the SAES officials and organizers, to bring us an outstanding and incredible event. And I also want to give a word to the marshals who've been absolutely on it. I've raced everywhere in the country. I've seen all different types of motorcycle circuit racing, and one thing I've known since I was a small kid, the first time I came to Kyalami in 2007, is that the Kyalami marshalling team is second to none. The amount of effort, passion, dedication they put into their job is something truly incredible. And for our viewers at home that may not know this, marshals are oftentimes volunteers. They do this because they love the sport. It's a service of love and passion, and really grateful for all the amazing people whose effort helps us have this amazing experience.
That's it. It's petrol heads that get involved, and you can also get involved if you want to be involved with the world of marshalling here at Kyalami. Just get a hold of our KMA, Kyalami Marshal Association, out on Facebook, or reach out to Kyalami itself. They'll put you in touch to get involved with them. First aid training, Fire 1 training as well, and then you get to be out on circuit, junior marshal, work your way up to senior, and later become into the world of race control. You could also go to the likes of Motorsport South Africa. There is webinars that you get to train. You then work underneath the likes of our technical consultants, also known as TCs, that make sure all our safety is up to par with all our vehicles, whether it be on 2 wheels or 4. We've also got our COC and stewards, and so much more. So head over to Motorsport South Africa on their webpage and join up. The courses are absolutely free, and if you're a youngster that's looking to get involved, it is absolutely needed to get to understand the rulebook that little bit more, and you might find that you have a bit of passion for officiating a little bit more out in the world of motorsport, and that can really take you far into different avenues throughout South Africa, and maybe even a bit further as you grow through the ranks. So yeah, without our officials and medical teams and our marshals making sure that we're up and going, we don't get to do racing like this, especially at night. And as I alluded to a little bit earlier in the broadcast, this is one of 2 races in South Africa that we race on our national calendar into the night, all from darkness to daylight. And this is where it's incredible time, and where it puts a lot of strain on our officials, who, our marshals have been here since about 5 o'clock, about 5:30 this morning. I drove through the gate, just seeing them all getting ready, moving out to their posts, getting themselves sorted out, which is honestly just a great run. Some lovely shots out of Joburg from the likes of Kyalami. The party's still going with our DJs in the VIP, giving them a good go, and our crowd is going and enjoying some of the concerts that we have here out on the circuit, with plenty of racing still in the bag. 1 hour and 49 minutes. Let's take you through. We've only had 3 safety cars, and that was within the first hour. and it landed up with Romano Satori being one of the cars that caused the safety car to come out. It landed up with a Shelby Can-Am of likes of Michael Bezadenhout at the top of the Leocorp just before the crest. He came to a stop almost a lap later. As the safety car was joining on, we landed up with Casey going into the wall at quite a speed, coming out of the second S, going and trashing out his car. Ever since then, safety cars have been at a minimum. None of our endurance cars have stopped out on circuit. A couple of problems here and there for each of the different teams, bar one, and that is Team Pesty, that has yet to have any hiccup in their car, touch wood, that they continue on the effort, but that is the only car that hasn't gone and landed up with an issue. Now, I do want to bring up an interesting point, as there's a 2-lap difference between our Class B, the likes of Funzale and Ricky Janakaro going and chasing each other down. So the two Class B cars are fighting out for the championship. There's 2 laps separating them at the moment. For our car 69, and that's the Graphic Supply World, they're waiting until to roughly 8:30, 100 minutes, before they can pull their driver in and swap out for their final stint. And there's a shot of our sim racers going around. They're in their 9 hours of Kyalami race at the moment, and this is how it keeps going, that extra bit of push out there in the play seats, utilizing an Mazda R5, so it's 5 Newton meters of direct drive. That's direct force coming to you. Peak torque that comes at you is 5 Newton meters. You can see the racing gloves coming out. Those are more experienced sim racers behind the wheel, and they're using the CRP lights with the enhanced brake mod kit, which is 2 elastomers to give you a little bit more of a feel on the brake pedal, so it's not so spongy, requires a bit of force, and it gets closer to what they have in a real car. Now, you can also take a look at, they have a lot more information ahead of them that they're having to work out. Now, as a sim racer, not only do you have your speed, your gear, and where you are, you also got your tire display. These are general things that you have on your screens inside the cars that you can switch through the different pages to see the information coming through. And sim racing, you're going to have to do it. But one fundamental factor that comes in, a pit stop, well, has to be set up on the left-hand side. Tire pressures need to be adjusted, fuel needs to be put in, and this is usually the sim racer, while they're trying down a straight, to adjust on the fly, or if you have a buddy like what they have now, the teams on site are able to get hold of a keyboard and mouse and adjust things for the driver instead of it relying purely on the driver to make those adjustments in the car. And if they were online, you would have to request a driver change. So imagine going down the straight, giving it your absolute all, and then you have to try and, okay, change to Bob. Bob is going to be the next car. Otherwise, if you don't do that, you ain't getting out of the car, and your teammates are going to be rather irritated that they're waiting yet again. So each of the drivers pushing a little bit more out there for the 9 hours of Kyalami virtual race on site here at Kyalami. Still quite a bit of spectators going and enjoying thumbs up from each of the individual teams. We're going to see a driver change now, actually, coming in, pulling into the pits nice and slowly on the pit limiter. Bit of guidance coming into fray. And we would have seen a quick movement of the seat back, a quick movement of the pedals, jump in, close everything up, let the virtual team change tires, put the fuel in, drop it down. 30 seconds later, boom, go out racing like they've just witnessed throughout the course of the real-life race that's happening simultaneously.
I would love for us to be able to get one of those drivers participating in that race. Come and join us in the commentary booth so we can get a live on-site insight into how it's been going down there for them. And thank you for those insights. Really fascinating for me. Sim racing is a world that is still completely foreign to me.
But me too, it's also foreign.
Which I've been learning through you, and truly fascinating to hear what goes into that, because I think the layman perception of it would be it's just, it's PlayStation in a rig. But not quite. Far, far more detailed.
A little bit. Well, you can get a PlayStation in a rig, but right there, they can vary in cost. A Mazda R5 is one of the cheaper of the setups for direct drive. If you just getting in the world of PC sim racing, it's highly advised. If you're on Xbox, you get a Mazda R3. That's 3 Newton meters of torque. Replaceable steerings. They actually got quick releases. If you had to pull one of those steerings off, they've got a NRG style quick release. That quick release will fit on a number of these race cars. You can physically take your steering wheel off your sim racing rig and put it on. Funny enough, if you go and look at the BMW M4 GT3, it uses a Fanatec steering wheel. In other words, the same steering wheel that comes for a sim is what they use on the real-life GT3 car.
Insane.
It's built by a company that does sim racing gear. So that's how much evolution's come in. Even Porsche has now gotten their own rim made up and is available to the public as well. But you mentioned saying, oh, listen, I'm going to just take my steering off the rig and just plug it into my car and go. So long as you have a quick release that fits, which people have done, is a bit of an interesting call. So for those out there, it's a bit of an exciting one, and honestly, in the world of sim racing, everything's possible. And if you got a will and there's a way, as you know, in the world of mechanics, everything can fit, even if it doesn't.
Without a doubt, and I 100% agree that sentiment. One day you're going to let me know about how duct tape fits into the world of sim racing.
Oh, I can tell you stories about that.
Looking forward to hearing those. 1 hour 43 to go here at Kyalami. We've just crossed 5 minutes past 8. Which also means, Steve, that you and I have been live for over 12 hours at this point. And we are winding down here at Kyalami. It's been a fascinating day. We've had all sorts of entertaining racing, 4-wheeled racing, 2-wheeled racing. We started the day with 2 red flags in the Superbike qualifying, if you remember. So it's been non-stop action. As Steve mentioned a little bit earlier, we had those 3 safety cars at the start of the 9 hours of Kyalami. Axel Jeffries continues to lead, and we've just had a PB time. Look at that. Baron Pretorius coming in with a 209.810, dips under the 2-minute 10 mark for the first time in the entire day on lap 190 in the Pesty Racing car. So Pesty Racing have really come to show out here today. They've been flawless, genuinely, and I'm after some of the incidents that have happened today earlier with the Sartori for you and Familiares for me, ironically in the same car. I've just made that connection. We've been hesitant to put a commentator's curse on anyone at this stage of the day. So just saying there about Pesty Racing, they've really been on it. An impressive effort from Baron Pretorius to break into the 209s after 190 laps of racing, and he is well and truly on the charge. Amazing effort from them, and I know they will have had an incredible amount of fun today.
Well, we also are getting a bit of a refill here with the likes of Chloe coming in and sorting us out. But I wanted, why I was looking a little bit this might have been a problem, because it is a personal best for Baron Pretorius, which is great, but it also moves the index of performance slider scale a little bit as well. So it's a bit of a yay and nay moment coming into play there. And will be a bit of math work down the background of how much it's actually moved that slider around to ensure that they stay through. But it's so incredible that he's pushing that a little bit harder. However, I do want to point out that Robertson is now 1 lap ahead of Van Zyl, so we might see a changeover for 4th place in the very, very near future. And not too far off the 33 is the GNH Transport, now closing up to see if they can go and take the lead of the race. Remember, the winner of Class B will walk away with double points, which may be enough for the teams to get the victory in the championship for 2025, which we'll find out next year, February, during our AGM. So it's going to be a wild time. Severe Motorsport, unfortunately, out with a blown motor, as we do see the pit lane, a sharp left-hander that you have to do and get themselves going. It looks like Stuart White going to be climbing into the car, Axel Jeffries will be out. 1 hour and 39 minutes remaining. I think Stuart White is going to push it right through to the end now. He's going to double stint this and see how far he can go to get towards the top end. If GNH takes the win in Class B, there will be nothing but pure certainty to be up into first place of the championship. And how's this? Stuart White going and checking the temperature of the tires. You can see, put the little probe on just to see what the temperatures are, and Axel Jeffries goes back out. Not often you get to see the driver suddenly become the mechanic. And Stuart White is a man of many hats right now. Not only was he being the mechanic when there was frantic work done on the car to try and get it up and going with that wheel sensor, but now just going, and while there was a quick refuel happening for Axel Jeffries to go out, was checking the temperatures on the tires just to help relay it back to the team.
I think I'm going to petition for Inter Africa to have 2 cars out on track so that the moment Stuart White gets out from finishing his stint, he can go fulfill his other dream of being a mechanic and a crew chief. But really, really awesome to see the camaraderie and the teamwork there. Team manager of Inter Africa, Gerald, spoke about the brotherhood amongst the team, and Stuart White there showing great leadership qualities because he's willing to go and get his hands dirty. We saw him joining the team in working on the car when they had that front right wheel speed sensor failure. Axel Jeffries, I mean, I'm sure that will give Axel Jeffries even more confidence in the car, seeing the dedication of his teammates. And at this deep stage of the race, 7 hours and 22 minutes in, I think if I were in the car, that would be a great motivator for me to see how my teammates are all into backing me and making sure that we have the setup and the equipment to take this one all the way home while leading the 9 hours of Kyalami.
That's it, and that is the main goal for them. It's not only just for a class victory. They want a clean sweep, the fastest car out there, the overall winner and a class winner, as we do see Nadine getting a lovely photo being the lollipop girl. And a big smile on the face as well. Lucky fish, and man, going in, getting that's going to be a hell of a profile picture to have. Mate, do you think I've got the legs for it? I think I can petition to be a lollipop man.
You've definitely got the body for it, Steve, not just the legs.
Oh, because I'm heavily weighted to stop the car. Thanks, I appreciate that.
No worries, Steve, no worries. I think Nadine definitely knows who to talk to in that team to organize that gig for you. If not Nadine, we definitely know Chloe's got some inside hooks there in the Inter Africa team that can for sure guarantee you that role. As we take a look at the Midrand skyline. Steve, we've spoken about rain a gazillion times today, and we got
a drizzle.
30, 45, let me know. I'm underselling it. Maybe a minute to 2 minutes of drizzle.
Yep, that still counts as a little bit of a wet circuit. Kyalami still rains with yet to have a dry 9 hours of Kyalami.
100% right. The track, whatever spirit of the circuit exists, it is 100% committed to keeping that record going.
The streak continues.
The streak continues. 60 plus years of history here at the circuit. Kyalami Grand Prix circuit has been around longer than mine and Steven's lifetimes combined. So quite the epic feature. A historic track here. Many different versions of Kyalami that we have seen over those decades. All sorts of historic moments have taken place here. And I must say, in my limited experience, this new updated version of Kyalami is truly something to behold. Fantastic experiences and memories made here, and probably one of my favorite things where when people ask me about the circuit is having been to Europe and seeing some of the quality of motorsport facilities that exist there. When you're at let's say a Monza, Imola, a Spa, you feel the same quality level here at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit, but you also feel that same heritage and history behind the circuit. Kyalami is a very, very special place, and ask many international drivers and racers what places they would like to come back. I mean, how long has Lewis Hamilton been advocating for an African Grand Prix where he's directly said verbatim, I want to go race at Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. So what a privilege for us here to be racing under the starry night sky of South Africa here at the SAES Round 6 season finale at the 9 Hours of Kyalami.
It's absolutely incredible stuff, and still so much time left, and history being made all over here in the world of racing. Today is where we're going to see more and more history unfold for 2025. Legacies stamped in history, and is absolutely going to be amazing. Friendships are forged, bonds are becoming even more than what, and we've seen and heard from drivers coming back with bigger, better machinery, looking to take the coveted win, not only in the championship, but this race in total. But that being said, we got Nadine, who's making all this, or strengthening bonds down in the pit lane. Over to you, Nadine.
So I'm here with Marius Jackson, owner of MJR Motorsports. It actually hasn't been a bad day out for you guys today.
No, with all the small nitty-gritty stuff we had on the Porsche, I think we had a very good day. We're lying second, we're 13 laps behind, but that's understandable.
Yeah.
But we're still pushing, and anything can happen. We know it in the past, last 10 laps or something can happen, so we're still pushing as hard as we can.
I mean, what we always say at the SCS, it comes down to the last couple seconds, right?
Yes, it does. So, it's always that saying, you didn't finish if you crossed the winning line.
Exactly. Tell me, Mario, so you guys do your strategy with driver change and stuff a bit differently. You guys have been doing 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. Is there any particular reason why?
No, there's no particular reason why we're doing it. We just feel that that's the best option for us for this year. Okay. And but like you will notice every year we come with something different. Yeah. We like mixing it up. We like to keep our competitors thinking what we're going to do, what driver is going to drive first. And obviously, if you remember the past year and stuff, it was always the fastest driver will put in the first stint. This year we mix it up, and I was the first one, but it was in the car. So it was totally a whole ball game change, and nobody expected it.
So speaking of fastest drivers, who would you say is the fastest in your team?
Oh, it's a difficult one.
Because you just threw yourself down to the bottom there, you know?
It is. I will say I. I think the younger ones, Leighton is the fastest. Joe is very hot on his heels. And I'm about 2-3 seconds off pace of him. So, I think considering I'm almost up there.
Yeah. And tell me, how was your last stint? You told me earlier that you really enjoyed it.
Oh, it was amazing. Just getting into rhythm, finding the apexes, being consistent on my times. I actually was quicker at night than during the day, with a second or two. But it was just amazing velocity driving at night with a Porsche. It's just an amazing car to drive at night also.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed your last stint. And then just one last quick question. Earlier today, you guys had entered your Porsche into the sports into the GT Cup, I think it was. Why did you guys decide to withdraw at the last minute?
We had an oh hi in it. So,
what is the oh hi?
Oh hi is we went into sunset, and the guys just braked in front of me, and obviously it was wet, and I went into the wall. So it is what it is. We will fix it. We're not crying about it, and we will be at the next event.
Oops. Okay, well, that's actually one of the things that I absolutely love about you is your get over it quickly, boss sort of attitude that you have with you and your team.
Yeah, no, that's it. It's motorsport. We're here to race. We're here to win, and can't sit in the pits sulking about it. Yeah. So get up, get the job done.
Absolutely. Well, there you heard it from Marius Jackson. Thank you so much for your time, and all the best for the last 2 hours.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Let's go back to Timber and Stephen in commentary.
Thank you, Nadine and Marius Jackson. And I must say, that has to be one of the most colloquial of colloquialisms I've ever heard in my life. And I'm going to tell the younger superbike racers that next time you crash your bike and dad is losing his rag because it's going to cost a lot of money, you just say, oh, dad, I had a oh hi.
Well, would it count for like some Mabaso and that when they were going out and the bike had a oh high as they were in the air. You called it a high side. We're renaming it now to oh high.
Oh, hi, for sure. For sure. Thank you, Marius Jackson, for that one. I've never heard that in my near 30 years of existence, so I'm definitely stealing that one. And
You're coining it now, that's it.
Yeah, you know, and I'm sure he hasn't got a copyright on that, so I'm definitely using that.
There we go. Absolutely tremendous stuff. And you know, getting to hear Mario saying he's quite enjoying the race, he's enjoying the drive. And I want to point out, he says, oh man, driving the Porsche, the last stint was brilliant. It's one of the best cars to drive. You go back a little bit. This is the same man that was, there's nothing better than an Audi. He's been converted completely to Porsche now and is showing off what he can do, and really was putting in some incredible times out there, being consistent, enjoying the drive, and the big smile on the face tells a story of how much he's just enjoying being here, and with the team, the MJR team, always just having a ton of fun. You know, just going that extra little mile. And one thing they've done through the years is the livery has changed. He actually gets people that work with him to choose the livery for the cars, and one of them was Hatsune Miku, was an anime girl on the side of the Audi GT4 at one point. So for anyone that knows Hatsune Miku, we did have a Hatsune Miku, and it did drive at night a little bit, so you can say there was a Miku Miku beam that was out on track with the headlights. So there we go, just a little bit to all my gamer friends and anime lovers, and that's so everyone knows. But absolutely incredible stuff as we see Leighton Free winding his way through the traffic, just making it seem so easy at tremendous speeds. Now, we did talk about some of the speeds that are coming through. Roughly towards the bottom here, they're looking at about 275 kilometers an hour before they stand on the brakes for both the Lamborghini and a little bit towards Porsche. So roughly about 275 kilometers, a little bit over, before they hit the brakes before Crocodile and march their way through, heading towards Cheetah, this quick kink right-hander that you don't want to take too sharp, because the moment you hit that sausage curb, as we've seen in the past, and I go back to BBR, where there was the likes of Henk Latergan actually hitting the curb and lifting the car in the air. You would have seen at the start of the show, when we play our intro, that was Henk Latergan getting past two back markers in the air with a Porsche Cup car. And, well, it tells you how difficult that curb can be if it takes a bite out of you during the course of the race. So, interesting race indeed. 1 hour and 27 minutes left in this 9 hours of Kyalami, and it's all on the cards for Class B and Class C out on the track. Performance and index is still on the card, or index of performance is still on the cards as well, between the likes of Pesty Racing, Harman Baron Pretorius, along with Stuart White, and I don't think Zolile Latlaka would be in the running for that, for the championship, after getting a bit tired in that lap time, getting more and more, that slider just opening up a little too far at the moment, where the Pretorius team have been sitting with the best lap time of a 2:09, and they've been sitting within the 2:11s mostly during the course of the race. They didn't have it slip too far between the drivers.
And another battle to get excited for if we look at our cars in 4th, 5th and 6th position. So that is the Graphic Supply, World Racing, G&H Racing, and the Scuderia Rossi car in the middle. Those cars appear to be concertinaing. We'll return to that thought. Let's join Nadine one more time live in pit lane.
So I'm here with Paulo Loureiro. Paulo, yesterday you guys had a red Honda, and today you guys have decided to race in a white VW rather. Tell us why.
So we had an issue, actually the car ran perfectly. So we had practice 1, practice 2, the car was perfect. We had started with small stuff. I mean, the engine was running perfect from the 4 hour at Swartkops. Then it was just small things after that. Gearbox on the following day went, so obviously with the Honda, it's a diff and the gearbox that you have to take out. And we changed it to a spare one, and then the CV joint was just kept on every 12, 13 laps, it would pop out of place. But the car ran perfectly, and then we just decided to make a call to bring our cup car, because we were just worried for 9 hours. The car I wasn't gonna last. So we said, you know what, it's the last 9 hour. Let's do it. So we currently in our cup car. That's a normal sprint car. No long range tank. So we got to come in fill up every hour. So it's quite tough. But sure, let's just see it over the line.
Oh, okay, so that's why you guys keep pulling into the pits, because we're wondering why you guys keep pitting.
Fill up every single time, every like 45 minutes to like 50 minutes.
Sure, so that must cost you guys quite a bit of time.
The time, yeah, it does.
Are you now done for the night?
No, so I'm still going out now for the last hour and 15. I think Rick's got another 27 to 30 more minutes, and then we're done.
Okay, well, wishing you guys all the best. We better get out the way for Graphic World Supply. I'll see you guys later. Cool, thanks.
Thank you.
Let's go back to commentary. And then I'm going to grab Daddy Franco for an interview without him running away. Hey, Daddy.
Great to hear from Nadine and Paulo Loureiro there in the combined racing. So finally we get the full explanation from the horse's mouth for everyone who's been looking at that entry list or live timing and wondering, that doesn't really look like a Honda Type R unless things have changed drastically. What are your thoughts on that, Steve?
Well, it went from red to white, and they've had the car in the background, sitting, waiting to go, just in case something happens. And you know what? It's honestly great to have a backup car if you can, but it is a sprint car, as they said. That does cost them a bit of time, but the idea is just see it through to the end. See the check flag. If you see the green, you've got to see the checkered and finish up with the racing indeed. As we taking some of the beautiful shots as the cars come through. And there we go, in the dark of night, MJR going and having their great fun out on circuit, pushing what they can do and seeing what they can maneuver their way around. Still at the moment 12 laps behind into Africa as they battle their way through. This is into Leocorp. It's a double left-hand apex that the drivers are going to have to contend with, shooting their way down the mine shaft as well.
Paulo Loureiro, that is really determined effort from those guys, because many a man, Steve, at that point would have said, guys, the car's broken, let's pack it up and end the weekend. It's unfortunate, but really valiant effort from the combined racing team to take a sprint car for the longest endurance race of our series this year, and quite a challenge I can imagine for them. I'm sure there's been other minor niggles and issues that they've been dealing with using a sprint car in an endurance format, but as we saw there with Paulo, looking very relaxed, very calm about the situation, and we're still going to see him back out on track one more time. If you look at our P5 car, as the GSW car comes back into the pits for another pit stop, so that should be Robertson now finally having completed his minimum time.
Yeah, no, it's going to be an interesting time. This is his final time of the car. And a quick wave of the hand off to the side as well, just passing the water. He's needing to go a little bit more. He's short of 4 minutes.
Short of 4 minutes, Steve?
He's short of 4 minutes. That's why he's not getting out the car.
So will those 4 minutes still count for him if he is sitting in the car in the pit?
It possibly can. They have to do a minimum of 100 minutes of racing. And this does still count as the clock counting down. He's still in the car. And, well, let's see how it's going to go, as each of the drivers hoping to really get that run. But for the 69 car, this is still a fuel stop. This is time being lost. They will have to go around, swap drivers, and continue on the race.
And the 69 car has now lost position to the 33 car of the Scuderia Rossi Alfa Romeo Giulia QV, which now goes back up into P4. And Ricardo Giannacaro will soon be passing the 69 car as well to get the G&H Racing Audi R8 GT4 back into the top 5. So we are observing the situation here for the Graphic Supply World Racing car. It doesn't seem like They are doing a driver swap at the moment.
No, still strapped in. Water bottle coming out. Thank you. That's actually that's a soda that he's just had a little bit of sugar in the system, getting himself sorted out, and we'll be going back onto the circuit for a little bit longer. I mean, it's all turned off, waiting to go. The team just making sure, saying, okay, listen, you gotta go out a little bit longer. You just gotta push through those last little bits of minutes before we can see you. Quick gloves going back onto the driver, and before they exit, you're not allowed to go onto the circuit without your safety equipment. That means gloves, balaclava, helmet, overalls, boots, the works.
So Van Sail up into P4. The GNH car about to make its way up into P5 in a moment's time. Running in P8, and now at the back of the field is the Caritas racing car featuring Manuel Barbosa, and Robertson is on his way out of the pit lane and will be going to make sure that he gets that minimum time in. It would be a silly little error if he didn't complete his minimum time, because the team's well aware of the rules and the requirements to prevent any form of penalization or disqualification. And as we see Robertson exiting the pit lane, the GNH racing car now back up into the top 5. So now there's no obstacle between Giancarlo and Van Sail, and if the GNH car can catch up that lap that they are down on the Scuderia Rossi car and make their way back into P4, that will be a Class B lead, and that will be a guaranteed championship for them if they could hold on to that 4th position until the end of the race. We ride on board one more time with Leighton Fourie, one of my surprises of the day. It's my first time ever watching Leighton racing live, and my goodness, this boy. I did say to Steve earlier in the day jokingly that Leighton looks so young that you would think that he should be preparing for November school exams rather than 9 hours of Kyalami. But boy, can this young man drive a car. Leaning on it, you can see he uses all the track. Sometimes he reminds me of watching Max Verstappen on sim racing, where he's just taking liberties all the way around. But we've yet to see an error from him, Steve. I've not seen him miss an apex. I've not seen him have a huge moment. There was that one moment though, Cheetah, where he got uncomfortably close to track limits on the exit there.
Yeah, I got a bit close to the fringes of the circuit. I wouldn't say he's like Max in sim racing. I'd say Max just full stop. Leighton Fourie is a man on a mission. I believe he's a second generation race car driver. His father used to race back, and it's actually done rather well in endurance racing here at Kyalami in the past. So it's always wonderful to see as the drivers continue on. But we've got Nadine down in the pits with a bit more information and what's going on. Over to you, Nadine.
So we're here with Roberto Franco from Graphic World Supply. Sorry, I got distracted there with the Audi coming in. Graphic Supply World, that one. And yeah, so tell me, how's the day going? You said earlier it's been very hectic.
It's been an interesting day. We've had a lot of challenges, not only with the car. We're stuck in the 4th gear at the moment, and we're having to obviously do as best as we can, reducing our lap times. We've got half the crew that's got some type of a radical illness, and they've been taken away by the medical people here. So we're down to 2 out of 4. And on top of that, we've been playing today with tyres. Are we going to go wet? Are we going to go semis? So we switched to semis. We're on semis now. We should be able to last the next hour and a half. So yeah, it's been really a challenging day. David has done extremely well. He did a very long stint to start off, 2 hours. Then I did the second stint. Then he did the next one. And now we've got our friend Mr. Robertson in the car. So we're really going well. The car's going well. Very grateful that this SAS event has gone so well. Again, a lot of respect to everyone for what they've put together, the sponsors. It's been an amazing day overall. We just want to get to the end, and it's been a hard year. It really has been a hard year. We've had, as you know, the 6 hour, we stopped at 5 hours 52. So we never managed to get any points for that race. So we're back here today. Hopefully we'll finish first in the class, and we'll win the class championship if all goes well. That's what we came to do.
Sure, it really does sound like you guys have had a very tough day. I'm glad to hear that you're still so positive, though.
Yeah, we have to be positive. Thursday we had CV joints issues. Yesterday we had engine. Okay, we're not bringing that up. Anyway, that's a long story.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, the mechanics worked right through the night to get the car going. I mean, we've got an incredible team. Team Red Universal has been amazing. I don't think anyone can fault the preparation that's gone into the team, the work they've put together, the car, everything. It's really been a long year, and let's hope we get there so we can celebrate. Thank you.
Shame, man. I really hope your crew all get better and recover fully, and I'm sorry to hear about that. And also, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time one of our SAS cars crosses the finish line stuck and forth, so don't stress.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Roberto. Right, let's go back to commentary.
Great to hear from Roberto, Franco and Nadine. I'm just reminded of a moment where we were at Swartkorps Raceway. The Francos had taken a P2, and Roberto decided jokingly to grab the number 1 board that was parked in front of the Inter Africa racing car, and then him and David stood on their VW GTI and pretended as if they had taken the P1, which was a bit of banter, but it's starting to look as if that was a bit of foreshadowing.
Well, that's it, and talk about a weekend that has just thrown every punch that can come from it. From your team running into issues in a health matter, for the car going and running into issues, now trying to fight it out until the very end, and to have a driver change as well. So losing out a driver, it's just crazy to think about. If you've had every swing thrown at you right at the end of a championship, this should knock the confidence of a team, but they're just fighting it through. They know the graphic supply world needs to see it till the end, to take the victory in the class, to come across the line and say, we have done it, we have made it. Ooh, bit of a moment coming in as the Scuderia Rossi team getting a face full of Axel Jeffries hunting down left, right, eventually getting around the outside of Crocodile. Robinson's going to be next, and no risks being taken through Cheetah at that point. Not a single driver wants to be landing into the dirt in the last 1 hour and 12 minutes. It's now just see it through to the end, drive nicely, just get yourself circulating at this point. And we did get, this is the onboard catching up as they go into Ingwe. You can see holds the inside line, allows the graphic supply world to take the racing line on the outside to the right-hand side, brakes, turns in, utilizes the grip and power of that Lamborghini to continue on the drive all the way through, still putting in some impressive lap times. I mean, despite the hold-up at 1:49.6 that last time round. So Axel Jeffries in the night, trying to find his way past back markers. It was a bit of a time off the 145s he was running, but still a sub 150 where, I won't lie, you've got to be brave as a driver. I mean, you can only see as far as your headlights here at Kyalami, something that not many drivers can do, have done, and well, you can sit on the grandstand and say, oh, well, that looks okay. It's, you know, like driving on the N1. Well, 275 to 280 kilometers an hour, still putting your foot down. I've been down the mine shaft in the dark when you can't see the corners. I don't know about you, Timber. I would be a little bit on the scared side.
There's a football term that's been popularized in the online community, and it's often used for Man United because they tend to lose quite a lot in recent times. And they say, Steve, it ain't easy. And it's not easy for Axel Jeffries right now. He's done a phenomenal job of keeping that concentration, maintaining the pace, and that's not the first time he's had a sketchy moment coming through traffic, exiting the mine shaft there. And another thing to take note of is that as he goes into the pits, a pit stop here for Into Africa Racing, I would imagine that this is the final stop and Stuart White would be possibly getting in the car.
Yeah, they're able to do an hour and 10 minutes in this car. They're able to do it to the end. So they did have a short stop and put a little bit of fuel into the car. And this is a drive-through.
Fascinating.
Now that is a bit of an interesting one. Why did they get a drive-through? what would really be the reason that there was a drive-through. So I'm going to go and trying to figure out what's going to happen and try and figure out what's going on that they got a drive-through, because it's not always that you get to see Inter Africa having a penalty like that, and especially into the later stages. Is there pressure starting to build up that something's not quite going to plan out on the circuit? So I'm going to try and do a little bit of Sherlock Holmes work now to see what exactly went on to get that type of penalty in terms of drive-throughs. Just hunting down at this point to see it.
We continue to ride on board with Axel Jeffries up the hill going to Leeuwkop, while Steve continues to do that bit of research for us there. Very, very interesting to see that penalty in the late stages of the race for Axel Jeffries. Leighton Fourie still running in P2. Excellent pace from young Leighton at this late stage of the race. The MJR car with him in it and the Inter Africa car have been alternating and taking turns in terms of who has been circulating around Kyalami the fastest. Right now it is Fourie, naturally after that penalty, costing them 15 seconds. That drive-through penalty will be a little bit more than that, because Axel Jeffries crossed the finish line on a 1:59 on that lap with the drive-through penalty. His first flying lap post-penalty is a 1:50.4, and he's been lapping on average in the 46s and 45s. So that's roughly 17 to 18 seconds lost for the Inter Africa team. However, they still have a 12 lap lead out front, as Jeffries is on his 250th lap. So Inter Africa Racing still in firm control of this 9 hours of Kyalami as the clock winds down. As you can see there, 238 laps completed for MJR, 205 for Pesty Racing. Look how close it is though for 4th, 5th and 6th. Van Zyl and Robertson with both 199 laps completed. Arnie Neveling now in the GNH Racing car, 1 lap down. So the Class B victory is still up for grabs, and for the GNH Racing team, they will want to get ahead of Scuderia Rossi's Van Zyl, because that P4 position will guarantee them the championship. 159 laps for Ricardo Loureiro in the combined racing car. They are using a sprint car. As we join Scuderia Rossi Racing for a final pit stop, I would assume that is for them, as Regardt van Zyl has just completed his stint. This is a crucial stop because they need to try and get back out on track ahead of GNH Racing. GNH Racing just recently made a stop for Neveling. That was their final driver change, so we would confidently say that that is their final stop. So Scuderia Rossi, if they want to hold on to this Class B victory and a chance at the championship, need to make sure that this is a quick and efficient pit stop.
So, an interesting run going on. So, there's a rule when you're refueling of the do's and don'ts. And one of the things that when the drivers are refueling, please note, there's just a bit of work going on trying to get the drivers all sorted out. But one thing none of the teams are doing is going and changing tires. The drive-through that we got to see from Inter Africa was because they were working on the car while refueling, which is a big no-no for, in the SRs, it's number 16 under refueling to go, and it's 16.10. No work of any nature is allowed on the vehicle whilst being refueled. So Inter Africa got a little bit of a wooden spoon there. Wait, no working on the car while you're refueling, a quick drive through the pits, and unfortunately goes and gets caught out. Now, I have to correct myself. I did say 8 people around the car. It's actually 6, and that 6 is made up of a team manager, a lollipop man, refueler, jackman, wheel gunman, tire changer, and a fire extinguisher. So those are the 6 crew members that are allowed to work on the car at the time. And that is something just to point out for each of the teams. That's why you see a lot of them move them back into the pit so they can get more people on their car instead of just having 6. And if you think about it, that you've got a wheel gun and a jackman, that's two people. Well, you've got 3. You've got a jackman, a wheel gun, and a tire changer. So you've got 2 people, 4 tires. Now you can incorporate a lot more if you get it into the pits. But 16.10 being used in terms of the SRs, working on the car while refueling. Unfortunately, as teams get tired, little mistakes, things of, I can quickly just do a little bit of work here, I can put a piece of duct tape on. Nope, you're not allowed to do that. You have to wait.
Steve, were you able to track what work specifically was done on the car, which is prohibited?
Not 100% sure. I'll try and find out, but I think at the moment that is the general that we've been given, and it might be the general that is left, that is between the stewards and the team. Don't want to ask them out too much. I already walk into the pits and they flip over the tire gauges to make sure that no readings there. They really turn off the dashboards to ensure that nothing can be seen. I think in the Inter Africa pit there's a sign that says no Stevens allowed here for any information. So I'll try and find out. I'll pull on the Sherlock Holmes hat and do a little bit of inquisitive work. But that is why we got the drive-through. We were wondering, we got the answer.
They're treating you like open source AI, Steve.
Yep, no, that's it.
Now, something that has just excited me on the last lap round. Ooh, look at that. G&H is up into P4 and back into the B class lead with 1 hour and 3 minutes. Now 2 minutes remaining. Steve, we've got a battle for Class B honors here to the death, and according to that timing, the gap is only 2.6 seconds.
Yes, but in the same time, you've got Robertson, who is 11 seconds behind the likes of Fong, so the 69 car starting to make a bit of headroom as well, as this would be into the final stages of the pit stops for most of the cars. We know combined racing, unfortunately, has a little bit more of a rough time, so we're going to see most of the cars doing their final stops, getting their last of the drivers in and out onto the circuit. I don't think the graphic supply world will be able to fight against the Audi R8 GT4 in terms of brute force horsepower. But they can work out, if they can last that little bit longer, if the pit stops work out in their favor, they can maybe get that little bit of a jump. But this is when you start to look further down and say, is that fan belt going to come off again? Is there going to be a little bit of strain on the motor for something? You start trying to hope that Lady Luck smiles on you when you just haven't got the power, you haven't got the aero to compete. But now you have to go out on pure strategy, and hopefully those calls that you made early on in the race come into play now for the later stages. I mean, 1 hour, 1 minute to go of this incredible 9 hours of Kyalami, and where championships are on the line from our Class A, which at the point looking secured by the likes of Zuli as Mr. Lataka and Stuart White. Our Class B is on the cards between 2 teams, with unfortunately the retirement of Sophia Motorsport a little bit earlier due to the engine finally giving up the ghost, and that is on the cards. Our index of performance still on the cards as well, of who is going to be able to get the victory there and ensure that they become the 2025 champions. And we've got our Class C battle still on for the points. There's so many championships still on the line. The only time we're going to find out is when the checkered flag waves. The last of all the information comes through and gets signed off by our COC. And the awards will be given for the championship next year, February, at the AGM. And a prize giving as the front end goes up. It's time for a quick refuel on the Porsche. The MJR Racing doing a phenomenal job out there. Leighton Free in the car at the moment will be jumping out and handing it all over to, looks like, Joseph Ellerine to climb into the car and say, right, my turn to give it that push in the dark. Two youngsters going and showing off what they can do. Behind, we see Harum just taking a view to the pit wall and looking around the Porsche, as you can see the steam coming off the brakes as well after it's been incredibly hard work out there. Remember, these cars have been added for 8 hours of racing. We're into the final hour, Timber. Can you believe it? We're in for a race and a half for the final hour. Everyone looking to push. Arnold Neveling sets his fastest time of the race. 203 laps in. The Audi R8 does a 1:56.1, pushing to try and get that final stop on the podium. They're going to have to beat out the Team Pesty, which is 6 laps ahead. They have been consistent the whole way through and looking to make it a second time to be on the 3rd spot of the podium. They did it at Swartkorps. They're looking to do it here at Kyalami to end off on a high. However, they are being chased down by a far more powerful car, a far more aerodynamic car, and a team that is looking to give it their absolute all for the grit that's there. This is when you start getting a little bit more warmed up. You dial up the wick. You start to give it that final push as the last of the drivers are in. We did see Inter Africa in front. They're getting themselves sorted out. A full tyre change, as we did hear the air guns go off, taking the tyres off, putting it back, putting new set on. Are they going to be changing drivers? Quick drop, a rev up and go. And well, that aggressive launch out of there tells me it's Stuart White. He's the only one that knows that drops the clutch, puts his foot down, and from 0 to 50, he makes that car just absolutely sing. He goes right onto the limiter of our pit limiter, and soon as he can get off the button, is now charging for the race. When they wanting to get the fastest lap of the race, they currently hold it with a 1:44.0. And our sim racers still unable to beat that lap time. They've done a 1:44.1. They're running simultaneously as the 9 hours of Kyalami is happening. History being made all over here today at the South African Endurance Series. Round 6, the final round of our 2025 calendar as we launch towards the checkered flag. 57 minutes to go, Timber. This is getting exciting, this is getting wild, and we are going to see that final push, that final hurrah moment for the teams to get to the checkered flag.
Arnie Neveling has put the hammer down without a doubt ever since hitting the front of this race in the G&H Racing Audi R8. He has set the car's 3 fastest laps of the day in the last 3 laps. He hit a new PB with the 56.4. He then set an all-time PB of the 8 completed hours so far with a 56.183, and he followed that up with a 56.202, which is only 0.02 of a second slower than the fastest lap. Meanwhile, the Scuderia Rossi car is lapping in the 209s, so they don't have the pace at this stage to match the G&H Racing team, who have really saved their best for last for the final hour. We also saw Leighton Ferree jumping out of the Marius Jackson Racing Porsche 911 GT3R Type 991 Evo, and Leighton Ferree has put in an amazing shift this evening. His last time lap was a 46.3, which is only 0.6 slower than the fastest lap the car has done all day and evening, with that being a 45.7. Stuart White is back in the car. We know Stewie is well renowned for his raw speed, but also for his sheer consistency. Stuart always looking super calm, super relaxed in the car. Stuart has been doing it all. He's been doing repairs. He's been a tire technician for that car today. So he, I'm sure, will be delighted to be jumping back in the Maverick Inter Africa Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2. Meanwhile, Arnie Neveling continues to go faster and faster. He's just broken the 1:56 barrier and dropped to a 1:55.9. 1:09. So it's very clear, Steve, that GNH Racing has had the strategy, especially after that fire which we saw a couple of hours ago that nearly entirely derailed their race, handed the lead over to Scuderia Rossi, but now they seem to be back in firm control of this race in Class B and on their way to victory if they do not have any issues between now and the checkered flag that will be falling in just under 55 minutes time.
Now, you see the wooden table in front of you? Yes, you best hold on to it after making comments like that. We did hear from the graphic supply world with literally 4 minutes to go in the previous race, having a failure on their car. So anything is possible at the moment. Everyone is just holding their breath. This is the longest 54 minutes that you'll ever get to experience. If you're out on the pit wall, if you're a fan watching the racing at home, around the world, or here at the circuit, we still have spectators lining up just watching as these cars continue to cycle their way through. You hold your breath, you wait. Is it going to hold? Is it going to go? How far are these cars going to battle out? It's been continuous, flat-out racing for 8 hours and 6 minutes thus far for the cars, for the teams, for every single person going and putting their heart and soul. And this is the final 53 minutes of the championship. What everyone from the start in February have been waiting to go and see, as the drivers have gone from different parts of the countryside, going and fighting their way out. We started at Swartkorps on the 22nd of February. We went to Aldo Scribanti on the 5th of April. We went to Kyalami on the 7th of June. We went to Kyalami back here in July. Went to Swartkorps in October. And we're rounding off the championship right back where round 4 was. And that is the 9 hours of Kyalami, the longest race of our season. And to end it off on a high, on a circuit that is created champions, created legends, and once again making history with the South African Endurance Series as we take that step forward into the future. Everyone wanting to take that momentum heading towards 2026, and others looking to take the momentum here for the absolute incredible run. I mean, this is absolutely great stuff. I mean, Timber, if you think about it, where we've been around this entire country, the races we've seen, the drivers we've spoken to, the teams with some of the exciting stories and some difficult ones too. And it all comes down to this, where Silver Lakes has gone and been a part of our series, where Dunlop has given us the rubber that we utilize to see it through to the end. The amounts of information that is gathered on what these tires are doing over the course of the weekend, from greasy, wet to dry conditions, from warm to cold conditions. The amount of information gathered that's going overseas saying, look, this is what we got here in South Africa. And drivers coming from different parts of the world to join in with the action. They're going to go back and say, listen, we're going to come back fighting even harder next time.
It's been an unfathomable amount of work hours being put into these cars, these drivers, these events. We've traveled the country, we've seen it all: dry, wet, cold, hot, monsoon at Kyalami, absolutely everything we have seen this season. And it's just a testament to the quality of these teams, these drivers, all the equipment that they've put together. When you just look at some of the lap times, as Arnie Neveling on lap 207 once again sets a new PB for the GNH racing car to elevate the level. He continues to extend that lead. Let's have a look at that gap. We'll wait for Robertson to come over the line one more time. But Funk is now only 4.5 seconds behind the P5 car of Robertson in the GSW Racing GTI. So, you know, Steve, from my perspective, I've had a little bit of a unique and skewed perspective because when the season started, I should say, I was racing in the MRSSA Superbike, so I didn't really have time to pay attention to what was going on with the car racing because I had to focus on my job, and at PE was my final race of the season, which unfortunately ended in a hospital bed. But we have since recovered from that, and transitioning from being a race in the series commentary has been absolutely fascinating. And to be honest with the viewers at home, I did not know much about endurance racing. I didn't have time to watch endurance racing, so I've been on both sides of the coin, learning from inside and outside simultaneously, and to actually get a full understanding and insight of the sheer amount of effort that goes into getting these cars around for hours and hours and hours all across the country, to get a perspective on how close disaster is. You know, it takes me back to that documentary show that we used to watch. I'm sure you watched it when you were younger because you're a nerd like me, Steve. Seconds from disaster. You know, these teams know that at any point they are seconds from disaster. We nearly saw it today with the GNH Racing Audi when it caught fire in the pits. It's the smallest of details that can cost you everything. And you've emphasized multiple times today that the first hour of these races, especially the 9 hours of Kyalami, are absolutely critical. And it's very simply clear you cannot win the 9 hour in hour one, but you most certainly can lose it. I could continue waxing lyrical as we ride on board with Stuart White one more time, but all of that to say that it's been a sheer experience for me to learn what goes into this, because I imagine at home it looks a lot simpler than it is, but being able to witness it here trackside, it's honestly an act of miracle what some of these teams are pulling off, and for them to get to this stage of the season.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely incredible stuff. And we do see the likes of the Scuderia Rossi team moving up into 5th place, getting ahead of the Graphic Supply World at the moment as they continue on their charge, trying to close the distance to GNH. A single lap separating them and a whole lot of horsepower to outrun them, as we do see some drone footage. And also what's lovely to see is the trail coming through with the brake lights, as that shadow coming across. It just really does make things a bit more cinematic here in the world of endurance racing. And as you said, to get these cars across the line and moments, the first hour is always the most hectic moment, especially with a 1 hour dash involved and everyone trying to battle out. I mean, let's go back. Axel Jeffries was fighting for overall position against Bradley Liebenberg, who was going to finish after an hour, but he had the mentality of, well, I want to be first. And that could have changed the entire Into Africa strategy, because Axel Jeffries can get zoned into a fight, use too much fuel that later on can impact them, or burn through the tires too quickly. I mean, we got to see so much happening out just in this first hour that changed the entire landscape of the race. And throughout the entire year, we have seen some incredible moments that I don't think there's a single moment this entire year that anyone can truly signal out for the series of saying, hey, that was the best moment. Because every single time we've gone out, there has been a stunner, a great run, a wonderful overtake, a heart and mouth moment, that action shot, that camaraderie coming into play, the high fives, the hugs, the tears. All of it is just moments that's what I say, you can't put a photo, you've got an album here in the world of racing, especially with the South African Endurance Series. But you were raising your hand up, so I'm going to give the pupil permission to speak. You're allowed to speak, Mr. Kamalu.
While I 100% agree with you, Stephen, I also strongly disagree with you. Because I am going to nominate, I want to emphasize the word, nominate a moment from the season, which was the last 30 minutes of the 6 hours of Kyalami. You were sitting in commentary with a popped out shoulder that dislocated. Everyone kept slapping you on your dislocating shoulder throughout that day. And you and Prince, who closed out the commentary of that race, were standing, yelling at the top of your lungs because we didn't know what was going to happen. And it was a race to the finale. So while I agree that it is a gallery, okay. So we are going to definitely come back to that, Steve. Let's join Chloe down in pit lane in our final hour.
So we're down in pit lane with, of course, some of the spectators here. And one thing that is always certain about the endurance race is that not only does it test the drivers and the machinery, but it also tests the spectators. We'll start with you, Levu. How has the experience been? No shoes are on currently, so maybe she can talk to us also about the steps that she's clocked in.
Hi, I think it's been an amazing experience just being a part of from in the morning doing the grid walk, just seeing the teams, how they interact with each other. It's just been an amazing, I just saw an amazing pit stop being done by the Inter Africa team and I was just like salivating over it. Like, oh my God, that was so sexy. Am I allowed to say sexy on it?
I think she can get away with it.
Yeah, I loved it. My shoes are off. I got a bit too uncomfortable with now I know in future not to wear heels.
Yes.
But
All right, and then from your side, Picasso, I mean, first time on track, what has been your first impression?
As you say, first time on track. I think the experience is great. Especially seeing it here on the, is it pit side? It's called pit side, right? Okay. So the experience is great. I wished I could have gotten here a bit earlier, but I already have my favorite driver or car.
Which is?
The one that I showed you.
It is Maverick, Inter Africa, the one that you saw in the pits.
It's that one. Okay, yeah. So and even the guys are so precise in terms of changing tires and stuff. So it's a great experience overall.
All right, so the reason he said pitch side is because he's a football coach. So normally this is pit lane, but it's okay. We'll forgive them, of course, because we are bringing two worlds together. If you had to rate your experience at Kyalami out of 10, and the biggest highlight?
10 out of 10 minus nothing. And then highlight. I think my entire day has been a highlight. But if I had to pick a racing moment, it would have to be that pit stop. Oh my God, guys, play it back. As I'm speaking, play back that pit stop. It was peak. Thank you. They should go to McLaren and Ferrari.
All right, no pressure, but we're already getting suggestions from some of our spectators. Let's go back then to commentary, Stephen Koenig and Themba Khumalo.
Should go to McLaren or Ferrari. I think it's the other way around. They should come and see our pit stops and how it's done. Because there's nothing better than what we do. That added little bit of South African flair coming into play and really trying to figure out the nitty-gritties of how to go that little bit quicker. So at the moment, Graphic Supply World, 7 seconds off the back of Scuderia Rossi, the Alfa Romeo getting hunted down by the VW Super Cup. Now trying to get that little bit more of a push. Stuart White going and really showing what he can do. He's onto the back of Joseph Ellerine at the moment, who is giving it his absolute all. A quick flash of light saying, hey, listen, I'm going to come on by. And for Joseph Ellerine, despite being a blue flag, he doesn't necessarily have to mind out of the way. The rules say hold your racing line, and if the faster car wants to pass, you help facilitate the pass. Doesn't mean that you have to be the nicest person on the circuit and say, after you, dear sir. And I think that was it. Joseph Ellerine's like, well, if you got a quick car, come round me. You're going to have to work for it because I'm going to hold the racing line and keep moving forward. We're still in second place. We're still in this race. And all it takes is one mistake from your side for us to go and hunt down that first place.
Less than 50 minutes left in this race, and still you have Ellerine and White going side by side through sunset in the darkness. It is after 9 p.m. here in Johannesburg. Another one of our beautiful drone shots as you watch those cars flying down the hill. Lovely viewing there of that train which goes through the mine shaft, one of the most iconic corners in South African motorsport. Stuart White now on his way home, still 40 minutes to go, and at this stage I'm certain down in pit lane, you know, everyone at the start of the weekend was, woo, 9 hours of Kyalami, and now I'm sure it's like, woo, 9 hours of Kyalami. Please end.
The nerves are shot. I think every single crew member at this point is just, come on, just get to the end. Come on, just get to just begging for it, because every single time the cars have gone out, as we said, the only car that really hasn't given an issue is the likes of Pesty Racing. I would say second to that is MJR. I'm yet to see them run into a fault as well. So there has been driver moments of a quick slide, but no mechanical problems that have slightly come across. So those are the only two cars in the entirety of the field that, I'll touch wood, for the next 39 minutes would have run completely faultlessly during the course of this race. And honestly, that is no easy feat, and it comes down to preparation. Now, we said they can get roughly up to about 280 laps. We're up to 264. Stuart White on that hard push to really get the run through the order. We had 3 safety cars during the course of the day, and that was in the first hour, and a 1 hour dash landed up with the likes of Romano Sartori. We found out what happened to him and why he landed up into the kitty litter at Crocodiles, because a piece of debris went and knocked the brake line just enough to undo it, to go and leak a little bit of brake fluid. So when he stood on the brakes, well, it went to the floor, and he was able to get the car into the dirt, thankfully dug in. But how's that? A piece of debris just to knock it, loosen the thing up. And thankfully the car is all okay, and they were able to see it through to the end. And the second of the safety car came out a little bit earlier on, with the likes of Michael Bezuidenhout stopping out on the top of Leerkop, and that then less than a lap later had the likes of KC Enzel Smith going into the wall, coming out of the second S. But our first safety car came in as Wayne Roach had his car let go right in as he got past the bits, heading into turn 2, came to a stop, making it the second time he's visited Kyalami this year, and the second time that he wasn't able to see it through to the end.
It's been a long 9 hours, Steve, because watching Wayne Roach DNF feels like it happened 24 hours ago.
To me, it feels like 30 minutes ago. It still hurts right now, to be honest. But take a look at, and you got to give it up to Graphic Supply World. 9 seconds off the back of that Alpha, still hard pressed to try and retake that top 5, wanting a top 5 here at Kyalami, and that would put 3 different classes into the top 5. It'll be Class A, Class D, Class B. There'll be 4 different classes. A, D, B, and C would be into the top 5 if they're able to get ahead of that Alfa Romeo. If not, they'll just fall out of that top 5. And at the moment, the gap is getting bigger and bigger as they carry on. So for the likes of Robertson, a little bit more of a hard push. The Graphic Supply World having a little bit of an interesting 9 hours of Kyalami for them, really holding on and trying to figure out that little bit more of a push to see it through to the end. Stuart White for Inter Africa has been given the reins to push that little bit harder as we get the beautiful camera shots, and you can see the tail showing the brake lights as it goes through off the camera. Is just absolutely, it's just such an incredible shot, especially through Cheetah. You could just see where the car was at some point, almost like a ghost chasing them through.
Joseph Ellerin down the pit straight one more time. That's now 254 laps completed for the MJR Porsche. Nearly 30 minutes to go, 36:10 to be exact left in this race. You can see the concentration in the eyes of young Joseph Ellerin, one of the youngsters representing for Marius Jackson Racing. I'm certain that Marius will be very, very proud of the effort that's been put on by Leighton Fourie and Joseph Ellerin this afternoon and evening. I'm certain wherever Aaron Pretorius is sitting in the pits, he's very proud of his son and the effort that he's put in today. Aaron Pretorius still lapping in the 213s. Great effort from Pesty Racing to secure that performance index title. And you can see in P7, Paulo Loureiro in the combined racing car is in the pits. They were supposed to be out in their Honda Civic Type R, but they are in their Cup car And I would assume that's for another splash and dash, because Paolo did explain to us about 30 minutes ago that they are using their cup car, which is a sprint car, so they don't have the larger fuel tank, and essentially every 45 to 50 minutes they have to stop for fuel. So been an exceptionally long 9 hours for that team. As you can see, the brake disc glowing on the Porsche 911 GT3R Type 991 Evo.
It's absolutely great to see the drivers going in, pushing that little bit more of momentum. It's actually a Gen 2 car, the 991 Gen 2, which is the most modern of the Porsche 911 GT3 are cars that are racing the Gen 2s, which is always wonderful to see. Something new, something fresh coming to the world of South Africa, and not many. I think it's only one of 2 that are in SA. The other one sits in the Stradale stable, and that's been going out a little bit earlier this year. And it's good to see that the drivers are going and bringing out a little bit more to the circuit, and new machinery coming through and getting displayed here in the world of South African endurance racing, being shown off in spectacular fashion. Now, you did bring up about the Super Cup, the sprint build that it's got at the moment, and with a smaller fuel tank, where the rest of the cars can take about 100 litres to 120 litres. They're a little bit on the smaller side for that one, because remember, the racing that they used to is 8 to 12 laps. Now, that is, I think with 9 hours of racing in an hour, that's a little bit more than 12 laps, considering they've circulated 171 laps. So just in the ballpark, 24 laps if you're doing 12 laps in 2 heats. I think they're slightly over the mark there. And I wonder if there may be a look in the future of, guys, let's just keep an endurance tank in the background just in case. Just to try and help the car out, and the frustration of go around a little bit, come in the pits, refill, go around, stop, refuel, and rinse and repeat during the course of this race. It kind of takes a lot of the planning out of it, and you just have to be cognizant of how much laps you are able to do. At the moment though, 268 laps completed by our Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 as they make their way around. Joseph Ellerine with 256 laps in second place, 221 going 222 will be for Team Pesty in the backdraft Roadster as they continue on the charge. G&H Racing Audi R8 GT4 sits on 216 laps, 1 lap ahead of the likes of Scuderia Rossi, Alfa Romeo Giulia QV at the moment, going and charging on into that top 5. Still lots of time left on the board, still lots of time to gain or lose, and this is where drivers, teams, spectators all start to hold their breath more and more until you get blue in the face. 32 minutes to go, and this is where teams start watching on, because you only allow 2 people on pit wall, but you can't see much, and this is where they rely looking on onboard cameras, looking at the stream. And the only way I can describe it now in the pit lane is you're going to see the teams tired, worn out, concentrating on what they're going to need to do, and looking at the screens like you're trying to wait for the 2-minute noodles in the microwave to warm up. It's just that constant, intent focus, counting down every second as it goes by.
Baron Pretorius coming in for his final stop of the race. Looks like a splash and dash for him. Team Pesty Racing near the end there. What a fantastic effort it has been from him and his father. One of the rarer and fewer teams with only 2 drivers, father-son duo, really putting in a shift this evening. Let's see if they will be going for a tyre change. Definitely not at this stage. Looks like they're going to be checking those oil levels again, as we have seen them doing regularly during their pit stops. You can see Chloe Grace there in the back of the shot, our pit lane reporter. She must be feeling as fatigued as the teams. Her and Nadine have been running around all day long for 12 plus hours. Everyone starting to feel it now. So important for the teams to fight against the fatigue, because as we heard from Roberto Franco of GSW, they lost the 6 hours of Kyalami with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, that was an absolute heartbreak. And you mentioned it earlier where 4 minutes to go, it was gut-wrenching to see. They fought through the monsoon weather. It's always just a tough time out there, and motorsport can be such a cruel mistress at times. And I do want to point out that Pasty Racing is the only team that entered here today with 2 drivers. The only team to do it. Last year, same. Last year was actually 3 drivers. They had the inclusion of Michael Koenig to assist him. This time round, it's 2 drivers to see it through to the end as they're trying to power their way through. And you can imagine how tired they actually are. Each driver has done 4.5 hours if they split it down the middle. 4.5 hours of driving, continuous, flat out, going and giving it the absolute all, with an average speed around the circuit sitting about 100 km an hour, 110 kilometers an hour that they're having to deal with in a car that has got no traction control, no ABS, it's got power steering to keep you going, but is a 1-ton vehicle that you have to throw around a very technical circuit of Kyalami to ensure that you stay in racing trim. And at the moment, fighting out for 3rd overall as the laps counting down. Only 4 laps lead over this car that we're on board right now, the Audi R8 GT4 of the G&H Transport, with Arnold Neveling, who we've seen throughout the course of the year is able to jump into anything and just absolutely pedal it towards the sharp end of the field. Now he's been given free rein to try and close the distance. G&H want to walk home with an overall in the podium, and they've now handed it over to Arnold saying, no pressure, bud, but a 3rd place or nothing.
3rd place or bust. Indeed. He's been making excellent progress, and a really solid final stint from him, setting the fastest times that the car has set in the totality of the race up until this point, with 8 hours and 31 minutes completed. Surely. So we will be joining Chloe live in pit lane with one of our drivers. With one of the teams. So let's enjoy this. Down to you, Chloe.
We are down in pit lane, and one thing everybody is saying is,
oh hi.
Oh hi, all right. Oh hi. Do you want to tell us what's going on with the MJR caps?
So Marius Jackson, we're good friends, hey? We've been good friends for years, but it's taken him at least 6 years to give me a hat. 6 years, Marius. But I'll take it, I'll wear it. I've been part of your team for at least 3, and it's taken forever to get a hat. But
you know what I want to find out? Gianni, how come you had a cap coming here?
well, I didn't. Marius came into the pits and gave me a hat and said, rub it in your brother's face. No, but hold on. To be quite honest, you did it last year as well when he said, Johnny, do you want to come and drive my R8 and leave your brother at home? And I said, yeah, no problem. You see, that's just...
The common problem here is?
MJR.
Explain yourself.
Yeah, well, like you can see, we're all family here. We are all competitors at the end of the day. But, you know, we're family, we look after each other, we're friends. And that's what the series is all about, we're here for each other and we enjoy it. And the more people we can get and who can be here and join us, I think that's what we're aiming for at the end of the day.
100%, but what I want to know is, why are you telling Gianni to leave Ricky? Because that's not really family orientated. I don't know if you guys feel that.
Yeah, it's
Marius likes to poke. He likes to poke the bear. So on a Monday night, he'll message me something about Ricky, and then on a Tuesday night, he'll message Ricky something about me. Yeah. No. Unfortunately, you know, there's always that group chat where there's one guy excluded. I'm the guy that's excluded. I know.
Marius, please do better.
I know. Next year, I will make our own group.
All right, own group. But one thing though is that both cars are still running. We'll start with your side because it's been quite the drama.
We have had an eventful afternoon, from fire to alternator failures to, you name it, we've had it. But I think coming into the last stint, Ricky and Ant did very, very well. We pulled an undercut and we brought Ricky in 10 minutes earlier, and then we put Ari in the car. And Ari's doing a fantastic job right now. And we hoping with maybe 5 minutes to go, we should be on the same lap as the backdraft and fighting for position. So, yeah.
You know, I was chatting to Lucas just outside while he was also just gearing for a 5-minute break. It seems like he's been very, very helpful and instrumental to this team this weekend.
No, he definitely has, but he's been like that since we've known him from MJR days. He's just an absolute magician when it comes to an Audi. We couldn't have asked for anyone better in our team this weekend, and you know, big hats off to Audi and Audi Motorsport and Audi Customer. It's Audi Customer Motorsport, am I right?
Audi Customer Racing.
Audi
Customer
Racing.
Okay.
And
So
you Porsche Customer Racing?
Yes, I'm a Porsche Customer Racing as well. As well.
Do you want to ask him what he broke today?
Morris, what did you break?
What did I break? A lot.
Explain.
Well, obviously we broke the pins at the back of the wheel where when you put the rim on, which guided onto the car. So I broke apparently 4 while driving. I don't know.
No pressure. Two twins staring at you. We want proper answers.
So I had to repair that, and yeah, but we're still going strong. We have a good team. My team has been pushing the whole night. The whole weekend they've been really working hard on the car, and I'm really excited where we are at the moment. You know, I couldn't ask for better.
So what I want to find out from the three of y'all, right? There's a lot of moments. I mean, the track, yes, at Kyalami is beautiful to, of course, drive in, but there's parts of the track where you're going to find joy. As a fan, I love watching, of course, by the S's because I think that tests the drivers and the machinery. What about you guys? Where did you find a lot of joy?
I must be dead honest. I'm kind of I like to call it turn 1. So from turn 1 up to the old pit straight, that S there, that seems to be my favorite part of the track. Still a bit nervy through mineshaft, but yeah, this is definitely the first sector of Kyalami is my favorite. I have to, after this weekend, I have to say mineshaft has been my most favorite part of the circuit this weekend. Going through there flat out, there's nothing better. Nothing better. Where the aero just works, the car just works. So yeah, I've really enjoyed mineshaft this weekend.
So let's hear what the Porsche guy is going to say, right?
Mineshaft, I have to go with Johnny there, definitely. And
they're ganging up on Ricky again.
And I must say, not the S's where Ricky is liking, but the S's up there, if you get it right, it's an amazing feeling. Because you're just building up to West Bank, getting it right there and coming down from mineshaft. It's balls to the wall, and you just close your eyes and try not to lift. It's actually the biggest thing. But after tonight, I'm like 40, maybe 30%, not full throttle. So I'm almost there. Because it is a new car which I'm driving. If it was my Audi, it was a different story because my Audi is like having an old t-shirt which you wear. You're just so comfortable in it. So learning this car, it's been amazing.
All right, we're going to wrap it up here and we want to find out where's the...
driver?
Oh, you okay, Marius, what's the question?
Who's the fastest driver between the two twins?
I think I got the faster lap time today, didn't I? Sorry, I won race 2 Sports GT. Yeah, but you were in an R8 GD3. I was in a GD4.
Who spun out the most?
Johnny.
Okay.
That's all that matters. Because I pushed the hardest.
So let's hear what Marius has to say. What's the answer to that question?
What's the question again? Sorry.
Who's the faster twin?
The faster. I have to go with Johnny, eh? I have to go with Johnny.
Ricky again. I'm so sorry, my dear friend.
Just keep getting done here. I don't know what's going down here. Everyone just gangs up on this poor old Ricky. I mean, let me call my backup at London, then we'll see.
We need a little backup. I think this is an unfair battle that we've got going on here, but we're definitely having loads of fun. And I think more than anything, as much as they are, of course, competing on track, but it is a family here in pit lane and, of course, off the track. So let's head back over to Stephen Koenig and Themba Khumalo.
That was a brilliant interview there with Marius Jackson, the Giancarlo twins, and Chloe Grace, as we see lightning in the distance starting to form. Steve, I must say, I think that's the first time in my life I've ever seen a brotherly love triangle.
Yeah, and a bit of loaded questions as well. I started thinking back to, thinking of a new South African program where the crowd will be going Chloe, 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 instead of a certain Jerry that would be with those type of loaded questions coming in between the twins. Talk about putting a person on the spot. And 6 years to get a cap, I mean, you've got to build up that level, you know. You've got to ensure that you've hit all the right marks. You know, it's like when you get a membership type of thing. You have to hit your goals eventually after 6 years. You can get it. But absolutely incredible to, as you said, the brotherly nature between competitors. On the circuit, it is wall-to-wall fighting. It's visors down, red mist, go for the absolute charge. But at the same time, going off the track, it's that smile, that high-five moment, that, hey, you did a good job. And you don't get to experience that when you're watching from the virtual grandstands. When you're actually here at the circuit, you get to see the drivers, get to experience it. And when you're out in the pits and out on the grid, especially with our grid walk, you can see how the teams actually, they stick around their car, but they tend to walk off and go see their friends further down the field or up the field as well, giving all that good luck, the thumbs up there going through. And especially right now, in the last 18 minutes and 40 seconds of this race, there always is that, okay guys, let's get this car across the line. If anything had to happen now, it's all hands on deck, not just from one team. You will have every pit stall go and dig into that car to try and see it through to the end. And despite you being rivals, it's, hey, listen, let's get everyone through. It's that big push across the line to get them going, and something that you can never, ever replace the feel of. As when the chips are down and suddenly you get these hands on your back saying, right, where can we get the help? Where can we go? I mean, you've got an experience with the MRSSA doing exactly the same thing. Where can we help? Where can we push forward?
We saw it earlier today with the problem that Marius Jackson referenced with the pins on the left wheel. Marius Jackson Racing got bailed out by Stradale Motorsport, who came through with a spare wheel. So one of the cooler aspects of SAES endurance racing is the camaraderie about the teams. They're going above and beyond to beat each other, but then at the same time will go above and beyond to help each other when they see a brother in need. So really fantastic to see that relationship amongst them. And as the Giancarlo brothers said, specifically Johnny, they've nearly seen it all today. It's been a long day. I think first time for us finding out there that they had an alternator problem on the Audi R8 GT4 alongside with the fire. So they've put in a great effort, and as he alluded to, and we've been highlighting, a really strong final stint from Arnie Nevelen.
Well, that's it, and that was actually when the fan belt came off, that the alternator stopped. So the water pump is not connected to the belt itself. That the fan belt actually goes, and I found out through our spectators that have been working on the Audi GT3 and on the GT4s, that it's the AC, it's the alternator, it's a variety of other parts that are connected. And when we saw it come into the pit and stall, that's because the battery ran out. So that last little gasp to get it into the pit, replace the belt for the alternator, try and get everything back and charged up. And still can't believe a fan belt. That's what took them into the pits after trying to keep a rather consistent run. That threw them down the order, and it looked like B-Class was just on the ropes for them because so much was happening out there. However, as you alluded to, Nevling, great job pushing that a little bit harder. As we heard, they're hoping towards the last 5 minutes of the race that they are going to be within striking distance of Byron Pretorius, who will have to get elbows out if he wants to secure an overall third place and make it 2 in a row. One at Swartkorps, and what it would be to be a backdraft roadster taking a third place here at the Kyalami 9-hour, the final round of the 2025 South African Endurance Series. As we press on in 20 seconds, there will be 15 minutes left that the drivers have to push that little bit more. Stuart White on 277 laps at current will be getting to 280 plus laps by the end of this race. Last lap time, a 150.6 as he was fighting through the field. But you can see every single driver now starting to feel that strain. An absolutely brutal endurance race. For that, it puts man and machine to their limit of what they can do. Everyone now trying to see it through to the end. And as a team, you go from worrying about your next pit stop to listening to the comms, watching the streams, watching the cameras, watching the times, and now it's on to the drivers to do what they do best. Absolutely give it horns, keep it on the black stuff, and keep moving forward until you see that checkered flag come the end of the race in 14 minutes time.
226 laps completed for Arnie Neveling, and despite that, he still fired in a 156.235 last time round, which is only 0.3 off of that car's quickest lap of the race today. Stewie White, for the first time throughout the day in this final stint, has backed it off a little bit. He is bringing that car home, lapping in a 150.1 last time round. We did see at Swartkorps that Stewie White can do 50, 60, 70 laps in a row within a second of each other. He's just a driver of that caliber, of that level. Baron Pretorius running in P3 is still in the 210s, which is just over 1 second, 1.010 seconds slower than his quickest time. So PT2 Racing are very, very strong contenders to bag themselves that P1 and the national championship in the performance index. We are 13 minutes away from the checkered flag. Still heartbroken that we did not get to see the Toyota Altezza from Sphere Motorsport make it all the way through till the end of this race, but look forward to seeing them back and stronger in 2026 in Class A.
Yeah, in a new car. That Altezza went out with a bang. And as I said, it's gut-wrenching for me, going and seeing that car after one that raised an eyebrow last year. And I won't be afraid to say, I was the very first one going, what on earth is this thing? It's got a V8, it's turbocharged. What's going on? What was this Frankenstein of a contraption? And it's grown to many of us as spectators as that little car that could. And going back to Swartkorps, we were cheering it on as it was limping around the circuit, but the team finally giving it its time to rest at the end of the 2025 season, not getting the checkered flag, but going out on a bit of a bang with that motor. We're going to be coming in with something new, but we are hearing a lot of new A-class cars coming in for 2026. That's got me rather excited. New teams, new drivers, new cars, all filtering into the South African Endurance Series to go and fight it out, and all with in mind, not only to win the championship, but to win this prestigious race, the 9 hours of Kyalami here in the South African Endurance Series, which at the moment, Stuart White and Into Africa are looking to be the two-time winners of this race here at Kyalami. And that has not been done. This will be the very first and will set the benchmark for the future for teams and drivers. And that target on the back, that where's the number one, that Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 2 Into Africa will get bigger and bigger. The crowns will stay on top of the champions for just another year. But that being said, there's still 10 minutes and 52 seconds. And as we know in the world of endurance racing, anything can happen. But we're getting to the stage of the game where when we hit the 5-minute mark, let's remind you on this one, once we hit 5 minutes, pit lane closes, you cannot get out of the pits. You can come in, but you will then have your race done. So for any drivers, they have got 5 minutes to get into the pits for any fuel, any tires, any sort of problems that they need to resolve. They've got 5 minutes to get it sorted out. And something that Into Africa has felt the pain of before, having to lose out because pit lane closed on them. And we've seen many of the other teams just take the gambit to stay out on the circuit, just doing whatever they can, limping the cars around the circuit, trying to see it through to the end, knowing that if they don't, they're going to be sitting, thinking about it for years and years down the line.
Steve, can I give you some off-season homework?
Oh boy.
Between now and the start of the 2026 season.
You can, if I can remember, it's a different story.
Trust me, I will remind you.
Okay, all right. Because this old man here hasn't got a very lock, stock and barrel brain.
I think at the opening round of 2026, you need to start off with a eulogy for that Toyota Altezza.
Oh man, I've already started thinking of one, I can tell you that. Together, the salute as well. And I wouldn't say a eulogy at this point. It's created a legacy. If you think of it, it is a car that has stuck around that every single person has gone and said, what is this? And every single time it's gone out, including yourself, have gone and cheered for it to see it through to the end. There's no eulogy there. That car is retiring, yes, but in turn, it has made a legacy with the team. Sophia Motorsport has made a legacy with a car that has been an absolute fight through the whole way of the time, and now they're looking to bring something bigger for 2026. You never start with a eulogy, never. You always start the year with that absolute, let's give it our absolute best. Let's see it through to the end. You never end a season going a bit of a down note. There's no reason to end a season. If you think about the racing action from where we started in February till now, across the countryside, we have seen battles, rivalries, friendships, legacies, legends made in history. And in 7 minutes and 56 seconds, not only will we have a brand new bit of history made on circuit now, but we also, in that time, have a virtual history made in the pits below us, Temba. We have got the 9 hours of Kyalami virtual on-site sim racing happening with 3 teams, and unfortunately I just found out one of the teams managed to get themselves disqualified for either missing a drive-through penalty by 3 laps or speeding in pit lane by over 100 kilometers an hour. So they learned the harshities of the virtual stewards there, but what we're going to see is history made. There can only be one team and a set of drivers to walk away with a checkered flag. There can only be one car that come the end of 7 minutes during the course of this race that is left will cross the line and be the very first car to see the checkered flag and the final checkered flag for South African racing or South African motorsport for 2025.
Very, very true, Steve. So I want to make sure I understand correctly. They got, in the virtual race, there was a penalty for speeding in the pit lane and then a disqualification for not adhering to the penalty.
No, they decided that if you dive into the pit lane at over 100 kilometers an hour, the virtual steward said no.
Big no-no.
Considering it's 50 kilometers an hour, slightly over.
Okay, slightly over indeed. I don't even know how you attempt to take that hairpin. That is the pit lane entry of Kyalami at that kind of speed. But ambition is a drug that is prevalent in all forms of motorsport. Steve, 55 seconds until the pit lane closes. We are nearly at the end. We have been racing for 8 hours 254 minutes. You are clearly still full of energy, sir, and I'm not sure if you even want this race to end anytime soon.
No, but in 40 seconds we're about to see it, and we've just seen Chloe walk in. Chloe, where's our hat? We've also been waiting a long... You know what? I feel like I'm in the same boat as Ricky right now, that we've just been left in. So if we do get a box shot, this is our fellow presenter with a MJR hat going and interviewing after you've got to put everyone on a difficult spot. So I feel like we should have a show where everyone's shouting Chloe, Chloe, Chloe. And there it is, with the final to go. She gets an MJR hat. So Marius Jackson, we've got to sort this out.
Steve, I bet you Nadine has one as well.
Oh, no. I know.
I bet you.
Okay, so the girls get it and we get stuck with it. But that being said, the one thing we've got to point out as folks, pit lane is now closed for the final time of 2025. We are into the last 5 minutes of the race, and there is only one car in the lead, ahead by 11 laps, heading on to 12, and that is Into Africa with Stuart White behind the wheel, mentor of Mr. Lataka, looking to go and stand on the top step for Class A and overall for the South African Endurance Series. And it comes down to this: 4 minutes and 12 seconds to put themselves on top. Second place is MJR, who is absolutely giving it everything they can with Joseph Ellerine behind the wheel of that car. Third at the moment, only 2 laps ahead of the Audi GT4, is Pesty Racing in the Backdraft Roadster, looking to make it a second time there on their overall podium, and with pure consistency in mind, hoping to walk away the Index of Performance champions for 2025. This is one heck of a moment, and we've just seen the Alpha going and setting its fastest lap time of the race, a 2:04 on lap 229. Stuart White's on 284 laps at current. He's gone over 280 laps in 9 hours of racing. That Lambo has been on an absolute charge. If you take away the safety cars, if you take away the pit work they had to do, we would have seen 300 laps out of this car, and we're into the last 3 minutes. Temba, I mean, this is incredible, and this is your first 9 hours of Kyalami, the final 3 minutes of it. Take us through.
What a performance it has been from Into Africa Racing, and 100% agreed there. Without those delays of the wheel speed sensor, the dreaded Into Africa wheel speed sensor that keeps rearing its ugly head in the team's face, and those 3 safety cars that we saw earlier, surely that car would have got to that 300 lap mark, and despite that, 284 laps is still absolutely sensational. Over 270 laps for the MJR Porsche, which is mind-boggling as well. And the Pesty Racing team, Pesty Racing Backdraft Roadster, 234 laps. Arnie Neveling is trying to get on the back of that Backdraft Roadster. 2-lap gap, which will be very difficult to overturn in 2 minutes. But it has been an incredible race today. We've seen drama. We thankfully have not seen accidents between drivers today. We've not seen collision-based accidents.
No, we've seen it into a wall.
Into a wall. Oh, hi.
Yeah, 2 high moments. So one at Leocorp, the other one out of the Esters.
I'd say Casey Smith's one was more of a oh hello, because that was a big shunt. 284 laps is equivalent to 1,278 kilometers, which is mind-boggling. Steve, you are very good with geographical matters, I assume. If I'm from Joburg and I'm driving 1,280 kilometers, where am I ending up?
Cape Town.
Exactly.
You're back at Kyalami.
Exactly. So that is to put into perspective the mileage covered by the Evo 2 Huracan GT3 Lamborghini in this race. 285 laps now completed for Stuart White. He has not really backed off the pace. He's still consistently lapping in 150s. He's been in the 150s for at least the last 30 minutes. Every time I've checked that live timing board, it has showed a 150 for Into Africa. And Steve, we start our countdown now. 35 seconds left in this race. Your parting thoughts on what has been a sensational 2025 season here?
I think Stuart White has come off the throttle just to allow the countdown. He's been told by the team 23 seconds, the countdown coming through, just seeing if they can get the car across the line. 18 seconds. You can see how he's backed it off quite a bit, just allowing it to go. And if he gets across the line in the last remaining seconds, he will have to do an extra lap, but I don't think it's going to be the case. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Checkered flag at the ready. And your winners of the 9 hours of Kyalami goes to Into Africa in the Lamborghini Hurricane. Right next to him is the likes of MJR in second place, and history made. 2 years in a row they have taken the victory, and you talked about having composure. Well, I see tears in the eyes of Stuart White as we saw him busy going and saying, "Well done, my girl, well done," to the Lamborghini. And what a moment for Into Africa, going and maximizing the points, double points, and there's no way of going and saying it. They would have enough to take Class A victory. They would have enough to take overall championship. And my heavens, what a race indeed. Third place, and well, kept against all the odds. One of the lower powered cars, one of the cars that has got 2 drivers in behind the wheel over 9 hours of racing, goes to Pesty Racing in the backdraft to see it through to the end. Our top 3, Into Africa, MJR, and Team Pesty. Finishing up in 4th would be the GNH Racing. Scuderia Rossi will finish up in 5th. Graphic Supply World Combined Racing. And rounding out the last of the runners is Corridors Racing. What a stellar drive for them all, and you can see a little bit of fanfare by pit exit as the crowd start to build up. They're going to bring the cars down pit lane, and our spectators, you absolute legends by the grandstands. And there's the reaction, seeing the checkered flag. Stuart White going and making history with Into Africa, and you can see there's so much emotion. The composure completely broken like we saw last year for Stuart White. The calmest person there is going to be the wildest in the party as they come through. And there it is, folks. Our winners, our drivers, our absolute legends, once again making history down pit lane as they greeted by the teams, by the family, by the spectators, and completing the 2025 calendar.
Scenes down in pit lane. We can hear the Into Africa Lamborghini roaring down in pit lane. And Steve, what a nice touch there to see our top 2 cars crossing the line side by side over the finish line. As we see the celebrations for Stuart White, he gets congratulations from his teammates Olile Letlaka and Axel Jeffries. What a beautiful and fantastic effort from these guys. 286 laps completed in 9 hours, over 1,280 kilometers. That is absolutely sensational. Our runners-up come through to give them congratulations from the Marius Jackson Racing team. And as we saw the heavy emotions there from Stuart, you often hear from professional racing drivers that once they get that checkered flag, the overwhelming feeling is relief. And Chloe is going to be joining our race winners down in pit lane.
All right, we are, of course, down in pit lane. And well, EXO, you've done it. Broke the record, defended your championship. Congratulations. Talk to us about the emotions right now.
Come guys, come guys. This is more than just a dream come true, This is an absolute amazing moment for this team, amazing achievement for all these young people that have come together. This has been the best GT3 team that this country has seen. And we've proven it. We will prove it again. Next year, we'll prove it again the other year. Thanks to Stuart, thanks to this team, thanks to EXO, and we've done it again. First team to defend this in a long time.
And it's those little details, EXO. I mean, you talk to the spectators, they're always going about how meticulous those pit stops are. So those little things really have contributed to the team's success.
Yeah. You know, I've always said to the guys, if we do it exactly the way it's done everywhere else in the world, we raise up our game, we make sure that we are resolute in what we do. We pay attention to the smallest detail. No one will ever beat us, because the one thing that is lacking in circuit racing in South Africa is that level of professionalism. And we are bringing it and we're showcasing it to our South Africans here that if you're doing it right and you're doing it the way it's supposed to be done, you're unbeatable.
And the one thing is that this team has been absolutely crazy. Maybe let me just find a word from you guys. How are you guys feeling as, of course, mechanics and the engineers?
We're all good. We're all
feeling
good.
good.
Great.
We don't know what to say.
Feeling good, Axel. I mean, you've been part of this team as well. Really doing incredible. How was it with you, of course, 2025? Just wrapping it up for us.
I mean, it's been a great season. Obviously, I joined the team last year, and to see the team every weekend go from strength to strength. Uncle EXO is the man behind all of this. He's the one that's had this dream, and he's believed in the guys, and they're rewarding him because, honestly, the level that everyone's at now is superior, and it's a pleasure to be a part of this organization.
I remember when you joined last year, how you made sure they were practicing to quickly get in the car, quickly get out. So the practice really helped, and it's paid off in 2025.
I mean, now I sit back and I get given orders. The guys are on top of me by far. No, it's they're an international level team now. You know, it's I can't fault anything the guys have done. It's just honestly a huge pleasure to be part of this.
Still, baby Vettel becoming big Vettel now. How has it been?
Yeah, really. I'm going to keep it short. I just want to say thanks to Kalila. I mean, what an amazing season, and going back-to-back, first people to do it in SAS Championship. So well done to him. And also want to thank Axel. I mean, he's been part of the journey. And just how much he's helped the team. I really appreciate him. We've become really good friends the last while. Thanks to Gerald, the team manager. I mean, it's been a tough season, but he's really pushed the guys as well. And then thanks to each and every guy in the team, and then especially also to the engineers that have been traveling a lot. But the biggest congratulations and well done is to Mr. X. Without him, none of this would have been possible. And now we're 2 times champions together. So really proud of the whole team.
So Axel wants to know, baby Vettel, quickly explain.
I was a helmet design when I was a kid, and then actually Greg Maloney gave me the nickname. At that stage, Clinton Verstappen was also wearing a Schumacher helmet, so then we were baby Vettel and baby Schumacher going against each other for a championship, and then it sort of stuck from there on.
That's exactly how we wanted. Gerald, you said we're not, of course, going to talk about, any luck. We just want to finish it. The team has done it, and you're doing it in style. I mean, he was blistering quick towards the end as well.
Look, firstly, I want to thank Mr. Tlolile for what he's done for us in the last 4 years. If I have to take where we started the team and every opportunity that he gave every single guy in this team, it's really making me emotional. And he's always behind us, and he's always stuck with us. And today he's done an excellent job. And I have to give all the credit to him today for his stints and what he's done today. It was massively impressive. But for the 2 pro drivers, I mean, they do this for a job, so we expect this from them. And sometimes we don't always congratulate them, but I really want to thank them and for always also sticking behind us and making sure that we as a team also go forward. And lastly, but not the least, I really want to thank my team and every single guy that's part of this, all the engineers from overseas, and then all the supporters and the people that just stick behind us during the year. We really appreciate each and every one. Thank you.
You know what your mechanic said I should ask you? Why are you always so serious during our interviews?
Because if you're not serious, you won't be standing here.
Ooh, that's a good one. You guys got the answer. You happy with it?
Yeah.
Congratulations, guys. And that is, of course, into Africa. They have done it back to back. Really, of course, breaking a record here that we did not, of course, we're looking forward to. All right, so we're going to also talk to the sim racers in just a bit, of course, who also managed to do well. But for now, let's go to MJR, the boy band that I tried to break up. I'm still going to try to break it apart. All right, congratulations, Marius. I mean, here you are with the kids, and you spoke about giving them an opportunity, and well, you've delivered and you finished the race.
Yeah, it was an excellent night. We've got a podium. The Porsche came through, and we got the job done.
How was it for you?
Beautiful. I've always wanted to do a night stint at Kyalami, so it's a dream come true, and it was an emotional night, but fun.
What was the challenging thing about tonight?
I mean, just getting in the car home, we were nursing a few issues, but at the end of the day, we had a great team backing us, and that's all you really need.
You were telling me about some of the issues that you guys were nursing as a team later, especially because it happened in your first stint in terms of the vibrations that you experienced. Talk to us about really how the team also, you know, making sure that they call you guys in and fix every tiny little issue to make sure that you guys bring the car home.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I was back at school trying to solve a math problem. When I got back out there, I was telling the team obviously what was going on, what I could feel, the best feedback I could possibly give. When Marius got into the car after me, obviously I was asking him for some feedback as well. And us and the chief engineer were basically just sitting trying to run through what it could be. Eventually we sort of nursed the problem well enough to where we could push basically 100%. We think it's something to do with the front right dampener. So it was some trial and error until we found it, but that's the part of endurance racing, I guess.
So now, Marius, you have to rate, of course, your youngsters, how they did and what really impressed you about them.
Well, obviously they're younger and they're faster and they've got more stamina and stuff. But, you know, before I go that, I really want to take the chance just to thank Kevin Ellerine and Canal Walk for being our sponsor. Kevin for, you know, every time in the pit motivating us, talking to me. He's just been I can't even say somebody for me to look up to. And he's been our main sponsor. And I just want to thank them and Canal Walk, you know, because without them, it wouldn't be possible for me, for him, or for him to have done what we've done tonight. To get back to your question, yes, the young kids they're younger. They've got more talent. They've been racing overseas and stuff. But it didn't stop us from pushing. And unfortunately, we just came in second. It is what it is. There's always the next year, and we will push again, and we will do what we have to do and get the job done.
Stephen Koenig and Themba Khumalo also want caps.
So, who?
Commentary.
Oh, yeah, what about it?
They want your caps too.
I will organize for them.
Alrighty, there you go, Stephen, guys. They say they will organize for you guys. A big congratulations, of course, as well to MJR, who have done absolutely well. While the celebrations are going on into Africa, singing Ole, Ole, Ole. Francois joining us now, of course, in Ann Hartem, Pesty Racing, third, and Baron over there. I will start with you, Francois. I mean, you're making sure, of course, that you help this team and leading it. Talk to us about how it's been, and I mean, really also index of performance. So you got it once again.
Well, you know, we've got to try. Excuse me, and it's about consistency. It's about making sure the car is right before you get to the circuit, and you've just got to work. You've just got to work. And Harem and Baron drove an excellent race. We kept the car together, brought it home, and at the end of the day, endurance race is about consistency. Don't waste time in the pits, and get the car to the end. That's it.
And you're really running a tight ship, Harem. Talk to us about 2025. I mean, what has been your highlight?
Look, we've had good races this year. You know, this is our third we've got in the SAS, because the last race at Swartkorps we got a third, and we're third again. And as well. So we've had good finishes this year. So I think that's actually the highlight. And then we'll see with Index. But I think we might take that. I'm not sure what the figures. So let's hold thumbs.
All right, let's get Baron into this one. I mean, what a way to also finish off the year in this beautiful color. I mean, we spoke about it at Swartkorps. It looks really, really great, especially when you guys are coming in to change, of course, drivers as well, fueling up. Talk to us really about what 2025 has meant to you.
I don't know. I think it's just been a great year in general. You know, I think we've put in a lot of work for this year. we really wanted the championship. I think we were really hungry for the championship going into the year to defend it, especially going for Class D. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and then we decided let's focus on Index and try our best to get another Index championship, and I think we managed to do it, and it's been an awesome year. I think my dad's put in the most work here with car prep, so a big shout out to him and the entire crew. I think we couldn't have asked for a better year.
No, 100%. And I mean, the beautiful thing is that there was no rain. Beautiful moment there between Stevie and Barry.
I don't know, I was on the way when Francois came in on the radio and he said, yo, the Audi's catching us. And I was like, I saw a bit of lightning in the distance, and I was like hoping maybe if the rain can come now, it will really help us. But we managed to keep him behind us. So all in all, it's been an awesome weekend.
A big congratulations.
Thank you so much.
That is, of course, Pesty Racing. I'm told that we also have the sim races that we need to also find, as, of course, they've also done really well. And, of course, we need to congratulate them in terms of course, the incredible work that they've been doing. But let's quickly then head over back to Stephen Koenig and, of course, Temba Kumalo while we try to find out where our sim races are.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. 9 hours of Kyalami completed. Fantastic to hear from our podium finishers. Your winners of the 2025 9 hours of Kyalami are Into Africa Racing, MJR Motorsport, your runners-up, and Team Pesty Racing complete the overall podium. GNH Racing came through for P4, taking victory in Class B. Scuderia Rossi, 5th, the Graphics Supply World Racing Car in P6, Corridas Racing in P7. Sad to see their combined racing, unfortunately, with the DNF in that final hour, and Sphere Motorsports in the iconic Toyota Altezza, unfortunately, with the DNF after 69 laps. Well done to all the drivers. Fantastic effort from them. Let's rejoin Chloe back one more time in Park Fermé, where she will be catching up with the sim racers.
Joining us now is, of course, Nathan's Motorsport, who did really well in terms of the sim racing. A big congratulations. How was that? Because as grueling as it was on track, I'm sure it was not easy in the rig.
Yeah, it was very difficult. I had a lot of fun. I didn't expect it to be so hot. Struggled with the heat a bit. But yeah, it was lots of fun, and I'd do it again.
Saying that he would do it again, what did you love about it? What was your biggest takeaway today?
I really liked enjoying racing with them. It was very fun, very calm, also very hot, but a lot of fun.
So I was asking the drivers as to where did they find a lot of joy on track. So in terms of you guys virtually, where were you getting, of course, good timing?
Well, a lot of time it came down to strategy and pit stops. We had to find strengths because we were running the R8, so our car's better in some corners and not as good as in others. But we had to plan all of that and adjust to it over the race.
So normally the interesting thing about, of course, virtual racing, it's always in terms of preparation. So what did you guys do to prepare and make sure that, of course, you do the 9 hours of Kyalami?
So we all have a sim at home, and we all have Kyalami, so we tried to do as many laps as we could. We didn't know coming into here what car we were going to drive, so we were trying different cars, different setups, different strategies, really trying to practice our adaptability. So coming into this race, I do think that we had an upper hand on that. So if we didn't have to drive the R8 and we had to drive a different car, a McLaren or Ferrari, I think we still would have done well. So yeah.
So any car, you guys got it?
Yeah.
Big flex?
Yes, very big flex.
Where are you guys celebrating and how are you celebrating?
Probably, I don't know, ice cream or something. Have a milkshake.
What flavor?
Vanilla.
Vanilla?
Or Oreo, like that's.
Oreo is better. It has a bit of character. Yeah. What about you?
Probably ice cream as well.
What flavor?
Chocolate.
Chocolate?
Yes. It's a lot better than vanilla.
So much better than vanilla. I'm hoping you're not going vanilla either.
No, I love chocolate. I love Nutella. I love Nutella a lot, so I'll probably have Nutella ice cream, and I just want to spend time with my family and my friends, because none of this would have been possible without them. And same with my sponsors, Top Shirt, Sparko. Big thank you to them.
All right, so let's get quick parting words in terms of course, the quick word to your family.
I would like to thank my mom and dad for allowing me to drive at the 9-hour virtual race and all the help they've done this year. Not in virtual racing, but the regional Extreme Festival series as well. But yeah, I'd like to thank them.
And you?
I would like to thank my mom and my dad and my sister for always coming to support me in all my races, not virtually, but also in real life.
Yes.
And how my dad watched me for 9 hours as well, watching that at screen. So, a lot of fun.
Definitely lots of fun. These are, of course, our winners. A big congratulations to them. As you can see, the vibe is absolutely electric here down at Pit Lane. 9 hours of Kyalami definitely delivered. We had so much fun. We've crowned champions. And that's how we wrap up the 2025 season. It's been absolutely impeccable. Thank you so much for joining us. Let's head back over to commentary.
Thank you very much to Chloe Grace and Nadine Wilkin for all their hard and excellent work in pit lane. Thank you to all the drivers, riders, teams for entertaining us this season. Thank you to all the officials and staff that make this possible at SAES. Thank you to you, the viewers, for joining us and making this a fantastic experience. Those who have joined us live at the circuits and virtually. And personally from me, thank you to my commentary team for welcoming me mid-season and making me feel absolutely at home. 2025, you've been incredible. Enjoy the festive season, and we look forward to seeing you guys next season. Steve?
Oh, it's absolutely incredible, and shout out to our camera crews giving us some of the best shots. But that is it, folks. We're going to be back with some more racing next year for 2026. Keep an eye on the social media here at the South African Endurance Series and send in all those photos, all those wish lists, and we'll see you next time. Can the champions make it 3 years in a row? Will we see a new class of cars coming to the grid to fight out for the championship spot? The only way you're going to find out is keeping yourself tuned in here on Prime Media. To thank you to all our sponsors that have been with us throughout the season, and to you guys out on the virtual grandstands and out on the real grandstands cheering on as well. And from Temba, his very first time in 9 hours of Kyalami, and myself, Stephen Koenig, we'd like to say thank you very much, and we'll see you next time right here at the South African Endurance Series.